Cultivating immortality is no easy feat, and the path to longevity is a long and arduous journey. Shun Leanne, having traversed into the realm of cultivation, embarks on his journey with a panel that allows him to gain insights, proceeding with utmost caution. To evade calamities, he takes every opportunity to hide, flee, and conceal his true abilities, mastering the art of evasion and the crafting of clones, all while remaining in the shadows. Chapter 1. What is the most important aspect of cultivation? In the bustling Yunmeng market, Shun Leanne, weary and drained, mustered his strength to enter the marketplace. As he beheld the surrounding edifices, he exhaled deeply, akin to a malevolent spirit releasing a cloud of dark energy, his complexion paling further. Around him, a scattering of figures lifted their heads, exhaling dark vapors from their mouths. "It's all right, I've survived another day, which is quite remarkable," Shun Leanne gasped, feeling as though he might expel his very lungs. The miasma of the wilderness was suffocating. If not expelled properly, it would surely lead to his demise. Among those expelling dark mist, one individual coughed up blood. The nearby cultivators, also expelling black vapors, swiftly descended upon the bloodied figure. Shun Leanne, however, made his way deeper into the market, eager to avoid the chaos. After a brief struggle, the bloodied figure was stripped bare, their lifeless body discarded like a discarded shrimp. "That's the 33rd unfortunate soul I've encountered this month. We must relocate quickly, away from Yunmeng Market. Dwelling in this miasma, if one is not eliminated by others, they will inevitably succumb to the poison." Feeling a sharp pain in his lungs, Shun Lian's complexion grew even more ashen. Frequent exposure to the miasma was taking its toll on him, a mere third-tier chi cultivator. He had not anticipated that entering the world of cultivation would require him to constantly fear for his life. To seek immortality only to perish at the onset of his journey, what a futile endeavor. It would be better to return to his former life, where he could manage a modest home loan and drive a second-hand vehicle, living for several more decades. Here, each day he inhaled the noxious vapors. Evading unseen threats it was utterly absurd. Even celestial beings would find it unbearable. Shun Leanne proceeded towards the heart of the market, intent on reporting his recent tasks to exchange for spirit stones, hoping to gather enough for next month's rent. Yunmeng Market was established by the Dan Gold sect, Bihue sect, with the goal of developing the vast Yunmeng marsh. The original host of Shun Leanne had undertaken a pioneering mission issued by Bihue sect. However, misfortune struck within just 2 months of arriving at Yunmeng Market. His life was claimed by the Grim Reaper, leading to Shun Leanne's arrival. Upon his arrival, he inherited a modicum of legacy, along with an ever-present atmosphere of trepidation. He made his way to the center of the market, where a grand stone archway stood tall. Behind the archway lay a bustling street of shops, with ethereal lights flickering and defensive formations activating continuously. Upon entering the archway, Shun Leanne inhaled deeply, drawing in the spirit energy that momentarily alleviated the pain in his chest. This street, established under the auspices of Bihue sect, was undoubtedly the safest place in the entire market. Shun Leanne dreamed of residing here, even if it meant living as a mere servant. Alas, he possessed 5 spirit roots, with fire and wood roots slightly more pronounced. Good news, in ancient times possessing 5 spiritual roots was a prerequisite for becoming an immortal. Bad news, in this current era, merely reaching the latter stages of chi refinement within one's lifetime is akin to igniting a great fire upon one's ancestral grave. If blame is to be assigned, it can only be directed at the ill-timed juncture of one's transmigration. As Shun Leanne strolled along the streets, he refrained from scrutinizing the surrounding shops and endeavored to avoid the gazes of other cultivators. There was no point in observing; it would yield no benefit. The reasons were precisely as one might surmise. Furthermore, with only the strength of a 3rd layer of chi refinement, it was prudent to adopt a strategy of concealment. After passing through various shops, he finally arrived at the Bureau of Affairs established by the Bihue sect. Any cultivator undertaking an exploration task for the Bihue sect was required to receive their assignments here. Exploration tasks primarily involved surveying the surrounding environment, identifying locations of spiritual veins, determining suitable sites for family residences, and assessing areas for cultivating spiritual fields, among others. Simple enough, yet perilous to one's life. Untamed wilderness harbors dangers such as miasma, toxic gases, ferocious beasts, marshes, and treachery from one's own kind, among others. It was a grim reality that if one did not perish daily, that day would not pass. The task Shun Leanne accepted this time was to survey the topography of the 136th region. This area had a relatively low concentration of miasma and had already undergone preliminary development. Yet, even so, it still caused his name to flicker repeatedly on the death ledger. Who knows when the King of Hell might decide to claim him? Half a year prior, after his transmigration, Shun Leanne, sensing danger, contemplated fleeing. After all, as a transmigrator, he possessed a golden finger of sorts. However, the Baishui sect proved to be exceedingly ungracious. Before his arrival, it had seemed sweet and inviting. Yet after, he found himself treated worse than even the Lady Bull. Wishing to leave? Apologies, but that would require spiritual stones. His predecessor had come to undertake exploration tasks, a clear indication of his dire poverty. To abandon the task? The Baishui sect would see to your demise. Accepting a task meant either succumbing to poison or meeting an untimely end. Of course, if one possessed spiritual stones, the matter would be different. But his predecessor was indeed a pauper, still a 5 spiritual-rooted individual at over 30 years of age. With a sense of resignation, he entered the Bureau of Affairs and presented himself before an official of the Baishui sect, submitting his task. A topographical map of the 136th region. As a cultivator of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, he could not undertake overly challenging tasks. Drawing a topographical map and surveying the specific environment was a task he could manage, albeit barely. One fellow had inquired, since outsiders could not see it, why not simply draw haphazardly? Surprisingly, someone had indeed attempted such a clever ruse. However, the Baishui sect, with its long-standing heritage, was well-versed in such tricks. Multiple individuals would be dispatched to survey any given region. If the map he returned with deviated significantly from the majority, he would find himself on the receiving end of a grim fate. Many had tested this theory in the beginning, resulting in a subsequent wave of compliance among later participants. The official scrutinized the map Shun Leanne had drawn and nodded at the annotations he had made. Contributions require spiritual stones. Spiritual stones, he echoed. 5 spiritual stones. Shun Leanne grasped them and departed. Grateful that he could cover next month's rent, all he wished for now was to return to his humble abode and rest. It's too dismal, I feel utterly drained. Cursed demonic cultivators. And here we are in the marketplace, unafraid of the Baishui sect's enforcement team. Before he could return to his abode, Shun Leanne was drawn to a gathering of people in a corner, their fingers gesturing animatedly. There lay a mangled corpse, a grim sight that stirred an unsettling atmosphere. He hastened towards the scene, casting but a fleeting glance. Upon reaching the modest quarters he rented, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. This humble dwelling, situated on the outskirts of the bustling market, offered little solace. Reclining on the wooden bed, Shun Leanne focused on regulating his breath. Fortune had favored him this time. He had evaded encounters with demonic beasts and malevolent cultivators, though he had inhaled some noxious miasma. With 5 spirit stones in hand, he could sustain himself for another month. I must relocate. Gazing at the ceiling, thoughts of moving surged again within Shun Leanne. Such perilous days were ill-suited for his temperament. The outer housing area posed significant risks to stability. As night fell, a virtual panel emerged before him. Shun Leanne, far from alarmed, regarded it with familiarity. This was precisely why he yearned for a secure environment. Only in a tranquil setting could one maintain composure. Thus, he referred to this panel as the stability system. Yet, the Yiming market was anything but stable. He was compelled to undertake the wilderness task himself. After enduring a harrowing 6 months, the urgency to move had never been more pronounced. Chapter 2. Preparing for the future 6 months in advance. In a moment of tranquil reflection, Shun Leanne was enchanted by a voice that resonated within him. At that instant, his mind found a semblance of calm. However, 2 hours later, the silence returned, and a sense of impending crisis resurfaced. Today's endeavors had concluded successfully, yielding 3 points of insight. As he whispered to himself, a semi-transparent light screen materialized before Shun Leanne. Shun Leanne, Qi Training Level 3, 5 Element Roots, Metal 17. Wood 29, Water 18, Fire 31. Earth 18, Insight Points, 3 Symbol Crafting, Apprentice 915-1000, Alchemy, Apprentice 12-1000, Artifact Refining, Apprentice 15-1000, Puppet Mastery, Apprentice 54-1000. Spirit Planting, Apprentice 111-1000, Formation, Apprentice 1-1000. Toxin Refining, Apprentice 14-1000. Upon gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Shun Leanne abruptly sat up from his bed. He allocated the 3 newly acquired insight points to the art of symbol crafting. After enduring half a year of arduous effort, he felt as though he was finally on the verge of success. Due to the unsettling environment, he had struggled to focus for most of the day. He needed to venture out once or twice each month to undertake tasks in order to gather enough rent for the following month. On average, he managed to attain only 2 or 3 insight points a day. Fortunately, the original owner had a modicum of foundation, which had not been entirely lost when he passed. The various skills displayed on the panel attested to the original owner's diligent efforts. The pursuit of immortality through cultivation was notoriously accessible, yet few could master it. The original owner lacked innate talent, with his only noteworthy skill being symbol crafting, which he had previously been unable to execute even a basic rune. The value of experience points was something Shun Leanne had gradually come to understand. After traversing into this world, he discovered that the realm of cultivation was vastly different from his initial imaginings. He had once envisioned a life of ethereal bliss, nourished by the morning dew and evening mist, guided by celestial beings imparting the secrets of longevity. However, times had changed. The ancient era had faded, and cultivation now demanded adaptation to contemporary realities. Rent and sustenance had to be meticulously calculated. Even celestial beings faced mundane concerns. With his hands pressed against his temples, Shun Leanne contemplated his situation. With 16 days remaining in the month and 30 days in the next, even at a pace of 2 insight points daily, he could accumulate 92 points, sufficient to master symbol crafting and become a low-tier symbol master. Achieving this would alleviate the need to undertake menial tasks, significantly enhancing his safety. As he pondered, a spark of excitement ignited within him. Rising from his bed, he retrieved his symbol brush, spiritual ink, and 13 sheets of blank symbol paper from his storage pouch. Carefully opening the ink bottle, he sensed the spiritual energy contained within. Although the spiritual ink would retain its potency in the pouch for a while, Shun Leanne felt compelled to examine it nonetheless. After meticulously inspecting the trio of crafting tools, he returned them to the pouch. Since arriving in this world, he had not utilized them even once. They represented one of the few legacies left by the original owner. It was not out of nostalgia that he preserved them, but rather a fear of waste, given his current financial situation. Even a single sheet of symbol paper constituted an extravagant expense. In addition to the tools, Shun Leanne had not engaged in any cultivation over the past 6 months. His activities had been limited to 2 pursuits: languishing in his rented room to accumulate insight points, and venturing out to undertake tasks to afford rent. Fortunately, the Bishui sect generously provided food for wandering cultivators, offering a year's supply of common rice and sweet potatoes. The original owner's untimely demise had fortuitously left Shun Leanne with 10 months before he would face the threat of starvation. With the aid of this support, he had managed to survive the past half-year. Were it not for the necessity of rent, he would have had no inclination to take on any tasks. Alas, neglecting such tasks could lead to dire consequences. Once he became a symbol master, he could finally feast on spiritual rice, as even dogs would refuse the sweet potatoes. Coughing violently jolted Shun Leanne back to reality, interrupting his daydreams of future comforts. He sighed, recognizing that once he earned spiritual stones through symbol crafting, he should first tend to his lungs. With a wry smile, he grabbed a sweet potato from his storage pouch, brushed off the dirt, and took a hearty bite. It was surprisingly sweet. A month and 3 days later, Shun Leanne sat in his rented room. His eyes fixated on the panel. Symbol crafting. Apprentice 999-1000. Insight points. 1. Cough cough cough. A series of relentless coughs nearly overwhelmed him. He was too excited. After half a year of meticulous planning, the moment of fruition had arrived. Once he became a symbol master, rent would become trivial. He could rent 2 rooms, live in one, and use the other to honor the original owner's memory. Suppressing his excitement, he allocated the final insight point to symbol crafting. In an instant, it felt as though a new understanding blossomed within his mind. Despite the original owner's lack of success, he had dabbled in various skills and acquired a superficial understanding of them. The first-tier low-grade symbols included the Fire Charm, Flight Charm, and Earth Shield Charm, among others. Yet, at that moment, hundreds of first-tier low-grade symbols flooded his consciousness, immersing him in an intricate web of knowledge as if he had spent decades mastering them. Most of these symbols were rather trivial, their utility questionable, and it was unclear who had conceived them. Some symbols had numerous variations, akin to the different ways of writing the character for Cumin. The complexities of each symbol danced in his mind, each etched deep into his memory, as though he had genuinely immersed himself in their study for decades. He carefully absorbed the methods for crafting each symbol, discerning which would suit his current capabilities. Given the miasma prevalent in the Yunming marshes, the most sought-after symbol was the Miasma Dispelling Charm, priced at 5 spiritual stones, 1 stone more than other symbols of the same tier. After reviewing all the symbols, he initially selected the Miasma Dispelling Charm but quickly reconsidered. Though it was a premium symbol within the first tier, it had even higher grades above it. Even the low-grade version was considerably more intricate, requiring 2 to 3 times the effort compared to its peers. Crafting symbols demanded a personal reservoir of spiritual energy, and Shun Leanne assessed that he was currently ill-equipped to sustain the creation of a Miasma Dispelling Charm. He resolved to start with simpler, more manageable symbols. Once he had purged the miasma from his system, he could then attempt to create the Miasma Dispelling Charm. A quarter of an hour later, Shun Leanne cleared the bedding off his cot, revealing a smooth stone slab beneath. He arranged the symbol brush, spiritual ink, and symbol paper in front of him in one fluid motion. After laying out the paper, grinding the ink, and grasping the brush, he felt as if he were a seasoned artisan of the symbol path, deftly tracing mystical patterns upon the paper. He was crafting a fire charm. The first-tier low-grade fire charm held a value of 3 low-grade spiritual stones. As his spiritual energy flowed onto the paper, intricate and profound lines emerged. The paper glowed with a crimson radiance, exuding a wave of spiritual energy before quickly fading from view. It was done. Coughing interrupted his moment of disbelief as he stared at the fire charm before him, struggling to accept that he had produced it himself. He had truly become a legitimate symbol master. Coughing brought him back to reality, and he hastily set down the brush. In his excitement, he had spilled 2 drops of spiritual ink. After half a year of meticulous planning, it had finally come to fruition. Shun Leanne found it difficult to contain his exhilaration as he paced around his small room. After several laps, he regained his composure. Calmness, calmness, he admonished himself. He was merely a first-tier low-grade symbol master. He needed to remain steady. Muttering to himself, Shun Leanne found it impossible to truly settle down. For the past 6 months, he had been cooped up in a cramped rental, plagued by constant anxiety, his spirit thoroughly tormented. Possessing the skill to craft talismans signified a means to earn spirit stones, liberating him from the necessity of accepting menial tasks merely to cover rent. In the preceding months, he managed to return home in a semblance of stability, as he had undertaken reconnaissance missions in the vicinity of the market. Each expedition consumed at least 2 to 3 days, yielding a meager 3 to 5 spirit stones, just enough to scrape together the rent. Yet, this endeavor had left him with a persistent cough, as if his very lungs were being expelled. Looking further ahead, he could amass spirit stones to purchase a ticket to depart from the Yunming market. This place offered no semblance of security. With the craftsmanship of talisman making at his disposal, it would be prudent to seek a more stable abode. Chapter 3. The art of symbol crafting. Departing from the Yunming market is no simple feat. According to the regulations established by the Bishi sect, any wandering cultivator who has accepted a land reclamation task must remain in the market for a full 5 years. After this duration, the Bishi sect does not interfere with the cultivator's decisions to leave. However, the Yunming market is situated deep within the Yunming marshes, necessitating the Bishi sect's spiritual vessels for transit. Initially, these vessels provide complimentary transport, with an abundance of opportunities advertised. Do you aspire to become an immortal? Come and undertake land reclamation, they proclaim. Yet, upon arrival, many are left dumbfounded. The cultivation world feels like a scam. This is, in fact, the terminus of the path to immortality. The Bishi sect appears to be a cooperative entity with the underworld. If one wishes to leave, it is simple enough. Tickets for the spiritual vessels cost 300 spirit stones each. If this seems exorbitant, one may attempt to escape on foot. Should one manage to traverse the Yunming marshes unaided, it would indeed be a remarkable achievement. For those who find the ticket price too steep but lack the courage to flee, the Bishi sect demonstrates a measure of understanding towards the plight of wandering cultivators. By working for a full decade in the Yunming market, the ticket price is halved, and after 20 years, it drops to a mere 100 spirit stones. These regulations are clearly tailored for the impoverished. If one possesses connections or spirit stones, they can navigate the Yunming market and the Chu Kingdom's cultivation world with relative ease. Alas, Shun Leanne finds himself bereft of both spirit stones and connections, embodying the essence of a dual impoverished individual. The previous incarnation ventured to the Yunming market precisely to seek out fortuitous encounters, believing that through land reclamation, one might unearth high-grade minerals or spiritual herbs. Such occurrences transpire periodically in the Yunming market, inciting a throng of wandering cultivators to charge into the wilderness, invigorated by hope. The hardships faced by lower-tier cultivators are palpable, and Shun Leanne comprehends the rationale behind the previous incarnation's aspirations. When self-reliance proves insufficient, one must rely on the whims of fate. Perhaps, one day, they might stumble upon a high-grade mineral or a rare spiritual herb. Yet, the probability of such fortune is exceedingly low, while the likelihood of peril looms large. More than half a year ago, upon his arrival, Shun Leanne promptly dismissed the previous owner's reckless gamble with fate. He opted for a strategy of survival, a more prudent approach. With a stable system at his disposal, his primary goal is to find a secure location to cultivate peacefully. He yearns for stability. The path of reckless abandon is ill-suited for him. As he scrutinizes the flame symbol in his hands, Shun Leanne reflects on the memories of his crafting experience. Having a system makes all the difference. The previous incarnation struggled for ages without making any progress. After a while, he sets the flame symbol aside and begins to contemplate. He empties his storage pouch, revealing a single spirit stone, a subpar spiritual sword valued at approximately 8 spirit stones, and a few other items. Were it not for self-defense, he would have pawned the sword long ago. He inspects the talisman brush, noting the cracks that have formed on it. This first-tier talisman brush, purchased for 30 spirit stones, can only be considered average. The spiritual ink, though abundant, is also of a standard quality, having cost 20 spirit stones at the time of purchase. The talisman paper is inexpensive, with 10 sheets costing 3 spirit stones. The previous owner had bought several batches, leaving him with just 13 sheets remaining. Without the system, he wonders how many spirit stones it would take to become a talisman master. The memories reveal that the previous owner had wasted 2 bottles of spiritual ink without producing a single talisman. The last bottle remains untouched, having been marked for loss. Each talisman brush can be used 100 times, with each use costing about 1/3 of a spirit stone. A bottle of spiritual ink can produce between 10 to 15 talismans, meaning that even at the maximum output of 15 talismans, the cost per attempt would still be over 1 spirit stone. The cost of a single sheet of talisman paper is 1/3 of a spirit stone. Thus, regardless of the outcome, the cost of crafting a basic flame symbol amounts to 2 spirit stones. This is merely the most ordinary set of talisman crafting tools. Should he opt for better quality ink and paper within the same tier, the cost would rise further. The price at which the treasure pavilion accepts a flame symbol is 3 lower-tier spirit stones, necessitating the successful crafting of at least 7 talismans from a single batch of paper to avoid a loss. After calculating the costs, Shun Leanne shakes his head. The life of a low-tier talisman master is undeniably challenging. One barely earns enough to cover expenses. Yet, as talisman grades increase, so too does their value. Some mid-tier first-grade talismans can fetch as much as 10 spirit stones each. While the costs may be higher, the potential profits are significantly larger. Thus, it appears that a future as a talisman master holds promise, at least more so than that of a puppeteer or alchemist. Of course, he could also sell them to wandering cultivators at a slightly higher price, potentially fetching 4 spirit stones each. However, retail is not a thought that crosses Shun Leanne's mind. Having completed his calculations, a smile spreads across his face. The talisman brush, spiritual ink, and talisman paper are all essentially free. On the smooth wooden floor, a sheet of talisman paper ignites, swiftly turning to ashes. The sudden flare startles Shun Leanne, causing him to shiver. At the final stroke, his body convulses as if drained of energy. Coughing violently, he finds himself engulfed in miasma, rendering his talisman crafting ineffective. After a moment's hesitation, he stows away his crafting tools and repositions his bedding, retrieving his last spirit stone to begin cultivation. It has been over half a year since he last practiced. He cultivates the Qian Yuan Gong, a balanced and harmonious technique that encompasses all 5 elements. He has managed to advance to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. As he holds the spirit stone, it glimmers with light, and streams of spiritual energy flow into his body. Calm your heart and mind. Comprehend point 1. Calm your heart and mind. Comprehend point 1. The next morning, Shun Leanne rises early, first grabbing a sweet potato to munch on. He then tosses aside his bedding and lays out the talisman paper. Yesterday's failure stemmed largely from the miasma affecting his internal spiritual energy and mental state. A cultivator at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement should be able to produce 2 or 3 talismans consecutively without feeling fatigued. Many novice talisman crafters take the time to bathe, change their clothes, and burn incense to calm their spirits before crafting, ensuring they can concentrate fully. Shun Leanne, however, does not have the luxury of such conditions. A sweet potato suffices as his ritual. He dips the talisman brush into the spiritual ink, channeling his internal spiritual energy into the brush, and begins to sketch on the talisman paper. As the brush glides across the blank sheet, a faint luminescence begins to materialize. The entire process flows seamlessly. When Shun Leanne raises his hand, a flash of red light flickers from the talisman paper, merging the ink and paper into one. The flame symbol is complete. Coughing, he sets down the brush and caps the ink. Having learned from yesterday's errors, Shun Leanne decides not to continue crafting for now. His lungs are compromised. Continuing would not only challenge his physical capacity but also be a waste of precious materials. He resolves to rest and resume crafting in the afternoon. 6 days later, 12 flame symbols are neatly arranged on Shun Leanne's stone bed. With the system aiding him, his success rate nears 100%. The total value amounts to 36 lower-tier spirit stones. After half a year since his arrival, he finally possesses a foundation to stand upon. Stowing the flame symbols away, Shun Leanne takes a moment to calm his emotions, adjusts his robe, and opens the door to venture outside, ready to sell the talismans. Chapter 4. The Divine Insight Point. Capable of enhancing spiritual roots, the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, nestled at the heart of the marketplace, stands adjacent to the Bureau of Affairs of the Baishui sect. This establishment caters specifically to the needs of wandering cultivators seeking to carve out their path. Within its walls, one can find an array of elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, and more, all designed to ensure that these cultivators can earn their keep without the burden of carrying any wealth home. Shun Leanne's destination was precisely the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. He left his home in haste, making a beeline to the center of the marketplace. Upon entering the grand archway, he inhaled deeply, drawing in the ambient spiritual energy. In the vicinity of plot number 98, he stumbled upon a group of Xianling turtles, several individuals surreptitiously pilfering their eggs. Mature Xianling turtles can potentially evolve into late-stage Qi refinement beasts, and with considerable effort, they might even ascend to the 2nd tier of Foundation establishment. If one were to rear such a creature within their family, it could very well become their clan's guardian spirit beast. However, the thought of nurturing one to maturity made Shun Leanne scoff. It would take untold generations. As he entered the street lined with shops, he overheard fellow cultivators discussing yet another fortunate individual who had encountered a stroke of luck. Their frustration was palpable. For a single turtle egg could fetch upwards of 100 spirit stones. Unmoved by the chatter, Shun Leanne reflected on the past 6 months, during which a few prodigious children of destiny had emerged each month. Upon reaching the gathering treasure pavilion, he surveyed the interior from the entrance, noting the sparse crowd before stepping inside. "What can I assist you with, fellow cultivator?" The head shopkeeper, concealed behind a screen while sipping tea, inquired. Among the bustling attendants, one recognized Shun Leanne. "What would you like to purchase?" The attendant asked with a friendly demeanor. "I have a dozen flame talismans for sale." Although it was his first visit to the gathering treasure pavilion, Shun Leanne was well informed. The pavilion accepted talismans. The attendant replied, "Each flame talisman is valued at 3 low-grade spirit stones. How many do you wish to exchange?" Without a change in expression, the attendant led Shun Leanne to a small counter within. Shun Leanne placed 12 flame talismans before him. The attendant examined each one, nodding in satisfaction. "Your talisman skills are commendable. 12 in total amount to 36 low-grade spirit stones." A smile graced the attendant's face, as the store sold each flame talisman for 4 spirit stones, though he could only take a single spirit stone from this transaction. Even the smallest of gains is still a gain. "I require a vial of low-grade spirit ink, 2 sheets of talisman paper, and a vial of chi cleansing pills." By the time he exited the pavilion, Shun Leanne's storage bag was entirely depleted of spirit stones. The chi cleansing pills cost 10 spirit stones per vial, containing 5 pills each. This was yet another boon provided by the Bai Shui sect to wandering cultivators. Sadly, many cultivators embarking on tasks lack the spirit stones to make such purchases, resulting in collective dissatisfaction. Without lingering, Shun Leanne returned to his residence. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he retrieved a chi cleansing pill and swallowed it whole. Coughing, he grimaced at the unpleasant taste, feeling a painful sensation in his lungs intensify. He lay back down, as the miasma within him writhed like a parasite, coiling through his meridians and flesh. To thoroughly expel this miasma, he would need more than just a single vial of chi cleansing pills. Fortunately, with a method to earn rent, he would no longer need to inhale miasma, making him luckier than many other cultivators. Periodically, the spiritual ship of the Bai Shui sect would transport batches of wandering cultivators into the marketplace. Yet, despite the marketplace being established for over 5 years, the number of cultivators remained fluctuating around 3,000. Most of those who perished did so due to poisoning. Coughing violently, Shun Leanne suddenly sat upright from his bed, expelling a mouthful of blackened blood, which dissipated into the air as dark smoke. The relief was palpable. Wiping his mouth, he reclined once more, squinting his eyes as thoughts began to form. Having become a first-tier low-grade talisman master, he could potentially earn spirit stones. The next steps were to cleanse the miasma, enhance his strength, and seek opportunities to leave the Yunming marketplace. The Bai Shui sect is one of the 3 major sects within the Chu Kingdom's cultivation realm. Within the borders of Chu, 5 immortal cities stand tall. 3 belonging to sect powers, and the remaining 2 established by wandering cultivators, now fortified by golden core or false core masters. The Bai Shui Immortal City, built by the Bai Shui sect, is protected by formations and overseen by golden core masters, making it a secure locale. In this place, stability is assured. Perhaps it was the newfound means of survival and the gradual expulsion of miasma that allowed Shun Leanne's mind to settle more swiftly than before. Calm the heart. Insight Point 1. The divine is unencumbered. Divine Insight Point 1. In a dazed state, an unexpected voice pierced through Shun Leanne's thoughts, momentarily bewildering him. Divine Insight Point? Over the past 6 months, he had only managed to attain insight points during moments of emotional tranquility. Environmental turmoil often disrupted his focus. What exactly is a divine insight point? Shun Leanne's expression reflected his confusion. A panel. He silently willed it, and a translucent data panel appeared before his eyes. Shun Leanne, Chi Refinement Level 3, 5 Elements Spiritual Roots, Gold 17, Wood 29, Water 18, Fire 31. Earth 18, Talisman Master, First Tier Low Grade, 0-1000, Insight Points, 27, Divine Insight Points, 1. Gazing at the newly appeared data, Shun Leanne felt a surge of speculation. Becoming a Talisman Master had undoubtedly been one of the most gratifying experiences since his arrival in this world, allowing him to accrue 3 or 4 insight points daily. Just moments ago, as he lay on his bed, he was on the verge of slumber. The divine is unencumbered. Insight points can be utilized to enhance talisman crafting experience. But what about divine insight points? With a bold thought, he focused his mind, and the display shifted. 5 Elements Spiritual Roots, Gold 17, Wood 29, Water 18, Fire 31. Earth 18, the Fire Attribute Spiritual Root increment from 31 to 32. Divine insight points can be invested in spiritual roots. Before Shun Leanne could fully comprehend this revelation, a warm sensation enveloped his body. The spiritual roots of a cultivator reside within, detectable solely through specialized measuring devices. In the past, The original owner of this body had aspired to join a sect, but was expelled due to their subpar spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are categorized into upper, middle, and lower tiers, with distinctions among singular, dual, triple, quadruple, quintuple types. In this era, fewer spiritual roots with higher scales result in swifter absorption of spiritual energy. The pinnacle of single spiritual roots boasts scales above 90, heralded as the mightiest heavenly roots, capable of progressing to the golden core stage without significant bottlenecks. Shun Leanne, possessing 5 spiritual roots, found each one severely lacking. He was the antithesis of the exceptional single spiritual roots, ranking among the lowest of low-grade 5-element spiritual roots. Such roots would be deemed a pollutant to the sect's spiritual energy, unworthy even for menial tasks. If only any one of his roots had a scale above 50. At the very least, he could contribute to the sect's agricultural endeavors. After a considerable time, as the mystical energy within him dissipated, Shun Leanne rose from his bed. He paced back and forth in his modest chamber, his emotions difficult to articulate. He felt as though the exceptional 5-element heavenly roots were beckoning to him. Steadiness. Steadiness. Today, I exchanged talismans for spirit stones, establishing my foundation. With the tension of the past 6 months alleviated, I finally experienced the feeling of being unencumbered by the divine. It seems prudent to relocate, seeking a stable place overseen by a powerful cultivator to further my cultivation. This is the rightful path for my growth. Chapter 5. Unexpected news insights can be used to enhance talisman comprehension, while divine insights can elevate the spiritual root scale. That night, Shun Leanne indulged in daydreams about the future. Indeed, he found himself unable to sleep, as the prospect of ascension seemed tantalizingly close. In the early morning, a wretched scream shattered the tranquil silence. The piercing cry jolted Shun Leanne, causing his body to shudder involuntarily. The beautiful visions he had conjured were abruptly dismantled, the scream yanking him back to the harsh reality. This anguished sound was all too familiar, having echoed in his ears dozens of times over the past 6 months. Someone must have met their end again. Shun Leanne rose but did not open the door. Instead, he crouched beside it, extracting a wooden slat to reveal a narrow gap, one he had painstakingly pried open himself. For over half a year, he had often peered outside through this makeshift lookout. As his eyes scanned the scene, he discerned a dozen figures surrounding a house a short distance away. To his dismay, it appeared that his fellow cultivator, Feng, had also fallen victim to the insidious hands of demonic cultivators. These fiends were akin to vermin lurking in the shadows, evoking a sense of helplessness. The curses of numerous cultivators filled the air, prompting Shun Leanne to tighten his garments. The Bai Shui sect's recruitment of scattered cultivators did not discriminate based on background, leading to a blend of peculiar individuals among them. Among the most ruthless were the demonic cultivators, whose depravity knew no bounds. Unlike other scattered cultivators who sought merely material gain and might swiftly extinguish one's life, demonic cultivators coveted the very essence of their victims. Every cultivator targeted by these fiends faced a perilous threat to their very heart and soul. Before long, the Bai Shui sect's enforcement team arrived, albeit belatedly, a fact that had become all too commonplace. The elders of the Bai Shui sect showed little concern for the lives of scattered cultivators. Shun Leanne resolved that the talismans he had crafted could not all be sold. He must retain several for his own protection. After observing the scene through the gap, a determination surged within him. In the past, he had been a destitute individual, unbothered by the lack of propriety. But now, he had ascended to a position where he could no longer afford to remain mired in the muck. The enforcement team departed swiftly, taking Feng, who had been hollowed out, with them. The crowd on the street dispersed, and Shun Leanne returned to his bed, swallowing a detoxifying pill. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. During this time, Shun Leanne maintained his routine, sleeping, gnawing on sweet potatoes, and crafting talismans. With the exception of necessary bodily functions, he had not ventured outside. The 20 sheets of talisman paper he had purchased previously had all been transformed into fire talismans. Currently, aside from a talisman brush that could still be used approximately 20 times, he had completely exhausted his supply of spiritual ink and talisman paper. Thanks to the system's inheritance of talisman mastery, he had long since mastered the first tier of talismans. In his crafting, he consumed less spiritual ink per talisman than other talisman makers, while others might utilize a bottle of spiritual ink for a maximum of 15 uses. Shun Leanne managed to stretch it to 18. With the remnants of the previous bottle, he had successfully crafted the 20 talismans. Furthermore, due to the continuous use of a detoxifying pill, he had expelled most of the miasma from his body. His spiritual energy flowed more smoothly than before. He estimated that after consuming another detoxifying pill, he would completely rid himself of the miasma, enabling him to purchase cultivation elixirs to enhance his power. Having traversed into this realm, Shun Leanne had scarcely practiced cultivation, and he felt a great anticipation for the journey ahead. After tidying up, he pushed open the door and stepped outside, coincidentally encountering a middle-aged cultivator from next door. Shun Leanne nodded politely and hastened away. He recalled that last month, his neighbor had been a female cultivator, and the month prior, a frail old man. In the past 6 months, his neighbors had changed more frequently than spring onions being harvested. They were merely acquaintances. As he walked through the market streets, Shun Leanne's demeanor was markedly different from before. His eyes sparkled with newfound vitality. Alas, demonic cultivators had struck again. Another victim had perished in a nearby alley just last night. The elders of the Baishui sect had once again arrived too late, allowing the fiend to escape. The conversations of passing cultivators quickened his pace. Upon entering the street behind the stone archway, he glanced at several shops before ultimately deciding on the treasure-gathering pavilion. Today, the establishment was bustling with patrons. He found a corner to wait for a manager to conclude his business. After a considerable wait, the manager, Wang Xia, approached him directly. He remembered Shun Leanne from his previous visit to sell talismans. "Dear friend, are you here to sell talismans again?" Wang Xia inquired, a friendly tone in his voice. Shun Leanne nodded and produced 14 fire talismans from his storage pouch. Wang Xia examined them closely. "It seems you have made significant progress in talisman crafting. A long life awaits you," he remarked, recalling that Shun Leanne had previously sold 12 fire talismans and purchased 20 sheets of talisman paper. "May I trouble you for another bottle of spiritual ink, 2 sheets of talisman paper, and a detoxifying pill?" Shun Leanne requested politely. With swift efficiency, Wang Xia placed the requested items along with 6 extra spirit stones on the counter. "Do you possess the ability to create detoxifying talismans? If so, we would purchase them at 5 spirit stones each." Shun Leanne paused, taken aback. Was he not well acquainted with detoxifying talismans? Initially, he had aspired to craft them. He recalled that detoxifying talismans sold well in the market, fetching 5 spirit stones each. The pavilion's current offer indicated a significant demand. However, producing a detoxifying talisman cost 2.5 spirit stones and required 2 to 3 times the effort of crafting a fire talisman. Given his previous state of near exhaustion, he had deemed it impossible to undertake the creation of detoxifying talismans, hence his decision to temporarily set them aside. "Dear friend, are you interested in seeking opportunities?" Wang Xia asked with a light laugh. "I am not adept at running. I shall refrain from joining the fray." Shun Leanne replied without hesitation. What a jest. In the past, he had no choice but to venture outside. Now that he had finally become a talisman maker, why squander his efforts? Selling detoxifying talismans was sufficient. There was no need to risk his life. Chapter 6, Expelling Miasma. Illuminating the divine mouth. Having gathered the spiritual items he needed, Shun Leanne departed from the treasure-gathering pavilion. Outside the market, the discovery of a mineral vein ignited the treasure-seeking aspirations of the wandering cultivators. The demand for miasma-expelling talismans surged, presenting him with a splendid opportunity to amass spirit stones. Each talisman cost nearly 2.5 spirit stones to produce. With a significant portion of the miasma within him already purged and his spiritual energy flowing more smoothly than before, he felt ready to attempt crafting the miasma-expelling talismans. He hoped more fellow cultivators would find fortuitous opportunities from the mineral vein. Upon leaving the street of shops, Shun Leanne glanced back at the cultivators bustling between the storefronts, offering genuine blessings for their success. He too wished to earn enough spirit stones for a bottle of Huang Yadan, as he blessed his fellow practitioners for their opportunities. He also nurtured hope for himself. The collective well-being of all was indeed the ultimate good. Under the sincerity of Shun Leanne's blessings, the divine response came sooner than expected. By that afternoon, the mouth of opportunity opened. A figure, battered and bruised, rushed into the treasure-gathering pavilion, brandishing a fist-sized chunk of crimson gold ore. The proprietor, neglecting even a cup of tea, personally examined the ore and proclaimed its worth, though it was merely a low-grade second-tier iron ore. Its substantial weight rendered it valuable at 800 low-grade spirit stones. This announcement sent ripples of excitement through the market, igniting envy and frustration among the wandering cultivators. 800 spirit stones, how long would it take them to accumulate such wealth? For the majority, their monthly earnings might total just over 100 spirit stones. With only a fraction making it into their hands, they were merely transporters of spirit stones. At that moment, a relative of mine happened to be purchasing talismans and witnessed the event firsthand. If only I had stumbled upon that ore. 800 spirit stones could buy me 10 lives. The 36th district truly is a treasure trove, albeit with a somewhat dense miasma. The following day, Shun Leanne remained oblivious to the happenings outside, engrossed in expelling the remaining miasma from his body. With another miasma-expelling pill consumed, he felt a newfound lightness in his chest. He pulled aside his bedding, revealing a smooth stone bed beneath. Arranging his talisman brush, spiritual ink, and talisman paper, he sighed softly at the deep cracks in his brush. Time for a new one, it seemed. He spread the talisman paper flat, letting his brush dance with spiritual light as it traced intricate patterns upon it. As the brush lifted from the paper, a flash of brilliance erupted before swiftly retracting. The miasma-expelling talisman was complete. Coughing and catching his breath, Shun Leanne set down his brush and began to circulate his spiritual energy. The intricate design of the miasma-expelling talisman proved taxing, not due to a lack of skill, but because the crafting process consumed both spiritual energy and focus. Moreover, the lingering miasma made the task even more exhausting. After properly storing the spiritual ink, he chose to rest. He munched on a white sweet potato, pondering that once this batch of miasma-expelling talismans sold, he would indulge in spiritual rice. After all, even a dog would grow weary of eating sweet potatoes for too long. Though he now had 6 spirit stones to his name, he had not planned on purchasing spiritual rice, as it required time to effect change in a cultivator. In the short term, consuming sweet potatoes was no different than eating spiritual rice. To ascend to the 4th level of chi refinement, he still needed medicinal pills. A bottle of Huangyadan, priced at 50 low-grade spirit stones, was the most suitable remedy for early-stage chi refinement. 10 days later, a viscous, blood-red substance was expelled from Shun Leanne's mouth. After a brief respite, a smile graced his face. The miasma within him had finally been purged. After resting for a while, he uncovered his bedding once more and set up his talisman brush and paper. 3 days later, he had successfully crafted a total of 15 low-grade first-tier miasma-expelling talismans. The reason for the quantity was simple. He had run out of spiritual ink. Miasma-expelling talismans consumed more ink than fire talismans. Storing the talismans in his pouch, Shun Leanne pushed open his door and stepped outside. Next door, the middle-aged cultivator he had seen earlier was entering his abode. Upon noticing Shun Leanne, they exchanged nods of acknowledgement before the man disappeared inside. Shun Leanne made his way toward the street of shops in the market. Behind the grand stone archway, numerous cultivators roamed the streets, some bearing fierce expressions. He hurried into the treasure-gathering pavilion. The attendant, Wang Xia, who had been idly surveying her surroundings from behind the counter, immediately spotted Shun Leanne's arrival. "Fellow cultivator, over here." Following her call, Shun Leanne approached Wang Xia's counter. "It has been a while. It seems the expulsion of miasma has greatly improved your complexion, thanks to the miasma-expelling pills from your esteemed pavilion." From his pouch, he produced 10 miasma-expelling talismans. Wang Xia's eyes sparkled as she eagerly grabbed the talismans, inspecting them one by one. "Your talisman crafting skills are quite solid. You are not far from becoming a mid-tier first-tier talisman master." "Not quite," Shun Leanne replied modestly. "The intricate nature of miasma-expelling talismans makes them time-consuming to produce. I had to maintain a calm demeanor while crafting, and even then, I experienced failures with half of them. A 50% success rate is already quite impressive," Wang Xia remarked. "Currently, the demand for miasma-expelling talismans exceeds supply, and our pavilion is offering 8 low-grade spirit stones each." Surprised, Shun Leanne paused. Just over 10 days ago, the price was 5 spirit stones. With the new price of 8, they would surely sell for 9 or 10 spirit stones outside, approaching the price of mid-tier first-tier talismans. Wang Xia leaned closer, whispering, "It seems the mineral vein is the reason for this." Understanding dawned upon Shun Leanne. His heartfelt blessings had indeed borne fruit. The 36 district's mineral vein harbored great fortune. Since its discovery barely a month ago, at least 3 wandering cultivators had unearthed second tier or from it, significantly stimulating the other cultivators. The administrative department of the Baishui sect had also increased the number of tasks in this area. A few spirit stones for miasma-expelling talismans were trivial compared to the worth of a second tier ore. Any cultivator could do the math. What were they waiting for? Everyone had left their homes to undertake the pioneering tasks from the Baishui sect for a reason. "Please fetch me a low-grade first-tier talisman brush, 2 bottles of spiritual ink, and 3 sheets of talisman paper. Why not consider a mid-tier first-tier brush? They start at 60 low-grade spirit stones." Wang Xia quickly retrieved several talisman brushes from behind the counter, placing them before Shun Leanne. She pointed to a mid-tier brush and began to extol its virtues. Shun Leanne merely glanced at it and diverted his gaze. Higher-tier brushes could enhance the success rate of crafting, but for him, they were akin to a superfluous luxury. Perhaps in the future, when crafting higher-tier talismans, he might require one, but not at this moment. Sensing Wang Xia's slight disappointment, he settled on a low-grade brush priced at 30 spirit stones, 2 bottles of spiritual ink for 40 spirit stones, and 3 sheets of talisman paper for 9 spirit stones. After receiving his change of 1 spirit stone, Wang Xia added an extra sheet of talisman paper into his hands. "Thank you," Shun Leanne responded gratefully. He felt no need for further politeness. The manager of the treasure-gathering pavilion was far more affluent than he was, and every transaction brought her a commission. After leaving the pavilion, Shun Leanne did not return to his abode, but stood outside a shop bearing the dual-sided banner of Lu on one side and Dan on the reverse. This was the flag of the Lu family, a cultivation family from the Chu kingdom. Affiliated with the Baishui sect and home to a legendary ancestor known as the False Alchemist. The first-grade Huangyadan is a commonly circulated elixir within the realm of cultivation, and it is not considered rare. Any cultivation family with a modicum of heritage typically possesses an alchemist capable of concocting it. He also carries 5 dispelling talismans, and, along with the remaining spirit stones, has sufficient resources to exchange for a vial of Huangyadan. Chapter 7. Mid-stage of Chi Refinement. Dear friend, would you care for a vial? Inside the Lu family shop, the shopkeeper, Lu Ming, wore a smile as he observed Shun Leanne scrutinizing the surroundings outside. As a seasoned shopkeeper, Lu Ming possessed an acute understanding of Lu's cultivators. While they might lack spirit stones, their storage bags could sometimes hold substantial treasures. in areas where loose cultivators congregate. Various shops operate with considerable leniency regarding the exchange of spiritual items. Minerals, spiritual herbs, and even well-preserved corpses of their ancestors can serve as substitutes for spirit stones, fostering a mutual exchange that facilitates the cultivation of fellow cultivators. Our Lu family boasts a second-tier alchemist, and each elixir undergoes hundreds of meticulous processes. Upon entering the Lu family shop, Shun Leanne was immediately met with the shopkeeper's boastful declarations. Though still a novice in alchemy, he knew that the production of first-tier pills typically involved no more than 10 processes from planting the herbs to refining them into pills. Did this old shopkeeper truly inspect every spirit beast fertilizer used during the growth of the herbs? He feared the shopkeeper might proclaim, "Our pills are organic." "Shopkeeper, I would like a vial of Huang Yudan." Lu Ming nodded, turning to retrieve a white jade pill bottle from his storage bag, placing it upon the counter. The genuine elixirs were stored within his bag, while the outward display consisted of mere fakes, easily pilfered by passers-by. "I would like to exchange it for a Zhizhuang talisman," Shun Leanne stated, producing the talisman from his storage bag. "My friend, a Zhizhuang talisman is valued at 8 spirit stones, according to the current market price from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Shun Leanne promptly returned the talisman to his bag. "Then I shall first sell the talisman at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion and return to purchase the Huang Yudan." The Gathering Treasure Pavilion offered 8 spirit stones for the talisman, meaning the retail price outside would be approximately 9 to 10 spirit stones. "Please, wait a moment," Lu Ming called as Shun Leanne turned to leave, hastily stepping out from behind the counter to intercept him. "Let us negotiate. How about 9 spirit stones? Our Lu family must also sell the Zhizhuang talismans, which requires time." This time, Shun Leanne halted, placing 5 Zhizhuang talismans and 5 spirit stones upon the counter. After inspecting the talismans, Lu Ming handed the pill bottle to Shun Leanne. As he opened the vial, a fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils. He carefully stored the Huang Yudan and exited the Lu family shop. However, as soon as he stepped onto the street, he sensed several pairs of eyes upon him, both near and far. This caused his expression to darken. It seemed absurd that a mere vial of Huang Yudan had drawn such attention. He felt a sense of trepidation, recognizing that some of those scrutinizing him were likely clenching their teeth in anticipation. Lu's cultivators faced numerous hardships. They feared not only the toil of their cultivation but also the possibility of purchasing spiritual pills. "Uncle, I've spotted him. He just emerged from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion with another vial of pills, likely Huang Yudan," remarked one of the figures in the street corner. Most individuals were preoccupied with their own affairs, but 2 figures conspired together, surreptitiously watching Shun Leanne's retreating silhouette. Only at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Yet he can visit the Gathering Treasure Pavilion and procure pills. He must possess considerable fortune. The older cultivator raised his hand and smacked the back of the younger cultivator's head. "This is the marketplace. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Change your target. This one is not worth the trouble. Why would a mere 3rd-level cultivator with a vial of Huang Yudan not retreat to cultivate in seclusion?" With another slap, the older cultivator admonished, "Is your brain filled with dung? What cultivator would buy Huang Yudan and not hide away to refine it? A single vial of Huang Yudan is not worth our risking our lives in the marketplace, especially with the enforcement squad watching. Furthermore, by the time he finishes his cultivation and emerges, we could have completed several successful ventures." After receiving a smack, Lin Xiang's expression still bore a hint of dissatisfaction. "Uncle, the fat sheep we captured previously were all rather lean, each barely fetching 20 spirit stones, not enough to buy even half a vial of Huang Yudan. We need to target those who can afford pills." A determined glint shone in the young cultivator's eyes. "Uncle, did you not say we should grow stronger and achieve greater glory? I have memorized his appearance. As long as he doesn't disguise himself, we will be able to find him. I do not believe he can remain hidden while refining pills. The moment he shows his face outside the marketplace, we will take him down. The remaining pills will be mine, and you can seek out Xiao Tao Hong for your spirit stones." As Shun Leanne made his way through the alley back to his residence, he glanced around to ensure no one was following him, letting out a sigh of relief when he saw no pursuers. There were few good people in the marketplace. Fortunately, the presence of the Bai Shui sect deterred loose cultivators from brazenly robbing homes. Except for the demonic cultivators, of course. After finishing dinner, Shun Leanne sat cross-legged on his bed. The modest room felt like a barrier, isolating him from the chaos outside. Yet, it was not a true barrier. Unable to ward off danger, he retrieved the Huang Yudan. A vial contained 10 pills, priced at 50 spirit stones. Each pill's medicinal power could be fully refined in 2 to 3 days. Having lingered at the 3rd level of Qi refinement for quite some time, he wondered if this vial would allow him to ascend to the 4th level. Such was the lamentable reality of possessing a low spirit root. It indicated a diminished capacity for absorbing spiritual energy. Consequently, ascending to the same realm would require a greater expenditure than for cultivators with superior spirit roots. Those with high-grade spirit roots need not rely on pills. They can directly refine spiritual energy to advance to mid-stage Qi refinement, using less and progressing more swiftly. It is hard to imagine why 5 spirit roots were so highly prized in ancient times. With the Huang Yudan in hand, Shun Leanne adjusted his daily schedule, dedicating most of his time to refining the pills and the remainder to crafting talismans. His days felt fulfilling, yet the clamor outside grew louder than usual. The recent discovery of a new mine in the Wuxi area had led the Bai Shui sect to dispatch several batches of loose cultivators. Although Shun Leanne remained indoors, he often peered through the door's crack to observe the bustling activity outside. The loose cultivators daring enough to venture into perilous territory were predominantly unruly, inciting more conflicts within the marketplace. Even the merchant street witnessed brawls. The Bai Shui sect's enforcement squad intervened, slaying several loose cultivators in the street to re-establish order. Finally, some semblance of tranquility returned to the marketplace. However, the demonic cultivators mingled among the loose cultivators, undeterred by the Bai Shui sect's brutality, stealthily seeking their prey. This, however, concerned Shun Leanne little. He prayed daily that the demonic cultivators would not target him, but rather the more formidable neighbors, whose strength was greater and flesh more tender. He prioritized his cultivation, only drawing talismans after completing his training. At the third level of chi refinement, his strength was still inadequate. The total amount of spiritual energy within him limited the number of talismans he could activate. In such a chaotic environment, enhancing his strength brought him a measure of comfort. Over 20 days passed. Shun Leanne sat cross-legged on his bed, his meridians brimming with the medicinal power of the Huang Yadan. He had refined all the pills into his body. Today was the day to break through, channeling his chi through the Qian Yuan Gong. He guided the medicinal energy in a cycle through his meridians. Crack! A slight pang of pain surged through him as the gathered medicinal energy breached a new meridian. Simultaneously, his aura surged dramatically. Fourth level of chi refinement. After a moment of calming himself, Shun Leanne opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. After half a year of traversing this new realm, he finally tasted the joy of cultivating immortality. The spiritual energy coursing through him had increased by approximately 50%. The expenditure of 50 spirit stones proved worthwhile. Snap! Shun Leanne snapped his fingers, and a small flame flickered to life at his fingertip. How magnificent! I no longer need a lighter. Chapter 8. The Cunning Rabbit and its burrows. With a breath, he extinguished the spiritual fire. His enhanced abilities greatly aided his talisman crafting. Shun Leanne was acutely aware that the creation of talismans was merely a means to assist in achieving longevity. Ultimately, it was all for the purpose of exchanging for spirit stones to cultivate. Occasionally, when sleep eluded him, he pondered why, having traversed realms, he had not arrived in ancient times. It was said that during that era, the 5 elemental roots were cherished by the heavens. True perfection of the 5 elements, a manifestation of the great Tao. In contrast, the current spiritual energy was far more scarce than in ancient days, and calamities loomed. The 5 elemental roots had become naught but useless. He consumed a vial of Huang Yadan, merely to ascend from the 3rd to the 4th level of chi refinement. Not to mention the top-tier elemental roots. Even the mid-tier elemental roots would not require such tribulations. If his roots were of superior quality, he could easily spare the 50 spirit stones to visit the fairies' pavilion instead. As night descended, Shun Leanne sought tranquility and enlightenment. In a hazy state, just as he was on the brink of slumber, a sudden jolt awakened him. It had been over 50 days since his last moment of insight. Upon opening his eyes and regaining clarity, the ethereal voice faded into silence. Shun Leanne turned over, lying still, striving to return to his previous state of rest. Yet, it proved futile. How does one enter that half-asleep state again? He tried various positions, lying on his side, flat on his back, reclining, and even adopting a horse stance, yet dawn broke. Shun Leanne realized this state of being was rare and elusive, yet he remained eager to experience it. He rubbed his face and silently recited a phrase. Shun Leanne, Chi Refinement Level 4, 5 Elemental Roots, Metal 17, Wood 29, Water 18, Fire 32, Earth 18, Talisman Master, First Tier, Lower Grade, 112-1000, Insight Points, 13, Divine Insight Points, 2. After a moment, Shun Leanne allocated his Divine Insight Points to his Fire Elemental Root, increasing its scale from 32 to 34. A profound and mystical sensation surged within him once more. The tingling sensation compelled him to recline back onto the bed, involuntarily letting out a soft moan. This feeling was akin to returning to a long-desired shaded path. Ascending to the 4th level of Chi Refinement allowed Shun Leanne's spiritual power to become more enduring. He was determined to seize this opportunity. May the mineral vein in the Noon District be even more expansive. Standing before his bed, Shun Leanne laid out the talisman paper, offering sincere blessings from his heart. For days later, having exhausted the 2 vials of spiritual ink he had purchased, he successfully crafted 30 purification talismans. After donning his robe, he made his way to the Gathering Treasure Building. The marketplace buzzed with increased activity compared to previous days. Inside the Gathering Treasure Building, it was bustling as well. Shun Leanne awaited the manager, whom he had learned was named Wang Xia. He felt indebted to him for the extra piece of talisman paper he had received last time. Friend, it's been a while. I see congratulations are in order for your advancement to the mid-stage of Chi Refinement. Longevity is within reach. After seeing off the previous batch of customers, Wang Xia hurried over to Shun Leanne. The extra piece of talisman paper had been intended to cultivate repeat business, especially from a talisman master. Too kind, my friend, Wang Xia remarked, leading Shun Leanne to a small counter. Are you here to sell talismans again? Shun Leanne retrieved the 30 purification talismans from his storage pouch. Despite having transacted several times, Wang Xia still picked up each talisman, inspecting them meticulously. After a moment, he set them down and said, your talisman crafting skills have improved. It seems you are not far from becoming a mid-tier talisman master. After so many years of cultivation, it was gratifying to witness some progress. This time, Shun Leanne did not feign modesty but nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Xia had shown him favor last time, valuing his crafting abilities. Thus, it was prudent to showcase his skills. It was a mutual understanding, akin to a game of strategy between them. Shun Leanne was keen to forge a good rapport with Manager Wang. The price remained at 8 spirit stones each, totaling 240 spirit stones. After accepting the talismans, Wang Xia inquired, what else do you require? Shun Leanne had anticipated the price for the purification talismans. Currently, the price was quite high. While loose cultivators needed purification talismans, they were not wealthy patrons. Retailing at 9 or 10 spirit stones was already a strain on their resources. Should the price rise further, they might as well sell a kidney to purchase mid-tier or high-tier purification talismans. He needed a vial of Huangya Dan, 5 vials of first-tier lower-grade spiritual ink, and 10 pieces of talisman paper, totaling 180 spirit stones, leaving him with 60 spirit stones to spare. Friend, you could produce more purification talismans. Wang Xia whispered, leaning closer. The number of loose cultivators sent by the sect has been increasing, and the demand for purification talismans is surging. Thank you for the information. Shun Leanne replied with a salute, turning to leave. As he stepped out the door, his pace faltered, and he headed towards the administrative hall. Before becoming a talisman master, he had always felt a sense of unease. Now, as a talisman master and having advanced to the mid-stage of chi refinement, the feeling persisted. It seemed as though some rogue might be plotting against him. Uncle, it was the same cultivator who had purchased elixirs. He had returned to the gathering treasure building. In the streets, Lin Xiang pretended to shop while closely observing Shun Lian's retreating figure, suddenly grabbing her uncle. A cultivator in the initial stage of chi refinement could afford Huangya Dan. Lin Xiang remembered it vividly. Indeed, he had advanced to the mid-stage. Curse it, his Huangya Dan was gone. I told you, this friend is quite prosperous. In less than a month, he has visited the gathering treasure building twice. Lin Yushan also spotted Shun Leanne. What a coincidence. Over the past month, the pair of uncles and nephews had visited the commercial street 5 times, encountering Shun Leanne on 2 occasions. After 5 investigations, they had identified 9 potential targets. 4 had not left the market, while the other 4 had slipped away in the wild. Ultimately, they had managed to complete 1 transaction, yielding a mere 9 spirit stones, barely enough to cover the entrance fee for a visit to the enchanting Xiaotaohong. Uncle, Lin Xiang leaned closer to Lin Yunshan. Both of them were at the 4th level of chi refinement. Their usual tactic involved hoarding supplies while their uncle and nephew hoarded weapons. The selected targets were typically cultivators in the initial stage of chi refinement. Due to their clear objectives and broad net, they managed to scrape by, occasionally utilizing the spiritual water passage to Xiaotaohong. However, this month had been unfortunate, leading to a significant decline in their performance. They had no choice but to seek out new potential victims. With both at the 4th level of chi refinement, the last vial of Huangya Dan was likely fully refined. Lin Yushan blinked, a glint of malice shining in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Shun Leanne. All right then, uncle, please proceed. Lin Xiang nodded earnestly. Cultivators in the initial stage of chi refinement were too impoverished. Even with careful selection, they could hardly extract any spirit stones. In the marketplace, they dared not make a move. Outside the market, the 2 of them were hesitant to venture too far, lest they become someone else's prey. Do not linger here. Head to the archway at the street corner and select a few more targets. At the administrative hall, in the central courtyard, there was no vacant courtyard available. None. A mid-stage chi refinement cultivator spoke coldly, not lifting his head. Shun Leanne felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to see if he could rent a small courtyard in the market center, which would be far more secure than the peripheral accommodations. When will there be an available room? Unknown. The seated cultivator was clearly impatient. Yet, the Bihue sect had rules against reprimanding fellow cultivators. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago. Then I shall rent a small room on the outskirts. I will choose myself. The monk remained undisturbed, his head unraised, casually tossing out a jade slip. It was decided. The rent was due over there, amounting to 6 spirit stones for the month. Shun Leanne picked up the jade slip and began his selection. The rent had increased by 1 stone compared to before. A quarter of an hour later, as Shun Leanne exited the administrative hall, his storage pouch had acquired 3 additional house tokens. Unable to secure a small courtyard in the heart of the market, he had no choice but to explore alternative avenues, endeavoring to procure several more abodes for himself. Chapter 9. The ancestor is indeed cautious. The architecture of Yunming Square is divided into 3 concentric circles. The innermost circle is a bustling street lined with shops, as well as the residences of the Bai Shui sect and prominent families. The middle circle consists of shared courtyards, offering considerably more security compared to the outermost dwellings. At the very least, the law enforcement officers of the Bai Shui sect are nearby, providing a semblance of deterrence. Currently, Shun Leanne resides in the outermost area, where cultivators often fall prey to the heartless schemes of demonic cultivators. Now that he has begun to accumulate spirit stones, the thought of relocating has crossed his mind. Previously, he had no choice. As fearsome as the demonic cultivators were, they could not compare to the dire straits of poverty. With a modest amount of spirit stones in hand, his fear of the demonic cultivators has escalated to paramount concern. However, his visit to the administrative hall yielded nothing but frustration. The cultivators of the Bai Shui sect are truly insufferable, each one bearing a countenance as grim as a donkey. The rental agreements for outer houses are anonymous, only recognizing the nameplates. If one fails to pay rent on the first day of the month, the law enforcement officers of the Bai Shui sect will storm in the next day and evict the tenant. Independent cultivators are akin to chives, repeatedly harvested in the rental market. Should a cultivator happen to be stranded in the wilderness and unable to return in time, they must seek new accommodations. Shun Leanne currently resides at number 9, High Alley in the southern district of the square. He has recently rented 3 rooms, 2 located on the front and back streets, merely 30 zhang apart, conveniently within reach using a ground-escaping talisman. The third room is situated in the western district of the square. Adopting the strategy of a clever rabbit with multiple burrows, he has secured 4 hideouts for himself, ready to escape at the first sign of danger. Rather than returning directly home, he took a leisurely stroll around the alley of his newly rented abode. He ensured he knew the exact locations of the 3 residences to avoid inadvertently teleporting into a female cultivator's home when escaping. Upon returning to his dwelling in High Alley, Shun Leanne settled onto his bed to rest and meditate, contemplating his future path of cultivation. The matter concerning the mind is still brewing, yet it remains uncertain when the Bai Shui sect will take action. He must hasten the creation of 100 talismans, particularly the dispelling talismans, to secure more spirit stones. The next day, after rising from his slumber, Shun Leanne threw off his covers and began crafting talismans. He prioritized making ground-escaping and obscuring talismans for self-defense rather than the dispelling talismans, as remaining in his dwelling was not entirely safe. This flimsy wooden abode can withstand most independent cultivators, but it offers no protection against demonic ones. With 4 hideouts, he found it hard to believe he would encounter 4 demonic cultivators simultaneously. After completing his talismans, Shun Leanne activated a ground-escaping talisman. He practiced teleporting twice, successfully landing in the adjacent alley's new residence. The results were precise in both distance and target. Before he knew it, 5 days had passed. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed at his door. During his cultivation, Shun Leanne's heart raced with tension. In Yumeng Square, he lived a reclusive life, with his only friend being 5th Mississippi. Upon opening the door, he found a middle-aged cultivator, Yang Li, whom he had encountered a few days prior. "Greetings. I am Yang Li. I recently moved here and wanted to pay a visit," he said, bowing respectfully. Shun Leanne, not wishing to appear incivil, reciprocated the gesture. "I am Shun Leanne." Yang Li did not enter, as the room was small enough to be surveyed at a glance. The ink bottle left over from his talisman making was clearly visible at the foot of the bed. "So, Shun Dao Yu is a talisman master? Specializing in such skills is a good way to earn a few spirit stones for cultivation," Yang Li remarked, nodding in understanding. He did not doubt Shun Leanne's words. In the realm of cultivation, whether it be alchemy, artifact forging, or talisman crafting, all are immensely resource-intensive. For independent cultivators without family backing, the path to becoming a talisman master is fraught with difficulty. We cultivators face great challenges. We must either risk our lives or toil tirelessly to refine our skills. Yang Li lamented before extending an invitation. "By the way, I discovered a vein of or outside the square. Would you be interested in accompanying me to take a look?" Yang Li's sudden invitation made Shun Leanne's heart alert. Does this man have a screw loose? Are we even acquainted? He recently made an agreement with Steward Wang of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion to craft talismans and lacks the time. "You are fortunate to be familiar with the steward," Yang Li said, revealing a hint of envy. The steward of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion possesses a cultivation level of at least the 7th layer of qi refining. With a monthly salary and commissions from buying and selling spiritual items, it is a life that independent cultivators dream of. "If you're ever in need of talismans, I hope you will consider me," Yang Li added earnestly. After bidding farewell to Yang Li, Shun Leanne closed the door, bewildered. He barely knew this man. Just because their residences are adjacent and they exchanged nods a few times does not warrant such an abrupt invitation. After contemplating for a while, he remained perplexed. Shun Leanne decided to remain vigilant. That night, he neither cultivated nor slept but lay quietly on his bed, his breathing steady as if in slumber. Yet, he held the talismans he had crafted, flame and ground-escaping talismans, in his hands, prepared to escape at the slightest commotion. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Yang Li's quarters were enveloped in an eerie stillness as night fell. Suddenly, a sinister energy began to manifest. A serpent. roughly the thickness of a finger and about a foot long, slithered into view. Despite being a demonic creature, the serpent's eyes glowed a blood red, radiating malevolence. Master. Yang Li involuntarily trembled at the sight. How goes it? A chilling voice echoed in Yang Li's mind. Master. The neighbor next door is a talisman master who may be acquainted with the steward of the Gathering Spirit Pavilion. Thus, I have excluded him from my targets. Yang Li whispered, recounting the events of the day. The serpent coiled its tail, rising upright as if in meditation. You have done well. I am currently in a weakened state. Any potential for complications must be avoided at all costs. Your teachings are invaluable, Yang Li replied. I will avoid those with complex relationships, those who form alliances, those who are overly powerful, and those whose depths I cannot gauge. Following your rules will never lead me astray. There are other mid-stage chi refining cultivators in this alley. I shall quickly select suitable candidates for you, Yang Li declared, kneeling before the serpent. In 3 days, choose the next blood offering. Do not cause any trouble for me. Once I have endured this period, I shall. Yes, I will remember the rules set forth by the master, Yang Li assured, bowing deeply, eager to demonstrate his obedience. To prevent unnecessary complications, the master insisted that potential candidates must avoid any risks of unforeseen incidents. Today, he visited the neighboring cultivator, Shun Leanne. With a cultivation level of the 4th layer of chi refining, he seemed to meet the master's criteria. However, being a talisman master with ties to the steward of the Gathering Pavilion raised suspicion. A cultivator connected to the Gathering Pavilion yet residing in the outer areas of the square appears questionable, and his words may not carry much truth. He even refused to take on the mining task, clearly indicating he is a recluse. Yang Li dismissed him, knowing that mid-stage chi refining cultivators were abundant within the square. Instead of verifying the truth of his statements, there are countless other cultivators to exploit. Thus, Yang Li excluded Shun Leanne from consideration. Truly, the ancestor's cautiousness in all matters commands deep respect. The ancestor is remarkably steadfast. Chapter 10, Targeted? As dawn broke, the first light of day illuminated the horizon. Shun Leanne exhaled a sigh of relief while clutching his talisman. The night had passed uneventfully. Rising from his slumber, he gnawed on a sweet potato and set about crafting talismans. The day slipped by swiftly. As night descended once more, he ingested a yellow bud pill and remained vigilant, diligently practicing his skills with the talismans. Alas, another life had been extinguished. At dawn, a familiar scream shattered the morning tranquility. Shun Leanne shivered awake, feeling an overwhelming lethargy wash over him. The voice was alarmingly clear, suggesting the victim was nearby. Rising from his bed, he peered through the gap he had created in the wall. A crowd had gathered in the alley. This time, the enforcement team from the Bai Shui sect was patrolling nearby and had hastened to the scene upon hearing the commotion. The onlookers were clustered outside a house not far away, gesticulating animatedly. Through the crack, Shun Leanne spotted Yang Li among the spectators. This fellow had indeed been fortunate. Escaping the fate of having his heart and lungs extracted, yet still dared to join the crowd. What audacity! After a moment of reflection, he withdrew his gaze and sealed the gap once more. The malevolent cultivators were truly despicable. Though he cursed them in his heart, he understood that one could not remain vigilant forever against thieves. Living in such trepidation was mentally exhausting. Even sleep felt insecure. Damn it, if they could not be confronted, then one must at least evade them. He resolved to rent a small courtyard in the central area. Muttering under his breath, Shun Leanne tossed aside his bedding and embarked on his talisman crafting endeavor. Regardless of the chaos wrought by the malevolent cultivators, life must continue. As night enveloped the world, he pondered the prospect of mingling with his fellow cultivators. With his sturdy physique and robust constitution, he felt prepared for the challenges ahead. After offering a silent wish, Shun Leanne settled into meditation, his hands engaged with various talismans, ever ready to respond to unexpected circumstances. In the months that followed, nearby cultivators had suffered grievously at the hands of the malevolent ones, so it was prudent to remain cautious. The strength of these dark cultivators was uncertain. At the very least, one must ensure that any danger would announce itself, allowing for an opportunity to flee. Half a month later, at the treasure gathering pavilion, Wang Xia gazed at the 60 purification talismans displayed on the counter, his eyes gleaming with delight. Besides the manager, there were 9 other stewards like him in the pavilion. Recently, the influx of loose cultivators sent by the sect had created a high demand for purification talismans. Those who possessed ample and high-quality stock held the power to sway opinions and gain favor with the chief manager. Shun Leanne was merely one of the talisman masters he knew, yet he had not anticipated such a pleasant surprise. The 60 purification talismans were valued at 480 low-grade spirit stones. For Shun Leanne, this was a level of wealth he had never previously experienced. Gratitude filled his heart for the Bai Shui sect and the Wuzhou mine. Without them, this batch of talismans would have fetched only 240 spirit stones. After thoroughly inspecting the purification talismans, Wang Xian nodded in satisfaction, confirming that their quality remained consistently high. What does your friend require this time? He inquired. 1 low-grade talisman brush, 30 sheets of talisman paper, 10 bottles of spirit ink, and 2 bottles of yellow bud pills, Shun Leanne replied. Observing that the price of the purification talismans remained elevated, he was determined not to miss this lucrative opportunity. As Wang Xia went to gather the materials for talisman crafting, Shun Leanne leaned against the small counter, cautiously observing the ebb and flow of other cultivators. When his gaze fell upon the entrance, it met another pair of eyes. The owner of that gaze clearly panicked and promptly turned to leave. A jolt of concern coursed through Shun Leanne. He was being watched. One advantage of cultivators was their exceptional memory. Pondering this, he recalled having seen the figure whose gaze had collided with his own. Since becoming a talisman master, his excursions had been limited to his residence and the treasure-gathering pavilion, making the encounters infrequent yet memorable. Each visit was at least half a month apart. However, cultivators who frequented the pavilion were either purchasing or selling spiritual items. Who among the impoverished would visit the pavilion without purpose? With 420 spirit stones required for his needs, he had a surplus of 60 stones. Having gathered his items, Shun Leanne did not hasten to depart, but approached Steward Wang to inquire, "Do you know if there are any available courtyards in the central market? Are you contemplating a move?" Wang Xia asked, to which Shun Leanne nodded. Although he had established various hideouts, he still yearned for a more secure dwelling in the heart of the market. Recently, the influx of people had led to frequent altercations, rendering the outer houses perilously unsafe. Wang Xia was not surprised. Who would prefer to dwell in a dilapidated shack once they had acquired wealth? Not only were such places decrepit, but they also lacked security. Accommodations in the market were perpetually in short supply, and with the recent influx of cultivators sent by the sect to explore the mining veins, the demand for housing had intensified. The management of residences fell under the jurisdiction of the administrative hall, and Wang Xia was not entirely informed about the specifics. Rumors suggested that the Baishui sect would soon undertake a reorganization of the market. Given Shun Leanne's financial capacity, if he were willing to invest, it would not be difficult to share a dwelling in the central area of the market. In the Yuming market, the rental situation generally dictated that the stronger one's abilities, the better the accommodations. Conversely, it also demonstrated that those with formidable skills could more easily earn spirit stones, enabling them to afford superior living conditions. The entirety of the Yuming market was established at the foot of Yuming Mountain, which housed a second-tier spiritual vein. Following the vein's trajectory, over 20 caves had been constructed. The highest of these, situated at the spiritual spring source, served as the residence for foundational cultivators overseeing the Yuming market. The remaining caves were reserved for disciples of the Baishui sect. The Yuming market thrived by capitalizing on the spiritual vein's bounty, established at its tail end. The formation masters of the Baishui sect had erected a spirit-gathering array centered around the vein's tail. A bustling street of shops and several luxurious courtyards lay within the core of this spirit-gathering array. This locale represented the heart of the market, where ordinary disciples of the Baishui sect, stewards, and children of noble families resided, alongside skilled artisans capable of earning substantial spirit stones. In summary, one either possessed power, spirit stones, or both. The places mentioned by Wang Xia, as well as those chosen by Shun Leanne, were all adjacent to the central area. The residences in this region were more spacious than those in the outer areas, often featuring 2 levels, each with a small fenced yard. Though not within the spirit-gathering array itself, these homes were situated at its periphery, allowing residents to benefit from some spiritual energy. Inhabitants were predominantly late-stage chi refiners or mid-stage chi refiners with unique skills or fortunate encounters. Steward Wang, I have heard that residing in the central area requires certain conditions. Shun Leanne's words were based on hearsay. Previously, with his capabilities, he could not uncover such details. This information was gleaned from a passing conversation on the street. There are indeed some regulations, yet let us not forget, Shin Daoyu is a talisman master capable of earning spirit stones. Wang Xia patted his storage bag, revealing a spirit stone in his palm. What requirements could possibly surpass the value of spirit stones? Chapter 11. Navigating the Path of Cultivation. Shun Leanne nodded. The adage that money can move mountains is universally acknowledged across many realms. The cultivators of the Bishi sect are not merely surviving on dew. They, too, require sustenance and basic human necessities. In this world, the spirit stones reign supreme as the ultimate currency. With sufficient spirit stones, one need not fear scrutiny, and even the core areas can become accessible. However, the caverns atop Yunming Mountain are out of reach. Possessing spirit stones matters little there, for the Bishi sect holds no regard for such trivialities. Should one wish to relocate, there is no need to shy away from spending spirit stones. Wang Xia leaned against the counter, inching closer to Shun Leanne. The influx of loose cultivators sent by the sect has left accommodations scarce, leading to fierce competition for available housing. We, the seasoned veterans, have come to toil in these remote mountains, not solely for our own cultivation, but to amass spirit stones for our younger kin. Friend, I trust you grasp the essence of my words. Observing Wang Xia toying with a spirit stone, Shun Leanne nodded in comprehension. The message was clear. Should he remain oblivious, he might as well perish at the counter. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Shun Leanne. His previous cold reception at the administrative hall was likely due to a lack of connections. In a public setting, one must adhere to the rules. Cultivation is not exempt from the mundane realities of life. Fortunately, he now possesses enough spirit stones. For the sake of stability, spending a few more stones is inconsequential. Wang Xia's forthrightness indicates a solid foundation built through their recent collaborations. As someone unfamiliar with the marketplace, Shun Leanne wondered if Wang Xia could introduce him to acquaintances. Housing rentals are managed by the Administrative Hall. Despite being separate entities, the Gathering Treasure Pavilion and the Administrative Hall both belong to the Bishi sect. Perhaps Wang Xia knows someone within the Administrative Hall. Drawing closer, Wang Xia glanced around and whispered, "The afternoon mind vein is substantial. If you could craft mid-grade or even high-grade dispelling talismans, the profits would be immense. The art of talisman crafting is vast and profound. It takes decades to achieve even this level of expertise. You are too modest. I observe your dispelling talismans are executed with remarkable skill, increasingly refined with each attempt." Wang Xia chuckled lightly, acknowledging that his extensive conversation with Shun Leanne stemmed from an appreciation for Shun Leanne's talisman-making prowess. After Shun Leanne departed, a manager approached the counter, wearing a disingenuous smile. "What is it to you?" Wang Xia shot a cold glance at the approaching manager Lin. "Humph. The sect will soon allocate a large batch of dispelling talismans. What use is it to collect an extra 30 or 50? Manager Lin scoffed before donning a smile and making his way toward the newly arrived cultivators. Wang Xia remained unmoved at the small counter, watching Manager Lin's retreating figure, his expression unchanged. It is indeed true that the sect will allocate a batch of dispelling talismans, but these will primarily be the practice works of inner disciples. Inferior in quality compared to those crafted by Shun Leanne. There are not a few low-grade talisman makers in the marketplace. Wang Xia knows dozens. Yet their skills are mediocre at best. Only Shun Leanne's craftsmanship stands out. And it is merely a matter of time before he ascends to the rank of mid-grade talisman maker. Otherwise, why would Wang Xia engage in such lengthy discourse with him? The dispelling talismans are but a current transaction. What he truly values is the potential for future collaboration with Shun Leanne. Upon entering the administrative hall, Shun Leanne took a moment to scan the street outside. The row of shops was not extensive, and he spotted a young cultivator locking eyes with him under the archway. This was the only exit, making it an ideal spot for surveillance. Today, he had presented a stack of dispelling talismans to Manager Wang, which may have attracted unwanted attention. Loose cultivators tend to be restrained due to minimal profits, but a few hundred spirit stones could tempt one to take risks. While the situation remains uncertain, he plans to test the waters upon his departure. Suppressing his thoughts, Shun Leanne focused on locating Manager Wang, as suggested by Wang Xia. The hall was bustling with cultivators engaged in task exchanges. Surveying the rugged landscapes was among the simplest of assignments. The Bishi sect has invested significant effort in bringing these loose cultivators to develop the wilderness, not merely as a charitable endeavor. Once the exploration of this area nears completion, it will be time to reap the rewards. Locations with spiritual veins and fertile land can be transformed into cities, spiritual fields, or even bases for cultivation families. For instance, a foundation-building loose cultivator, weary from his travels and desiring to establish a family, requires territory. These developed areas provide the perfect opportunity for family settlement. To claim such land, one must offer spirit stones to the Bishi sect. If spirit stones are insufficient, installment payments are permitted. Thus, the Bishi sect continues to accumulate spirit stones while fostering additional minor families. In contrast, the initial investment for developing the land is negligible. The lives of loose cultivators are worth little. As for the time spent on development, that is of even lesser concern. The Bishi sect boasts a legacy of over 2,000 years, having endured 5 generations of Golden Core ancestors, and its reputation is formidable within the state of Chu. Observing the bustling cultivators, Shun Leanne felt a stirring within. Just months prior, he was among them, struggling for his cultivation. Now, with avenues to earn spirit stones, why not spend a few to safeguard his life? Since he cannot leave Yunming Marketplace in the immediate future, seeking a more stable residence is only prudent. After some effort, Shun Leanne finally located Manager Wang, as mentioned by Wang Xia. "Greetings, Manager Wang," he began, performing a respectful bow, placing 10 spirit stones on the stone table before him. Following Wang Xia's advice, he presented the spirit stones directly. 10 spirit stones equate to the price of a dispelling talisman, a trivial sum for him at this moment. Before Manager Wang could scrutinize Shun Leanne closely, he noticed a flicker of light from the spirit stones on the table. In a fluid motion, he swept his hand across the table, and the spirit stones vanished in an instant. The action was so seamless that Shun Leanne barely registered it before discovering the stones had disappeared, leaving behind a smooth, polished surface where they once lay. Chapter 12. Prudence is not cowardice. Everything has reached its peak. Manager Wang's integrity is not in question. As soon as the elixir of spiritual stones was consumed, the insincerity in Manager Wang's smile vanished instantly. Shun Leanne felt that Wang's smile now radiated sincerity. "Please refer to me as Shun Old Physician Leanne. I am Shun Leanne," introduced by Manager Wang from the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. Upon noticing that Wang Yang had accepted the spiritual stones, Shun Leanne smiled and spoke, expressing his desire to rent a residence in the central area of the market. "Ah, it is you, Daoist Shin. Please take a seat." Wang Yang's gaze turned towards Shun Leanne, recognizing him as a well-connected and generous friend of Wang. The atmosphere between the two, previously unfamiliar, became amicable in an instant. Since he is a friend of Manager Wang, he is also my friend. Thus, I shall be candid. Recently, there has been a surge in loose cultivators within the market, resulting in a scarcity of housing. Countless cultivators visit the Bureau of Affairs daily seeking rentals. If it were anyone else inquiring, I would have to decline outright. Wang Yang's face donned a shrewd smile once more. The residences in the market are indeed available for rent. Renting to anyone is still renting. Moreover, one who understands the situation and offers spiritual stones up front deserves consideration. However, some challenges must be articulated. 10 spiritual stones must yield tangible value. Shun Leanne nodded with a smile, patiently awaiting Wang Yang's next words. He understood that the preceding remarks were merely formalities following his expenditure of 10 spiritual stones. Such trivialities could be dismissed. Just as he earned spiritual stones by crafting talismans, Manager Wang's way of earning them was through this very position. It is indeed a matter of reaping what one sows. Were it not for the 10 spiritual stones, today's dealings might not have gone smoothly. Each has their own means of sustenance. The elders of the sect are concerned about the housing situation of the cultivators. The elder from the Bureau of Affairs has already ordered a thorough inspection of the residences in the market, intending to identify and free up vacant houses. By then, a portion of the available residences can be set aside for Daoist. Thank you, Manager Wang, Shun Leanne appropriately complimented. The central area of the market comprises small courtyards. Each courtyard features a 2-story loft and a small garden, with some already cultivated into spiritual fields for growing simple spiritual herbs. Daoist may choose to rent the entire courtyard or opt for shared accommodations. Shared accommodations, Shun Leanne interjected, as he had no intention of renting a standalone residence. Not only did he lack the financial means, but even if he had adequate spiritual stones, it would be too conspicuous for a mere chi refining stage cultivator. Sharing a residence would allow him to blend into the crowd, providing the best means of concealment. He could later set up a formation within his room. As for the small garden, he had no intention of planting vegetables, making it unnecessary for him. When he reaches the later stages of chi refinement or attains the skills of a first-tier talisman master, he could reconsider renting an entire courtyard. By then, he might have already left the human market. Shared living arrangements are quite common in the market. Some cultivators band together in groups of 7 or 8 to rent an entire floor of a loft. This not only enhances security, but also fosters camaraderie. The rent for an entire courtyard typically ranges from 80 to 100 spiritual stones monthly, depending on proximity to the gathering formation. Shun Leanne found this pricing exorbitantly high. In a shared arrangement, the monthly rent would still amount to at least 40 spiritual stones. Cultivating in the realm of immortality is indeed no easy feat. He yearned to escape to the mountains and carve out a cave residence, living freely while alive and resting eternally in death. The specific timeline awaits the sect's directives. However, as friends, barring unforeseen circumstances, I will certainly ensure that a small courtyard is reserved for Daoist. Upon hearing the phrase barring unforeseen circumstances, Shun Leanne's expression momentarily faltered. Was there a shortfall in spiritual stones? That would be quite unreasonable. Ultimately, Wang Yang presented him with a small wooden token as a token of trust. It was crafted from a common tree found in the wilderness, devoid of any spiritual energy, merely bearing a few finger impressions. Even if captured, no one could claim that a worthless wooden token lacking spiritual energy had any significance. Evidently, Manager Wang had carved out his unique approach to the distribution of residences. Standing outside the Bureau of Affairs, Shun Leanne gazed down the street. The figure that had been tailing him at the street corner had vanished. Taking a deep breath, he hastily made his way toward the street's end. At the entrance, he retrieved a first-tier lower-grade flight talisman from his storage bag and affixed it to himself. He refrained from using a ground-escaping talisman, not out of fear of drawing attention, but primarily because escaping underground could inadvertently lead him into someone else's abode. With the enhancement of the flight talisman, Shun Leanne's speed surged as he dashed toward the direction of Black Rock Alley. Follow him. Outside the shopping street, shadows emerged in 2 directions, at least 2 individuals. As he ran, Shun Leanne scanned his surroundings. Besides the man who had emerged to tail him, there was an older cultivator as well. Moments later, Shun Leanne activated another flight talisman, increasing his speed further. As he distanced himself from the bustling center of the market, the streets became less crowded, making his pursuers more apparent. At this point, Shun Leanne was certain he had become their target. There were 2 of them, with the boost from the flight talisman. They trailed him at a visible distance, determined to keep him in sight, especially around the corners of alleys. This confirmed that they lacked the means to detect his spiritual energy. Upon further assessment, he recognized them as mid-stage chi refiners. With the distance to Black Rock Alley diminishing, Shun Leanne held a ground-escaping talisman in his hand. Activating it would allow him to vanish from his pursuer's view and return directly to his residence. However, he hesitated and chose not to activate the talisman. If he escaped this time, would there not be another chance for them to pursue him? One cannot live in constant fear of thieves. His previous visits to the treasure-gathering pavilion had gone unnoticed, and he was uncertain whether his residence had been located. What if they decided to stake out the shopping street? He couldn't simply abandon his talisman business. Though cautious and seeking stability, Shun Leanne was not timid. With a scoff in his heart, he stowed the ground-escaping talisman and rushed into his residence. It was still daytime, and the law enforcement team from the Baishui sect conducted intermittent patrols, making it unlikely for the two to act brazenly. Once inside, Shun Leanne activated a ground-escaping talisman and transported himself to a residence on the front street. He then spread out talisman paper and spiritual ink, beginning to draw talismans. Although he was merely a first-tier lower-grade talisman master, he possessed many rare talismans from the hundreds he had inherited. Furthermore, he had also learned the methods for combining talismans, which could unleash exponentially greater destructive power. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Leanne devised a plan. Uncle, that's the one. At the entrance of Black Rock Alley, Lin Xiang leaned against the corner of a building, gesturing toward Shun Lian's residence. Lin Yushan scrutinized Shun Lian's dwelling, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Are you certain you saw him hand over a stack of talismans to the manager of the treasure-gathering pavilion? Uncle, I saw it with my own eyes. Such a thick stack must be worth at least 200 to 300 spiritual stones, even if they are all first-tier lower-grade talismans. No wonder he could afford the Huang Yadan. Lin Xiang emphasized with a hand gesture. A talisman master is not easily dealt with. Despite this, Lin Yunshan's gaze remained fixated on Shun Lian's residence. Chapter 13. Counterattack. Uncle, if he were truly formidable, he wouldn't be residing in this dilapidated house. Lin Xiang remarked. A few hundred spirit stones? My grandfather and I have labored for ages and yet have not amassed this much. Lin Yunshan's eyes glinted with a ruthless resolve. Fortune favors the bold. Until now, neither of us has dared to act within the market. Primarily because the spirit stones on our target are too meager. It hardly seems worth the risk of attracting the attention of the enforcement team. However, that does not imply that no one is dared to act within the market. Every day, fellow cultivators perish, and not all of them fall victim to demonic cultivators. Some merely become scapegoats. We should call upon Old Wang to avoid any missteps. The target was a talisman master, and Lin Yushan believed it prudent to proceed with caution. Uncle, having one more person could. Lin Xiang grew anxious. Before she could complete her thought, a sharp slap struck her head. Fool. Talisman masters are not easily dealt with. Today, we have already stirred his attention. An additional ally could prove advantageous. Old Wang's venomous centipede might come in handy. Lin Yunshan's tone was cold and calculating. After we conclude this job, we can eliminate Old Wang as well. You stay here and keep watch while I prepare some antidotes to prevent falling into Old Wang's trap. Inside the house, Shun Leanne snorted softly, swiftly producing 2 talismans. You are truly reckless. Let me demonstrate the power of talisman arrays. As spiritual energy coalesced into the talismans in his hands, they flew in all directions, settling onto beams, the floor, walls, and corners. Talisman arrays belong to a category of formations. Although Shun Leanne had yet to delve into the art of formation, he possessed hundreds of low-grade, first-tier talismans inherited from the system, which included simple methods for arranging talismans. By constructing combinations of different talismans within a fixed area, he could unleash a collective force. However, lacking a foundation in formations, he merely followed the inherited designs, which quickly depleted his spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he consumed 2 yellow bud pills, having already taken one earlier while inscribing talismans. Under the current circumstances, the refining speed of the yellow bud pills exceeded expectations. Crisis breeds motivation. Without being targeted, Shun Leanne would not have exhibited such extraordinary prowess. Since returning, he had drawn a total of 16 talismans. Including the defensive talismans he had previously inscribed, he had set nearly 40 talismans throughout the house. Though all were low-grade, in such a confined space, their explosion would spell doom even for those at the late stage of chi refining. Now, it was a matter of whether the cultivators fixated on him would dare to enter. Fortuitously, they were only at the mid-stage of chi refining. Had they reached the late stage, they would possess divine consciousness, and his setup would be at risk of exposure. As night fell, beneath the covers of Shun Leanne's bed, a noticeable bulge indicated his presence. All was eerily silent. Underneath the covers, the stone slab had formed a large hole, perfectly accommodating him. If only he had divine consciousness. For now, he could only wait in silence, gambling on the greed of those outside for spirit stones. Rustling sounds echoed in the darkness as Shun Leanne listened intently to the shifting earth. A peculiar air current surged from beneath the ground. With a flick of his hand, several talismans were activated. Concealment talisman, golden light talisman, enveloping him in protective light. He aimed for a swift resolution to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. He affixed the golden light talisman for additional defense. Outside the house, 3 figures simultaneously produced talismans and affixed them to themselves, transforming into 3 small glowing beings. With a crash, the door and adjacent wooden wall were violently breached, and the 3 joined forces to strike toward the bed. The cold light tore through the covers, clashing with a barrier of talisman light. Inside the already cramped room, the 3 intruders crowded in and unleashed their assault, causing spiritual energy to erupt within the confines. In an instant, the talisman light surged, and the talismans affixed to the room were forcibly activated. As the talisman light flared, a yellowish barrier materialized, creating a space of separation. The low-grade Earth Source talisman activated, causing the ground beneath them to quiver like mud. The combined talisman array's quagmire talisman ensnared them further. Suddenly, the golden light talismans affixed to them began to falter. Vines resembling slender serpents erupted from the earth, ensnaring their legs. These vines bore sharp thorns, piercing their flesh and inducing a numbing sensation. This was the combined talisman array's thornvine talisman. This talisman master is too formidable. We must retreat. Lin Yushan realized they had met an insurmountable challenge. The three attempted to backtrack, but found their retreat hindered by the yellowish talisman light enveloping them, while the thorny vines ensnared their feet, trapping them in the quagmire. Ah! Lin Xiang screamed in agony as the thorny vines pierced through. The pain disrupted the flow of her spiritual energy, causing the golden light talisman on her to shatter. A fiery explosion descended, enveloping Lin Xiang. Lin Yushan sought to rescue his niece but found himself engulfed in flames as well. Within the entire yellowish talisman light area, a fierce inferno ignited, with fire talismans raining down upon them. The protective golden light talismans on both Lin Yushan and Old Wang shattered as the flames engulfed them. What has become of the promised fat sheep? How did it turn into roasted lamb? Old Wang, filled with resentment and disbelief, glared at Lin Yushan amidst the chaos. In a confined space, dozens of various talismans cascaded down, challenging the notion that this was an ordinary talisman master. Amidst the final cries, the three figures were consumed by flames. Moments later, Shun Leanne returned, activating 2 fire talismans in each hand, targeting the remnants of their charred forms. The remains of the three, huddled together, were again engulfed by flames. Once the fire extinguished, he retrieved his flawed flying sword from his storage bag, sifting through the ashes. The storage bag was a lost cause, having been incinerated. From the ashes, he unearthed 3 battered magical artifacts. At that moment, a cracking sound reverberated as the Earth Source talisman began to collapse, sending shockwaves through the house. As he gathered the remnants into his storage bag, he prepared to vanish with a concealment talisman. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a purple-black leg on the ground. With a swift motion, he used his flying sword to lift a deceased spider, storing it in his bag before disappearing from sight. Under the night sky, flames engulfed the house, sending thick smoke billowing into the air, stirring up a commotion. Yet, nearby cultivators remained oblivious. The enforcement team arrived fashionably late, merely witnessing the charred remains of the site. Having fled to a new house along the street, Shun Leanne furrowed his brow. This operation had been executed with reckless instability, exposing numerous flaws. Cleanup should not have been a task for him to undertake personally. If only he had puppets, they would suffice against mid-stage chi refiners, but not against those with divine consciousness in the late stage. His talisman arrays required fortification. Previously, he lacked the means. Now, he had acted too hastily. He needed to contemplate thoroughly and refine his approach. Thankfully, he had procured several homes beforehand. It was time to leave the southern district of the market. Chapter 14. The strategy of 100 poisons. As dawn broke, Shun Leanne emerged from his dwelling, making his way directly to the residence he had procured in the western district of the market. The 3 homes in the eastern district had already suffered the fate of destruction, with the remaining 2 no longer of interest to him. Passing through the High Alley, he observed the enforcement team surrounding the charred remains of a house. The property was unregistered, making it challenging for the enforcement team to locate its owner, and it seemed they had little desire to pursue the matter further. In the western district, at Yuanshan Alley, Shun Leanne sat cross-legged on his bed, calming the tumult of emotions following his first real battle. He resolved to prepare several garments, ideally ones that would obscure his visage. The harsh reality of life, where avarice leads to demise, prompted a long sigh from him. Had he possessed a complete mastery of his learned spells, he could have reduced the 3 intruders to ashes. With a clang, he carelessly tossed a dark artifact onto the floor nearby. It was a low-grade magical item, heavily damaged by the earlier conflict, barely worth 10 spirit stones. Subsequently, he retrieved a charred spider from his storage bag, a creature that appeared to be a blood venom spider of early first rank. Even in its scorched state, it would fetch only a few spirit stones, marking a significant loss for him. Upon closer inspection of the spider's remains, Shun Leanne noticed a crack in its mandibles, suggesting something lay within. With a swift motion, he unsheathed a subpar flying sword and cleaved the mandibles open. To his surprise, a storage bag fell out. He marveled at the spider's owner for having concealed a storage bag within the creature's mouth. Being a low-grade storage bag, it bore no restrictions and could be opened by anyone. Shun Leanne emptied the contents of the bag onto the floor, revealing a small pile of items, 9 various talismans, 2 mid-grade first-rank talismans, over a dozen jars and vials, and a total of 110 spirit stones. He also discovered a cultivation manual entitled Water Elemental Technique, which promised advancement to the 7th level of chi refinement, alongside a fragmented text on poison creation. Curiously, he opened one of the vials, releasing a potent and foul odor. It was corpse water, and he recognized it at once. Clearly, the 3 had some experience. After methodically opening each vial, he discerned that the majority contained poison. Holding the damaged text on poisons, he felt a surge of interest as he delved into its contents. The strategy of 100 poisons chronicled the progression from early chi refinement to the ability to inflict harm with spiritual poisons at the foundation establishment level. Shun Leanne was astonished by the information contained within. Earlier, he had heard a rustling sound in the room, indicative of the toxic air they had released. Fortunately, his caution had led him to prepare a breath-holding talisman. Subsequently, a flame talisman enveloped the area, incinerating the poison effectively. With the acquisition of the strategy of 100 poisons, Shun Leanne felt that this venture had not been in vain. This tome was particularly suitable for someone of his caliber. 3 days later, he ventured out to procure several robes and spiritual ink and subsequently visited the administrative hall to rent 2 rooms. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, as there were no vacant residences near Yuanshan Alley. Once settled, Shun Leanne immersed himself in the task of crafting dispelling talismans. The Bishi sect, being a golden course sect, undoubtedly sent numerous loose cultivators, and it was only reasonable they would provide dispelling talismans. Moreover, the shopkeepers along the commercial street were shrewd, and he had no certainty regarding how long the profits from the talismans would last. If he did not seize the opportunity, he would find himself subsisting on mere broth instead of mutton. With the aid of spirit stones and huangyao pills, Shun Leanne managed to create 10 dispelling talismans in a single day without hindering his cultivation. This was not his limit, rather. It was the point at which his internal spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. At this juncture, refining spirit stones proved to be swifter than ever. He planned to refine a huangyao pill every 5 days, not out of a desire to conserve spirit stones, but to combat his own tolerance to them. In the myriad of cultivation realms, it was widely accepted among peers that the age of 60 was the prime time for foundation establishment. This realm was no different. Cultivators in the chi refinement stage often began their journey around the age of 10. With good fortune and ample spiritual resources, they could typically break through a level every 1 to 5 years. Before the age of 60, they had the opportunity to attempt foundation establishment. For most loose cultivators, the frequency of breakthroughs largely depended on their acquisition of spirit stones during specific time frames. Shun Leanne embarked on his cultivation journey at the age of 11, his parents being loose cultivators who tragically perished later. Now, at 35 or 36, he had spent 25 years reaching the 3rd level of chi refinement, primarily due to financial constraints. However, the situation had changed. He now possessed spirit stones. As night fell, Shun Leanne clutched a spirit stone in each hand, diligently refining its spiritual energy. He pondered when a small courtyard in the central market would become available. The following day, just before noon, a knock resonated at his door. The occupants within, please come out to register. Hearing the commotion outside settled his nerves, and he opened the door to find a steward from the Bishi sect standing in the alley, accompanied by other enforcement team members who were knocking on each door within the lane. There's no one in this house. No one has perished inside. The enforcement team member spoke as the steward began marking records. For the vacant homes, the enforcement team discarded the contents onto the street. Fortunately, most of the cultivators' belongings were stored in their bags, leaving only bedding and other mundane items within the residences. Shun Leanne realized this must be the reorganization of the market that Wang Yang had mentioned. In total, over 30 households resided in the alley, with belongings being discarded from 20 of them. It remained unclear whether these individuals had truly perished or were simply delayed in returning. With more than half absent, Shun Leanne felt increasingly convinced of the need to avoid unnecessary risks in the future. Rumors circulated that the rent would increase by 8 spirit stones next month. For those unable to pay, the Bishi sect offered a solution. They could construct makeshift shelters on the outer fringes of the market, with the assurance of safety provided by the sect. Of course, the construction of these shelters would be the responsibility of the cultivators themselves, with only a fee of 2 spirit stones for occupying the space each month. Upon hearing the steward's announcement, a wave of disbelief washed over the cultivators in the alley. Living in a house had already been perilous enough, and now they were expected to relocate to makeshift shelters, making them even more vulnerable to danger. After the steward departed, the cultivators finally dared to voice their grievances. Shun Leanne remained silent, preparing to close the door and return to his cultivation. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently drifted to a nearby residence, where a familiar figure emerged, momentarily leaving him in a state of shock. The sight of this individual jolted him. It was someone he recognized. Chapter 15. What a surprise. Yangli. Indeed, the neighbor next door is none other than the individual who previously visited from the southern district. What a coincidence. Upon stepping out of his room, Yangli was also somewhat taken aback to see Shun Leanne. How fortuitous. He nodded towards Shun Leanne and promptly closed his door. Shun Leanne reciprocated with a nod and shut his own door once more. In the days that followed, Shun Leanne resumed his endeavors to amass spirit stones. However, 3 days later, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the morning once again. Peering through the newly created crack in his door, Shun Leanne observed a congregation of cultivators gathered around a house not far away in the alley. Another had perished. What extraordinary luck this brother has. Among the crowd, Shun Leanne spotted Yangli, who was whispering with those nearby and gesturing towards the house where the incident occurred. As he pondered, an inexplicable thought crossed Shun Leanne's mind. Could this fellow be a demonic cultivator? Most cultivators instinctively shy away from matters pertaining to demonic practitioners. Yet this young Taoist seemed to be drawn closer. Some demonic cultivators are indeed like this. Though they are ruthless and cruel, they feign the demeanor of righteous cultivators. Conversely, there are also some righteous practitioners who engage in antics even more sinister than those of demonic cultivators. In this world, the distinction between good and evil is often blurred. Over the past 6 months, while demonic cultivators had not sought him out, Shun Leanne had observed that they typically favored the cover of night for their activities, striking with stealth and precision. Yet, he had heard no sounds of struggle during the night. The doors and windows of the victims remained intact until the next day, when the stench of blood would permeate the air, revealing yet another corpse. Each time, the victims offered no resistance. Could it be that fortune favored them on every occasion? Either the demonic cultivators moved with swift and lethal efficiency, or they resorted to underhanded tactics to subdue their victims beforehand. Shun Leanne leaned towards the latter. Much like the fellow who previously sought to harm him, these individuals seemed to know the value of poison. Demonic cultivators employ exceedingly cunning methods, and one could only speculate how elaborate their schemes might be. Alas, even the most cunning of hares cannot maintain multiple burrows indefinitely. Relocation to a central courtyard is imperative. He feared not the troubles that found him, but the continuous entanglement with them was indeed a nuisance. Following the demise of a fellow cultivator in the alley, the subsequent weeks were relatively calm, resembling a sacrificial offering. After about 10 more days, Shun Leanne could no longer contain himself. He packed his belongings and pushed open the door, heading towards a street lined with shops. At the gathering treasure pavilion, Wang Xia meticulously examined the patterns on the dispelling miasma talismans. Upon completing his inspection, a smile graced his face. Dear Taoist Shun, I shall still acquire this batch of dispelling talismans for 8 spirit stones each. Your kindness is appreciated. Shun Leanne cupped his hands in gratitude. He had brought 100 dispelling talismans. Upon entering the gathering treasure pavilion, he noticed others purchasing dispelling talismans as well. The selling price at the pavilion was only 7 spirit stones. Wang Xia, however, was willing to pay 8, regardless of any ulterior motives. The spirit stones received were tangible. Brother, take a look at these talismans, Wang Xia said, retrieving a stack of over a dozen dispelling talismans from behind the counter. As Shun Leanne held them, he noted the inconsistencies in the spirit patterns. One talisman appeared to have been poorly crafted, while others bore faults. In an instant, it became evident to Shun Leanne that none of the talismans were of superior quality. Brother, you mentioned your lack of experience in crafting talismans. Surely, no flaw could escape your keen eyes. Some of these dispelling talismans were practice pieces sent by disciples of the sect, while others were obtained from fellow talisman masters. I shall not hide it from you. Dear brother, I have conducted tests on your dispelling talismans. Upon activation, they can dispel miasma within a radius of 50 yards for a duration of 15 minutes. In contrast, these talismans only manage a maximum radius of 30 yards and last merely half that time. Wang Xia continued, their durability is lacking. Achieving a quarter of an hour is commendable. Would you be interested in collaborating further with me? Shun Leanne eagerly agreed. Even if Wang Xia reverted to his original price for the dispelling talismans, Shun Leanne would have no recourse to counteract it, and it would only serve to offend the old man. Presently, it appeared mutually beneficial, a win-win situation. Moreover, Shun Leanne was keen to gather insights from Wang Xia regarding the possibility of leaving Yuming Bazaar ahead of schedule. 100 dispelling talismans would amount to 800 low-grade spirit stones. Brother, the housing in the central area has become available, Wang Xia mentioned preemptively before Shun Leanne could inquire. The Ding 23rd courtyard. Do not hesitate to spend spirit stones. Act swiftly, as many are seeking to rent. At this moment, Wang Xia leaned in conspiratorially. The Ding 23rd courtyard? Shun Leanne nodded, ready to ask what made this residence special, only to realize that Wang Xia had already moved on to attend to other customers. When Shun Leanne arrived at the affairs hall, he found it crowded with cultivators. The manager he sought, Wang, was surrounded by a throng of practitioners. Dear friends, the allocation of residences must be determined by the foundation-building ancestor. I am merely a steward. I follow the orders of the ancestor. It is my duty to serve you all. Wang Yang wore a beaming smile as he escorted a group of loose cultivators out of the affairs hall. Once they departed, his facade of cheerfulness vanished completely. Spotting Shun Leanne in the crowd, he imperceptibly nodded. Observing Wang Yang retreating into an inner room, Shun Leanne took a quick glance around before hastily entering. Taoist friend. It has been a while, Wang Yang said, remaining seated at the stone table while a smile graced his face upon Shun Leanne's entrance. Today, I have come to pay my respects to Manager Wang, Shun Leanne replied, cupping his hands in greeting. Wang Yang motioned for Shun Leanne to take a seat and wasted no time in speaking. You have arrived at an opportune moment. I happen to have several extra residences available. At this juncture, Wang Yang showed no hesitation, his demeanor vastly different from his earlier words. I wish to rent the Ding 23rd courtyard. May I inquire about the price? Wang Yang narrowed his eyes and leaned back slightly. It seems you have a close relationship with manager Wang Xia. I recall you mentioning a desire for shared accommodation. For this courtyard, the rent would be 50 spirit stones per month. He lowered his voice, however, should you wish to secure it, an additional 50 spirit stones will be required. In the next moment, a small pile of gleaming items appeared on the stone table before Wang Yang, only to vanish as swiftly as they had come, leaving behind only the smooth, polished surface that shimmered faintly. Chapter 16. Finally moving. Haha, my friend, you remain as open-hearted as ever. Wang Yang laughed heartily, not even pausing to inquire about the reasons before he smashed a spirit stone. This mode of communication was his favorite. Wang Yang stroked his storage bag, letting out a sigh. The ancestors of our sect may be ethereal, but we are not. After a moment of reflection, he shifted the conversation. My friend, your expenditure on spirit stones seems worthwhile. I wonder what extraordinary qualities this courtyard possesses. Shun Leanne was not averse to spending spirit stones. What concerned him was whether the expenditure was justified. Courtyard number 23 was conveniently situated at the convergence point of the spirit gathering formation in the Yumeng Mountain spiritual vein. Periodically, a minor spiritual tide would manifest at this junction. Long-term residents here would greatly benefit one's cultivation, if fortune favored him. He might even experience a more significant spiritual tide, potentially allowing him to advance a small realm directly. Wang Yang's words were taken lightly by Shun Leanne. If spiritual tides were truly so easily encountered, then 50 spirit stones would hardly suffice. One could only conclude that such tides either did not exist or their occurrence was almost negligible. The small wooden token I previously gave you is still in your possession. I trust? Shun Leanne retrieved the small wooden plaque from earlier. Upon receiving it, Wang Yang pressed a deep fingerprint onto the token, partially obscuring the previous mark. Devoid of any spiritual fluctuations, anyone would perceive it merely as a piece of unremarkable wood. With this token in hand, my friend, you may access courtyard number 23. Wang Yang handed the token to Shun Leanne. When the time comes, someone will request this token from you. Simply present it to them. In the heart of the market, the streets were broader than the earlier narrow alleys. Quaint courtyards nestled amid flourishing trees. The visiting cultivators appeared more refined than those at his previous residence. As he traversed the street, Shun Leanne soon found courtyard number 23. What brings you here? Before he could approach, a cultivator clad in the attire of the Bai Shui sect's enforcement team darted out from a distance. Renting a room, Shun Leanne gestured toward the courtyard. Show it to me. The cultivator spoke in a bland tone, demanding the token outright. Shun Leanne retrieved the wooden plaque from his storage bag and handed it over. The enforcement cultivator scrutinized the mark on the token before stowing it away in his own storage bag. Courtyard number 23 is already occupied on the lower floor. The identity token is placed within the room. You will see it upon entry. Do not forget to pay the rent. After leaving a few words, the enforcement cultivator promptly departed. As Shun Leanne pushed open the gate to the courtyard, a surge of spiritual energy rippled through the air. Inside the courtyard, a small medicinal garden had taken shape, with a dozen spirit herbs swaying gently. Shun Leanne did not linger to examine the garden and proceeded to the left side of the courtyard. The dwelling was split into 2 levels, with an independent staircase connecting them, allowing for privacy between the upper and lower floors. Before ascending, Shun Leanne glanced at the first floor, noting the closed door. Faint spiritual light flickering within, and a delicate aroma of medicinal herbs wafting through, protected by a formation. His neighbor on this floor might very well be an alchemist. Upon reaching the upper level, he opened a door to find a spacious room before him. Instantly, his mood lifted. The entire space comprised 5 rooms, furnished with beds, tables, and chairs, along with a separate cultivation chamber. On the table in the reception area lay a wooden plaque inscribed with runes, indeed, the nameplate of this residence. Taking a brief stroll around the room, Shun Leanne felt quite satisfied. The concentration of spiritual energy was noticeably higher. The location of residence mattered little, at long last. He had a dedicated room for talisman crafting. No longer would he have to rise from his bed and draw talismans on the wooden floor. Arriving at the cultivation room, he settled onto the provided meditation mat and initiated the Qin Yuan Gong. Threads of spiritual energy began to converge around him. After a brief trial, Shun Leanne made a judgment. The pure refinement of spiritual energy here was considerably superior to that of his previous abode. However, it still fell short compared to refining spirit stones. Moreover, the most significant advantage was the enhanced safety. Once he acquired a formation to install in the room, it would be even more secure. Shun Leanne contemplated how to ensure his residence would be more stable. As for the small house he had previously inhabited, he had long since cast it from his mind. Such an unstable dwelling was unfit even for a dog. Nevertheless, it was prudent to keep one room as a backup. Half an hour later, Shun Leanne hurriedly left his new residence. He purchased various essential items in the market, including spirit rice, huang yadan, and defensive formations. In the house, radiant lights flickered as formation flags settled into various corners of the room. The 5 directions disorienting formation offered protection against prying eyes and additionally featured an elemental attack spell. This formation was classified as a high-grade first-tier formation. capable of shielding against the spiritual perceptions of cultivators at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, costing Shun Leanne 300 low-grade spirit stones. With this protective shell in place, Shun Leanne felt considerably more at ease. The spirit stones were truly insufficient. Sitting cross-legged in the cultivation room, he found himself scratching his head. Paying manager Wang a handling fee of 50 spirit stones was evident. It was clear he was merely a middleman, with the bulk of the fees likely going to the foundational cultivators. The formation cost 300 stones, while first-tier magical artifacts only ran about 100 or so stones. 2 bottles of Huang Yadan cost 100 spirit stones. Presently, he had just over 100 stones left in his storage bag. In a single day of sudden wealth, the spirit stones had barely warmed before they were nearly all spent. He still needed to craft talismans. Gazing at the pile of materials, Shun Leanne spoke softly. This time, the price for the pest-repelling talisman was set at 8 spirit stones. But Shun Leanne understood that he could not allow him to take advantage of him next time, sticking to today's price. Reputation is reciprocal. Even at a price of 6 spirit stones, I would still reap double the profit, still crafting the pest-repelling talisman. Before long, Shun Leanne had solidified his plan. The development of the ore vein would not conclude in the short term. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to accumulate spirit stones rapidly. His short-term goal was to maximize the crafting of pest-repelling talismans while riding the wave of the ore vein. His long-term objective was to elevate his cultivation level. With a new residence and the protection of a formation, Shun Leanne felt immensely comfortable. As night fell, he glanced downstairs and noted the absence of activity, indicating that his neighbor was likely not home. After returning to his room, he activated the formation. This small-scale 5 elements disorienting formation operated at a cost of merely 10 spirit stones each month. In the event of an attack, it would require a full recharge of 100 spirit stones to unleash its most potent offensive capabilities. On ordinary days, it would not need to operate at full capacity. Even in its low-functioning state, it provided Shun Leanne with a profound sense of security. This was indeed the life of a cultivator. Previously, it could only be described as mere existence. Thus, Shun Leanne resolved to sleep soundly that night. Calm and composed, insight point 2. Calm and composed, insight point 3. Divine perception, insight point 1. Divine perception, insight point 1. Calm and composed, insight point 2. Morning arrived. As Shun Leanne opened his eyes from the bed, a thought crossed his mind. Shun Leanne, Qi refinement level 4, 5 elements spiritual roots, metal 17, wood 29, water 18. Fire 35, earth 18. Talisman master, first tier low grade, 187, 1000. Insight points, 39 divine insight points, 4. Shun Leanne's attention settled upon the divine insight points. To his surprise, he possessed 4 of them. Without hesitation, he allocated them to his fire element spiritual root. A familiar sensation blossomed within him once more. Chapter 17. 2 years, Qi refinement level 6. In the midst of Shun Leanne's fervent practice, his fire elemental root reached a remarkable score of 39. This alone justified the expenditure on spirit stones yesterday. Shun Leanne speculated that within the realm of cultivation, there must exist methods to enhance one's elemental roots, albeit with significant costs. The elevation of his fire elemental root, to some extent, could suppress the constraints imposed by other elemental roots, thereby accelerating the refinement of spiritual energy. As he rubbed his fingers together, a small flame flickered to life atop his fingertip. After observing it for a moment, he extinguished the flame, revealing a hint of helplessness. The Qin Yuan technique was, after all, exceedingly tranquil. Among the 5 elemental techniques, fire magic was the most explosive. Yet, being at only the 4th level of Qi refinement, coupled with the nature of his cultivation method, the power of the fire spiritual energy within him could not be fully manifested. With his current limitations, venturing outside the market would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. The pursuit of a new cultivation technique had become a pressing agenda. The Qin Yuan technique could only be practiced up to the 7th level of Qi refinement, and he had already reached the 4th level. Most cultivation techniques were confined within sects, while those circulating outside were scarce and, at best, mediocre. At least in this market, they were truly subpar. Gaining access to techniques from within a sect was out of the question. That path had been severed long before he entered the sect's examination. The only recourse was to seek out the black market, auctions, and loose cultivator trading events. In the Yuming market, with so many loose cultivators, organized trading events naturally existed. Shun Leanne had heard of their reputation, but had never attended. For the time being, he did not intend to go either. He preferred to first enhance his strength. With an abundance of spirit stones and a stable environment, Shun Leanne immersed himself completely in his cultivation. Time seemed to vanish in his relentless pursuit. 2 years swiftly passed. In the cultivation chamber, spiritual energy coalesced around Shun Leanne, a faint crimson spiritual power shimmering at his surface. Throughout this process, black, gold, green, and other colored energies intertwined with the crimson, forming bonds that affected the accumulation speed of his fire spiritual energy. As the spiritual energy broke through new meridians within him, a surge of power erupted, marking his breakthrough to the 6th level of Qi refinement. In just 2 years, he had advanced from the 4th to the 6th level. a pace that compared to his previous 2 or 3 decades felt akin to soaring on a flying sword. Yet, Shun Leanne did not bask in complacency. This remarkable speed was chiefly due to the ample resources at his disposal, with spirit stones and Huangya Dan in abundance. With such an influx of medicinal herbs and spirit stones, even a pig could thrive. Moreover, the score of his fire elemental root had risen to 67. Now within the realm of superior elemental roots. The only drawback was that his superior fire elemental root was tethered to 4 inferior roots. As the spiritual power within him gradually settled, Shun Leanne slowly opened his eyes, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, having adapted to the life of a cultivator. His thoughts had become increasingly tranquil. He pondered how ancient cultivators with 5 elemental roots practiced, wondering if there were bonds among their elemental roots. Surely, there must have been a method, for 5 elemental roots could not have garnered the accolades of Deluo in ancient times without reason. Rising to stretch. He checked the state of the formation. Achieving the 6th level of Qi refinement was indeed a challenging endeavor. With the Qian Yuan technique nearing its limits, he felt a pressing need to seek out a new method. The desire to find a technique had lingered in his mind since he first became a talisman master, and the past 2 years had been devoted to making it a reality. He had attempted to procure techniques from the treasure-gathering building in various family shops, but to no avail. The available options were commonplace, capping at the 9th level of Qi refinement. He had even disguised himself and ventured into the loose cultivator black market twice, but each time he was followed. Nonetheless, these excursions were not entirely fruitless. At the very least, his talisman-killing formations gained 2 more opportunities for validation, enhancing his proficiency. Reflecting on this, a trace of resignation crossed Shun Leanne's features. The pursuit of cultivation techniques was inherently tied to his growth, and he had to remain vigilant. He entered the talisman crafting room, where spiritual ink and talisman paper lay carelessly spread across the table, including first-tier mid-grade and superior-grade talismans. He recalled the days when he had to first uncover his quilt to draw talismans and meticulously store the ink and paper afterward. Now, with the protection of formations, everything felt so serene. The small courtyard was situated near the core of the market, adjacent to the law enforcement team station. Over the past 2 years, incidents of demonic cultivators causing disturbances had been remarkably few. In this stable environment, Shun Leanne spent his days crafting talismans and cultivating, accumulating insights more rapidly than he could on the outskirts of the market. During these 2 years, Yumeng Market had also experienced rapid development. Since a year ago, numerous miscellaneous disciples and outer sect members from the Bisui sect had arrived, establishing connections with other major sects in Chu country, such as Yuang Valley and Tianong sect, which had opened their own markets. Yuang Valley and Tianong sect were also golden core sects of Chu country. This collaborative venture was undertaken by the 3 sects, though the markets were separated by a vast distance of 1,000 miles. For cultivators, this distance seemed insignificant, yet the treacherous terrain and pervasive miasma posed immense dangers, resulting in infrequent interactions. However, as exploration of the wilderness progressed, connections between the 3 sects markets began to form. Additionally, the mineral veins in Region 36 had been fully taken over by the Bisui sect. Of course, this takeover had its advantages, as it recruited some loose cultivators for mining operations, ensuring a semblance of wealth and comfort. The downside was that any high-grade ores discovered would rightfully belong to the Bisui sect. At this moment, a data panel appeared before Shun Leanne. Shun Leanne, Qi refinement level 6, 5 elemental roots, fire 67, earth 18, metal 17, wood 29, water 18, talisman master, first tier superior, 0 10,000, insight points, 49, divine insight points, 0, fire magic, perfect, 1,000 1,000, fire escape technique, perfect, 1,000 1,000, water escape technique, beginner, 100, 1000, metal escape technique, beginner, 89 1000, spiritual tracking technique, major achievement, 735, 1000, toxic refinement, major achievement, 700, 1000, in this serene and stable environment. Shun Leanne averaged 7 to 8 insight points daily, with the price of first-tier mid-grade dispelling talismans returning to normal. He decided to upgrade his craftsmanship to first-tier superior dispelling talismans. Over these 2 years, his primary focus remained on cultivation. Talisman crafting was merely a means to earn spirit stones, and he had not pursued it on a large scale. He preferred to avoid drawing attention, maintaining a success rate of around 50% for public display. The cost of a first-tier superior dispelling talisman was 12 spirit stones, with a selling price of 30. A success rate of 40% would merely break even, while 50% would yield profit. Shun Leanne mixed mid-grade and superior-grade dispelling talismans when selling them. Regrettably, he lacked divine consciousness. Dismissing the panel, Shun Leanne sighed softly. Among the widely circulated cultivation methods in the realm of immortality, most required practitioners to reach the later stages of Qi refinement to cultivate divine consciousness from within. Conversely, sect disciples had access to advanced cultivation methods that could potentially allow them to develop divine consciousness in the early or mid stages of Qi refinement. Contemplating this, He couldn't help but feel a tinge of unease. He would need to exercise caution when encountering disciples of the sect. Shaking his head, he suppressed his wandering thoughts. Through these 2 years of cultivation, he had come to understand that stability was paramount. As for talisman crafting, it was merely a means to acquire spirit stones. Only by becoming stronger could he ensure his own stability. Thus, he utilized his insight points to further practice several spells, focusing primarily on fire magic. As the spiritual energy of the other 4 attributes within him was rather weak, these spells may not be essential for him. But he must be prepared to wield them when the time comes. As Shun Leanne delved deeper into the pursuit of immortality, he increasingly realized that the vast majority of cultivators could never truly reside in the realms of the celestial, savoring the morning dew and gazing upon the evening clouds. The necessity for resources compelled him to engage with various fellow practitioners. Despite his reclusive nature, he found it essential to venture out periodically to exchange for cultivation materials. The notion of retreating to desolate mountains for solitary cultivation was nothing short of unrealistic. With an increase in numbers, conflicts became unavoidable. What difference does it make if we kill each other? Once one embarks on the path of cultivation, the inevitability of violence cannot be escaped. On the talisman platform, Shun Leanne unfurled a piece of first-grade superior talisman paper. He grasped the talisman brush, dipping it into the prepared spiritual ink, and began to sketch upon the paper. The brush danced like a dragon, infusing spiritual energy into the paper, transforming into sinuous dragon-like runes. As he lifted his hand, the aura of the talisman coalesced, and thus, a first-grade superior dispelling talisman was completed. After consecutively crafting 2 dispelling talismans, Shun Leanne finally paused, having broken through to the 6th layer of chi refinement. His spiritual power had become even more robust, making the creation of superior talismans a much smoother endeavor. Stowing the talismans in his storage pouch, Shun Leanne cast a cleansing talisman upon himself, tidied his robes, and opened the door. Having secluded himself for an extended period to achieve his advancement to the 6th layer of chi refinement, he now sought to breathe in the fresh air and gather some tidings from the marketplace. Chapter 18. Where to go after leaving the market upon stepping outside. Shun Leanne activated a mind-concealing talisman hidden in his sleeve. This was a first-grade high-quality talisman, particularly useful for those in the mid-stages of chi cultivation, as it effectively shielded against the mental probing of late-stage practitioners. Additionally, it magnified his perception from a close distance, allowing him to eavesdrop on the conversations of fellow cultivators on the street. Ever since he became a high-quality talisman master, Shun Leanne had developed a fondness for this particular talisman, and he would always use one whenever he ventured out. In the past 2 years, he had been preoccupied with his cultivation, going out only on rare occasions, and most of his information was gathered from discreetly listening in on the streets. After responding to the Bai Shui sect's pioneering edict, he had spent nearly 4 years in Yunmeng Market. In about a year, he would be able to leave. The cost of a boat ticket had long ceased to be a concern. During this time, he had inquired with Wang Xia about the possibility of using some spirit stones to leave early. However, Wang Xia was merely a small manager at the treasure-gathering pavilion and did not have the connections to approach the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators commanding the spirit ships. With no means to offer spirit stones, Shun Leanne felt somewhat exasperated. Regardless, with only a year remaining, he no longer dwelled on it. As he descended the stairs, he noticed the door of his downstairs neighbor tightly shut. The formation within their room continued to operate. Ironically, after 2 years, Shun Leanne still did not know whether his neighbor was male or female. Indeed, they had never crossed paths even once. Had it not been for the traces of trimmed spiritual herbs in the courtyard, Shun Leanne might have assumed that the neighbor had perished outside. He almost expected to inherit a courtyard full of spiritual herbs. Rumbling sounds echoed as he stepped out of the courtyard. Shun Leanne looked up towards the distant sky, where a spirit ship adorned with the Bai Shui sect's emblem was sailing directly towards Yunmeng Mountain. Its failure to land in the market indicated that the occupants of the vessel were indeed members of the Bai Shui sect. The frequent arrivals of disciples from the sect had long ceased to astonish the cultivators in the market. After all, they were the rulers here. Their disciples visiting the market was merely for leisure. Rumors circulated that the Bai Shui sect intended to establish a new market 300 miles away. Shun Leanne made his way to the treasure-gathering pavilion, where Wang Xia awaited him. When Shun Leanne revealed his prowess as a first-grade high-quality talisman master, Wang Xia addressed him with even greater sincerity as little brother. "You've been in seclusion for quite some time," Wang Xia remarked. "Congratulations on your progress. Foundation establishment is within reach." This time, Shun Leanne discerned a sense of genuine sentiment in Wang Xia's words. Previously, congratulations had been mere platitudes about longevity and the promise of the Tao, but the notion of Foundation establishment being within reach held true significance. The common folk at the bottom of the hierarchy toiled their entire lives merely hoping to attain Foundation establishment. "Your timing for exiting seclusion is impeccable. Had you delayed any longer, I would have sent you a message. A large auction is on the horizon," Wang Xia said, lowering his voice as he pulled Shun Leanne to his small counter. Prior to this, Shun Leanne had requested Wang Xia to gather information about trade fairs and auctions. Through their ongoing exchanges, they had also shared communication talismans. In half a month, Yiming, Nanjing, and Chang'e markets were set to host a joint auction, which might feature cultivation techniques sought by fellow practitioners. Shun Leanne knew that Nanjing was established by the Youhao Valley, while Chang'e was founded by the Tianyang sect. When the three major sects opened their markets, they formed a triangular relationship, with each market positioned at one of the triangle's vertices. The organizers behind this event were likely Foundation establishment cultivators, and it would be worth attending. What is the location? Shun Leanne inquired softly. Although Yunming Market had developed its own black market and barter fairs, their scale was relatively small. The last time he attended one, organized by loose cultivators in Yunming Market, he had only managed to acquire a few poisons recorded in the Baidu manual. In half a month, at the foot of the Jiayan Mountain, Wang Xia replied. Shun Leanne felt somewhat speechless. Jiayan Mountain was situated centrally among the three major sects' markets, which meant it was not far away, but the miasma there was quite dense. It was the closest location to all three markets. Wang Xia chuckled. If it weren't for my duties, I would have liked to see if I could acquire something useful. Subsequently, Shun Leanne produced the purging talismans he had crafted, 100 mid-grade purging talismans and 10 high-grade ones. Wang Xia did not inspect the talismans any further, after counting. He sighed. If you were a disciple of my sect, your circumstances would likely be vastly different. The purchasing price for the mid-grade purging talismans was 10 spirit stones each, totaling 1,300 spirit stones. By the way, regarding the poisons you asked me to keep an eye on, I've acquired 6 new varieties this month. Thank you. Brother, Shun Leanne said, clasping his fists in gratitude. After purchasing the materials for talisman crafting, he casually inquired before leaving. Has the treasure gathering pavilion recently acquired any new curiosities? Indeed, we have. Wang Xia pondered for a moment before replying, a first-grade high-quality weapon, the Qiang crossbow, which is quite effective. He then produced the crossbow for Shun Leanne to examine. If you plan to attend the auction, this Qiang crossbow is indispensable. Shun Leanne inspected the crossbow, noting its bright red patterns and the grooves embedded with spirit stones for power supply. It did not require additional spiritual energy, which pleased him immensely. What is the price? He asked. 210 spirit stones, with 5 Qiang arrows included. Wang Xia also handed him the arrows. I'll take 3, Shun Leanne replied. Is that quantity available? Why do you need so many? Wang Xia asked, momentarily taken aback. He wouldn't have pride if it were anyone else. I just want to have a couple of spare sets in case of any mishaps. Shun Leanne replied with a smile and a nod. All right, young brother Shun, you certainly are generous with your spirit stones. After a thorough shopping session at the treasure gathering pavilion, Shun Leanne returned to his residence, contemplating the news Wang Xia had shared. The joint auction hosted by 3 markets, backed by Foundation establishment cultivators, was undoubtedly of a far higher caliber than the spontaneous black market organized by loose cultivators in Yuming Market. Correspondingly, the journey to Jiayan Mountain was fraught with danger. After much deliberation, Shun Leanne resolved not to go. The black market organized by loose cultivators in Yunming Market was only a few dozen miles outside the main market. He had visited it twice and had already been targeted both times. There were far too many practitioners seeking no-risk profits among the cultivators. With this auction being so large and uniting 3 markets, the risks involved would only escalate. The treacherous terrain and pervasive miasma would likely attract numerous practitioners, sharpening their blades in anticipation of prey. Though Shun Leanne felt a pressing desire to change his cultivation technique, the probability of finding a suitable method at this gathering of loose cultivators was not particularly high. In contrast, it would be far more prudent to await his return to the Chu Kingdom to procure a technique at the Tianxia Tower. As a grand trading house spanning the wilderness, they would have abundant Foundation establishment-level techniques available for selection. By that time, he could choose freely, as having spirit stones would grant him considerable leverage. The primary reason for his decision was the relatively short time remaining until his departure, only about a year. Even if he maintained his previous pace of advancement, progressing 1 level per year, he would be on the verge of a breakthrough upon returning to the cultivation world of the Chu Kingdom. At that point, it would not be too late to switch his cultivation technique. Had he several more years, he would undoubtedly attend. For now, it was wiser to focus on crafting talismans and accumulating spirit stones for future purchases. Approaching his talisman crafting table, Shun Leanne noticed not only the materials for talisman making, but also a beast skin map prominently displaying various immortal cities within the Chu Kingdom. Besides the 5 major immortal cities, numerous smaller markets and cities were scattered throughout the land. The Baishui sect spirit ships transporting loose cultivators did not return directly to Baishui Immortal City, but rather traversed between various small and large markets to recruit practitioners. Shun Leanne had long since planned his route upon leaving the market. He would board a Baishui sect spirit ship from Yuming Market and, upon returning to the cultivation world of the Chu Kingdom, immediately transfer to another vessel heading straight to Baishui Immortal City, where he would purchase cultivation techniques. Chapter 19. The tragic incident at the Miasma Cloud Mountain in the enchanting city of Bishui Xian, presided over by the venerable Golden Core ancestor. A multitude of cultivators thrived. The market for talismans flourished, and with such skills in talisman crafting, one need not worry about the scarcity of cultivation resources. As the moment of departure approached, Shun Leanne deemed it prudent to make preparations before his journey. The specialty of Yunming market was an array of toxins. Thus, he resolved to gather a selection of poisons for future use. The journey back to the state of Chu spanned no less than 10,000 miles, predominantly traversing desolate wilderness and rugged mountains, necessitating adequate precautions. Should misfortune befall him, such as a capsized vessel, survival in the wilderness would require ample provisions. Ahem. He quickly dismissed such morbid thoughts, lightly tapping his lips. Today was not an auspicious day for alloments. The complete foundational cultivation techniques, even if not particularly remarkable, would likely command a price of at least 10,000 spirit stones. Shun Leanne aimed to acquire techniques that aligned well with his attributes and of superior quality, preparing for a minimum expenditure of 30,000 spirit stones. He did not anticipate securing a golden core or nascent soul level technique outright. Not only would there be few available, but he also lacked the funds. It was more prudent to seek higher level cultivation techniques once his own prowess had grown. He was not greedy for celestial arts or divine skills. For the moment, his priority was to ensure he could obtain a foundational technique that resonated with his own cultivation. Establishing a foundation bore its own risks. Should the technique prove incompatible, it would be disastrous. Foundation establishment marked the first threshold for cultivators, with Bishui's sect boasting over 500 foundation cultivators among its thousands of disciples. It was noteworthy that the sect recruited its disciples from the Sarmi de las Armi of the vast populace of the state of Chu, with a minimum requirement of mid-grade spiritual roots to qualify for such numbers. In stark contrast, rogue cultivators predominantly possessed inferior spiritual roots, with scarcely one among 10,000 achieving foundation establishment. If he could not find a technique encompassing all 5 elemental pathways, he at least sought one aligned with the fire element. This would enhance his success rate in crafting high-quality talismans, particularly the superior dispelling talismans. Reflecting on the spirit stones required for purchasing a technique, Shun Leanne felt it was time to showcase more of his capabilities. Within 2 years, he had ascended from a low-tier to a mid-tier talisman master, while only his mentor, Wang Xia, was aware of his true success rate. He projected a modest 50% to avoid drawing attention and to earn a meager living. The cost of crafting a superior dispelling talisman was 12 spirit stones. With a selling price of 30, a success rate of 40% was necessary to avoid loss. However, Shun Leanne boasted a success rate of 100%. Each talisman netted him an 18-stone profit, meaning he needed to craft 670 dispelling talismans to accumulate 30,000 spirit stones. With his current cultivation at the 6th layer of chi refinement, he could produce approximately 6 superior dispelling talismans daily. This timeline seemed ample. He envied those fellow cultivators who swiftly amassed wealth. The only downside was that their names frequently appeared on the underworld's red list. Clearing the materials from the talisman platform aside, Shun Leanne retrieved the toxins he had collected. Since acquiring the 100 Poisons manual, he had begun to consciously gather various toxins and had experimented with concocting several poisons according to its instructions. The final poison described in the manual required a blend of venom from at least 100 different poisonous creatures, known as 100 Poison Spirit, capable of severely injuring or even killing foundation cultivators. His collection of toxins was specifically for the purpose of preparing this deadly concoction. The manual's insights into toxin crafting were profound, and he was particularly impressed that it included corresponding antidotes for each poison listed. Inspecting the newly acquired toxins, he found 2 that required preliminary tanning. Shun Leanne patted the storage pouch at his waist, and a cascade of radiant lights emerged. Among them, a small copper cauldron, about 1 foot tall, drew particular attention. This was a mid-grade first-tier magical artifact he used as a vessel for concocting poisons. Surrounding the cauldron were various bottles and jars containing the preliminary concoctions he had produced over the past 2 years. Currently, he possessed 3 types of first-tier superior toxins: the venomous blood spider, celestial corpse corruption fluid, and the burial flower. Additionally, there were 13 types of mid-tier toxins and 31 types of low-tier toxins, not including the various lesser toxins he had collected today, bringing the total to an impressive 69 varieties. The Yunming market was abundant in poisonous herbs and creatures. Otherwise, such a collection would not have been feasible. He set about refining the 6 new toxins he had obtained today. Next, he took out the new magical artifact, the Red Sun crossbow. After toying with it for a while, he pondered the simplicity of its physical attack nature. Perhaps, it should be imbued with magic. Without hesitation, Shun Leanne mixed various preliminary poisons into the cauldron. A sickly green glow erupted from the cauldron, casting an eerie light upon him. Using his substandard flying sword, he stirred the mixture, igniting the spiritual fire beneath the cauldron with spirit stones as fuel. Bubbling ominously, the green liquid began to froth, reflecting a spectrum of colors. He placed the 10 red sun arrows, heads down, into the cauldron. This toxic concoction was dubbed 7-colored corruption miasma, capable of transforming chi refinement stage cultivators into pools of foul blood while bestowing upon them a rainbow-hued skin. The spiritual fire burned for a day and a night, until the liquid was evaporated, leaving a thin layer adhered to the inner walls of the cauldron. Shun Leanne donned gloves fashioned from beast hide and shaped the dried toxin into pill form, yielding 3 toxic pills. These pills could be shattered with spiritual energy, releasing a toxic mist that would engulf a radius of 10 zhang, causing those who inhaled it to see their ancestors beckoning. Throughout the toxin refining process, Shun Leanne remained industrious. At one side of the talisman platform, he began drawing various talismans to accumulate the spirit stones needed for purchasing a technique. As for his own defensive talismans, he had long since updated and upgraded them over the past 2 years, with several successful kills under his belt. He had innovated and developed new talisman arrays. Calm Mind, Insight Point 1. Calm Mind, Insight Point 3, at dawn, meditating on his cultivation. Shun Leanne opened his eyes and first checked the poisons he had brewed. After consuming some spiritual rice, he resumed drawing talismans. This simple existence had persisted for 2 years, yielding insights and occasionally enlightening revelations, which Shun Leanne welcomed with open arms. He now prepared to invest his insights into understanding talisman craft, hoping to elevate his skills to the lower tier of the second rank, allowing him to attempt crafting second-tier talismans. With second-tier talismans, he would gain more means to contend with foundation cultivators. Although advancing to second-tier talismans required 10,000 insight points, it was far simpler than breaking through to foundation establishment. In addition to furthering his talisman studies, Shun Leanne also contemplated delving into puppet mastery. This would enhance his capabilities in combat, looting, and other endeavors, allowing puppets to operate seamlessly. However, puppet mastery was quite rudimentary. First-tier low-grade puppets were utterly ineffective, while mid-tier puppets, without mental control, resembled simpletons. Only first-tier superior puppets could begin to escape the realm of ineptitude, as Shun Leanne had yet to develop spiritual consciousness. Becoming a first-tier superior puppet master required at least 3,000 insight points, prompting him to first focus on fire techniques and toxin refinement. No matter how uncalculated, he was still short on insight points. In the blink of an eye, after nearly 20 busy days at home, besides his cultivation, Shun Leanne had crafted 30 superior dispelling talismans and 200 mid-grade dispelling talismans. With his stock of talisman-making materials nearly depleted, he prepared to venture out to exchange for spirit stones. At the treasure-gathering pavilion, Wang Xia greeted him with relief. "Brother, you have finally returned safely. I was worried sick about you." Upon seeing Shun Leanne enter, Wang Xia paused momentarily before hastening toward him. "What's wrong?" Shun Leanne inquired, realizing Shun Leanne appeared unaware. Wang Xia quickly replied, "Didn't you attend the Miasma Cloud Mountain auction?" "I did not." Shun Leanne nodded, initially intending to go, but unexpectedly found himself enlightened in talisman craft, only to realize too late that time had slipped away. "My dear brother, fortune indeed smiles upon you. It is fortuitous that you did not attend." He pulled Shun Leanne to his small counter, and Wang Xia leaned in to whisper, "Brother." At the auction of the Zhuangyan Mountain, a mysterious cultivator emerged, slaying 2 foundation building practitioners, and the number of chi refining practitioners who perished is beyond reckoning. I have only just received this news, and upon sending you a message, I received no reply. I was contemplating visiting you if I did not see you in a few days. Shun Leanne retrieved a communication talisman from his storage bag. "My apologies, brother. I did not notice. This is a mid-tier first-grade talisman. As long as the distance is not great, we can communicate with one another." Over the past 2 years, the relationship between Shun Leanne and manager Wang has evolved from mere acquaintances to the exchange of communication talismans. While the communication talisman resolves the issue of messaging between cultivators, it does come with its own complications. For instance, if it is placed in the storage bag, it may not respond, and it can be influenced by various factors, making it less effective than the jade talismans. So many have perished? Shun Leanne felt a pang of regret in his heart. Damn. It is fortunate that I did not go. With foundation builders dead, had I ventured there at the 6th level of chi refinement, I would have been merely fodder. Which esteemed cultivator possesses such ferocity? I wonder from whence they hail. Chapter 20. The arrayed disc. After Wen Xia's explanation, Shun Leanne became aware of the situation regarding the auction at the Poison Cloud Mountain. The event indeed attracted numerous cultivators and showcased many coveted magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans that even late-stage chi refiners desired. However, the 3 major markets were primarily recruiting scattered cultivators, resulting in an influx of an eclectic mix of personalities. While there was a certain restraint observed within the market, the Poison Cloud Mountain, despite being equidistant from the 3 major markets, was rather isolated. Without the enforcement of sect law enforcers, many scattered cultivators were recklessly seeking merit for the King of Hell. It could be said that the inaugural joint auction of the 3 major markets faced a severe setback. Reflecting on the unfortunate experiences of his fellow cultivators, Shun Leanne took out the dispelling talisman he had drawn. In this world of chaos, stability was paramount. Senseless fighting held little appeal. Recently, the 3 major markets had been closely interconnected, with some capable cultivators traversing the wilderness back and forth, inevitably requiring high-grade dispelling talismans. His arrival at the market was indeed fortuitous. when Xia examined the dispelling talisman with interest. Naturally, with such skills, Shun Leanne would find favor wherever he went. Bring me 3 bottles of superior spirit ink, 5 bundles of superior talisman paper, and 2 superior talisman brushes. The first-grade superior spirit ink cost 150 spirit stones per bottle, while a bundle of talisman paper was 30 spirit stones. The talisman brushes were even pricier, costing 50 to 100% more than artifacts of the same tier. A single bottle of spirit ink could be used 20 times, with a cost of 7.5 spirit stones per use. Each talisman brush, priced at 150 spirit stones, could draw approximately 100 talismans. Thus, the cost of the dispelling talisman amounted to about 12 spirit stones. By the way, a fascinating new item has arrived that you will surely appreciate. After calculating, when Xia suddenly recalled something and began rummaging through his storage bag. The storage bag he possessed did not belong to him but was part of the public treasury of the Gathering Treasures Pavilion. Look at this. It's a specialized item crafted for talisman masters. A disc, 1 foot in size with 2 layers capable of rotating like a compass, appeared in Shun Leanne's hand. The array disc. Shun Leanne immediately recognized the artifact. The array disc was a unique tool specifically designed for talisman masters, compared to practitioners who specialized in combat. The activation of talismans in the heat of battle was inevitably slower. Sometimes, before a talisman could be activated, a sword chi might already be descending upon one's head. After years of studying talismans and composing numerous talisman formulas, one could find themselves in a perilous situation where the talisman had not yet been unleashed, leading to a fatal blow. Alas, woe unto talisman masters. The array disc allowed talismans to be preloaded and kept in a near-activated state before confronting an enemy. During a conflict, one merely needed to concentrate to release the prepared talismans. It could unleash dozens or even hundreds of talismans in a single thought while consuming significantly less of the user's spiritual energy. This function bore a striking resemblance to the talisman arrays he had inherited. Shun Leanne scrutinized the array disc in his hand, captivated by its potential. After experiencing the threat of an assault in the market and retaliating twice in the black market, his proficiency with talisman arrays had markedly improved. Ordinary late-stage chi refiners no longer posed a threat. He had now calibrated his danger level to include seasoned old monsters of the 9th layer of chi refinement and even foundation establishment cultivators. Otherwise, he would not have taken the time to gather toxins and refine the 100-spirit poison. Preparedness was key to ensuring one's safety. The more trump cards one possessed, the stronger their ability to counterattack, creating an element of surprise. While one might choose not to use them, possessing them was essential. It cost at least 350 spirit stones, when Xia stated softly. Shun Leanne did not balk at the price, as the array disc was inherently more expensive than artifacts of the same tier. After a preliminary inspection, he discovered that this array disc could accommodate 27 different talismans. Is this the only one? Indeed, this is the sole item I intercepted upon seeing it in the storeroom. When Xia smiled, pleased. The dispelling talismans he had acquired from Shun Leanne had significantly enhanced his reputation with the shopkeeper over the past 2 years. Particularly since Shun Leanne had become a superior talisman master, the quality of the superior dispelling talismans had improved, leading to a greater demand and consequently higher commissions for him. His elevated status within the building allowed him to select spirit items before other managers. I'll take it. Having secured an artifact that suited his needs, Shun Leanne's spirits lifted, and he proceeded to purchase some spirit rice before leisurely returning to his residence at the 23rd courtyard. The herbs flourishing in the spirit field swayed gently, yet the herbalist remained elusive. Upon returning upstairs, Shun Leanne eagerly began to refine the newly acquired array disc. First-grade artifacts typically lacked formal names, with appellations assigned by users based on personal preference. It was only at the 2nd grade level that artifact refiners would bestow names upon their creations. As he infused spiritual energy into the array disc, 3 curved restriction markings began to manifest within it. Between these 3 markings, 9 slots for embedded spirit stones appeared. The talismans inserted into the disc required spirit stones as a source of energy for activation. While refining the array disc, Shun Leanne contemplated how to arrange the 27 talismans for maximum potency. Having inherited over 1,000 diverse talismans upon becoming a superior talisman master, he pondered confinement, slaughter. After considerable reflection, he deemed that the confinement and slaughter talismans were somewhat unreliable. Confining a beast was one thing. Confining a cultivator was another matter entirely. He needed to incorporate some poison. Among the superior talismans he had inherited was one known as the Spirit Poison Talisman, which required specially formulated poison ink for its crafting. Although there were no finished poison inks available in the market, Shun Leanne had taught himself the art. He could ensnare while simultaneously releasing lethal toxins. Buzz. After spending a good part of the day, the refinement of the array disc was completed, transforming it into a radiant red disc that danced around Shun Leanne. He rose and stepped onto the balcony, stretching his limbs while gazing outward. There, he observed the patrol of Bai Shui's sect cultivators making their rounds on the street outside. Today, the sun has risen from the west. It seemed the enforcers of the Bai Shui sect had finally decided to take their duties seriously. Shun Leanne quietly watched as the enforcement team departed, feeling a twinge of curiosity. In the past, the Bai Shui sect's enforcers rarely showed up for work, often only collecting their wages. Especially when incidents involving demonic cultivators or battles occurred on the outskirts of the market, their attendance was contingent on their mood. Such earnest patrolling was quite unusual. Shaking his head, Shun Leanne returned to his talisman crafting room, preparing to begin drawing talismans. After a long day of activity, as evening approached, he went to the balcony to steam some spirit rice. When he glanced at the street, he noticed yet another team of enforcers patrolling. In the following days, each time Shun Leanne craved spirit rice, he would look outside. The Bai Shui sect's enforcement team had indeed changed their ways, becoming punctual and diligent workers. This development puzzled Shun Leanne. Disciples of the Bai Shui sect, even those of the lowest ranks, typically look down upon scattered cultivators, regarding them as inferior. It is said that one's nature is hard to change. And the enforcers were composed of sect disciples who had long held disdain for scattered cultivators ingrained in their very beings. How could a group of proud sect cultivators willingly patrol for those with inferior spiritual roots? Shun Leanne, particularly sensitive to changes in his surroundings due to his concern for his safety, sensed that something significant might be occurring within the market. Chapter 21. The arrival of Steward Wang. Perhaps I shall venture out tomorrow to inquire about any recent happenings in the market, Shun Leanne pondered. The sudden diligence of the law enforcement officers likely signified the arrival of a higher-ranking official. The presence of advanced cultivators often heralded significant events. It was prudent to gather information for peace of mind. Daily occurrences within the market were abundant, with deceased companions whose stories could encircle the marketplace numerous times. Shun Leanne yearned for a tranquil year, after which he could return to the state of Chu. As night fell, Shun Leanne was in meditation within his cultivation chamber when a knock on the door interrupted his practice. "Who is it?" he called, moving to the door. A few talismans appearing in his palm from his sleeve. "Little brother, it's me." Recognizing the voice, Shun Leanne deactivated the formation before opening the door with his other hand. You truly are at ease, still operating your formation at home," Wang Xia remarked, standing at the threshold and observing Shun Leanne. "It seems you have become a rare visitor." Shun Leanne was somewhat taken aback, although he was acquainted with Wang Xia. The latter had only visited once in the past 2 years, that occasion being to congratulate him upon becoming a first-grade talisman master. Now, with night deepening, one had to wonder what an elder might want. "I have come to beseech your assistance, to request the drawing of anti-miasma talismans." Upon hearing this, Shun Leanne tucked away the talismans he had been holding and invited Wang Xia to enter and take a seat. Acquiring anti-miasma talismans should be simple. Just send me a message. As he spoke, Shun Leanne offered an awkward smile, retrieving his communication talisman from the depths of his storage bag. Fortunately, Wang Xia did not seem to mind. "I require a considerable number, preferably high-grade anti-miasma talismans." Noticing Wang Xia's urgent demeanor, Shun Leanne's curiosity was piqued. "What has transpired, dear elder, to necessitate such haste?" "It is this. I have a great-grandson, an outer disciple of our sect. He has unexpectedly arrived in the market today, having taken on a sect mission that requires him to enter a miasma-laden wilderness for some time. You know how toxic the miasma can be once it enters the body. Expelling it is quite troublesome. It also hinders cultivation, and most importantly, it could jeopardize his foundation establishment. It is unfortunate that I did not foresee this. I sold all the anti-miasma talismans you provided me earlier due to their superior quality, and now my great-grandson is left without any. It appears your great-grandson has promising prospects for foundation establishment. Congratulations, elder." Shun Leanne observed Wang Xia's expression, offering a compliment. Indeed, a smile broke upon Wang Xia's aged face. This lad is quite capable. At over 50, he has already reached the 8th level of qi refinement and is likely to challenge for foundation establishment before 60. However, as he spoke, Wang Xia's expression darkened once more. I inquired about his mission, yet this rascal said nothing, remaining tight-lipped even about the duration of the task. I fear the miasma may harm his lungs and hinder his future foundation establishment efforts. I, having missed my opportunity in this lifetime, can only pin my hopes on this great-grandson. Brother, I happen to have a few high-grade anti-miasma talismans left. If you grant me a few more days, I shall draw some additional ones. Shun Leanne produced 5 anti-miasma talismans, understanding Wang Xia's sentiments. Some parents are like this, unable to soar themselves. They lay an egg for the next generation to fly. Yet, should they inadvertently produce a dullard, they can only continue laying eggs through generations. Like Steward Wang, who had now reached the level of great-grandson. "Thank you, little brother. If you could manage to draw a few more within 3 days, I would be most grateful. I must also seek out anti-miasma pills for him." Wang Xia casually tossed a storage bag, not waiting for Shun Leanne to refuse, and hurriedly departed. After shutting the door and reactivating the formation, Shun Leanne opened the storage bag to find 2 bottles of high-grade spirit ink and 24 sheets of high-grade talisman paper, valued at 360 spirit stones, double the worth of his 5 anti-miasma talismans. The first-grade high-grade anti-miasma talisman had undergone a qualitative transformation. Capable of dispersing miasma within a radius of at least 100 feet, and if undisturbed by wind, could last for several days. If one were to find a narrow cave, its efficacy would be even more pronounced, lasting 10 days to half a month without issue. Generally, wandering cultivators would only use a high-grade anti-miasma talisman when encountering significant opportunities. Given Wang Xia's apparent urgency, it seemed that his great-grandson's sect mission was likely a long-term endeavor. Initially, there may have been mutual attraction between him and Wang Xia, but after 2 years of business, a bond had formed. Besides, he had crafted these talismans for sale. Selling them to Wang Xia was no different than selling to his great-grandson. After a night of cultivation, the following morning, as Shun Leanne prepared to draw anti-miasma talismans, another knock echoed on the door. "Is Master Shun at home? I am Wang He, here to pay my respects." Upon hearing the voice outside, Shun Leanne was momentarily stunned. The great-grandson had arrived. Why did they come in separate groups? Listening closely, he discerned that there were not just Wang He but 3 individuals. Lowering the formation's intensity, he activated a mind talisman, then opened the door with his left hand, while concealing his right hand within his sleeve, grasping a few talismans just in case. "Master Shun." Wang He, a robust figure with a straightforward appearance unlike the shrewd Wang Xia, addressed him. "We are here for the anti-miasma talismans." Remembering the previous elder's caution, Shun Leanne, wary and seldom engaging with others, was reassured by Wang He's words. "Please, come in." The 2 other disciples of Bishi sect followed closely behind Wang He, clearly deferring to him. "Master Shun, the anti-miasma talismans you create are rare treasures. We have come to arrange a custom order for a batch of high-grade anti-miasma talismans." A batch? Shun Leanne was taken aback. Anti-miasma talismans were not like pills. They had limited utility outside miasma-ridden areas. Did they intend to remain in such places permanently? At 30 spirit stones each, are the disciples of the sect so affluent? Indeed, we will provide the materials for talisman creation, in addition to offering Master Shun extra compensation. We merely request that you exert your utmost effort to craft the anti-miasma talismans during this period. Understanding that with over 10,000 disciples in Bishi sect and countless talisman masters, the only reason Wang Xia's group sought him out was due to the superior effects and quality of his talismans. It appeared they required not only a large quantity of anti-miasma talismans, but also a long-term supply. I am currently at the 6th level of Qi refinement. And apart from my daily cultivation, I can draw high-grade anti-miasma talismans 5 times a day with about a 50% success rate, sometimes 2, sometimes 3. Shun Leanne did not refuse. He realized he could hardly do so. "Thank you, Master Shun. I shall return in 3 days to collect the first batch of talismans." Wang He promptly patted his storage bag, causing a pile of talisman-making materials to fall onto the table, gesturing towards one of the cultivators beside him. "This is Yang Lin. Should I not be present in the future, he will come to collect the talismans and deliver materials." "Very well." The trio departed as swiftly as they had arrived. After closing the door, Shun Leanne examined the materials left by Wang He. In truth, this transaction had proven profitable for him. Most talisman masters would consider it a success merely to avoid loss. To have someone willing to pay for talismans, regardless of the success rate, while enhancing his own crafting proficiency, was something many talisman masters would welcome. Unbeknownst to Wang He and the elder, Shun Leanne possessed a 100% success rate in talisman crafting. Excluding the remuneration for crafting, he could directly pocket at least half of the materials. Wang He had left behind 5 bottles of spirit ink, 5 blades of talisman paper, a first-grade high-grade talisman brush, and an additional 300 spirit stones. Including the materials left by the elder from last night, there are materials worth a total of 1,400 spirit stones, in addition to a reward of 300 spirit stones. Thus, he netted a profit of 300 spirit stones and 700 spirit stones in materials. Shun Leanne found this quite satisfactory. After all, earning money is nothing to scoff at. Chapter 22, The Enlightened Mouth and the Symbol Crafting Chamber. Shun Leanne commenced the intricate task of drawing talismans, for the anticipated profits were considerable. One must act with integrity. Thus, he could only extract half the payment. Though one might be skeptical, the Wang family surely had reason to express their gratitude. Engrossed in his work, he quietly accumulated comprehension and spiritual insights. Finding solace in this approach, he did not rely on fortuitous encounters to gain opportunities. 3 days later, Wang He arrived to collect 7 dispelling talismans. Subsequently, Shun Leanne diligently crafted more dispelling talismans each day while immersing himself in his cultivation. Occasionally, he would stroll along the merchant street to procure various toxins, magical artifacts, and elixirs, while also gathering news from the marketplace. As he had surmised, the Bihue sect had dispatched an elder to the market. The diligent work of the enforcement team was undoubtedly linked to this elder's arrival. However, the true purpose of the elder's visit remained elusive to those within the marketplace. 10 days later, as night fell, a heavily cloaked Yang Lin knocked on Shun Leanne's door. "Master Shun, I have come to collect the talismans." Upon entering the room and sensing the spiritual energy, Yang Lin exhaled a long breath of black mist, his visage shrouded in a hint of darkness. Coughing, he and Shun Leanne shared the same cultivation level of the 6th stage of Qi refinement. Noticing Yang Lin's distressed appearance, Shun Leanne ushered him into his cultivation chamber. I still have one dispelling talisman to finish, which will take half an hour. Thank you, Master Shun, Yang Lin replied, understanding Shun Leanne's goodwill. As he clasped his hands in gratitude and entered the chamber, Shun Leanne then resumed his work on the talisman. In less than half an hour, Yang Lin stood at the door of the crafting chamber, his complexion greatly improved. Coughing once more, he spoke. Thanks to your dispelling talismans, Master Shun, my fellow disciples and I were able to escape the miasma tide. The dispelling talismans and elixirs served only as aids. The primary solution was to steer clear of the miasma altogether. Shun Leanne, organizing his talisman brushes and spiritual ink, responded casually, circumstances dictated that we had to endure. As our sect's tasks were unavoidable, and the miasma outside was overwhelming. Yang Lin replied nonchalantly, however, more of our fellow disciples will be arriving soon, allowing us to take turns in purging the miasma from our bodies. Shun Leanne refrained from probing further and handed Yang Lin the 23 dispelling talismans. Thank you. Yang Lin did not linger, swiftly departing into the night. Shun Leanne closed the door. The miasma tide. In the wilderness, the miasma lingered in certain areas, especially amidst the mountains and valleys. Yet, at the beginning, middle, and end of each month, certain regions would experience a surge of miasma, resulting in a large-scale miasma tide. Due to the specific timing, the marketplace referred to these occurrences as miasma tides. Surrounding the Yunming marketplace, 3 locations were known for such miasma tides. Shun Leanne's knowledge of this was rooted in the extensive research he undertook to accept tasks, thoroughly studying the environmental conditions of the marketplace's periphery. The locations of the miasma tides were among the first he ruled out. These 3 areas were friendly cooperative units affiliated with the underworld. Why would disciples of the Bihui sect venture into the miasma tide? Surely, they did not wish to hasten the deterioration of their own lungs. It was no wonder Wang Jia sought him out, while others were clueless. He understood that Shun Leanne's talismans were ultimately more effective against the miasma tide than those of other talisman masters. Let us hope nothing significant occurs that delays my departure from the marketplace, Shun Leanne murmured. The large-scale deployment of disciples by the Bihui sect surely indicated a discovery in the wilderness. Even if something as rare as dragon liver or phoenix marrow surfaced, he held little interest. All he desired was a tranquil home. Before long, a month had passed, and Yang Lin returned twice more for talismans. Shun Leanne did not exploit them excessively, merely keeping a little over half of the materials for himself, maintaining his success rate at around 50%. In his cultivation chamber, Shun Leanne sat in meditation. Initially, it was said that this place was adjacent to a formation, with spiritual tides occurring, yet in 2 years, he had not encountered one. The night deepened. The door was knocked upon once again. The Wang duo returned for another visit. Brother, thanks to your dispelling talismans, I am deeply grateful. Wang Jia exclaimed with a smile. Master Shun, Wang He clasped his hands in respect. Wang He was indifferent to the term ancestor, as the hierarchy among cultivators could vary greatly, often rendering such distinctions moot. It seems your task was successfully completed, Shun Leanne remarked, addressing Wang He directly as fellow cultivator. Miasma permeated the mountains and valleys, compounded by the miasma tide. Even seasoned foundation-building cultivators could not withstand the prolonged exposure. After some conversation, Wang He revealed the purpose of their visit. He wished for Shun Leanne to continue crafting high-grade dispelling talismans. But has your task already been fulfilled? Shun Leanne feigned confusion. Indeed, the sect's assignment is not yet complete. I intend to rest for a month before resuming the task, Wang He explained, continuing. Many of our fellow disciples have also taken on this task, so we still require a substantial number of dispelling talismans. Over the past month, Shun Leanne had deliberately ventured out several times. The number of outer disciples from the Bihui sect in the marketplace had exceeded several hundred, and the small courtyards in the core area were nearing capacity. Even foundation-building cultivators had been seen flying overhead on 2 occasions, something quite uncommon in the past. Shun Leanne smiled and agreed to continue crafting the talismans. I will soon be returning to the cultivation world of the Chu Kingdom. Thus, it is advantageous to earn more spiritual stones before I leave, while also enhancing my proficiency in talisman crafting. I owe my gratitude to you both. Brother, with your skills, you need not worry about spiritual stones wherever you go. You have greatly assisted me, Wang Jia replied, a smile gracing his features. Conversely, Wang He's expression grew serious. Master Shun, it seems you will not be able to leave Yiming marketplace for the time being. What? Shun Leanne was taken aback. Wang He, what is going on? When did the sect issue a decree? Wang Jia also appeared puzzled. He was merely a steward in the sect's administrative hall and held a lowly position, often unaware of many developments. I heard from a senior disciple that the marketplace will soon implement a decree permitting only entry, but not exit. Shun Leanne's expression darkened. What does the Bihui sect mean by this? Brother, you still have a year until your deadline. Perhaps by that time, the ban will be lifted. Wang Jia reassured him with a smile. With outsiders present, Shun Leanne quickly composed himself, forcing a smile as he remarked. It appears I am meant to remain in the marketplace to earn a few more spiritual stones before leaving. The Wang duo provided him with another batch of materials for crafting dispelling talismans. There were 10 sheets of talisman paper, 2 bottles of spiritual ink, though he had received 7 bottles previously, leaving ample supply, and 500 low-grade spiritual stones. The pair had produced materials worth nearly 3,000 spiritual stones across 3 visits, indicating their affluence. Shun Leanne pondered whether the Wang duo had become resellers. Nevertheless, no matter how they sold the materials, he stood to gain significantly. As he closed the door, Shun Leanne reactivated the 5-element formation, his smile fading as reality set in. Damn it. An exit ban, allowing only entry. It was highly probable that something valuable had been uncovered in the wilderness. The Yuming marketplace was akin to a natural prison. Even cultivators at the 9th stage of Qi refinement would find it nearly impossible to return to the Chu kingdom from the marketplace, facing certain death. 1,000 miles away, the miasma was dense, and demonic beasts roamed freely. Without a spiritual vessel, escape was futile. Though a year remained until his departure, Shun Leanne understood that for cultivators, time held little significance. If treasures cannot be unearthed, one might face a ban lasting a decade or even 8 years. In such a splendid location, there is no need to conceal one's demise. Heaven will take care of it. Should the treasures be exceedingly extraordinary. Shun Leanne's countenance sank once more. Chapter 23. The Grand Procurement at the Market. The Bun sect, a righteous sect, surely would not act without principles. After all, the lives of thousands of Qi practitioners are at stake. One can only fear that the sect's limits may be exceedingly flexible. With a soft sigh, Shun Leanne paced back and forth in his room. If only he had access to his spirit object of the nascent soul realm, the Bun sect would dare to flatten mountains. Over the course of the past several millennia since the establishment of the Chu nation's cultivation realm, only one nascent soul true monarch emerged a millennium ago, subsequently drifting to the southern celestial realm, seeking refuge in the Tian-Nan cultivation world. Newly ascended nascent soul practitioners possess a lifespan of 3,000 years, rarely exceeding 10,000 without further advancement. One might presume they have long since become achievements of the King of Hades. Presently, the 3 major sects are all golden core sections. Of course, the probability of encountering a 4th-tier nascent soul-level spirit object is exceedingly low, a mere thought in Shun Leanne's mind. Yet to him, a golden core sect looms as a colossal entity. Such a behemoth can easily crush Qi practitioners as if they were mere ants. There is no need for targeted actions. Even the slightest ripple of their presence can cause significant casualties among Qi practitioners. Should the sealing edict persist for too long, he would have no choice but to alter his prior plans. He had previously envisioned returning to the Chu nation's cultivation realm to procure new techniques. Now, with such a significant upheaval, Shun Leanne worries whether he can still realize his plan to head directly to the Tianxia Tower in Chu Nation. Currently, the market of Bun sect has established connections with the markets of the other 2 major sections. If the Bun sect is in lockdown, it is likely that the other 2 markets are experiencing similar circumstances. It is prudent to prepare for the worst. His own cultivation level is too low to acquire substantial information, leaving him to prepare his trump cards to the best of his ability. He must hasten to refine the 100 spirits poison and prepare several sets of talismans and arrays. Additionally, he needs to stockpile a batch of detoxifying pills and purging pills for emergencies. It would be ideal to break through to the late Qi stage and manifest divine consciousness. Relying solely on divine consciousness talismans is still too flimsy. Having recently broken through to the 6th layer of Qi, Shun Leanne realizes that advancing to the 7th layer cannot solely rely on self-cultivation. He must depend on the power of medicinal pills. Ordinary pills will not suffice. It must be a barrier-breaking pill. He cannot afford to concern himself with the solidity of his spiritual energy, if necessary. He can linger longer after his promotion to consolidate it, first drawing out his divine consciousness. That night, Shun Leanne did not sleep well, and his mind was unsettled during cultivation. Unsurprisingly, he did not gain any understanding points. The environmental changes had caused significant fluctuations in his mental state. At dawn, after tidying himself, Shun Leanne stepped out of his home. This time, he had applied a disguised talisman for himself and did not rush to make purchases. Instead, he strolled through the various shops along the street. Beneath his wide robe, 2 divine consciousness talismans were activated. He did not deliberately eavesdrop on other practitioners, but the raised voices of those conversing on the street inevitably reached his ears. On the street, scattered practitioners were already discussing the sealing edict. It was said that the poison cloud mountain had produced a grand treasure. A millennium-old spirit ginseng had matured. Others claimed that an ancient ruin was discovered beneath the Wuzi mine. Such nonsense. It was actually a spirit beast cub that had appeared in the Chang'e market. Rumors also circulated about the emergence of a heaven-mending herb, a crucial material for refining transformation pills. No, it was clearly a fragmented small cave heaven that had appeared. Shun Leanne understood well the nature of gossip among scattered practitioners. He had only traversed half of the market street and had already gleaned so much insider information. Moreover, each informant spoke with unwavering conviction, as if swearing on their ancestors, their demeanor shrouded in mystery, not in a hurry to head to the gathering treasure pavilion. Shun Leanne wandered through various shops along the street, including general goods stores, artifact shops, and the 100 Talismans Pavilion. The prices for detoxifying, healing, and spirit-replenishing pills, as well as artifacts, had not experienced any inflation. At the Wong family's artifact shop, he purchased 10 first-tier superior thunder seeds, disposable artifacts capable of unleashing a force comparable to a chi practitioner at the 9th layer upon detonation, for 580 spirit stones, with a discount of 20. From the general goods store, he acquired a first-tier superior defensive bell for 310 inferior spirit stones. He also procured 2 types of first-tier inferior poisons and 6 kinds of non-mainstream poisons, along with 6 herbs for antidotes. Additionally, he purchased a first-tier superior storage bracelet for 320 inferior spirit stones. After visiting several shops along the market street, he dispersed his purchases, acquiring 5 bottles each of the purging and detoxifying pills. As he walked, Shun Leanne arrived at the Lu family medicine shop, where he had initially purchased the Huangyao pill. "Friend, would you like a bottle?" The shopkeeper Lu greeted him with a smile. Shun Leanne stepped inside, noticing that, besides the shopkeeper, there was a young girl in a pale yellow fairy dress, arranging spirit herbs on the shelves. The girl glanced at Shun Leanne, her gaze lingering for a moment on his ordinary middle-aged face before she swiftly returned to her task. At nearly 40 years of age, Shun Leanne had only begun to enjoy a more comfortable life in recent years. Previously, during his relentless travels, his face bore the marks of hardship, devoid of any celestial aura. After sizing up the girl, he averted his gaze, confirming her type, an admirer of beauty. "Friend, what spirit pills do you require?" The shopkeeper Lu warmly inquired. "Do you have barrier-breaking pills?" Yes, indeed," the shopkeeper Lu responded, his eyes gleaming at the prospect of a lucrative transaction. First-tier superior pills are among the finest in his shop. "Xingyan, tend to the store," he instructed the girl before leading Shun Leanne to a screen behind the shop. "Please, have a seat." After Shun Leanne was seated, the shopkeeper retrieved a small jade box from his storage bag. From 3 feet away, he opened the box to reveal a pill glowing with a green light, its surface pockmarked. "Friend, please take a look." Our Lu family, Shun Leanne, while not yet skilled in alchemy, understood that the smoother the surface of a pill, the higher its quality. The quality of this particular pill could only be deemed inferior. "Do you have any of medium quality?" Considering the 4 constraints within his spiritual roots, Shun Leanne felt that an inferior barrier-breaking pill would be insufficient for his breakthrough. "None." The shopkeeper, Lu, shook his head. The family rarely sells medium-quality pills. For scattered practitioners, even a few pills suffice. To seek better ones is a bit much. "What is the price?" 230 inferior spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Shun Leanne frowned. Many spirit objects in the Yunming market are priced 2 to 30% higher than those in the Chu nation's cultivation realm. Yet this pill was priced more than 50% higher. The shopkeeper Lu did not elaborate. His family profited by selling to scattered practitioners, and he was never lenient with his pricing. Lowering the price was out of the question, as there were few sellers of pills in the market. To break through to the late cheese stage, one must be willing to spend. "I want to." "How much can you reduce the price?" Looking at the pockmarked barrier-breaking pills, Shun Leanne felt speechless. Given his spiritual roots, relying on an inferior quality pill for his breakthrough seemed a tall order. "I'll take 2. The shopkeeper Lu, who had initially intended to hold firm on the price, was pleasantly surprised by Shun Leanne's response. After so long in the market, he had finally encountered a big spender willing to buy these rather mediocre barrier-breaking pills. "Xingyan, prepare the tea. Offer the finest tea." A quarter of an hour later, Shun Leanne stored the pills in his bag, feeling satisfied as he made his way outside. Just as he stepped out of the shop, he encountered a woman clad in a black robe, her elegant features poised to enter the store. Shun Leanne cast a glance her way, noting the intricate green water patterns embroidered on her attire, before hastily averting his eyes and quickening his pace. Only inner disciples of the Bun sect are permitted to wear black robes. It is best to avoid conflict. Chapter 24. The refinement of the 100 spirits poison outside the Lu family apothecary. Shun Leanne swiftly slipped away. The woman in the black robe paid no mind to him as she entered the shop. "Sister, you're back." The girl, busy arranging the herbs on the shelves, immediately brightened up upon seeing the newcomer, her small face radiating joy. "Xingyan, what were you just mumbling about?" "Oh, nothing. I was just remarking on that fellow who bought elixirs earlier. It's quite rare to see a wandering cultivator so affluent, though he looks rather unremarkable and a bit." "Oh, sister, why didn't your handsome junior brother Qing Yuan accompany you?" As Shun Leanne exited the apothecary, he made his way directly to the treasure-gathering pavilion. "Dear friend, what do you require?" Upon seeing Shun Leanne's arrival, the shopkeeper, who was leisurely moving about the store, addressed him with a more formal tone. "Red silk fruit, Lingji flower, Qianyong fruit." Shun Leanne's request took the shopkeeper by surprise, as he was a talisman master inquiring about such a plethora of herbs. However, with the shopkeeper present, he refrained from further questioning and consulted the information jade slip. The Qianyong fruit was currently unavailable, but the rest of the herbs were in stock. The spiritual herbs Shun Leanne sought were of no higher grade than first-tier upper quality, with the oldest being over 100 years old. thus not exceedingly rare. Additionally, I would like 2 bottles of Huang Yadan. After leaving the treasure-gathering pavilion, Shun Leanne proceeded to the administrative hall. The administrative hall had undergone reforms over the past 2 years, as numerous disciples from the sect had arrived. Some of these disciples possessed skills and often required peculiar spiritual items, yet lacked the time to search for them. Thus, they could post tasks at the administrative hall for wandering cultivators to fulfill. Now, any wandering cultivator with spirit stones could also post tasks. The Qianyang fruit. Categorized as a first-tier mid-grade spiritual fruit, thrived in areas abundant with sunlight. While not particularly common in the Yuming market, it was not entirely rare either. After paying a 10 spirit stone handling fee to the administrative hall and leaving 30 spirit stones as a reward for the task, Shun Leanne headed home. The herbs he purchased were intended for creating the antidote to the 100 spirits poison. Upon returning home, he activated the 5 elements array, designating a room solely for the purpose of concocting the 100 spirits poison. At present, he possessed over 100 toxic substances, meeting the minimum standard for its refinement. The poisons interacted with one another in complex ways. Not all toxins mixed would exponentially enhance their efficacy. The author of the Poison Compendium had meticulously analyzed and determined the proper ratios for various poisons amalgamation. The bronze cauldron was brought forth once more, and Shun Leanne affixed 3 talismans to himself, forming 3 luminous halos around his body. According to the records of the Poison Compendium, the 100 spirits poison could severely injure or even kill those at the foundation establishment stage. However, this remained theoretical, lacking the practical validation that the previous poison formulas had undergone. The individual who authored the Poison Compendium appeared to be a practitioner who had perished before reaching foundation establishment. In despair of never attaining that stage, he consolidated his extensive experience in poison crafting over the years, devising a method to poison those at the foundation establishment stage. If one could not achieve foundation establishment, then they would be poisoned instead, indeed, a ruthless approach. This elder understood the chasm between chi refinement and foundation establishment, recognizing the immense difficulty of poisoning someone at the latter stage. Thus, he devised an exceedingly vicious strategy to use himself as bait. By first ingesting the antidote to the 100 spirits poison, he could then employ it to poison those at the foundation establishment stage. Shun Leanne favored stability but also comprehended that sometimes one could not evade the impending dangers simply by wishing to remain untouched. When faced with life-threatening circumstances, he would not hesitate to drag a foundation establishment practitioner down with him. If they sought to disrupt his tranquility, they would meet their end together. Naturally, he preferred to avoid such outcomes, and would rather refine the poison and leave it forgotten in his storage pouch. He began the preliminary concoction of the toxins he had purchased today. The process of creating the 100 spirits poison would not be completed in less than 10 to 15 days. As Shun Leanne busied himself with the refinement, the Bichuan sect officially issued a lockdown order for the market. Not only the Bichuan sect, but also the Yuhuang Valley and the Tianyang sect imposed similar restrictions. There was no indication of when the lockdown would be lifted. The 3 pioneering markets within the desolate region had suddenly become isolated islands, with the nearest mainland being thousands of miles away. Although they were cut off, spiritual ships still arrived at the market, delivering the recruited wandering cultivators. This offered a slight comfort to the cultivators within the market. In the meantime, Shun Leanne ventured to the administrative hall again, where he found that a fellow cultivator had indeed brought back the Qianyang fruit he had requested. With the Qianyang fruit in hand, he commenced the preparation of the antidote. Unlike alchemy, the process of crafting poisons did not involve as many cumbersome steps, yet it still demanded considerable focus. As the room became enveloped in toxic fumes, Shun Leanne had to step outside to purchase a small confinement array to trap the noxious vapors within, lest he poison himself prematurely. First, one cultivates the path of immortality. Then, one refines poison. Should he perish from his own concoction, he would unwittingly set a precedent for a new record in the realm of cultivation. While refining the poison, Shun Leanne also consumed Huang Yadan to expedite the accumulation of spiritual energy within him. The breaking barrier Dan served merely as an aid. The accumulation of spiritual energy within his body was paramount. His ongoing trade of talismans with Wang Xia was also progressing. Overall, if it weren't for the lockdown on the market, Shun Leanne would be quite content. Early in the morning, upon awakening from his cultivation chamber, Shun Leanne rose and stretched his body, then applied 3 protective talismans to himself. Upon entering the room designated for poison refinement, he was immediately enveloped in a dazzling array of colors. The bronze cauldron bubbled and gurgled. Vividly colored toxic vapors began to rise from within. Swiftly stirring the liquid in the cauldron, Shun Leanne stepped back to the balcony and exhaled deeply. The concoction was nearing completion, and soon he would extract the 100 spirits poison powder. After 17 days of meticulous effort, Shun Leanne finally condensed the myriad toxins within the cauldron, grinding them into 2 bottles of vibrant powder. He carefully stored the 2 bottles separately, placing one in his storage bracelet and the other in his waist pouch. Currently, he possessed 3 storage bags and a storage bracelet. 2 of the storage bags contained a set of talisman arrays he had prepared: confinement, poison, and kill. Additionally, There were sets of dispelling miasma talismans, consciousness talismans, invisibility talismans, earth escape talismans, swift movement talismans, and disguise talismans, among others. He had 20 of the most destructive upper-grade Thunderfire talismans. He also possessed a dose of detoxification pills and antidotes. A well-strung Qi-Yang crossbow was among his possessions, along with 3 Thunderbolt seeds. Various cloaks and hats of different colors were stored in abundance. The storage bracelet contained backups of his storage bags, cleverly concealed within the voluminous sleeves of his robes. Inside were a talisman array plate, 3 sets of confinement, poison, and kill talismans, as well as tripled backups of various other talismans. The remaining storage bag was used for everyday items. The previously purchased defensive small bell had been refined and was now directly hung at his waist under his robe. In short, as long as he did not encounter anyone at the Foundation establishment stage, he could rely solely on his talismans to defeat them. Standing on the balcony, taking in the fresh air, he spotted a dark shadow appearing in the distant sky, the booming sound growing increasingly louder. The Yuan sect's spiritual ship had returned. This time, it flew directly to the foot of Yumeng Mountain behind the market. As he watched the ship disappear from view, Shun Leanne fell into contemplation. The Yuan sect's lockdown of the market aimed to prevent wandering cultivators from departing and spreading chaos in the Chu nation's cultivation world. However, this did not necessarily apply to their own sect's disciples. Moreover, within the market, there were numerous shops established by various families. These family shops required supplies of elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts to sell in the market. Perhaps he could seek alternative routes. Previously, in his eagerness to leave, he had approached Wang Xia, but unfortunately, her status was too low. However, Wang Xia's great-grandson was an outer disciple of the sect, and with so many senior brothers, might there be a chance to find a way out? Yunmingfeng Market remains tranquil at present, yet Shun Leanne harbors no desire to linger. Should any outrageous events escalate, he fears it may result in a veritable shower of blood upon him. Chapter 25. Alternative plans for leaving the market. A friend is only truly appreciated in times of need. This sentiment resonated deeply with Shun Leanne. He shook his head gently, suppressing the thought that flickered in his mind. Unlike Wang He, Wang Xia had a slim chance of success. The cultivation stage of Qi refinement held a relatively low status before the foundational tier, particularly since Wang He was merely an outer disciple. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. After a period of diligent cultivation, Shun Leanne had solidified his Qi refinement stage at the 6th level and was nearly prepared to consume a breaking barrier pill to advance to the 7th level. The lifting of the market's blockade remained a distant prospect. Although the market appeared tranquil, currents of unrest simmered beneath the surface. Outside the market, skirmishes in the wilderness had markedly increased, fueled by rumors of great opportunities lying beyond. Everyone aspired to be the fated one who would discover such fortune. The Bihue sect had remained silent regarding these speculations, while its disciples scattered like wolves into the wilderness, creating a cacophony of mixed messages. Regardless of the nature of these tidings, they all revolved around the concept of opportunity. The seemingly stable market evoked a sense of serene anticipation, akin to calm before a storm. Should this situation persist, Shun Leanne's carefully devised plan to journey to Bihue Xian City to procure cultivation methods might well be thwarted. Even if he were to break through to the 7th level of Qi refinement, he had no immediate desire to alter his cultivation approach. Yet he feared the blockade could last 3 to 5 years. The worst-case scenario would be that one day, a concealed great opportunity might erupt, inciting widespread chaos. Qi refinement cultivators possessed insufficient power to weather such turmoil and would be easily swept away. For Golden Core practitioners, the trifles of Qi refinement were of no consequence. Thus, the imperative to devise an escape became paramount. Walking along the bustling streets of the market, he gazed upward at a spiritual ship ascending from Yunmeng Mountain, soaring towards distant hills. After months of observation, his suspicions were confirmed. The Bihue sect had imposed restrictions on loose cultivators leaving. Yet disciples of the sect faced no such limitations. Moreover, the prices of artifacts and elixirs in various shops had not increased, indicating a stable supply chain. Shun Leanne had previously inquired with Wang Xia and learned that the shops established by the various vassal families under the Bihue sect relied on the sect's spiritual ships for resource transport. The goods sold in the market, including artifacts and talismans, were not entirely comprised of spirit stones. A significant portion consisted of raw materials that required return to their families for further processing. In the cultivation world, there was no concept of logistics. Families were eager to conceal their treasures. The spiritual items received were personally transported between families and the market by their members. However, due to the imposition of the blockade, these family cultivators faced some restrictions. Those traveling between the market and their families could only exchange storage bags upon reaching Bihue Sin City, before returning to the market aboard the spiritual ship. This entire process was overseen by Bihue sect cultivators, who also inspected the contents of the storage bags. After grasping these circumstances, Shun Leanne conceived a new plan, to seize the opportunity to accompany the family cultivators back home. Once he neared the Chu Kingdom's cultivation realm, he could, at worst, leap from the ship. Of course, this was a last resort. With Foundation establishment cultivators stationed aboard the spiritual ship, he estimated that the moment he jumped, his head could very well be severed by a spiritual sword before he even touched the ground. However, it was prudent to prepare for such a contingency. Compared to traversing the treacherous foggy mountains alone, this plan held a glimmer of feasibility. With this thought in mind, Shun Leanne began to frequent the various shops within the market, seizing opportunities to purchase ordinary materials while observing the family cultivators within. Firstly, he determined that the family he targeted should not be too weak. Families of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators would not suffice. The disciples of the Bihue sect were discerning in their dealings. Families lacking prestige would struggle to bring an additional person out under the decree of the blockade. After careful consideration, he settled on families of false stand cultivators, those ranked above Foundation establishment but below Golden Core. False stand cultivators, being second only to the sect's Golden Core ancestors, commanded respect from Foundation establishment cultivators and garnered favor from Golden Core elders. Thus, seeking to align himself with false stand family cultivators, Shun Leanne focused on the Liu and Qin families. The Qin family shop sold a variety of goods and materials, managed by an astute elder at the 7th level of Qi refinement, with a younger family member in his 30s at the 4th level of Qi refinement. The Liu family was the one from which he had procured elixirs twice. Besides the shopkeeper, there was a somewhat superficial young woman, likely connected to the inner disciples of Bihue. To validate his hypothesis, Shun Leanne made several visits to these two shops. After careful observation, he discerned that the two family cultivators at the Qin shop were composed and shrewd in their dealings, akin to individuals who would squeeze every last drop from a stone. The Liu family shopkeeper was equally astute, keen to extract every advantage from Liu's cultivators. However, the young woman was indeed rather vain. Shun Leanne discreetly employed a mind-sensing talisman to observe her. She often assessed the cultivators passing by outside, critiquing their appearances relentlessly. With Plan 3 in place, Plans 1 and 2 naturally followed. Plan 2 involved leveraging the connections of Bihue sect disciples for his escape. Shun Leanne had also discerned the identities of the Foundation establishment cultivators stationed on the spiritual ship, two individuals who alternated between the Chu kingdom and the market, surnamed Wang and Li. The Wang cultivator was drawn to the beauty of others, while the Li cultivator was rigid and unyielding, uninterested in meddling in others' affairs, wholly focused on the path to Golden Core. Shun Leanne had yet to devise a strategy to approach either of them. On the surface, it appeared that neither would be swayed by spirit stones. One was excessively guarded, while the other was devoid of warmth. As for Plan 1, it was a strategy of joining rather than fighting back. Should the situation deteriorate, he would attempt to join the Bihue sect. Previously, with his meager strength and lack of skills, he had been scorned by the sect. Now, having attained the 6th level of Qi refinement and being a skilled talisman maker, he could showcase his exceptional talent in talismans. Surely, the Bihue sect would not dismiss his willingness to contribute. As he made his way to the gathering treasure pavilion, Shun Leanne set aside his contemplative plans. Currently, matters had not yet deteriorated to a state of chaos. Perhaps in 3 or 4 months, the blockade would be lifted. Upon arrival, he found Wang Xia dozing at the counter, who promptly awoke upon seeing Shun Leanne. As he approached the small counter, Wang Xia leaned in and said, "There's an internal auction happening. Would you care to attend? I've heard there are cultivation methods at the Foundation establishment level. Is that so?" Shun Leanne inquired. The news was released by some outer disciples of the sect. Only those at the late stage of Qi refinement and first-tier artisans can participate. It should be credible. Shun Leanne's interest was piqued. The late stage of Qi refinement and first-tier artisans represented a high level within the market. Yet, could the loose cultivators afford such foundational level methods? Most likely, they would not require spirit stones but would instead demand various spiritual items in exchange, or have other stipulations. "Do you know what attributes the methods possess?" he asked. "I'm not sure," Wang Xia replied, shaking his head. "I only heard that there are cultivation methods at the Foundation establishment level." He then leaned closer and added, "You've amassed quite a few spirit stones over the past couple of years, haven't you? I wonder if it's enough to purchase a cultivation method. Brother, you must know better than anyone that all the spirit stones I've earned have gone back to gathering treasure pavilion. I'm merely a porter of spirit stones." Shun Leanne responded with a shake of his head. "Do you know when the auction will be held?" 2 days from now, at the cliff valley beneath the mountains, 100 miles outside the Yunming market. Shun Leanne furrowed his brow slightly. Why is it being held outside again? The previous 2 black market exchanges were independently organized by scattered cultivators, deliberately held in remote locations to prevent interference from sect members. Due to his collaboration with the grandson of Wang He in crafting superior detoxification talismans, Shun Leanne is currently selling only medium-grade detoxification talismans to the treasure-gathering pavilion. Although the profit per talisman has significantly diminished, he manages to sell no less than 10 and sometimes as many as 20 medium-grade talismans in a single day. As his production increases, the cost of medium-grade detoxification talismans has decreased by about 1 spirit stone. Thus, he continues to reap substantial profits. After selling the detoxification talismans, Shun Leanne inquired about any concealing artifacts. ideally one that could obscure his face. He was informed of the Black Cloud Silk, a superior auxiliary artifact capable of blocking spiritual perception. Upon inspection, he found it to be a triangular black scarf, clearly an accessory commonly used by assassins engaged in clandestine dealings. Upon returning to his residence, Shun Leanne tidied up and contemplated the current circumstances. With the ban remaining indefinitely in effect, he could no longer rely on purchasing techniques from the Tianxiao Pavilion. He decided to attend the auction at Cliff Valley Mountain to ascertain the situation. Even if he couldn't procure anything due to a lack of spirit stones, he would at least gain insight into the pricing of foundational techniques available in the marketplace, preparing himself for future acquisitions. Before his departure, he meticulously checked his belongings and brought along his entire fortune accumulated over the past 2 years. The interior of his robe was lined with talismans affixed between his legs and abdomen, with movement talismans adhered to his legs and detoxification talismans concealed within his sleeves. He donned a loose black robe, placed a conical hat atop his head, and wrapped the newly acquired triangular scarf around his face, activating a disguised talisman. Shimmering spiritual light enveloped Shun Leanne, transforming his form into a somewhat plumper visage. Cliff Valley Mountain lies 70 miles from the marketplace, and the journey revealed minimal miasma. Although the auction was still 2 days away, Shun Leanne set out early to scout the terrain and prepare some necessary measures, ensuring that if he encountered any fellow cultivators seeking his assistance, he would be equipped to aid them. Chapter 26. The Demon Cultivator. The ancestor of True Refinement Canyon Mountain lies 70 miles beyond the market, standing as one of the few towering peaks in the vicinity, surpassing 1,000 feet. The decision to host the auction here is likely an attempt to evade the influence of the families and sects within the market. With the aid of the movement charm and the mind charm, Shun Leanne swiftly arrived at a region 10 miles from Canyon Mountain, diving into a patch of wilderness to activate an invisibility charm. This first-tier superior invisibility charm can obscure the cultivator's aura according to the environment, thereby diminishing the likelihood of detection. However, once activated, the charm necessitates complete stillness, akin to a turtle hiding in its shell, concealed behind a massive stone. Shun Leanne surveyed his surroundings, attuning himself to any lingering consciousness that might be upon him. After a quarter of an hour, tranquility prevailed around him. It seems no fellow cultivators were tailing him, or perhaps he had successfully evaded any pursuers. The movement charm proved its worth. With a purging toxin pill nestled in his mouth, Shun Leanne cautiously advanced along the mountainside, attentive to his surroundings. In the wilderness, mountains abound. Gazing out, he beheld a thick mist of miasma enveloping many of the towering peaks. Amidst this mountainous expanse, Canyon Mountain stood out like a crane among chickens. Once he located Canyon Mountain, Shun Leanne circled the undulating hills surrounding it twice, ultimately selecting 2 strategically advantageous locations. He first entered a valley that curved in the middle, which extended north and south for over 3 miles. To the south lay Canyon Mountain, while to the north was Yuming Market. Shun Leanne plunged into the valley. Half an hour later, he emerged from the valley, skirting the mountains and racing several miles into a towering forest shrouded in miasma. Simultaneously, in another dense thicket outside Canyon Mountain, a concealed cave entrance was masked by decaying vegetation. The deeper one ventured, the larger and darker the cavern became. After several turns within the cave, a dim red light flickered in the gloom. This red glow intertwined with the surrounding rock walls, neither blinding nor fervent, but rather blending seamlessly with the shadows. Occasionally, the ghostly red light would quiver, indicating the manifestation of the formation's operation. Within the formation, a pungent smell of blood permeated the air. A mottled demon serpent coiled, its tail wrapped around itself, its body upright as it flicked its tongue. Its triangular eyes gleamed with a crimson hue, reflecting the figure seated in meditation. At this moment, Yangli sat at the heart of the formation, surrounded by the skeletal remains of cultivators. The blood cascading from these bones formed intricate patterns, converging at the point where Yangli meditated. As blood flowed into Yangli's body, he trembled, and bursts of bloodlight flickered upon him. His aura surged to its zenith, causing his physique to swell significantly. A violent tremor erupted from Yangli, as the blood from the surrounding corpses was suddenly drawn into him. His cultivation level leaped from the 6th to the 7th stage of Qi refinement. After a prolonged moment, Yangli opened his eyes, savoring the surge of energy within him, his expression revealing excitement. He had ascended to the late stage of Qi refinement, a realm that had once seemed unattainable. Is such a trifling advancement in Qi refinement enough to make you forget yourself? Lost in his exhilaration, Yangli was abruptly interrupted by a chilling voice, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Ancestor, all of this is a gift from you. The grace of your rebirth is something I could never repay, even with my life. He knelt before the mottled demon serpent, his forehead striking the ground repeatedly. The serpent's cold gaze observed the scene without a word. Quickly conceal your scent of blood. Yes, yes. Yangli scrambled to his feet, commencing the cultivation of his technique to suppress the blood demonic aura that emerged from his breakthrough. After half a day, Yangli's crimson eyes transformed back to a stark black and white, and the blood demonic aura was successfully subdued. He rose and prostrated once more, dread flooding his heart. Despite years of acquaintance, he still knew little about the serpent before him, other than that it was a demon cultivator who had fused with a serpent after a mishap during reincarnation. The demon cultivator referred to himself as the ancestor of true refinement. In the realm of cultivation, to claim the title of ancestor, one must at least possess the prowess of a false stand cultivator. The volatile temperament of the ancestor of true refinement, a combination of demon and serpent, often led to unpredictable outbursts, employing demonic techniques that brought Yang Li immense suffering. He dared not defy him in the slightest. Ancestor, I have suppressed the blood demonic aura and am ready to seek new blood offerings for you. Over the years, the ancestor's demand for blood offerings had escalated from the mid-stage of chi refinement to the late stage. The ancestor nodded his serpentine head. Before the ancestor could speak further, Yang Li hastened to ingratiate himself. I have awakened. And the ancestor requires cultivators of the late stage of chi refinement to practice fire techniques. Sensing the ancestor transform into a stream of blood light that surged into his embrace, Yang Li exhaled in relief. The old monster was not easy to serve. No one knew how he had managed these past few years. From seeking cultivators at the early stage to those at the mid-stage, he had witnessed each captured cultivator being hollowed out. He dared not inquire or express his thoughts, only speculating that the ancestor was cultivating a demonic technique that required the organs of cultivators from the 5 elemental realms, now reaching the late stage of chi refinement. Previously, while in the market with diminished strength, the ancestor had exercised caution, hunting fellow cultivators with great deliberation to avoid exposure. However, now that he required the organs of late-stage cultivators, remaining in the market was no longer feasible. Late-stage cultivators typically resided in the central area of the market, too close to the enforcement teams. Therefore, they began hunting in the wilderness outside the market. With the ancestor's strength restored to the 9th stage of chi refinement, the initial period of danger had passed, allowing him to act with greater boldness. Yet, late-stage cultivators were significantly fewer than their early and mid-stage counterparts. And gathering the organs of the 5 elemental types proved challenging, thus slowing the pace of their hunts. 15 minutes later, having gathered his magical energy, Yang Li stood outside the cavern, concealing its entrance once more. Canyon Mountain, he murmured, hastening towards the largest peak ahead, hoping he might locate more fellow cultivators. The thought of the ancestor's punishment sent a shiver through him as he ran. At the base of Canyon Mountain, Shun Leanne approached briskly, spotting a massive cavern partially obscured from view, guarded by cultivators. The passers-by exhibited heightened vigilance, as the aftermath of the Miasma Cloud Mountain incident still lingered. The auction was to be held within the cave at the mountain's foot, as Shun Leanne had yet to ascend to the late stage of chi refinement. He was stopped at the entrance and subsequently directed to another cave for verification of his status as a superior talisman master before being granted passage. Overall, the atmosphere of this auction felt particularly elevated. Upon entering the cavern, he found it spacious, with prepared stone chairs arranged around the perimeter, and a stone platform at the center. Shun Leanne casually selected a seat toward the back, remaining as still as a stone. Most of the other cultivators were heavily cloaked, although a few displayed their true appearances without concern. In a brief span, through the perception of the mind charm, Shun Leanne detected several consciousnesses resting upon him. With the veil obscuring the lower half of his face and a hat upon his head, he stole glances at his surroundings. Before long, his gaze fixed firmly at the entrance, where he spotted Yang Li striding in with haste. Chapter 27. Why is it him again? Observing the figure striding confidently from the aisle to the front seats, Shun Leanne gradually withdrew his gaze. With the enhancement of the spirit symbols, he sensed that Yang Li's aura was somewhat wavering, yet it was undeniably at the 7th level of chi refinement. This individual's cultivation speed was astonishing. He had consumed numerous medicinal pills over 2 years to ascend to the 6th level of chi refinement, while someone who had shared living quarters at the periphery of the market surpassed him in cultivation speed. Could it be that he had ingested a 10 complete nourishing pill? Upon entering the cave, Yang Li's eyes constantly roamed, surveying the gathered cultivators, including a fleeting glance at Shun Leanne. In the later stages of chi refinement, certain traits, such as hair, could sometimes reveal the nature of one's spiritual energy without using any spiritual power. Shun Leanne had concealed himself too thoroughly for any such discernment to be made. Half an hour later, most of the seats within the cave were occupied. A resounding chime echoed, bringing silence to the cavern. Shun Leanne glanced around and noted that nearly 300 cultivators had gathered for the auction. Clearly, the allure of foundational cultivation techniques was significant. Thank you all for coming. I'm Hualing, announced a graceful and slender female cultivator as she gracefully ascended to the central stone platform. I hope that each of you can acquire treasures beneficial to your cultivation. The first item presented was a high-grade first-tier artifact, the Mountain Imprint Disc, which contained 2 sealing spells that, once activated, could manifest a mountain Tinzhong in size or expand to shield its wielder, serving both offensive and defensive purposes, with a starting bid of 100 low-grade spirit stones. Hualing's voice resonated powerfully as she revealed a 1-foot-wide, earthy yellow disc adorned with undulating mountain reliefs. The intricacies of the sealing spells of this first-tier artifact were profound, Shun Leanne's own symbol array disc contained 3 such seals, priced at 350 spirit stones. 120 spirit stones. 150 spirit stones. Shun Leanne held no interest in the mountain imprint disc. The 5th item was a young Xian horn demon bull. A second-tier beast with a chance of advancing to the Foundation establishment period. Huang's voice echoed throughout the cave. Shun Leanne leaned against the stone chair, remaining indifferent to the successive auction items. He felt no disappointment, as he had not come in pursuit of these spiritual items. The bidding among the scattered cultivators was harmonious, devoid of any heated disputes. Although scattered cultivators were often unruly, they were also astutely perceptive, with only a few exceptions. The auction proceeded swiftly, showcasing an array of high-quality spiritual items, medicinal pills, talismans, artifacts, and spells, all appearing to be of exquisite quality. As the auction neared its conclusion, the atmosphere remained calm, indicating that everyone was awaiting the final highlight. The last item was a fragment of the Tian Shui Yunju cultivation technique, which offered a chance to attempt reaching the Foundation establishment level. As Hualing's words fell, the atmosphere shifted palpably among the cultivators, even affecting Shun Leanne himself. However, he quickly discerned the subtlety in her words. The phrase "a chance to attempt reaching the Foundation establishment level" was markedly different from simply being able to cultivate at that level. Despite this, the fervent reactions of the scattered cultivators around him revealed the immense value of foundational cultivation techniques. As they gazed at the scroll containing the foundational technique, their eyes gleamed with fervor akin to that of rabbits. The notion of merely having a chance to reach the Foundation establishment level was trivial compared to the pressing concern of transitioning from nothing to something. However, many cultivators soon displayed disappointment upon realizing that the technique was of the water element. The few later-stage Qi refinement cultivators with outstanding water spiritual roots brightened momentarily, only to quickly lower their heads in despair. The least effective foundational technique would still demand over 10,000 spirit stones. How many cultivators in attendance possessed such wealth? Even if they considered trading other spiritual items, the second-tier ores and herbs they had accumulated might still fall short. Even if they pooled all their assets, including artifacts and medicinal pills, it would still be futile. At this moment, whispers began circulating, with some seeking to borrow spirit stones. Hualing observed the reactions of the cultivators around her with keen interest. This scenario had been anticipated. In this market, those who ventured were often those who could barely make ends meet. The presence of spirit stones was indeed rare. Esteemed friends, the owner of this cultivation technique requests no spirit stones. He seeks to recruit several allies to accompany him in searching for an item near the Poison Cloud Mountain. With this announcement, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Poison Cloud Mountain. Wasn't he that the site where 2 major Foundation establishment cultivators had perished during the last joint auction of the 3 markets? Hualing paid no mind to the crowd's reaction and continued, "As long as you assist this friend in locating the item, the Tian Shui Yunju will be gifted to you for cultivation." Naturally, the owner specified that he only requires 10 allies. Without further ado, the value of foundational cultivation techniques was apparent to all present. After a brief silence, a voice broke through. "Fortune favors the bold. I shall take the plunge." It was a middle-aged cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement. 10,000 spirit stones? Even I could not save that in 10 years. Yet I am willing to go. The fierce resolve of the scattered cultivators was laid bare in that moment, and soon 10 cultivators had stepped forward to answer the call. Shun Leanne sat quietly, observing the proceedings. The appearance of a foundational cultivation technique at the auction had ignited a glimmer of hope within him. Yet, acquiring such a technique would not be straightforward. A sense of urgency stirred within him. Even if he managed to gather the spirit stones, presenting them at such an auction would be akin to courting danger. He could only imagine how many would rally to his side in such a precarious situation. As the auction concluded, Shun Leanne departed with a mixture of anticipation and a rueful smile. Even if a suitable technique were auctioned in the future, he would find it challenging to bid openly. It felt utterly futile. He craved a cultivation technique, just as his fellow cultivators did. In a sea of scarcity, who would have the means to stand out? This precarious situation could plunge him into dire straits. If only someone would gift him a cultivation technique, he would be eternally grateful to their ancestors. After the auction, Shun Leanne left empty-handed. It seemed there was no need to return to future auctions. The priority now was to find a way to escape the Yunming market, which felt like the only path to safety. He would not hesitate to sacrifice anything necessary. After a brief moment of distraction, Shun Leanne quickly regained his focus. Through the sensing abilities of the spirit symbols, he became aware of several auras converging upon him. To his surprise, despite not revealing any wealth, he had drawn attention. The group of scattered cultivators was indeed quite amusing. Upon exiting the cliffside cave, Shun Leanne activated 2 high-grade mobility talismans affixed to his legs, propelling himself towards the direction thick with miasma in the mountains. A few figures who had followed him into the forest paused momentarily, but soon halted in their tracks. Yet, some remained intent on pursuing Shun Leanne. Chapter 28, Fellow Taoist. "Our fate is truly remarkable, brother. Pursue him." A gaunt figure pointed in the direction where Shun Leanne had departed. I had noticed him earlier. He was a talisman master, likely not yet at the late stage of chi refinement. Beside him, a middle-aged cultivator nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yang Li emerged from the cave, following a fellow cultivator with a fire attribute deep into the jungle. Shun Leanne pressed on relentlessly until he reached the valley where he had previously laid a backup plan. Ripping open a concealment talisman, he took refuge behind a massive boulder. Simultaneously, he activated a breath-concealing talisman and a spirit-sense talisman. A cultivator at the late stage of chi refinement could sense the world around them, albeit only within a limited range, thus one must remain vigilant. The undulating mountains posed dangers on the path back to the market. It was imperative to deal with his pursuers first. The two brothers chasing Shun Leanne soon rushed into the valley. Both were at the late stage of chi refinement, one at the 7th layer and the other at the 8th. Brother, his aura has vanished, the middle-aged cultivator remarked, frowning. He must be hiding nearby. Be cautious not to fall into a trap. The gaunt cultivator replied with a cold smirk, extending his consciousness. As they entered the valley, they quickly approached a bend. At that moment, a series of sharp sounds erupted. The two prominent cultivators immediately locked onto the source of the noise. Their respective magical artifacts unleashed brilliant light. However, just as the radiant blades descended, vibrant miasma erupted in the air. The 7-colored glow enveloped the surrounding void. The miasma, torn apart by their artifacts, swiftly reformed, engulfing the two cultivators. Miasma talisman. Where there are dispelling talismans, miasma talismans are sure to follow. After unfurling several miasma talismans, piercing sounds echoed as serpentine black vines emerged from the rocky walls. A first-tier superior thorn talisman had been deployed. The two cultivators, who had intended to ascend, were repelled by the thorn talisman and found themselves plummeting instead. In their haste, they inhaled a few breaths of miasma. This miasma was richer and more potent than that found in the wilderness, akin to aged wine, and it surged through them, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. They had fallen into the trap. The talisman master had anticipated this, and the miasma was overwhelming. The gaunt cultivator suddenly felt lightheaded and began to descend. Upon landing, he staggered, finding the ground beneath him as yielding as quicksand. As he attempted to stabilize himself by channeling his spiritual energy, thorny plants that induced numbness erupted from the earth, ensnaring his feet. Ah, my hand. The middle-aged cultivator dropped his artifact as blisters formed on his palm, rapidly decaying. No, there is another poison within the miasma. He recalled the self-crafted poison talisman, the spirit poison talisman containing 7-colored corrosive miasma. We must break free. The middle-aged cultivator bit his tongue to regain clarity, intent on fleeing. At that moment, Shun Leanne, hidden behind the boulder, suddenly emerged, the red sun crossbow in his grasp emitting a sharp twang. The crimson arrow shot through the air, piercing the middle-aged cultivator's chest. The arrow was already imbued with 7-colored corrosive miasma, delivering a direct and lethal blow. Ah, brother, the gaunt cultivator shouted, only to be struck by another arrow at that instant. Ah, a scream echoed as the gaunt cultivator's head burst apart. Shun Leanne's assault did not relent. He swiftly drew another 2 arrows from the red sun crossbow, each finding its mark on the 2 cultivators. Once their bodies turned black, he activated a movement talisman. Swiftly approaching them, a damaged flying sword reappeared in his hand. With swift strikes, he claimed 3 storage bags from the fallen foes. Collecting his spoils, Shun Leanne turned to leave. The corpses rapidly decayed, transforming into a pool of shimmering, 7-colored blood, a sight both exquisite and macabre. As he approached the valley's exit, he activated the concealment, breath-concealing, and spirit-sense talismans all at once, seamlessly blending into the surrounding rocks. Quickly, the miasma harbors other toxins. Ah, save me. Who is so reckless as to unleash such deadly poison here? My trousers are ruined. The commotion in the valley attracted nearby cultivators, yet as they rushed in, they were immediately met with the dispersing miasma and the 7-colored corrosive miasma. Instantly, they scattered like frightened birds. After waiting for half an hour, once the disturbances subsided, Shun Leanne activated the movement talisman and surged out of the valley. With a hum, a burst of crimson flames erupted around him, causing his figure to vanish in place and reappear 100 paces away. The commotion was somewhat excessive, but the combination of the movement talisman and fire escape technique allowed Shun Leanne to reach speeds comparable to that of a 9th-layer chi refinement cultivator. In another valley, a mile away, the air was thick with the scent of blood. Yang Li stood at the mouth of the valley, a fellow cultivator lying on the ground behind him, convulsing and trembling, his eyes wide open in defiance. Blood gushed from a gaping wound in his chest. With a swoosh, a beam of blood shot forth from the wound, landing on Yang Li's shoulder. Let us go? Yang Li glanced back at his fallen companion. The ancestor's skills have improved remarkably. In the past, he had to disembowel. Now, a simple hole suffices. My companions depart far more peacefully than before, which brings me some solace. As for the storage bag on his fallen comrade, he had already taken it. Let us move before others arrive. Hearing the serpent whispering in his ear, Yang Li quickly dashed out of the valley and climbed a small hill to survey the surroundings. In the distance, he spotted a burst of crimson fire cloud dispersing a localized area of miasma, revealing a figure beyond 100 paces away. Yang Li's eyes lit up, and he charged down the hill. That escape technique belonged to a cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refinement without a doubt. This fellow cultivator was surely destined to cross paths with him. Meanwhile, Shun Leanne was preparing to return to his secondary backup point, intending to retrieve the talisman array he had previously set. Suddenly, he spotted a streak of light hurtling towards him. Upon closer inspection, he quickly concluded it was coming directly for him. As the light drew near, he clearly recognized the approaching figure. It was Yang Li. Shun Leanne had long anticipated this man was not to be trifled with Yang Li at the 7th layer of Qi refinement aiming to target him. Shun Leanne swiftly dove into the miasma-laden jungle, preparing to eliminate this nuisance. Upon entering the jungle, he activated 2 miasma talismans, causing the dense miasma to surge, doubling its potency. In an instant, the miasma was torn asunder by a beam of bloodlight. Thick demonic aura emitted a buzzing sound, morphing into the elongated shadow of a blood-colored serpent. A sense of unease washed over Shun Leanne. This was undoubtedly a beast at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Its aura even stronger than that of an ordinary 9th layer cultivator. Without the time to activate the previously embedded talisman array, he released the talisman disc, which burst forth in a kaleidoscope of colors, as dozens of talismans soared up to engage the threat. Chapter 29. Defeated by Qi cultivation, the ancestor died with unclosed eyes. The talisman array began to resonate, bursting forth with a myriad of colorful lights. 27 high-grade talismans, including the Thunder Fire Talisman, the Earth Prison Talisman, and the Spirit Poison Talisman, were present. The Earth Prison Talisman imprisoned the ground, the Thunder Fire Talisman was meant for destruction, and the Spirit Poison Talisman wielded toxic powers. As the Serpent Shadow approached, the Spirit Poison Talisman, activated within the array, took the lead. 9 Spirit Poison Talismans coalesced into a vibrant mist of 7 colors. As the toxic mist spread, the surrounding vegetation, already resistant to poison, quickly decayed into sludge. The approaching patterned demon serpent, the true alchemist ancestor, sensed something amiss upon colliding with the colorful poison. It was toxic. Simultaneously, the Earth Prison Talisman and the Thunder Fire Talisman were activated. 18 talismans of confinement and destruction interconnected, unleashing a torrent of thunder and fire that engulfed the forest. Break! The true alchemist ancestor opened his mouth, spewing forth a surge of bloodlight, which corroded much of the thunder and fire power, causing the earthen blockage formed by the Earth Prison Talisman to develop holes. The toxins released by the Spirit Poison Talisman failed to inflict significant damage on him. As the array was activated, a 3-foot-long sword descended upon Shun Leanne's head. But he had already evaded with a flash of fiery light. Seeing his attack ineffectual, Yang Li recalled the sword and struck again. Shun Leanne, having evaded to the side, swiftly conjured dozens of Thunder Fire Talismans, launching them directly at the true alchemist ancestor, simultaneously enveloping Yang Li. The Thunder Fire Talismans rapidly gathered momentum, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder and surging fire. A scream erupted as Yang Li hastily formed a protective blood-colored barrier around himself. Yet, under the onslaught of thunder and fire, the barrier shattered, and a streak of lightning struck him directly on the head. Amid the raging thunder and fire, the true alchemist ancestor, shrouded in a blood-colored cloud, burst forth, deflecting the surrounding thunder and fire with the blood light. His elongated triangular eyes fixed on Shun Leanne, intent on crashing into him. Let us see how many talismans you have left. With a swift motion, Shun Leanne rolled his hands, activating the Earth Prison Talisman in his left hand and the Thunder Fire Talisman in his right. As these talismans were unleashed, the fiery cloud surrounding him burst forth, leaving only the activated talismans behind. A massive surge of earth erupted, forming a domain of mud within a yard of the ground, encapsulating the true alchemist ancestor as torrents of thunder and fire rained down. 5 vital spirits. At the center of the cacophony, the true alchemist ancestor's bloodlight flickered once more, and the spectral images of his 5 internal organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, materialized, cloaked in a hazy blood glow. The 5 divine colors intertwined within the organs, resisting the relentless bombardment of the Thunder Fire Talismans. This sight startled Shun Leanne, who had just regained his footing. What in the world is this? How can a 9th layer Qi cultivator possess such power? You have some skill, young man. The ancestor is tempted to take you as a disciple. The spectral images of the 5 organs bore a humanoid form, akin to a serpent rider, exhaling flames amidst the thunder and fire, significantly reducing the talisman's potency. Yet, Shun Leanne did not relent. With a flick of his sleeve, he released a barrage of thunderbolts. Upon seeing the thunderbolts, the true alchemist ancestor charged through the thunder and fire to evade. A single thunderbolt was akin to a 9th layer Qi cultivator strike. And despite the enhancement from his 5 organs, his demonic form was still too weak. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, thunderbolts erupted from Shun Leanne's hands, obliterating the forest into ruins. In the midst of the flames, the patterned demon serpent soared, attempting to close the distance. However, Shun Leanne offered no respite. After launching the thunderbolts, he utilized fire-based evasion, distancing himself from the original position. The explosion of the thunderbolts unleashed a force surpassing the thunder-fire talismans, transforming the area into a conflagration of thunder and fire. As golden light flickered around him, a small bell-shaped phantom enveloped Shun Leanne, shielding him from the surrounding burst of flames. Die. The true alchemist ancestor, swaying amidst the flames, glared at Shun Leanne with a sinister gleam in his eyes. In an instant, Shun Leanne felt a chill enveloping him. The mental talismans affixed to his body shattered, cascading like fragments from his robes. Ever since he learned to draw mental talismans, he had always adorned himself with a couple. Especially on this outing, his inner garment was laden with them. Lacking his own mental energy, he had no choice but to stack mental talismans. Shun Leanne felt dizzy, nearly collapsing into a mire. He bit his tongue sharply, jolting himself awake. 7 mental talismans shattered in response, while the remaining ones exhibited cracks. Mental attack. The high-end technique circulated among loose cultivators had unexpectedly struck him. With a swift gesture, Shun Leanne summoned 20 mental talismans, which swirled and affixed themselves to the outside of his robes, forming a faint golden halo. If it weren't for Shun Leanne's steadiness, he would have struggled in this high-stakes battle. Upon witnessing Shun Leanne, glowing with golden light, the true alchemist ancestor's triangular eyes widened. A mere mid-stage chi cultivator possesses so many talismans. The ancestor's eyes glimmered dangerously, unleashing another mental assault upon Shun Leanne. Talismans were cast in abundance, thunderbolts fired in succession. Did a mid-stage cultivator truly dig their own grave? The mental talismans clinging to his robes rattled, forming a flickering shield, yet even with their aid, Shun Leanne was still besieged by a piercing headache, struggling to withstand the onslaught. By the heavens, R&T demon beasts supposed to be tough-skinned and resilient. With weak mental prowess? Is this one mutated? The crimson fire cloud erupted as Shun Leanne darted about, striking at intervals. Glancing at his footing, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, sending a talisman plunging into the earth. Activate! In an instant, a rumbling resounded as thorny vines erupted from the ground, surging toward the true alchemist ancestor. The contingency he had laid was now set into motion. You have prepared a backup. The sudden emergence of vines and the wafting poison ignited a fierce glint in the ancestor's triangular eyes. Crack! Having executed 2 mental attacks in rapid succession had drained considerable energy. As he dodged the thunderbolts, scales fell from his demonic form, and blood flowed freely. Without the protection of scales, the flesh reacted swiftly with the poisonous gas in the air, producing a sizzling sound. The true alchemist ancestor never anticipated being cornered by a mid-stage chi cultivator to this extent. His form quivered and began to expand, growing to a height of 5 feet, colliding forcefully with the oncoming vines. Yet at that moment, the ground roiled with thunder and fire as streaks of lightning surged upward. More thunder-fire talismans. A scream escaped the true alchemist ancestor as the underground thunder and fire struck his demonic body. Despite possessing mental energy, the area was engulfed in thunder and fire, severely hampering his movements. He could not evade. This mere chi cultivator has so many talismans and even prepared a backup plan. What kind of cultivator feels so insecure? Leaving traps everywhere? The demonic body was torn apart by the thunder and fire, blood cascading down as scales from his neck and back were burned and ripped away. The true alchemist ancestor screamed as he was sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Leanne flicked his sleeve once more, sending another batch of thunder-fire talismans crashing into the true alchemist ancestor. The sound of explosions rang out, the serpent's body quivering, charred black. In a swift motion, the Crimson Sun crossbow appeared in Shun Leanne's hands, and 2 arrows pierced through the demonic body, embedding into the earth. Yet Shun Leanne dared not approach. He formed seals with his hands and summoned the talisman array once more, rapidly inserting talismans and directing them toward the pinned demonic body. Once again, a frenzied bombardment ensued, resulting in fractures across the serpent's body, vibrant blood flowing from the broken form. With a sudden surge, the triangular serpent head lunged upward, opening its mouth to emit a hiss. In a moment of small cultivation, a voice filled with resentment and sorrow echoed, "Small cultivation." With a crack, the serpent's head crashed back to the ground. Its blood-red triangular eyes stared, the luster fading, refusing to close in death. With a sigh, Shun Leanne rubbed his throbbing head. Observing the pinned serpent, he did not dare to advance. Having experienced a mental attack that nearly proved fatal, he was cautious. With a flick of his fingers, a medicinal vial materialized, which he hurled directly at the serpent's body. The vial contained a powder made from the grinding of a multicolored toxic pill. Despite his attempts with a spiritual poison talisman and arrows soaked in venom, little effect had been observed on the serpent, likely due to its unique cultivation methods. To Shun Leanne, it simply indicated insufficient dosage. Thus, he resolved to increase the potency, regardless of whether this entity was a demon, monster, or human. He intended to bestow upon it a vibrant skin of toxic blood. With a crack, the vial shattered upon striking the embedded arrow, releasing a cascade of colorful powder. As the powder mingled with the serpent's blood, a reaction swiftly ensued. Colorful bubbles emerged from the flesh, and dark smoke began to rise, filling the air with a putrid stench. In mere moments, the serpent's body was largely corroded, leaving only its shattered head. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the head sprang from the ground, darting towards Shun Leanne like a blood arrow. However, Shun Leanne had already retreated 10 feet away, the fiery energy from his fire escape technique still lingering. He had anticipated this. With a thud, the serpent's head crashed to the ground, missing its target. Small cultivation. Chapter 30. Unintentionally vanquished the former golden core old demon with a furious roar. The severed snake head fell to the ground, leaving behind a pool of iridescent blood that seeped into the earth, accompanied by a shattered fragment of bone glimmering with hues of color. Observing this scene, Shun Leanne remained cautious and refrained from approaching. Having just been deceived, he was uncertain whether the demon was truly defeated. With a swift movement of his sleeve, he conjured another thunderbolt seed, hurling it toward the remaining colorful blood and fragmented bones. A deafening explosion ensued, sending dirt and fiery debris scattering in all directions. At the epicenter of the blast, the remnants of the shattered bones disintegrated into countless pieces. Within the tempest of thunder and flame, instead of being scattered, the bone fragments coalesced, forming a blood shadow that struggled desperately. Shun Leanne could clearly see the blood shadow roaring, though no sound emanated from it. Yet he sensed its profound rage, laden with curses. The blood shadow glared at him with vengeful eyes, its form enveloped in dark smoke. Years ago, had it not been for its grievous injuries that forced it to flee to this desolate wilderness, it would not have been compelled to seize the body of a spotted demon snake, losing its human capabilities. The struggle persisted for several moments before the blood shadow dissipated into thin air. Shun Leanne had heard tales of accomplished practitioners whose souls ascended to the azure void upon death. This snake, it had perished completely. A sharp pain throbbed in his head, diverting Shun Leanne's attention. He produced a vial from his possession, swallowing a recovery pill to restore his spiritual energy. Swiftly traversing the area, he approached the decaying form of Yang Li, rummaging through the remnants to collect his storage bags, preparing to depart. However, his steps faltered, and he returned to the site of the demon snake's demise, surveying the surroundings. Using his artifact, he retrieved a copper ring and activated an earth escape talisman, vanishing from sight. As Shun Leanne fled, tranquility enveloped the area for a brief moment before a flurry of sounds approached. The nearby practitioners had long since gathered, but the pervasive toxic gas and the rumbling thunderous flames instilled fear even from a distance. Once the tumult subsided, the gathered cultivators dared to investigate. The presence of treasures was secondary, ensuring their safety was paramount. As night fell, in a secluded corner of an unnamed hill, a newly disguised Shun Leanne nestled within a small cave just large enough for him to sit cross-legged, exhaling a plume of dark mist. During the confrontation, he had inevitably been subjected to the toxic fumes, but fortunately, he had taken an antidote in advance. Feeling nearly restored, he emerged from the cave, activating his movement talisman and hastening toward the market, running straight home without pause. The 5 elements array activated, enveloping his room in a protective barrier. With a clang, he settled onto the meditation mat in his training chamber, exhaling deeply. This encounter had indeed been extraordinary. Encountering ambushes twice, and with a familiar face involved. It was no wonder he had seen Yang Li lurking near the sites of previous demon slayings. It turned out this anomaly was returning to the scene of the crime. His prior visits must have been reconnaissance. It was unclear why he had refrained from attacking. Such a cautious individual had acted recklessly this time. Was it perhaps due to being overconfident outside the market? Contemplating the snake's terrifying nature, Shun Leanne understood why Yang Li and the serpent had been so bold. A thunderbolt seed comparable to a 9th-layer chi practitioner had struck fiercely, alongside the talismans he had prepared, the pre-arranged talisman formations, and the combination of several Thunderfire talismans. For most practitioners at the 9th chi layer, being struck by 27 superior grade talismans would have been fatal, or at the very least, grievously injurious. Moreover, there were also mental attacks involved. Was this truly the prowess of a 9th-layer chi practitioner? What practitioner at that level could wield such might? It was indeed fortuitous that he had encountered it. Had he not prepared thoroughly, with ample backups, he might have truly been consumed by that snake. Yet he realized his reserves were still insufficient. Reflecting on the snake's repeated feigned deaths, a chill ran down Shun Leanne's spine. Had he not remained cautious, focusing solely on collecting spoils, another individual might have fallen victim to the trap. The efficacy of his talisman formations was still lacking. He needed to double the number of talismans to enhance their power. The mental attack talismans had proven more effective than anticipated, successfully defending against a considerable portion of mental assaults. Revisiting the details of the encounter, Shun Leanne mentally reviewed the events. He resolved to remain vigilant and not grow complacent. Previously, Yang Li had exhibited remarkable caution within the market. Believing himself powerful, he had ventured outside, brazenly targeting others. One must not embody Yang Li's hubris. Once his emotions stabilized, Shun Leanne retrieved a bundle from his robes, pouring its contents before him. The bundle, fashioned from his own garments, contained the spoils of this battle, 11 storage bags and 1 storage ring. Aside from the storage ring, the bags had suffered some erosion from toxic substances, though their interior spaces remained intact. Observing the numerous storage bags, Shun Leanne understood why some would engage in risky ventures. The rewards were swift and lucrative. His gaze swept over the 12 storage items, and he seized the storage ring, wiping away the dried blood before adorning it on his finger. It fit perfectly, however. He lamented that he could not take it outside. Storage rings were typically utilized by foundation establishment practitioners, while chi practitioners and loose cultivators relied on bags. Displaying a storage ring publicly would blatantly signal to others, "I possess wealth. Come take it from me." Such rings were often sealed with mental prohibitions. Glancing at the ring, Shun Leanne confirmed this to be the case. Yet, this posed no challenge for him. As a first-tier superior-grade talisman master, he possessed a type of talisman known as the disabling talisman, specifically designed to break the seals of storage bags belonging to foundation establishment practitioners. He pondered the intentions of the individual who had created this talisman. With his curiosity piqued by the storage ring, Shun Leanne made his way to the talisman-making chamber, adjusting the spiritual ink before beginning to inscribe the disabling talismans. He was eager to test whether he could indeed break the seal on the ring, though uncertainty lingered in his mind. After inscribing 3 disabling talismans onto the storage ring, a faint hum resonated. Shun Leanne grasped the ring eagerly. The internal space measured 10 feet in diameter, significantly larger than the typical storage bag, which rarely exceeded 1 foot. Inside, the contents were sparse: several scrolls, over 10 jade slips, a tattered banner, and a shimmering jade box sealed with prohibitions. Suddenly, upon inadvertently touching the tattered banner, a thunderous pain erupted in his head, forcing a cry of agony from his lips as he was thrust backward. In that instant, it felt as though countless grotesque souls were fixated on him. Fortunately, the protective array shielded him, preventing him from crashing into the walls. Magical artifacts. Indeed, they were treasures. Slowly rising, he steadied himself and wiped the corner of his mouth. Magical artifacts were the domain of golden core practitioners. Chi and foundation establishment cultivators utilized mere magical tools. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Leanne began to grasp the situation. No wonder the serpent radiated demonic energy. It had been a vessel for possession. The practice of body snatching and recultivation was widely known in the cultivation world. Under specific circumstances, only golden core practitioners possessed the ability to possess and recultivate. And such practitioners typically had but one chance for possession. Could it be that he had slain an old demon who had undergone possession? A thought ignited within Shun Leanne's mind. This made sense. It explained why a 9th-layer chi practitioner could withstand such explosive force and wield mental attack techniques. Ordinary chi practitioners, upon developing their mental faculties, could barely probe their surroundings, let alone withstand the barrage of toxins, confinement talismans, and thunderbolt seeds, which had exceeded 70 in total. Reflecting on the taunting remarks he had heard before the demon's demise, Shun Leanne felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was not that he was weak, rather, he was facing a formidable opponent who had once been a high-level player. A venerable golden core old demon had not perished at the hands of righteous cultivators, but had fallen to a mid-stage chi practitioner. Anyone in his position would have been bewildered. If it were he, his cries would be more anguished than those of the old demon. Even more tragic than on the day when Yuanhua's snow fell. It seems that Yang Li is an accomplice under the control of this old demon. No wonder he has cultivated to the 7th layer of chi refinement in just 2 years. He must have practiced some dark arts. Subsequently, Shun Leanne gazed fervently at those scrolls and jade slips. May the demon-slaying celestial lord bless him. Let a technique be unveiled. Chapter 31. The unraveling of the elder demon's cultivation technique and the complete art of the 5 elements. In this realm of cultivation, whether or not the esteemed celestial demon of annihilation exists remains unclear to Shun Leanne. Yet, he is certain that the celestial demon has bestowed blessings upon him. Within the storage ring of the reformed elder demon, he has indeed unearthed methods for cultivation, comprehensive techniques encompassing the 5 elements. It is imperative to emphasize that these are not solely demonic arts. There are a total of 11 scrolls and jade slips, each carefully laid out before Shun Leanne, containing a wealth of information on cultivation techniques, spells, and methods for the refinement of magical artifacts. Among them are the 5 organs refining true demon art, Blood Demon Soul Refining Scripture, 10,000 Demon Sovereign Soul Banner Refinement Technique, Corpse Demon Water Technique, Superior Demon Heart Technique, and Triple Prong Bone Demon Art. The 6 demonic arts include 3 recorded on scrolls and 3 inscribed on jade slips, with the 5 organs refining true demon art and Blood Demon Soul Refining Scripture standing out as the most significant. The reformed elder demon has indeed practiced the 5 organs refining true demon art, which boasts a 30% probability of achieving the transformation into a nascent soul. To cultivate this demonic art, one must establish a foundation using the 5 organs of the practitioner, methodically refining them according to their cultivation level. The 5 organs correspond to the 5 elements, and the initial foundation requires the refinement of the 5 organs from 36 practitioners, each at the chi refining stage, representing the 5 elemental paths, totaling 180 practitioners. Upon reaching the intermediate chi refining stage, the fortified organs can withstand further enhancement, necessitating the organs of 72 practitioners at the same stage. In the late chi refining stage, one must draw upon the organs of 108 practitioners, ensuring that all attributes are represented. Only by thoroughly refining the 5 organs can one ascend to the foundation establishment stage. Once at the foundation establishment stage, the organs of the practitioner become auxiliary materials, necessitating the consumption of 5 elemental spiritual substances for further refinement. It is no wonder that Yang Li and the elder demon hastily left the market. It is challenging to act openly within the marketplace at the late Qi refining stage. The rumors circulating about friends having their hearts and livers extracted seem to point towards Yang Li and the elder demon as the culprits. Yang Li took on the reconnaissance role while the elder demon executed the actions, adeptly maneuvering in the guise of a serpent, making it difficult for the enforcement team to apprehend them. Who would have imagined that the one extracting hearts and livers from fellow cultivators was an elder demon that had possessed a serpent's body? What Shun Leanne found perplexing was that, if the elder demon had transformed into a serpent, why not prey upon other serpents instead of targeting human organs? Such behavior lacks the virtue expected of a cultivator. Moreover, the blood demon refining scripture is incomplete. Yet it remains capable of leading one to the early stages of the golden core, an exceptionally orthodox demonic art. Just half an hour prior, Shun Leanne had been anxious over his cultivation methods, and now he finds himself presented with a demonic art that holds the promise of the nascent soul path. To claim that his heart does not quiver would be disingenuous. The very essence of this art, so eager to extract the hearts and livers of others, leaves him somewhat unsettled. After putting away the demonic arts, Shun Leanne turned his attention to the remaining 5 jade slips and scrolls, lost in contemplation. The elder demon has indeed treated him excessively well, perhaps to an unbelievable extent. Among the remaining 5 cultivation methods, 4 are comprehensive techniques of the 5 elements. The last one is a secret method for spiritual cultivation, for complete cultivation methods of the 5 elements. Thus, from nothing to abundance, the techniques have suddenly become available to him. Coincidentally, Shun Leanne feels that something is amiss. The 5 elements returning to origin formula can be cultivated to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. The 5 spirits' true essence scripture can also reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment. The blood-derived 5 elements demonic life technique can advance to the early stages of the golden core, while the 5 Qi toward origin skill similarly reaches the early golden core stage. The refining blood and deriving spirit secret technique can refine the practitioner's spiritual essence. Shun Leanne gazed at the scrolls and jade slips before him, still not fully comprehending the liberation he had achieved in terms of cultivation techniques. Once unattainable techniques now lie before him, when compared to methods leading directly to the golden core and the nascent soul. His previous investment in hundreds of talismans pales in significance. The 5 organs refining true demon art, with its assembly of the 5 elements, stands before him. After considerable time, Shun Leanne finally regained his composure, lifting the 5 organs refining true demon art while casting a glance at the 5 elemental arts. Perhaps the elder demon-esque collection of these 5 elemental techniques was for this very purpose. If that is the case, it is reasonable for an elder demon of golden core caliber to seek out such arts. Any cultivation method acknowledged by the elder demon, especially those reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment, must be of considerable merit. Now, with the elder demon languishing at the 9th level of Qi refining, the connection between the 5 organs refining true demon art and the 5 elemental arts is a mystery he may explore later should he desire. Shun Leanne does not intend to practice the 5 organs refining true demon art. Rather, he plans to cultivate the 5 Qi toward origin skill, a method that leads directly to the golden core, available only within the 3 major sects of the Chu kingdom. And even then, it is regarded as a treasured legacy. After achieving the golden core, he can always transition to another technique. Shun Leanne then picked up another scroll, which contained the refining blood and deriving spirit secret technique. This technique is a demonic art that primarily elucidates that flesh and blood are the fundamental attachments of the soul. An abundant blood energy nourishes the spirit. This method utilizes one's vital essence to nurture the spiritual consciousness. The cultivation of this vital essence is intimately linked to both lifespan and cultivation. To avoid being drained completely, one must undertake substantial nourishment. As for how to nourish oneself, the elder demon had already set a precedent by extracting hearts and livers to provide warmth to fellow cultivators. Of course, it is not an absolute requirement. Spiritual herbs and beast flesh can also nourish one's vital essence. However, this is indeed a demonic path specifically tailored by the elder demon, and directly consuming the essence of fellow cultivators yields superior results. As Shun Leanne stared in a daze at the plethora of cultivation techniques laid out before him, he found it hard to believe his fortune. A surge of anxiousness and exhilaration welled up within him, almost overwhelming. It felt as if someone were plotting against him, with the storage ring brimming with treasures. The subsequent 10 storage bags returned to normalcy. 2,323 spirit stones, 23 first-tier superior magical artifacts, 13 mid-tier magical artifacts, 23 first-tier superior talismans, 34 mid-tier talismans, 7 vials of recovery pills, 28 pills in total, 5 vials of yellow sprout pills, totaling 43 pills, 13 vials of detoxification pills and miasma pills combined, 2 second-tier ores, Over 60 first-tier ores. 1 first-tier superior small cauldron. 6 first-tier pill recipes. 37 first-tier spiritual herbs. 2 mid-tier talisman brushes and 1 low-tier brush. 3 vials of spiritual ink and 9 stacks of talisman paper. 6 cultivation methods for the chi refining stage. 3 first-tier demon beasts. 7 various spells of the 5 elements. 2 male cultivator robes and 2 female cultivator robes. The remaining assorted items piled up to a height of nearly 1 meter. Taking a deep breath as he tallied the immense bounty, Shun Leanne exhaled deeply. Truly, the elder demon was an exceptional figure, an alchemist, talisman master, and a slayer of demon beasts, capable of taking down both male and female cultivators. After gazing at the treasures before him for a while, Shun Leanne could not suppress a smile. Overnight, he had become immensely wealthy. His heart raced, and his hands trembled. After categorizing his newfound possessions, Shun Leanne collapsed onto his bed, drifting off into a deep slumber. In just 2 days, he had experienced a whirlwind of emotions, compounded by the previous mental assault, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Maintain composure, insight point 1. Maintain composure, insight point 1. Maintain composure, insight point 3. Mind beyond material, insight point 1. When he awoke the next day, he sprang up from the bed, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Upon confirming that the formation was intact and that he remained within his small abode, Shun Leanne felt a wave of relief wash over him. He immediately checked his spoils. They were indeed real. He had acquired both cultivation techniques and soul secret techniques. After resting for a few days, he would refine his techniques and break through to the late chi refining stage. Chapter 32. Transitioning to a new technique. Cultivating the 7th layer of chi after a day of deep slumber, Shun Leanne once again engaged in meditation and cultivation for 10 days. Following his confrontation with the old demon, he had sustained some impact and had even been poisoned by his own concoction. It was prudent to ensure his recovery before making any advancements. Within the confines of the cultivation chamber, Shun Leanne, in peak mental condition, held the 5 chi returning to origin technique before him, savoring its intricacies. This method emphasizes the refinement of the 5 elemental energies, leading to the manifestation of the 5 chi returning to origin. It bears a resemblance to the old demon's 5 organs refining true demon technique. Albeit with a notable distinction, the old demon requires the consumption of his fellow cultivators, whereas the 5 chi returning to origin does not necessitate such a sacrificial approach, making it more accessible for beginners. It is only when one reaches the latter stages of chi cultivation that one must refine the 5 elemental spiritual materials to consolidate the 5 organs and elemental energies. This foresight surpasses that of the true demon technique, allowing for an investment before reaping the rewards. Once the 5 energies converge, there exists a 20% probability of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage without the need for a foundational elixir. Setting the technique aside, a flash of light flickered before Shun Leanne. Shun Leanne, 6th layer of chi. 5 element roots, fire 67, earth 18, metal 17, wood 29, water 18, symbol master, first tier upper grade, 0-10,000. Insight points, 1679, divine insight points, 5. Fire manipulation technique, perfect, 1,000. Fire escape technique, perfect, 1,000. Water escape technique, beginner, 100. Metal escape technique, beginner, 89,000. Spirit tracking technique, major achievement, 735,1000. Toxin refinement, major achievement, 700,1000. It had been over half a year since he broke through to the 6th layer of chi, during which he had accumulated insight and divine insight points. The generation of insight points was rather unremarkable. However, the divine insight points seemed to manifest more frequently during moments of intense mental fluctuation, particularly after retreating to his protective formation for solace. During these past 6 months, the marketplace had been rife with uncertainty, and on a few tranquil nights, his elevated mental state had yielded 3 divine insight points, far superior to the previous 2 years. Ironically, after battling the old demon and experiencing mental fatigue, a single night of deep slumber awarded him 2 divine insight points. Could it be that he possessed a peculiar penchant for such experiences? He devoted all his divine insight points to enhancing his fire elemental root. A euphoric sensation rapidly blossomed within him, prompting Shun Leanne to collapse onto the ground, forming a character resembling Tai. How delightful! The scale of his fire elemental root reached 72. Cultivators transitioning to a new technique merely dissipate the disparate energies cultivated from their former methods. Their realm remains intact. With pre-prepared spiritual materials, recovery is swift. As a chi cultivation novice, Shun Leanne found the transition to a new technique to be relatively uncomplicated, requiring no more than 10 days to half a month. He first rose to inspect the formation within the room, replenishing the spiritual stones and activating the strongest defensive state. He then affixed thunderfire talismans at the door, windows, corners, and walls. Once all was prepared, Shun Leanne entered the cultivation chamber, placing both his deadly toxin and its antidote within reach. in the event of an unexpected scenario. He was prepared to inflict damage upon himself as a last resort. He organized Huang Yudan, Bajang Dan, and spiritual stones methodically before him. After meticulously reviewing the necessary preparations, Shun Leanne settled onto the meditation cushion, beginning the process of dispersing his former energies. Soon, spiritual light began to emanate from him. As the elemental energies derived from his previous technique gradually dissipated, this process inevitably resulted in some loss of accumulated spiritual energy. After a full day had passed, he had successfully erased the aura of his former technique, due to discrepancies in elemental root scales. The cultivation of the 5 Qi returning to origin would initially emphasize the fire element, with the other elements serving as auxiliary forces. Only when the scales of the metal, wood, water, and earth roots were sufficiently balanced would Shun Leanne truly be complete. As the energy from the Qian Yuan technique dissipated, he commenced the operation of the 5 Qi returning to origin technique. As the technique activated, the energies within his meridians began to circulate. After several complete cycles, the remaining non-elemental spiritual energy within him began to transform into the energies aligned with the 5 Qi returning to origin, rapidly coating his body in a crimson aura, alongside the red hues of gold, green, yellow, and black intertwined. However, the crimson energy was feeble in comparison, unable to contend with the potency of fire energy, thereby impeding its circulation. During Shun Leanne's cultivation, wisps of mist-like spiritual energy emerged from the cushion beneath him. As he was deeply engrossed in meditation, he remained oblivious to the delicate emanations of spiritual energy escaping the cushion. Meanwhile, at Zhangyan Mountain, surrounded by towering peaks, this inconspicuous hill was enveloped in miasma, adorned with undulating trees. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently. A thunderous roar erupted from the mountain's base. Cracks appeared in the terrain, and murky air surged forth, breaking through to the sky, dispersing the pervasive miasma. "What have you done, Xianling?" A furious voice echoed from the fissure. The crack widened as thick murky currents gushed forth, revealing 3 figures cloaked in spiritual light, exuding an aura as formidable as towering mountains. Even as the turbulent miasma surged from the depths, they remained unmoved. The roiling miasma howled like a fierce wind, continuing for a full quarter of an hour before gradually subsiding. The 3 figures, now revealed, displayed their true forms. One man, adorned with a high crown, exuded an ethereal presence, draped in a black robe with flowing patterns, wielding a shimmering black water measuring tool. Another, of middle age, bore a robe embroidered with a 3-legged golden crow, glaring intently at the robed figure. The last, a graceful woman, had her hair adorned with dangling ornaments, her palace dress blossoming with luminous flowers. These 3 were none other than Xianling, the golden core ancestor of the Bai Shui sect, Jin Yang, the golden core ancestor of the Tianyang sect, and Jiuling, the golden core ancestor of the Yuchang Valley. At this moment, Jiuling fixed his gaze intently on Xianling. "What have you done to trigger the restrictions?" With a flick of his hand, Xianling transformed the measuring tool into a serpent, coiling around him as he shrugged innocently. "I haven't done anything." Unfazed by the skeptical stares of the other 2, Xianling maintained a facade of innocence, undeterred by their scrutiny. Observing Xianling's demeanor, Jin Yang and Jiuling began to question their own perceptions. Could it be that the old fellow truly hadn't done anything? As the murky air dispersed, the 3 golden core ancestors projected their consciousness deep into the earth. An ancient aura pervaded the labyrinthine caverns below. These tunnels bore the marks of long-ago excavations, scattered with remnants of decayed artifacts. At the heart of this extensive network lay a city, buried beneath the earth. Though the subterranean city appeared tranquil, sporadic flickers of spiritual light erupted in certain areas, exploding with electric brilliance. This location was rich in mineral veins, as long as the spiritual essence remained intact. The damaged restrictions could continue to function, even after the passage of countless years. Xianling's consciousness swept across the ruins below, stroking his beard in contemplation. Jin Yang's eyes brightened. In the desolate region, the existence of the cultivation realm had only been noted during the Middle Ages, and the lingering restrictions from that era had yet to be extinguished. This place, as venerable golden core ancestors, they were perceived as transcendent beings in the eyes of their disciples, existing beyond the mundane world, for the ordinary had long ceased to warrant their attention. Just as Jin Yang prepared to delve deeper with his consciousness, a flash of electric light ignited from the depths of the ruins. This time, the electric and spiritual light seemed to be drawn together, merging instantaneously into a vast expanse, with the resulting energy waves surging into the earth, radiating outward in all directions. The bustling market of Yuming was alive with a resonant hum. Beneath Yuming Mountain, the secondary spiritual vein erupted with a thunderous roar. The spiritual energy was stirred, surging forth from the depths of the earth. The formation strategically arranged around Yuming Mountain began to operate in unison, releasing tendrils of spiritual essence from below. Initially, the release was delicate and sparse, but soon it erupted in a magnificent display. The cultivators within the market were momentarily taken aback, but swiftly began to seek out spaces to refine the abundant spiritual energy. In the courtyard of the 23rd residence, Shun Leanne, who was transitioning to a new cultivation technique, had successfully entered the initial stage of the 5 Qi Chaoyuan skill. The spiritual power derived from this new method was far more refined than before, with a noticeable increase in potency. To counter potential losses of spiritual energy during this transition, he had consumed several Huanya pills, and his internal spiritual force was now fully amassed. At this moment, Shun Leanne was poised to make a decisive leap into the 7th layer of Qi refinement, feeling a surge of spiritual light radiating from the cushion beneath him. As a torrent of spiritual energy flowed into his being. Chapter 33, The Tide of Spiritual Energy and the Emergence of Divine Thought. The Tide of Spiritual Energy. As soon as Shun Leanne sensed the sudden surge of spiritual energy beneath him, he realized this must be the tide of spiritual energy that Wang Yang had spoken of. Indeed, he was fortunate enough to experience it, especially during such a pivotal moment in his breakthrough. It was evident that he was destined for greatness. However, the intensity of the tide was somewhat overwhelming. The spiritual energy emerging from the meditation cushion coiled upward like a small serpent, spiraling towards him as if it could not be hindered. At that moment, not only was Human Square affected, but the underground spiritual veins of the 2 major markets, Chang'e and Nanjing, were also stirred. Streams of spiritual energy erupted from the depths, and the 1st and 2nd tier gathering arrays appeared as mere cracks in a dam, releasing copious amounts of energy. Observing the spiritual energy surging forth, the scattered cultivators within the market eagerly sought out places to cultivate. In some areas, fierce disputes erupted over the abundant spiritual energy. The foundation-building cultivators stationed in the market were in a frenzy, dashing about in confusion, unable to comprehend the reason behind this unusual phenomenon. The earth remained still, and the mountains did not shake. Yet, the eruption of spiritual energy clearly indicated that something significant was amiss. In a small courtyard numbered 23, with the aid of the tide of spiritual energy, Shun Leanne's internal spiritual power had reached a state of saturation. Primarily fueled by fire spiritual power, the other 4 types of spiritual energy coalesced within him, continuously cleansing his body. After recultivating the 5 Qi Chao Yuan technique, his internal spiritual power had doubled in strength, and with the assistance of the tide of spiritual energy, his cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement became extraordinarily solid. A breakthrough pill slid into his stomach, rapidly dissolving into a rich medicinal potency under the cover of spiritual power, causing his meridians to sting. This was the effect of the breakthrough pill taking effect. The overwhelming medicinal power surged through his meridians, effortlessly shattering the barrier to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Upon breaking through, the medicinal and spiritual powers began to flow towards his dantian, transforming into the 5 elemental spiritual powers for his cultivation. When the spiritual energy accumulated in the dantian reached the size of a liquid droplet, it signified readiness for the foundation-building phase. In a moment of clarity, Shun Leanne beheld the intricate network of his meridians. The crimson fire's spiritual power coursed through his body, with the other 4 spiritual energies clinging to it. However, due to their insufficient quantity and quality, they failed to form a harmonious cycle of the 5 elements. After transitioning to the 5 Qi Chao Yuan technique, and cultivating back to the 1st level of Qi refinement, Shun Leanne realized he had begun to manifest divine thought. The nascent divine thought remained somewhat tethered to his physical form, requiring gradual adaptation and application by the cultivator. A cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement could extend their divine thought approximately 30 yards. At this moment, Shun Leanne's divine thought began to permeate beyond his dwelling. 30 yards, 40 yards, until he reached nearly 49 yards. The strength of his divine thought was comparable to that of an ordinary cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement. However, when compared to those who had stagnated at the 9th level for years, or the inner disciples of their sect, he may have fallen short. As his divine thought extended beyond his residence, Shun Leanne furrowed his brow. What was happening? Why had the spiritual energy outside surged so significantly? Although it could not compare to the energy within his room, the streets outside his small courtyard were filled with scattered cultivators, predominantly at the mid-level of Qi refinement, with a few at the early stages squeezed into corners. He also noticed that there were even more scattered cultivators sitting outside his small courtyard than in the neighboring one. In fact, 3 bold figures had even ventured into his courtyard, each selecting a spot to meditate and cultivate. He had initially thought he would enjoy this boon alone, only to discover it was a shared fortune, revealing that he was merely a part of a larger destiny amidst an unexpectedly chaotic tide of spiritual energy. During his days of seclusion and recultivation, it seemed that some significant event had transpired outside. Shun Leanne connected the marketplace lockdown order with the wilderness missions of the disciples from the Baishui sect. He then retrieved a communication talisman from his storage bag, intending to inquire with Wang Xia, but ultimately refrained from sending the message. Instead, he placed the talisman on the table in his room without returning it to the storage bag. With so many scattered cultivators surrounding him, it would be too conspicuous to venture outside. This area was situated in the heart of the marketplace, where numerous cultivators who typically resided on the outskirts had come to cultivate, and the enforcement team from the Baishui sect had yet to disperse them. Most likely, the enforcement cultivators were also engaged in their own cultivation. Upon calming himself, Shun Leanne quickly analyzed the situation. The entire marketplace was currently in a standstill, with everyone immersed in their cultivation. Having just broken through, he decided to stabilize his own realm at home. The tide of spiritual energy persisted throughout the entire day, and only when the cultivators outside his courtyard began to conclude their sessions did they gradually depart. By the next day, those who had not completed their cultivation dared not continue, and the streets returned to their usual state, as his divine thought extended beyond his physical form. And sensing the absence of cultivators on the street, Shun Leanne set aside his blood refinement and soul transformation secret technique. He was studying this divine thought technique, which, alongside the 5 Qi Chao Yuan technique as a substitute for cultivation, was the only method available to refine his divine thought. He had no intention of abandoning it. This technique, applicable during both the Qi refinement and foundation building stages, also contained an offensive method known as the soul binding seal. When his divine thought reached 100 yards, he could begin to refine it into a seal form, capable of shattering the souls of opposing cultivators. As his divine thought grew powerful, the soul binding seal could manifest the visage of a purple-robed specter, devouring the souls and memories of adversarial cultivators. Previously, the old demon had likely employed this technique against him. Fortunately, he had the protection of a divine thought talisman. And since the old demon had taken possession of a serpent's body, this human-demon technique proved somewhat incompatible. The rarity of divine thought techniques was underscored by the fact that only the 3 major sects of the Chu kingdom possessed them, and it was rumored that their techniques were identical. Even so, they were not the true transmissions, and elders were prohibited from practicing them, highlighting the value of such methods. For cultivators lacking divine thought techniques, the only means to enhance their divine thought was through painstaking effort or extreme measures. Shun Leanne was indifferent to the fact that this was a demonic technique. Any method that could enrich his foundation was worthy of pursuit. Moreover, did the righteous path not also engage in methods that spared no life? The law does not distinguish between good and evil. It is the talent that matters. The 5 Qi Chao Yuan technique necessitated the refinement of the 5 elemental energies within the 5 organs, and he needed to prepare to gather elemental spiritual items to establish his foundation within his organs. The blood refinement and soul transformation technique required nourishing his soul with his own blood essence, fostering the emergence of divine thought. And he would need to prepare more meat and medicinal pills to replenish his vitality. With these thoughts in mind, Shun Leanne took out a storage bag, revealing 3 first-tier demonic beasts before him. Consuming more meat would bolster his blood essence and strengthen his physique. Is Brother Shun available? The communication talisman on the table illuminated. Shun Leanne stored the secret technique within his storage ring, wary of wearing it outside. Instead, he tied it around his neck and affixed the divine thought talisman and a breath-concealing talisman to the ring. Is there something concerning? He replied to Wang Xia through the communication talisman. If Wang Xia did not seek him out, Shun Leanne was prepared to find Wang Xia himself. With the tide of spiritual energy sweeping through the marketplace, he intended to gauge the situation and determine whether to proceed with the plan he had previously devised. His admiration for the Bai Shui sect, a golden core sect, surged within him, and he yearned to contribute to its development in any small way he could. Chapter 34. The after-effects of the blood-refining soul method. If one cannot defeat, one must join. First, drape oneself in the guise of the Bai Shui sect. Shun Leanne swiftly tidied himself up, applying a concealment talisman to mask the sharp aura of his recent breakthrough, and grasped a communication talisman as he stepped out of his abode. Wang Xia sought him not for any other purpose but to discuss the drawing of high-grade decontamination talismans. His great-grandson, Wang He, was set to embark on a mission, prompting him to increase the quantity of talismans produced. As he traversed the bustling streets of the market, Shun Leanne utilized his spiritual sense to perceive the nearby vacant spaces, still able to detect the lingering spiritual energy. In times past, even spiritual practitioners had to exert considerable effort to absorb it. Yet now, he could observe wisps of spiritual energy drifting through the air. The closer he ventured to the heart of the market, the more concentrated the spiritual energy became, particularly in the vicinity of Yunmeng Mountain, where one could see swirling mists, evidence of the energy that had yet to dissipate. Unlike the middle region of the market, the core area was devoid of rogue practitioners, with the Bai Shui sect's enforcement team stationed outside the shops. Upon entering the commercial street, he was greeted by a surge of rich spiritual energy. Originally, there existed a gathering array, but at this moment, the floating energy was 3 to 4 times denser than during the usual spiritual energy tides. Shun Leanne soon realized that this was no ordinary tide. The second-tier spiritual vein beneath Yunmeng Mountain could not cause such a significant disturbance. It seemed that joining the Bai Shui sect was imperative. He would first integrate himself, and then figure things out thereafter. Within the treasure-gathering pavilion, Wang Xia was busily attending to matters, with a line of practitioners waiting before him. After a brief glance, Shun Leanne signaled with his communication talisman and made his way to the only reputable tavern in the area, Yiming Fang. He requested a private room and ordered food and drink as he awaited Wang Xia's arrival. Nearly an hour passed before Wang Xia hurriedly appeared, apologizing for the delay due to unexpected busyness. Shun Leanne filled his brother's cup, remarking that he was being too formal. Today, however, he had matters he wished to discuss. Wang Xia, not one to be overly modest, inquired after drinking. What is it, little brother? Speak plainly. Shun Leanne expressed his unease over the recent turmoil in the market and queried whether the esteemed sect was still accepting disciples. Are you considering joining the Baishui sect? Wang Xia asked, having known Shun Leanne well enough over the years to understand that this reclusive younger brother rarely ventured beyond his home, living a life akin to that of a sheltered noblewoman. Even within the confines of his dwelling, he was engaged in the workings of formations. This was not merely a matter of unease, it was likely a manifestation of mental fixation. My admiration for the Baishui sect is as boundless as the river. Shun Leanne continued. From the moment I embarked on the path of cultivation, I envisioned myself as a member of a sect. Before Wang Xia could respond, Shun Leanne added, I do not seek to become an official disciple, but simply to secure a modest position, allowing me to live steadily. Wang Xia took a hearty drink, shaking his head with a wry smile. Little brother, it is not that I would deny you, but the sect only accepts those with potential. At nearly 40, you are no longer considered a prime candidate. Moreover, this is Yunming Fong. If you were at the sect's main location, you might have had the opportunity to rent spiritual fields for cultivation. The term potential referred to those with a spiritual root who had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. The sect's reluctance to accept rogue practitioners was well-founded, as numerous instances of backlash had occurred when such individuals were admitted. Rogue practitioners, often proud and headstrong, could not be guaranteed loyalty to the sect after initial training. It was a coincidence that Shun Leanne indeed wished to don the skin of the Baishui sect, securing an unimportant position from which he could discreetly slip away. If loyalty were to be debated, he could not claim to possess none, though his allegiance was decidedly lukewarm. The Baishui sect had already discerned the patterns and established regulations that barred him from entry, while some sects now accepted rogue practitioners as guest disciples. Shun Leanne's current capabilities and skills as a high-grade talisman master were insufficient. He set aside these thoughts and began discussing the recent spiritual energy tide with Wang Xia. However, Wang Xia was unaware of the cause, only knowing that the geological shifts beneath Yuming Mountain had led to a release of spiritual energy. This phenomenon was not limited to Yuming Fong. Regions such as Nanjiang and Changhe Fong experienced similar occurrences, all happening within the same time frame. Their meal took nearly half an hour, and Wang Xia soon rushed back to attend to his duties, leaving Shun Leanne to drink alone in the room. What of the trust between people and sects? He pondered, slamming his cup down on the table as he contemplated the feasibility of his next plan. Was it option 2 or 3? The combination of the blockade order and the unusual surge of spiritual energy made it hard for him to believe there was no connection between the two. At the Liu family apothecary, the shopkeeper greeted Shun Leanne warmly upon his arrival. Shun Leanne surveyed the shop, noticing only the shopkeeper was present, as the girl with the striking appearance was absent. A bottle of decontamination pills, please. Ah, the price has increased by 2 spirit stones, the shopkeeper replied. Prices have risen? Shun Leanne inquired. Indeed, the demand for decontamination pills has surged lately, and our stock is running low, the shopkeeper explained, presenting a bottle of the pills to Shun Leanne. He handed over 12 spirit stones and exited the shop. As he wandered through the market, he noticed a slight uptick in the prices of decontamination pills, detoxification pills, and decontamination talismans. After completing his purchases, Shun Leanne returned to his quarters and settled into a meditative state, allowing his mind to wander for a time. Upon regaining focus, he retrieved the blood-refining soul method and a demonic beast for cultivation. Regardless of the turmoil outside, he was resolute in his commitment to enhance his strength. This path was unwavering. Having obtained a secret technique for mental cultivation, he was not one to be picky. He brought the demonic beast before him, a small fox with poor fur, its head marred by a gaping wound. Placing his palm upon the fox's skull, he recalled the 9-ene white bone claw. Fortunately, the blood-refining soul method allowed for the direct absorption of blood energy, negating the need for consumption. Concentrating his spiritual power, he directed it into the fox, awakening the latent demonic energy within. Shun Leanne began to activate the secret method, which followed a 2-step process, first refining the blood within to transform it into essence, and then using that essence to nourish his mental energy. As blood infused with demonic energy coursed from his palm into his being, his expression grew somewhat sinister. After a substantial amount of time had passed, a crimson glow enveloped him, rendering him almost demonic in appearance, with his eyes turning red. Upon introspection, he discovered a small, ruby-red blood bead at the heart region. Shun Leanne licked his lips, instinctively desiring to grasp the withered fox body before him and consume it. This thought startled him. He found himself strangely attached to the scent of blood. Regaining his composure, he hastily made his way to the talisman-making room, spreading out talisman paper to commence his drawings. However, he faced repeated failures with the first 3 talismans, each producing plumes of black smoke. It was not until the 4th attempt that a clear heart talisman was successfully inscribed. Placing the talisman upon his forehead, the cooling sensation alleviated his bloodthirsty urges somewhat. He subsequently created 3 more clear heart talismans, applying them to his brow. After pacing back and forth in the room, the talismans swayed and rustled against each other. Thankfully, he was not surnamed Rin. After a considerable interval, the blood-red hue in his eyes began to fade. The after effects of the blood refining method were rather intense. With a long exhale, he sat down to introspect, observing the crystal-clear essence of blood affixed to his heart, radiating a vibrant vitality. A faint flicker of mental energy stirred within the bloodbeat. Upon advancing to the 7th layer of qi refinement, his mental energy had reached 49 zhang. Now, he had indeed experienced a slight increase, albeit only a few inches, yet it was a definite expansion. The demonic paths practitioners ought to devise methods that contribute to the harmony of the cultivation world. Previously, the 5 organs refining true demon technique held the promise of achieving the transformation from Dan to infant, yet it necessitated the relentless pursuit of adversaries, which contradicted Shun Leanne's steadfast principles. Thus, he was compelled to abandon it. However, regarding the secret technique of the divine consciousness, he was reluctant to part with this method, as there were alternative practices available. In the future, he intended to establish a clear heart symbol array, facilitating a simultaneous descent into madness while maintaining clarity of mind. He also contemplated acquiring calming jade and related formations as provisions. In response to the after effects of the blood refinement soul technique, Shun Leanne quickly devised a countermeasure for it. He had resolved to master this technique. Half a month later, Shun Leanne's divine consciousness had successfully expanded by an entire foot. The 3 demonic beasts he had stored in his bag were transformed into dried meat. On a particular day, the earth trembled, and deep within Yunming Mountain, a sound akin to distant thunder resonated. Spiritual energy surged forth from the ground once more, forming rolling mist tides in the vicinity of Yunming Mountain, rushing towards the market. This surge of spiritual energy persisted for a full 2 days. The scattered cultivators in the market rejoiced, eagerly seizing the opportunity to absorb the abundant energy. Rumors proliferated wildly. A few cultivators who ventured out in search of opportunities reported seeing celestial lights soaring from the shocking cloud mountain, suggesting a significant chance had arisen, prompting many to set out to investigate. Shun Leanne, with the slightest release of his divine consciousness, could overhear the discussions surrounding the celestial lights at shocking cloud mountain. He sighed. His recent fortune had been rather bleak. Besides the notable enhancement of his divine consciousness, his aspirations of relocating had suffered a heavy setback. After the failure of the first plan, the second plan to seize control of the foundational vessel also met with defeat. It was not due to a lack of effort on Shun Leanne's part, but rather because the Bai Shui sect's vessel had not arrived for an entire month. As for the third plan of relying on family cultivators, Shun Leanne had prepared to don a disguise with a sword-like brow and starry eyes, even willing to utilize his own charm to stage a self-directed rescue of a cultivator in distress. However, the naive and easily deceived young lady from the Liu family had followed her clan sister to the cave dwellings on Yunming Mountain for cultivation. One might say that even the steadiest of steeds can stumble, but let us not dwell on that. Beneath the celestial light lay an ancient ruin, its profound aura far beyond what should belong to our era. Is it true or false? Undoubtedly true. The shocking cloud mountain has cracked open, revealing a site that had once been a mining area for excavated ruins, with the ancient city intertwined with the vein. If you don't believe it, go and see for yourself. The desolate domain holds traces of a cultivation civilization that can be traced back to the Middle Ages. It is said that even the Golden Core ancestors of the Bai Shui sect have ventured there. Middle Age ruins. Golden Core ancestors. Shun Leanne was left speechless. Combined, these elements were anything but stable. His own misgivings had indeed proven accurate. Chapter 35. A Turn of Events. The spirit ship route reopened. The wilderness is a vassal territory of the southern celestial realm of cultivation. During the Middle Ages, this area thrived with a flourishing cultivation civilization, giving rise to significant sects of the nascent soul. As time has passed, the once prosperous cultivation civilization has been submerged in the sands of time. In that era, transformation gods were commonplace, and nascent souls were as common as dogs. In the present age, even in the southern celestial realm, transformation gods are merely the stuff of legend. While nascent soul cultivators stand as dominant sects in the world, it is easy to imagine the immense opportunity that would arise for the 3 major cultivation sects of Chu if a relic from the Middle Ages were to be discovered. The entire wilderness has long awaited the nascent soul, if there exist opportunities related to the nascent soul within the relic. The Chu sect's decision to seal off the markets becomes comprehensible. Once the news spreads outside, the neighboring cultivation nations such as Yu, Wu, and Qin would certainly not allow the relic to be excavated solely by the 3 sects of Chu. Beyond that, to the north of the wilderness lies the Sea of 10,000 Stars, where islands are scattered like stars, and cultivators outnumber those of the various nations in the wilderness. Shun Leanne weighed his own precarious fate against the potential opportunities of the nascent soul. The scales tipped unfavorably. In the eyes of the Golden Core sects, he was deemed unworthy. No, all scattered cultivators were deemed unworthy. Curse it, the price of the cleansing pill has risen again. It is now 15 spirit stones per vial. Well, it is fortunate to even be able to obtain some. Let us leave quickly and find refuge away from the market. We cannot remain in the market for long. If things go awry, the Bai Shui sect may seek our demise. Brother, it cannot be as dire as you say. Moreover, the relic may not even be real. Exactly. I find it hard to believe. If the Baishui sect intended to act, they would have done so by now, rather than wait. Better to err on the side of caution. Let us retreat for now. At worst, we'll spend some extra days as fodder for the wilderness insects. That is better than losing our lives. We shall head to the hidden valley we discovered last time. Shun Leanne's consciousness cautiously probed the exchanges of cultivators in the street, seeking to gather more information for his analysis. Brother, Yunming Market is just like our Changhe Market. It seems returning from Yunming is out of the question. Are we really going to have to cross the wilderness? No matter. We can gather a few fellow cultivators and form a group to traverse the wilderness together. It is certainly better than being trapped here. Under the scrutiny of his consciousness, Shun Leanne realized that he was not the only one troubled. Many scattered cultivators sensed the impending danger, each beginning to prepare their escape routes. It could be said that since the price increase of the cleansing pill, some cultivators had already begun stockpiling supplies. The massive presence of the sects weighed heavily upon the scattered cultivators. For the sects, the relic represented an opportunity. For scattered cultivators, it could mean catastrophe. The scattered cultivators, having grown accustomed to their independence, were equally wary and had come to understand the profound wisdom of greasing their souls. Deep within the depths of Zhuangyun Mountain, tremors occasionally echoed from the earth's depths. The three sects' Golden Core ancestors stood guard at different locations, each on high alert. The first to speak was the Golden Sun True Man of the Tianyang sect, his eyes glinting with sharpness. I say we should simply eliminate these scattered cultivators. After all, we are deep in the wilderness, where no one would know. The Nine Spirits' True Man frowned, but refrained from arguing. His gaze drifted to the depths of the cave, where remnants of a shimmering, golden barrier lay in ruins. This was a fourth-tier barrier. When it was originally set up, it was intricately linked to the earth's veins, a skillful craftsmanship that allowed it to endure until now. Though its power had diminished greatly, it was still not something a Golden Core cultivator could breach in a short time without deploying a range of resources from the sect. The treasures within the fourth-tier barrier were likely of the nascent soul level. In this wilderness, filled with countless miasmas, we have sent over 10,000 scattered cultivators. Do you think you can kill them all? The Xianling True Man retorted coldly. Reports from our disciples indicate that some scattered cultivators have already begun hiding within the miasmic forests. Do not underestimate these ants of the Qi refinement stage. They are acutely aware of danger. Even we Golden Core cultivators do not possess the ability to move mountains and fill seas. If we make too much noise, we may attract the hidden great demons and beasts lurking in the depths of the wilderness. What then? This place is thousands of miles from the Chu Kingdom, rife with miasma and densely populated with demon beasts. How could these Qi refinement ants possibly make their way back? Golden Sun True Man retorted. Though his tone lacked the earlier bravado, scattered Qi refinement cultivators entering the wilderness is akin to fish diving into the sea. Eventually, even if they are Golden Core cultivators, it would be nearly impossible to extricate the scattered cultivators from the boundless wilderness. If a few scattered cultivators were to stumble upon good fortune and return to the Chu Kingdom, the news would be impossible to conceal. At that point, the three sects' dreams of quietly amassing wealth would be shattered. Truth and falsehood intertwined. The Nine Spirits True Man waved his hand, causing several decayed corpses of Qi refinement cultivators to emerge from the rubble. In recent days, many scattered cultivators had come to Zhuangyun Mountain seeking opportunities, only to be secretly eliminated by them. The three of them speculated that this mine and the ruins of the city were linked to a vast network of earth veins, and the spiritual energy surging within the three major markets was a result of their attacks on the barrier, triggering a chain reaction, since it could no longer be concealed. Let the scattered cultivators come seeking opportunities. We can casually provide them with some broken magical artifacts and ores to create the illusion of a second-tier relic. That should not prove difficult. The Xianling True Man nodded, adding that the market should not be sealed off. Allowing scattered cultivators to board spirit ships and depart would be much easier to manage than letting them disperse into the wilderness. Since the spiritual energy in the market can no longer be concealed, let the news be released that the market will be expanded into a city. For added caution, the scattered cultivators departing on spirit ships must be eliminated midway, the sharpness returning to Golden Sun True Man's gaze. Under the cover of night, Shun Leanne was preparing to cultivate. He had acquired both the fire spirit fruit and the yaoyang flower today, two elemental treasures that would assist in nurturing the fire and earth energies. Over the past few days, he had also gathered a high-quality first-tier breath-holding array, a first-tier high-quality earth-melting array, and a plethora of various items for cultivation and daily living. He was preparing to venture deep into the wilderness in search of a location to establish a cave dwelling as a potential refuge. As for second-tier formations, elixirs, and other resources, the market did not sell them. The Bai Shui sect did not require scattered cultivators to reach the foundation establishment stage. Qi refinement cultivators were sufficient for exploring the wilderness. At that moment, a communication talisman lit up. The voice of Wang Xiao resonated. Younger brother, I bring good news. The sect has decided to lift the blockade, no longer restricting scattered cultivators from traveling to and from the Chu Kingdom's cultivation realm. After re-inspecting the spiritual vein beneath the market, it was discovered that a significant hidden segment had been uncovered. The grade of the spiritual vein was likely of high second-tier quality, nearing the third tier. Thus, the sect has decided to renovate the market, establishing a true frontier city, and will also open 3 additional cultivation markets in the surrounding area. The Zhuangyun mountain relic has been verified to be a relic of the Middle Ages. Though of a lower tier, likely a mining city, the sect will no longer restrict cultivators from exploring it, and the affairs hall has also issued corresponding tasks. Now you can rest easy, younger brother. I advise you not to rush back. The sect is about to establish a city, and will require a large quantity of cleansing talismans. This is the perfect opportunity to accumulate spirit stones. Once you've gathered enough, you can leave and directly purchase an excellent foundation establishment cultivation technique. Wouldn't that be splendid? Chapter 36, Are you really going to harm me? The navigation routes have been restored. Upon receiving this message from Wang Xia, Shun Leanne couldn't help but focus intently on the information. The sudden wave of good news left him somewhat dazed. He had amassed a considerable amount of resources, intending to plunge into the desolate wilderness for a survival experience akin to cultivating immortality. Now that the routes were open, his previously devised 3 escape plans from the marketplace had not been in vain. They had all revolved around his own endeavors. This only solidified Shun Leanne's resolve to achieve high levels of cultivation on his own. Otherwise, a mere word from a higher-level cultivator could send him scurrying like a dog. While others engaged in cultivation through plunder and violence, he found himself mired in internal strife, nearly causing his own demise. Such instability was untenable. Relying on the secluded corners of the mountains for safety was unrealistic. Only by strengthening his own power could he quell the sources of turmoil. Shun Leanne took Wang Xia's proposal lightly, for with the spirit ships resuming their voyages, he would not linger in the marketplace. However, he did not rush to depart. He decided to observe for a few more days. This period of observation extended over half a month. The spiritual energy within the marketplace surged twice more, and news from the Bai Shui sect regarding the expansion of the marketplace into a city emerged. Within a month, the small courtyards in the central area and the houses in the outskirts would gradually be reclaimed, serving as the foundation for the city's expansion. The new city would establish a fresh gathering array for spiritual energy, resulting in increased costs for those wishing to reside within its walls. In the Yongning marketplace, in a private room, Shun Leanne sat alone, sipping wine as he awaited Wang Xia's arrival. After a fortnight of observation, the spirit ships had made 3 round trips, with many wandering cultivators departing aboard them. News from the Zhuangyun mountain mines reported that a fellow cultivator had discovered a damaged second-tier magical artifact in the ruins, estimated to yield a second-tier refining material worth no less than 1,000 spirit stones. Such tidings evoked a sense of familiarity in Shun Leanne. Though he still harbored some doubts, he resolved to leave the marketplace. It was time to depart. Before his journey, he intended to share a drink with Wang Xia, his dear friend, as this may be their last meeting in this lifetime. During these past 2 weeks, Shun Leanne had not been idle. He had crafted 50 high-grade dispelling talismans for his great-grandson. Even as he prepared to leave, the earnings from materials and labor were still necessary. Additionally, he had amassed a collection of low-tier demon beasts, herbs, and other wilderness specialties within the marketplace. As night approached, Wang Xia hurriedly arrived. Upon entering, he glanced at Shun Leanne without speaking, then seized the wine jug, toasting 3 cups with him. "Are you really leaving, my brother?" Shun Leanne nodded in response. "Indeed, all gatherings must come to an end." Wang Xia acknowledged this with a nod, refraining from mentioning the dispelling talismans again. Shun Leanne similarly chose not to bring it up. Although his talismans were superior to those of other talismans masters at the same level, they were not irreplaceable. Without his talismans, the numerous wandering cultivators in the marketplace would continue to plow into the miasma daily. "Then I wish you success in solidifying your foundation and a carefree life as an immortal." Wang Xia raised his cup, saying, "My family resides in Chushui County of the Chu Kingdom, at the foot of Baiyun Mountain. Should you ever wander there, I hope you will visit the Wang family." Although he felt this hope was unlikely, Wang Xia still wished to leave behind this good connection. Agreed. The drinking continued until the early hours of the morning. Shun Leanne utilized his spiritual energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol and returned to his dwelling. Even if he chose not to leave, this place would soon be reclaimed by the Bai Shui sect. As he entered the small courtyard, he gazed upon the 2-story building and the swaying spiritual herbs in the yard. Having lived there for such a long time, he realized he had never met his neighbors. The house remained enveloped in a fog of formations, isolating it from external prying. With his departure imminent, Shun Leanne felt a sense of relief. Observing the herbs growing in the courtyard, they appeared even more vibrant than usual. To his surprise, he spotted 2 stalks of qilin grass. Due to the necessity of 5 elemental spiritual objects to refine the 5 organs and energies, Shun Leanne began to pay attention to the 5 elemental spiritual materials. Recognizing one type as the wood elemental spiritual grass he required, after a careful inspection, he ascended to the upper floor. Merely a few dozen spirit stones were inconsequential to him. He had long since outgrown such trivial concerns. That night, Shun Leanne found it difficult to sleep. He pondered where he would settle upon returning to the Chu Kingdom. Once he found a stable refuge, he would first focus on alchemy. While the art of puppetry could wait, After solidifying his foundation, he would have ample time to explore the myriad arts of cultivation. Since advancing to the 6th level of chi refinement, he had accumulated insights without utilizing a single one, waiting for a moment to unleash a powerful move. Thinking of the inferior quality barrier-breaking pills he had purchased earlier, Shun Leanne felt a surge of anger. Did they truly regard wandering cultivators as nothing? A prominent family in the realm of counterfeit pills selling subpar products was a blatant insult to the wandering cultivators. If they wished to buy, they could. If they did not, so be it. At this rate, even if wandering cultivators could acquire foundation-building pills, they would not be of good quality and might even be worthless. If he wanted quality pills, he would have to rely on himself. He aimed to become an alchemist, lowering the prices of pills for his fellow cultivators and their families. Shun Leanne spread out the map of the cultivation world in the Chu Kingdom, examining the marked locations of immortal cities and marketplaces. Ultimately deciding to stick with his original plan, to head to Baishui Immortal City. With a golden core cultivator overseeing the city, it would at least be a safe haven. Talisman Master Shun Leanne. Alchemist Ding Xiu, he murmured softly, a smile gracing his lips. He would seek a high-level disguise technique to create a new identity for himself. Cultivation was akin to navigating the martial world. Possessing multiple identities equated to possessing multiple paths. The following day, Shun Leanne donned his robes and gathered the 5 elements reversal array from his room. Although he prepared to leave, he was not about to embark on this journey unprepared. Previously, he had encountered 2 assassination attempts at an auction. This journey spanned thousands of miles, through mountains and valleys, miasma, and demon beasts. Moreover, he still felt an unsettling notion that something was amiss with the Baishui sect. 5 storage bags hung at his waist, filled with a complete set of talismans. In his left sleeve, he kept his primary backup within a storage bracelet. The storage ring around his neck served as a backup for the backup. Lifting his robe, he revealed movement talismans and spiritual awareness talismans affixed to the lining. Outside the Yungying marketplace, atop a leveled hill, a spirit ship of considerable size lay anchored. The ship featured towering platforms and interconnected chambers. Shun Leanne produced his ticket, purchased for 200 spirit stones at the Bureau of Affairs, and smoothly boarded the vessel. What a grand ship! He vowed to acquire one of his own once his strength grew. The spirit ship would not depart for another hour. Arriving early, he noticed few fellow cultivators present and was assigned to room 17B. The room was modest, with a window offering a view outside. Once inside, Shun Leanne sat cross-legged. The journey from the Yungying marketplace into the Chu Kingdom could take as little as 3 days, and even with detours around heavily miasma-laden areas, he would still arrive within 5 days. With only a few days ahead of him, he did not intend to engage in any cultivation. He kept his talismans on him, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. His spiritual awareness gradually extended beyond his body, cautiously probing the neighboring room to ensure the safety of his environment. Suddenly, as his consciousness enveloped the small room of less than 10 feet, Shun Leanne's eyes flew open. Since mastering the blood refinement soul secret technique, he had developed an insatiable craving for the sin of blood, making him particularly sensitive to it. Despite the room appearing clean, a faint residual odor of blood lingered. While the scent was subtle, the blood of the demonic path knew no boundaries, and he could still sense it. After a moment's hesitation, Shun Leanne swiftly retrieved his talisman brush and materials from his storage bag. After preparing the spiritual ink, he unfurled a sheet of talisman paper and began drawing. He was inscribing a mid-grade blood shadow talisman. This talisman is specifically designed to manifest traces of blood, utilized primarily for tracking sanguine paths. Within the realm of cultivation, those who pride themselves as righteous, like the young bull, frequently employ such artifacts to target demonic cultivators. Without hastening to deploy the blood shadow talisman, Shun Leanne first activated several mind talisman seals affixed to the interior of his garments, subsequently enveloping his consciousness within the aura of these seals. The intensity and reach of a foundational cultivator's consciousness far surpassed that of a chi-refining cultivator. While he could not discern the consciousness of a foundational cultivator, he could detect any fluctuations emanating from the mind talisman. After a quarter of an hour, the absence of any perturbations in the mind talisman allowed Shun Leanne to breathe a sigh of relief, indicating that the foundational cultivator stationed on the spirit vessel had not employed their consciousness to envelop the ship. Swiftly, he activated the blood shadow talisman, causing specks of spiritual light to scatter throughout the room. In the areas where the spiritual light illuminated, a series of splattered bloodstains materialized upon the floor. Chapter 37. The sect does not cultivate immortality, but plays with military strategy, gazing at the scattered bloodstains on the floor of the room. Shun Leanne extended his divine sense to the adjacent chambers. The spirit ship's accommodations were divided into 3 tiers. The upper tier, designated for disciples of the Baishui sect. The middle tier, housing late-stage chi refiners and skilled mid-stage practitioners, and the lower tier, where ordinary early-stage practitioners resided. Deep within the ship's hold, there were various scattered practitioners occupying the rooms. Upon his arrival, Shun Leanne found himself in the lower tier. As his divine sense expanded, he detected the presence of a practitioner in the room to his left but refrained from prying too deeply. The room to his right was empty, yet the scent of blood lingered. After a thorough investigation, aside from the upper-tier rooms, he explored a total of 32 rooms in the middle and lower tiers, discovering a bloody aroma in 21 of them. Although these rooms had been cleansed with talismans, they appeared relatively tidy. Yet the hidden bloodstains remained starkly evident to Shun Leanne's divine perception. With a flourish, he dispelled the residual spiritual energy left by the talismans and rose to depart the room. "What are you doing?" questioned a Bai Shui sect cultivator stationed at the spirit ship's entrance, observing Shun Leanne's emergence. I left something at my lodgings in the market," Shun Leanne replied, revealing a hint of urgency. "I will return immediately." The Bai Shui sect cultivator cast a cold glance at Shun Leanne, stating, "The spirit ship will depart in half an hour. If you are late, there will be no waiting." "Ah, I understand." Shun Leanne acknowledged twice before hastily descending from the spirit ship, swiftly making his way into the market. It took him no half hour. In nearly a quarter of an hour, a transformed Shun Leanne had entered the wilderness from another direction of the market. In the miasma-laden forest, Shun Leanne concealed himself among the foliage, gazing upward as a spirit ship flickered with spiritual light, breaking through the enveloping miasma before vanishing at the forest's edge. He muttered, regarding the Bai Shui sect as a righteous faction while they regarded him as a fool. The sudden lifting of the blockade order, the establishment of new cities, the excavation of new ruins, and the periodic emergence of 2 miniature chosen ones to gain opportunities regarding second-tier spiritual artifacts all seemed to be mere smoke screens. Not only scattered practitioners but even sect cultivators would resist in the face of such a blockade. The more stringent the blockade, the stronger the rebellious sentiment. Military strategy emphasizes surrounding 3 while leaving 1 open, providing a breach for the defenders to avoid a desperate struggle. Restoring trade routes is akin to creating a passage for scattered practitioners, with foundational cultivators and elite disciples stationed aboard the spirit ship. The slaughter of scattered practitioners would be no different from herding sheep. This was significantly easier than scattered practitioners venturing into the vast wilderness to fight. What immense opportunity warranted such caution from a Golden Core sect, complete with their layers of deception? A prestigious Golden Core sect forsaking the pursuit of immortality in favor of military strategy, devoid of moral rectitude. Before long, Shun Leanne vanished into the depths of the forest. Having prepared a substantial stockpile of resources for survival in the wilderness, he found them to be indeed useful. He preferred to traverse through the ravines rather than return to the market. He could no longer trust the deceitful Bai Shui sect. The journey back to the state of Chu, crossing mountains and valleys, was fraught with peril, often said to be a journey of 10 deaths and no life. However, Shun Leanne had no intention of braving it just yet. With ample resources at hand, he aimed to find a safe place to cultivate first. At the 7th layer of Qi refinement, with a divine sense extending nearly 50 zhang, and possessing the blood refinement and soul transformation secret technique, he aspired to elevate himself to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, expanding his divine sense to 100 zhang before daring to traverse the wilderness, enhancing his odds of survival. Had it not been for the Bai Shui sect's military strategies, he would not have considered such a path. As night fell, in an uncharted mountain hollow, Shun Leanne concealed himself within a small cave, its entrance marked by dried bloodstains and the excrement of demonic wolves. The demonic wolves, akin to bullies in human society, possessed a formidable intimidation factor against other demonic beasts. The presence of wolf droppings was inconsequential. He had even procured the droppings of apes. Having resolved to survive in the wilderness, Shun Leanne took stock of his supplies. To begin with, he possessed 3,763 spirit stones, 1 barrier-breaking pill, 13 bottles of recovery pills containing 63 in total, 7 bottles of yellow sprout pills with 65 in total, 17 bottles of detoxification pills totaling 167, and 22 bottles of miasma-repelling pills equating to 212. He also had 197 first-tier high-grade talismans, 23 first-tier high-grade magical tools, and 13 mid-grade magical tools. After replenishing, he now had 20 Thunderstrike seeds, 3 red sun crossbows, and 15 red sun arrows. Additionally, he possessed 77 first-tier spiritual herbs, 2.5 first-tier demonic beasts, 3 stones of spirit rice, and half a basket of white sweet potatoes he had not yet discarded. Furthermore, he had 13 bottles of first-tier high-grade spiritual ink, just over 20 sheets of high-grade talisman paper, totaling 203 sheets, and 5 first-tier high-grade talisman brushes, 2 mid-grade, and 2 low-grade. He carried 3 sets of formations, insect repellent powder, and other miscellaneous items, all procured at a 5-fold starting price. Observing his possessions, Shun Leanne felt a surge of optimism. With these resources, as long as he did not encounter second-tier demonic beasts, the danger would be minimal. Even if he did face second-tier creatures, he still had the 100 spirits poison. His immediate goal was to find a secure location to establish a stronghold. He was not concerned about depleting his talismans and pills. At worst, he could become self-sufficient. With these provisions, he could endure for several years, by which time he should have advanced to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. This would significantly enhance his chances of finding a route out. Regardless of what scheme the Bai Shui sect was concocting, even if it were a genuine opportunity for immortality, Shun Leanne held no envy. He had his own path to follow. The three markets of Yunming, Changhe, and Nanjing resembled the vertices of a triangle, with Yunming positioned at the easternmost point, while Changhe and Nanjing lay to the southwest and northwest of Yunming, respectively. The development of these three markets in the wilderness was not directed towards the areas between the markets but rather towards the wilderness itself. For instance, the area of exploration for Yunming market extended eastward and northward. The location of the markets merely served as a reference point. The ultimate goal was to connect the area north of the markets with the sects of the Chu state. Shun Leanne possessed a map previously issued by Yunming market, indicating that the furthest marked point was already over 1,000 miles from Yunming. After careful consideration, Shun Leanne resolved to head northeast, aiming for the farthest edge of the initial development zone of Yunming market. The initial development was not undertaken by scattered practitioners but by foundational cultivators of the Bai Shui sect. They first eliminated the second-tier demonic beasts in that region and marked hazardous areas for future reference by scattered practitioners. The map issued by the Bai Shui sect designated the furthest location as Qingyun Mountain. The areas subjected to secondary detailed exploration were given new designations based on the heavenly stems and earthly branches along with numerical identifiers. As this area had not been further explored, it remained unnumbered. 10 days later, at Qingyun Mountain, nestled within the undulating hills, lay an inconspicuous hollow deep within the terrain. Amidst the chaos of rocks, a large stone obscured the entrance to a cave. Inside the cave, the walls bore the breath-concealing talismans, their dim spiritual light flickering faintly. Seated cross-legged in the cramped confines of the cave, Shun Leanne scrutinized his data panel. Shun Leanne, Qi Refinement Level 7, 5 Elements Spiritual Roots, Fire 72, Earth 18, Metal 17, Wood 29, Water 18, Insight Points, 2023, Divine Insight Points, 0, after wandering the wilderness. The opportunity to assume the identity of an alchemist had eluded him for the foreseeable future. In the days spent traversing the wild mountains, Shun Leanne reconsidered his path. Rather than pursuing alchemy, he would focus on taming beasts. Reflecting on his initial arrival, where he felt a sense of crisis akin to that of a talisman master relocating, he now found himself encircled by the very sense of urgency he had once felt. Becoming a beast tamer was not a whimsical decision but rather a conclusion drawn from the experiences of the past few days in the wilderness. The spiritual beasts he sought were not dragons or celestial birds, but rather the ant or bee tribes. Capturing a queen ant or a queen bee grants one a multitude of followers, serving as vigilant sentinels beyond the confines of one's dwelling, as well as pioneering scouts that facilitate an easier passage through the wilderness. Certainly, spiders may also suffice, and even cockroaches are not to be dismissed. Even the dung beetle, as long as it aids in navigation, would be welcomed despite its less than pleasant demeanor, prioritizing functionality above all. Chapter 38, The Era of Beastmasters Within a Diminutive Cavern. Shun Leanne felt a surge of consciousness, as though something was sprouting within his mind. Countless characters coalesced, flooding his thoughts with information regarding beast taming. He absorbed knowledge about various contracts with spirit beasts, their cultivation, ascension, and healing methods. The selection of a master spirit beast and its subsequent nurturing and advancement were also encompassed within this vast array of information, the majority of which pertained to spirit beasts. The insights he had accumulated would only elevate him to the status of a mid-tier beast master, yet the descriptions of these beasts were not particularly detailed. For instance, there were hundreds of branches within the dragon lineage, yet the information was condensed into a mere sentence. To delve deeper, one must continuously progress in their cultivation to access further legacies. In the realm of cultivation, there existed numerous sects dedicated to beast taming, though most were not of the orthodox variety. The vast majority of these sects relied on the natural cultivation of spirit beasts, rendering the training process not only slow but also susceptible to stagnation due to bloodline issues. In contrast, true beast taming sects possessed secret techniques that could enhance the probability of a spirit beast advancement through external means, such as the application of specific spiritual herbs, mystical methods, and formations. This process mirrored the progression of human cultivators through the stages of Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core, where the consumption of particular elixirs and the cultivation environment played crucial roles. Furthermore, establishing a bond with the spirit beast and coordinating during battles were imperative. The levels of a beast master and their spirit beast were not fixed. A cultivator with significant fortune could form a contract with a golden core dragon and ride it. After receiving the relevant beast taming legacy, Shun Leanne spent an entire night digesting the information. The art of beast taming encompassed various life forms, including humans. As long as one was willing to embrace such diversity, Shun Leanne's preferred choice, the ant, belonged to the insect category. Upon acquiring the beast taming legacy, he eliminated the bee from his selection and chose the ant tribe instead. The reason was simple. The advancement of bee-type insects required the cooperation of various spiritual flowers, whereas ants could thrive on decaying flesh, making them significantly easier to nurture. having obliterated the small cavern and affixed his movement and concealment talismans. Shun Leanne commenced his search for an ant queen. The realm of cultivation boasted numerous species of demon ants, with the formidable mountain-moving ant being renowned for its immense strength, capable of lifting mountains thousands of feet high. Another infamous type was the soul-devouring ant, which appeared in endless swarms, consuming everything in its path, leaving desolation in its wake. It was rumored that a soul-devouring ant tide had once erupted in the cultivation world, even devouring beings at the transformation stage. Consequently, an unwritten rule emerged. Wherever soul-devouring ants appeared, they must be exterminated immediately to prevent them from maturing. Shun Leanne had no intention of courting disaster by seeking out soul-devouring ants, fearing their potential retaliation. Cautiously navigating through rocky terrain and dense thickets, he inspected the foliage and mud below. While the forest was teeming with ordinary ants, most had yet to undergo demonization. Like a nimble monkey, Shun Leanne leaped about the wilderness, ever vigilant of potential dangers lurking nearby. Before searching each area, he would strategically place talisman arrays as a precaution, only retracting them once the area was deemed safe. He would then repeat this method in subsequent locations. 5 days later, within the domain of Chinyan Mountain, beneath a modest hill, lift it up, Shun Leanne instructed the black-horned demon ant before him, indicating the stone lying in front of it. The black-horned demon ant, roughly the size of a child's fist, boasted a pair of impressive horns. According to legend, this ant possessed the bloodline of the mountain-moving ant. Obeying Shun Leanne's command, the black-horned demon ant effortlessly raised the stone. After days of scouring the mountains and forests, his efforts had finally borne fruit in the form of this chi refinement stage black-horned demon ant, albeit a male. Fortunately, this mattered little, as demonized creatures exhibited significant strength and could easily control other ant colonies. The black-horned demon ant emitted a series of hisses, its large horns clashing as it sought to bond with Shun Leanne. Communicating with the ant through his consciousness proved challenging, as it seemed somewhat slow-witted, requiring considerable effort from Shun Leanne to convey his orders. "Since you are the one I unearthed from the mountains, I shall name you Dehei," he declared. "Once I encounter a more astute specimen, I shall consider a replacement." The black-horned demon ant, Dehei, rolled over playfully before Shun Leanne. "Go fetch your queen and offspring to keep watch." The previously nameless mountain, now known as Anwen Mountain, was but a subsidiary hill of Chinyan Mountain. Beneath the miasma-laden forest, a small cave was obscured by rubble and fallen leaves, its concealment array blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Upon entering through the narrow opening, the interior revealed a spacious chamber measuring 2 zhang, with several array flags embedded in the corners, emanating a glow akin to the earth and stone surrounding it. Inside the chamber lay a simple bed, basic living supplies, and a meditation mat, along with a few scattered potion vials. Concealed beneath seemingly unremarkable soil and stone in one corner was a vertical shaft leading downward. The walls of this shaft were adorned with solidifying talismans to stabilize the earth, concealment talismans to mask presence, and consciousness talismans to detect mind activity. Within the shaft, Shun Leanne was engaged in cultivation, a teleportation talisman affixed to him, ever prepared to flee at the slightest disturbance. Before him lay an ant nest teeming with black-horned ants, while outside the nest rested a piece of demon beast flesh, exuding an aura of demonic energy. The dense throng of black-horned ants scrambled to ascend the demon beast meat to consume it. However, the deceased demon beast was not something ordinary black-horned ants could devour with impunity. Initially, most of the ants perished before even approaching the meat, overwhelmed by the demon energy. Zizi, Dehei emitted a hiss, urging the other black-horned ants onward despite the lethal aura surrounding the meat. With unwavering determination, some of the ants managed to reach the flesh, only to explode upon consumption. The ground outside the ant nest became littered with a thick layer of black-horned ant corpses. Dehei utilized the remains of those that perished to feed the queen within the nest, while also consuming some himself. Inside the nest, the queen's numbers had swelled to over 100 within a mere fortnight, resulting in an unknown number of newly hatched black-horned ants. After half a month and the demise of countless ants, one black-horned ant, having consumed a piece of demon beast flesh, did not meet the same fate. After a quarter of an hour of rolling about, it exuded a trace of demonic energy. At that moment, as Shun Leanne was meditating, he opened his eyes to behold this fortunate ant stepping upon the remains of its kin. Dehei, nearby and gnawing on a spiritual stone, sensed the presence of a fellow ant and emitted a low, rumbling hiss. The newly demonized black-horned ant prostrated itself before Dehei. Dehei raised its head, its antennae swaying erratically, hissing in excitement. "You are merely at the chi refinement stage, while I have reached the 7th layer yet still dwell in this cave." Observing Dehei's boastful demeanor, Shun Leanne scolded it. "Be steady, do you understand? Zizi, foolish creature, hurry and get to breeding." He tossed Dehei into the nest, satisfied with its obedient nature despite its apparent lack of intelligence. Currently, Dehei had subdued all the ant nests within 3 miles of this small hill. Regrettably, the ordinary black-horned ants were not particularly astute and remained largely oblivious to their surroundings. Thus, despite being named Anwen Mountain, it could not yet be deemed truly stable. 6 months later, Rumbling echoed through the depths of the wilderness as the earth trembled. Deep within the ruins of Zhuangyan Mountain, dazzling spiritual light pierced the heavens like a radiant pillar. Once the luminous column took form, it quivered gently, and the terrifying spiritual light transformed into ripples, sweeping in all directions. The miasma that lingered in the sky over a vast expanse was instantaneously dissolved under the onslaught of the spiritual radiance. Much like snowflakes melting beneath the scorching sun, beneath this radiant glow, the miasma cloud mountain revealed 3 immense fissures amidst its numerous cracks. Within these crevices, the spiritual light surged forth like ethereal dragons, racing along the paths of the great rifts. Wherever they passed, mountains crumbled and forests toppled. In mere moments, the 3 colossal fissures reached the bustling markets of Yunming, Nanjing, and Chang'an. These markets, in the midst of constructing their cities, collapsed into ruins under the impact of the ethereal dragons. A dense aura of spiritual energy enveloped the area where the markets once stood. The earth dragon stirred. Within the cave dwelling, Shun Leanne, who had been immersed in tranquil meditation, was abruptly roused. With a swift motion, the runes adorning his body ignited with a radiant glow, reaching a critical state of activation. He beheld a swarm of ominous black-horned demon ants clustering nearby, their shrill cries mingling with their trembling forms. Hiss. Get lost. Do not approach me. Chapter 39. The Fourth Order Ancient Ruins of Zhuangyan Mountain. Within a 1,000-mile radius, the miasma dissipated, revealing a profound azure sky. This spectacle lasted but a fleeting moment before the surrounding miasma once again filled the void of this area. Yet, the cracked ruins still pulsated with a rich spiritual light. On the periphery, 3 figures were awkwardly ensnared among the rubble, their spiritual radiance diminished, devoid of any semblance of the dignity befitting Golden Core realms. Master Xinling, leaning on his cracked life-bound artifact, the water divider, rose from the debris. His magnificent robe appeared dull and lifeless, marked by charred circles and emitting wisps of black smoke. After surveying the direction of the 3 significant fissures, his expression suddenly shifted. Cough. Quickly issue a command to seal off the market, preventing any rogue cultivators from escaping, he declared, conjuring a communication jade talisman to relay the command. In the other directions, the equally battered masters Juling and Tianyang reacted swiftly, each producing their own talismans to disseminate their orders. Master Jinyang, exuding palpable murderous intent, remarked, "Had I known it would come to this, I should not have heeded your counsel. It would have been better to eliminate those rogue cultivators from the outset. Now, the ruins are laid bare for all to see, and every rogue cultivator is aware of it." Master Xinling furrowed his brow. "It is not too late, Jinyang. If you do not take action to suppress them personally, we risk having the rogue cultivators flee into the depths of the mountains. As for this place, I and Juling shall keep watch." In Xuanling's view, there was little difference between acting now or earlier. It was impossible to trap every rogue cultivator in the market. Thus, their initial strategy had not been misguided. Moreover, their decision was merely a precaution, as arrangements had also been made for the family cultivators within the market. What they had not anticipated was that instead of breaking through the restrictions, they had inadvertently triggered the spiritual veins deep within the Zhuangyan Mountain ruins. The array masters dispatched by the 3 sects had perished within the tumult of the ruins. Even the 3 Golden Core masters had narrowly escaped with their lives. A swarm of insignificant rogue cultivators could not possibly stir up such a tempest. Their disciples were more than capable of suppressing them. Jing scoffed. "I cannot trust you to remain here. I shall not linger." Soon, the 3 Golden Core masters each settled into a meditative posture. All severely injured yet none inclined to depart for healing. They cautiously consumed healing elixirs, their gazes oscillating between the ruins and one another. At times, Xianling and Jinyang would exchange furious glances, but eventually, perhaps finding each other too unsightly, they turned their attention to the beautiful woman, Master Jioling. Finally, after enduring the mutual glares for some time, Jioling spoke, "Let us defer any discussions until the Lord of Yochang Valley arrives. Until then, no one from our 3 sects is permitted to enter the ruins." When Jioling had previously communicated with the market, she had already relayed this information back to her sect. Of course, both Xianling and Jinyang had also sent messages, albeit quietly. The presence of the 3 Golden Core masters at Zhuangyan Mountain was the result of a consensus among the 3 sects leaders. After all, the ruins had only revealed a fragmented Fourth Order restriction, with minimal information regarding potential opportunities. Their strengths were roughly equal, serving as a check on one another. However, the situation had changed. The array masters sent by the sects had somehow triggered the restrictions, causing a violent upheaval deep within the ruins. The dazzling spectacle had inflicted severe injuries even on the 3 Golden Core masters stationed at the periphery, hinting at the immense treasures buried below. While the 3 masters appeared to monitor one another, they were also acutely attuned to the quality of the surrounding spiritual energy. Even the waves of spiritual energy surging toward the market reached the 3rd tier, while the concentration of spiritual energy deep within the ruins was likely at the 4th tier. Fourth Order spiritual veins. None existed throughout the entire expanse of the wilderness. A Fourth Order spiritual vein, along with 3 subordinate third-order veins and an undisclosed number of second-order veins, constituted the foundation for a Yuan sect in any era. Perhaps in ancient times, it was of little consequence, but in the present age, a Yuan sect could dominate the world. Perhaps, beyond the fourth-order spiritual vein, there existed opportunities for ascension to the Yuan level. In comparison to the chances at the Yuan level, the lives of rogue cultivators were as light as feathers. Preventing the spread of information was of utmost importance. Should news reach the southern realms of the cultivation world, attracting the attention of Yuan true monarchs, what business would there be for the Bai Shui, Youqiang, and Tianyang sects? Even if it did not reach the southern realms, it would still pose a significant problem if other sects from the wilderness learned of it. Fortunately, this area lay deep within the wilds, 1,000 miles from the kingdom of Chu. The phenomenon emitted by the ruins, shrouded beneath the dense miasma, was effectively suppressed. Jiuling is correct. From this moment forth, no one from our 3 sects may enter the ruins, Master Jinyang declared. We shall await the arrival of our sect leader to make further decisions. Master Xianling remained silent, evidently acquiescing to this resolution. Previously, the Bai Shui sect had chosen to establish a market at Yuming Mountain due to the discovery of a second-order spiritual vein at the mountain's base. The markets established by Youqiang Valley and Tianyang sect were similarly motivated. It now appeared that the spiritual veins beneath the 3 markets were interconnected with the ruins beneath Shaoyan Mountain. Through the passage of time, the environment above had transformed. While the true essence lay concealed deep within the earth, the spiritual veins had fractured due to seismic activity, resulting in the veins beneath the markets displaying only second-order levels. Because the 3 sects had repeatedly attempted to breach the restrictions of Shaoyan Mountain, the disturbances had revitalized the fractured veins, restoring them to third-order levels. The 3 golden core masters stood sentinel at 3 different points, appearing composed on the surface, yet their minds were rife with speculation. Their thoughts were consumed by the ruins, and the issue of rogue cultivators in the market was relegated to the back of their minds. With a foundation of foundation-building cultivators leading the way, and hundreds of disciples from their sects present, most rogue cultivators had no choice but to remain in the market. Those who managed to escape into the wilderness were but a handful, and the vast mountains of the wild posed numerous dangers. Did they truly consider themselves destined to traverse a 1,000-mile miasmic wilderness as mere chi refinement cultivators? It was as though they believed themselves to be the children of fate. Deploying sect disciples to pursue them was merely a precaution. In the tranquil mountain, Shun Leanne gazed at the sky, ultimately concluding that he had seen nothing. He could only vaguely perceive the distant miasma swirling, beyond which his sight could not penetrate. Though the scene was obscured, he could surmise that it was undoubtedly in the direction of Yuming Market. The extent of this disturbance was too vast, even from 1,000 miles away. He could still sense it. Soon, Shun Leanne vanished into the thicket. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he surveyed the dense black-horned ants and felt it was time to act. Over the past half-year, he had fed most of the low-grade first-order beast corpses purchased from the market to these ants. Under his meticulous nurturing, the number of black-horned ants under Big Black's command had exceeded 260, with over 10 already comparable to first-layer chi refinement cultivators. These black-horned ants commanded an ant nest spanning 5 miles around Anwen Mountain. Individually weak, their sheer numbers left traces of their passage throughout the forest. With Big Black controlling the black-horned ants, and the ants governing the surrounding nests, Shun Leanne constantly observed the movements nearby. Having nurtured the ants for half a year, it was now time to utilize them. With this foundation of black-horned ants, it was time to send them out to scout ahead. Hiss. Big Black crawled close to Shun Leanne, eagerly waving its antennae. Shun Leanne rapped on its sturdy horn. Gather your descendants and prepare for labor. Hiss. Work diligently, and in return, the master shall find you a beautiful enchantress to enhance the rather unappealing appearance of your progeny. Hiss. The great black paused momentarily, its excitement causing its 2 antennae to sway like a rattle. Like a surge of adrenaline, it began to call out wildly to the other black-horned demon ants. Under the guidance of Shun Leanne, the black-horned demon ants formed over 10 squads and set forth towards the northern forest, embarking on a quest to scout for adventure and the presence of demonic beasts. 10 days later, within the Qianyun Mountains, 2 figures, their spiritual energy dissipating, hurriedly traversed the woods. Hurry, the disciples of the Bai Shui sect are closing in. Hiss. Beneath a distant, broken, and withered tree, a head adorned with long black horns emerged, accompanied by 2 swaying antennae that clashed together. With a quick plunge, the head burrowed into the earth, digging its way into the depths below. Chapter 40, The Trial of the Loose Cultivator, The Awakening of the Enlightened Within a Cavern of Ant Size. A faint aura of demonic energy permeated the air. A 3-foot-long azure-scaled insect lay languidly, while the hay reclined upon it, indulging in its feast. Surrounding the space, a dozen or so black-horned demonic ants, exuding a similar energy, yearned to rush forth and take their share. Yet, each time an ant dared to approach, the hay would unleash a furious barrage upon it. It spared no regard for whether they were offspring or distant descendants. Any who dared to encroach would face its wrath. Under the rigorous tutelage of Shun Leanne, the hay's prowess had ascended to the brink of mid-stage of the first rank. Upon breaking through, its strength would rival that of a fourth-layer human cultivator. Naturally, this came at the cost of Dehei enduring multiple injuries, writhing in pain as it rolled on the ground. Fortunately, it had weathered through, thwarting the ambitions of those who sought to usurp its position. In a rustling commotion, a newly arrived black-horned ant ventured close to Dehei, its antennae brushing against it. In response, Dehei's crystalline eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light. Without concern for the remains of the insect demon nearby, Dehei plunged headlong into the earth, leaving the remaining black-horned ants to swarm eagerly toward the carcass. Emerging from the soil, Dehei stirred Shun Leanne from his meditative state. The black-horned ants were now being gradually nurtured by him, learning to band together to overpower weaker insect demons for sustenance. Dehei approached, its antennae swaying. Through their beastmaster bond, Shun Leanne gleaned the essence of what Dehei had communicated. Well done. He produced 2 spirit stones, pried open Dehei's jaws, and placed them directly within. He then shook its head lightly. Dehei emitted a low, muffled sound as it struggled to swallow the spirit stones. The affection of its master was always so direct, pushing it to its limits. Continue to scout and discover where they have ventured. After half a year of training and an enhancement in Dehei's capabilities, its intellect had significantly improved, enabling it to comprehend Shun Leanne's commands to a basic degree. The information gleaned by the other black-horned ants required Dehei to relay. Before long, Dehei swiftly returned, hissing excitedly. More cultivators? Dehei reported that another wave of practitioners had appeared near Anwen Mountain. The first wave consisted of 2 ant-like figures akin to itself. The second wave, 3. To Dehei, its master Shun Leanne appeared as a distinctly different companion. At this moment, 10 days had passed since the last tremor. Shun Leanne was not surprised by the sudden appearance of cultivators, as he had anticipated such developments a week prior. Given the magnitude of the disturbances, Bai Shui's sect was bound to take action. It seemed improbable that they could continue to employ the same tactics as before. Knocking on Dehei's horn, Shun Leanne conveyed his thoughts to summon the remaining kin. We must prepare for our journey. After instructing the black-horned ants, he began to gather his belongings, placing formation flags and defensive talismans into his storage pouch. It was time to relocate. They would abandon the ant nest. In the wilderness, ant nests were abundant, and Dehei could easily establish new ones wherever it pleased. After ensuring everything was in order, Shun Leanne surveyed his surroundings one last time and completely obliterated the cavern before departing. Deep within the forest, Brother Hong, shall we rest here for a moment? Ma Wen cautiously surveyed their environment, tentatively inquiring of the fellow cultivator beside him. The disciples of Bai Shui's sect were not invincible. They were at the very edge of the wilderness, and he found it hard to believe they were unafraid of death. At that moment, the 2 figures, their mouths and noses tightly covered, crouched beneath a branch laden with dry leaves, their hushed tones brimming with resentment and murderous intent. Not long before, Lingguang Mountain had erupted with spiritual light, a massive fissure slicing through the wilderness and connecting directly to Yiming Market. Moreover, spiritual essence surged into the depths of Yiming Mountain, significantly elevating the spiritual energy of the market to a 3rd-tier level. Such an extraordinary phenomenon left the loose cultivators within the market utterly astonished. Many began to connect the dots, realizing that Bai Shui's sect's grand proclamations regarding the establishment of a 2nd-tier, high-grade spiritual vein and cultivation city were rendered absurd in the face of such a miraculous occurrence. What of the 2nd-tier ancient relics in the plans to build a city? It seemed Bai Shui's sect had been deceiving them all along. Those who had boarded the spirit ships and departed were now gripped with dread as they reflected on the implications. At that moment, Bai Shui's sect unexpectedly issued a suppression order. All cultivators were prohibited from leaving the market area. Those who defied the order would be executed without mercy, and a portion of the loose cultivators was openly slaughtered. The 2 brothers had been preparing to return to the market when they found themselves forced to flee into the mountains under such dire circumstances. Many loose cultivators outside the market had sensed danger and swiftly activated their escape skills, vanishing into the wilderness. Yet, to their astonishment, the disciples of Bai Shui's sect pursued them into the wild, seemingly intent on not relenting until they had eradicated every last one. With the suppression of the market and the slaughter of loose cultivators, did they not fear undermining their foundations in Chu country, earning the scorn of the entire cultivation world? It appeared that something extraordinary had been discovered within the market. Otherwise, Bai Shui's sect would not have resorted to such extreme measures to prevent information from leaking. Ma Hong scrutinized the surroundings warily, lowering his voice. Speak less. You focus on regaining your spiritual energy. I will keep watch. Once you have recovered, we must delve deeper to evade. Where do you think you can hide? Before Ma Hong could finish, a chilling laughter echoed from the edge of the forest. Faster than the laughter came a barrage of water, metal, and earth spells. Oh no, quickly! Ma Hong exclaimed, pulling his companion to flee. Hurry! I'm going to fight them. In that moment of crisis, Ma Hong felt himself propelled backward by a tremendous force, a wave of spell energy erupting around him. Turning to see his brother engulfed in a blaze of crimson spiritual energy, he charged toward one of the disciples of Bai Shui's sect, fiercely colliding with the descending spells. This reckless tactic, risking his life from the outset, startled the 3 pursuing disciples, leaving them momentarily dumbfounded after their initial strike. Junior brother, be careful. Junior brother. As a magical artifact descended, poised to strike, Shun Leanne's eyes widened in terror, momentarily forgetting to defend himself. With a hum, a cerulean protective barrier materialized before him, intercepting the falling artifact. Only then did the other two disciples react, their swords soaring into the air, cleaving the attacking loose cultivator in two. Crack. The barrier shielding Shun Leanne shattered, fragments of jade scattering around him. Damn it, my protective talisman. His features contorted in fury as a black flying sword shot forth, descending upon the fallen corpse. With a series of slashes, he reduced the remains to a bloody pulp, yet the murderous intent on his face did not fade. Pursue. I will not find peace until he is reduced to nothing. Junior brother, we are at the edge of the wilderness. The elders have commanded us to return before nightfall. There are countless demonic beasts in these wilds, and a loose cultivator we are chasing like a lost dog will not survive long. Lin Yu and Xie Shanyan exchanged glances, realizing the risks involved. I will speak to father about this. Moreover, the sect has issued a death order. We must not let a single loose cultivator escape, lest it jeopardize our grand plans. Let us go. Shun Leanne sheathed his sword, intent on pursuing the direction Ma Hong had fled. Boom. The miasma parted in the void as a spirit ship soared through, landing before Shun Leanne and his companions. Elder Chen has arrived. Upon sighting the spirit ship, Lin Yu and Xie Shanyan breathed a sigh of relief. At the bow of the ship, a pool of black spiritual light coalesced into a massive orb, illuminating the shadowy depths of the surrounding forest. A dark orb of light streaked across the vast expanse, trailing a cascade of rain, and plummeted hundreds of feet away, engulfing a hurriedly retreating figure. The thunderous roar resounded, obliterating all flora and stone within several dozen feet. Come aboard. A voice echoed from the spiritual vessel as Chun Luo and Hong, along with a third companion, soared aloft and landed upon it. Soon, the vessel broke through the miasma, vanishing amidst the mountains. Once the reverberations faded into the haze, a shadowy corner deep within the forest revealed Shun Leanne's slight form. Observing the direction from which the dark water continued to drip, he instinctively recoiled. Was it truly necessary for a solitary cultivator to resort to cannon fire? The Bai Shui sect appeared to have lost its sanity, even summoning a spiritual vessel. It was time to flee, indeed. Chapter 41. No matter how fortunate you are, I am escaping. Booming sounds echoed through the mountains as the miasma surged like a vast ocean, creating thunderous roars that dispersed the thick fog. Within the crimson haze, numerous spirit ships could be seen crashing about, their hulls shimmering with green, purple, and golden protective shields. Waves of energy erupted from the ships, striking the grotesque, spiked corrupt bone eagles. Yet, the sheer number of these vile creatures was overwhelming, lurking in the dense miasma, waiting for the opportune moment to spit out globs of dark, viscous slime toward the vessels. This corrosive substance released plumes of black smoke upon contact with the ship's protective barriers. On board the ships, disciples from the Bichuan sect, such as Bai Shui and Yu Qiao, united their efforts to repel the advancing eagles. This fierce battle raged on for over half a day until a Foundation establishment cultivator finally intervened, severing 3 second-tier corrupt bone eagles, causing the flock to vanish into the thick miasma. The ships were left billowing black smoke, the stench of decay permeating their hulls. The recent exuberance of the Bichuan sect, in pursuit of rogue cultivators fleeing into the wilderness, had prompted the assembly of 11 spirit ships to patrol the mountains. With their formidable strength combined, the sects ventured beyond their initial territories, delving deeper into the wild to hunt down the escaped rogue cultivators. This large-scale operation drew the attention of the corrupt bone eagles. The ensuing carnage was mutually devastating, with several ships suffering severe corrosion, necessitating their return for extensive repairs. The remaining vessels' defensive formations were similarly compromised, not to mention the injuries sustained by the Foundation establishment and Qi refining cultivators. The 3 sects, chastened by the assault of the eagles, regrouped their disciples into small teams to scour the forest for the rogue cultivators who had entered the wilderness. Although none believed the rogues could escape the wild, they felt compelled to act on the orders of their Golden Core ancestor. Unbeknownst to Shun Leanne, the battle raged on while he had already fled 2,000 miles from Qianyun Mountain, and the distance continued to grow. Unlike the vast plains, the wild mountains were shrouded in miasma, making it exceedingly difficult to detect the spirit ships overhead. The Bichuan sect, unrestrained by any moral code, resorted to bombardment against Qi refiners, rendering Shun Leanne's potent 100 spirits poison useless. With the Foundation establishment cultivators towering above him on the ships, he could easily find himself poisoned by his own concoction. Thus, he chose flight over confrontation. Regardless of the opportunities that beckoned, his immediate priority was to escape. In the eyes of the Bichuan sect, he was merely an insignificant insect. Conversely, if fortune truly favored him, the sect too appeared as mere insects in the eyes of other cultivators. Let the flying swords linger a while longer. Beyond the initially explored territories of the Bichuan sect, the environment grew increasingly perilous, with hidden swamps and treacherous terrain that Shun Leanne had to cautiously navigate. More critically, he had to remain vigilant against the presence of second-tier beasts. Before long, his scouting black-horned ants had lost a third of their numbers. The specifics of their demise remained unclear, Perhaps they were devoured by beasts, ensnared in swamps, or simply fell victim to unforeseen dangers. Consequently, he could only continue to traverse the area while nurturing the remaining ants. Days turned into months as he wandered, unable to keep track of the distance covered. Having taken numerous detours due to dangers encountered, in essence, he had learned to circumvent threats, always opting for a longer path. After all, the mountains remained steadfast. Regardless of his route, the stable cave. This was a desolate cavern deep underground, devoid of life and spiritual energy. Shun Leanne cherished this secluded refuge, aptly named stable, and had resided here for over a month. Since his discovery of this natural underground cavern, he ceased to carve out his own dwelling, instead directing the black-horned ants to find such caves in areas of sparse spiritual energy for habitation. The surroundings were dotted with small burrows, where the black-horned ants scurried about. Their numbers had not only recovered, but had approached 700, including 12 at the second level of chi refining and 53 at the first level. The casualties endured to cultivate these black-horned ants were too numerous to count. Inside the cave, Shun Leanne adorned his head with a circle of heart-calming talismans. His eyes glowed red like those of a rabbit, and as he practiced the blood refining and soul cultivation secret art, his bloodthirst intensified. The first-tier heart-calming talismans struggled to maintain their efficacy. Dahong, the black-horned ant, lay trembling nearby, its antennae drooping to the ground, too intimidated to approach for comfort. After half an hour, the blood-red hue in Shun Leanne's eyes finally subsided. He seized Dahong, tossing it about playfully. "You useless creature, after consuming so many yellow sprout pills. Yet you have not advanced to mid-tier." Ignoring Dahong's protests, he retrieved 5 yellow sprout pills from his storage bag, prying open its mandibles and forcing the pills inside. He then tightly clasped its jaw and shook its head vigorously. "If you don't advance soon, I'll let your 100 wives belong to the other black-horned ants." The strength of a beast correlates with its intelligence, and in the complex wilderness, the higher the intelligence, the better. However, Dahong had proven to be a disappointment, with other black-horned ants quickly catching up to its level of strength. Had it not been for the unfortunate demise of others under Shun Leanne's rigorous nurturing methods, it would have long been able to inherit Dahong's harem. Dahong was indeed fortunate in its own right, despite not advancing to mid-tier. It had survived multiple near-death experiences under Shun Leanne's harsh training, unlike its counterparts who had perished after a single mishap. Crack! The agonizing cries of Dahong echoed as its body once again erupted, spilling medicinal energy and demonic essence. This attracted the attention of the other black-horned ants, who gathered nearby to observe the writhing Dahong. "You bunch of useless creatures, hurry and consume beast flesh," Shun Leanne exclaimed in frustration. The black-horned ants were obedient, yet their minds seemed too simplistic. Under Shun Leanne's influence, the black-horned ants scattered. At this moment, Dahong's released demonic energy began to coalesce, its stagnant aura gradually rising. Shun Leanne nodded, satisfied that his efforts had not been in vain. After consuming another 5 yellow sprout pills, Dahong successfully advanced to mid-tier chi refining, comparable to a 4th-level human cultivator. In response to Shun Leanne's rough affection, Dahong's intelligence had slightly increased post-advancement, leading it to express a hint of protest, which resulted in a good thrashing from Shun Leanne. Enduring hardship promotes growth in beasts. Reflecting on its own pain, Dahong took its frustration out on the other black-horned ants before returning to Shun Leanne for comfort. Despite its small intellect, it was clearly aware of the benefits of a full belly, even if it occasionally overindulged to the point of bursting. After advancing to mid-tier chi refining, Dahong was now better equipped to command the black-horned ant swarm. As was customary, Shun Leanne rewarded it with a few spirit stones, though he was gentler than before. In the past, Dahong's lack of strength had necessitated a more forceful, cram-style training approach. "Go," he instructed. With the spirit stones granted by Shun Leanne, Dahong led its fellow black-horned ants out of the cave to continue exploring the wilderness ahead. Meanwhile, Shun Leanne remained in the cave, diligently cultivating. Despite a year spent wandering the wild, with environmental instability affecting his comprehension, he had not neglected his training. In fact, due to encounters with various spiritual herbs and the use of spirit stones and elixirs, he had touched the threshold of 8th-level chi refining. With a breakthrough pill in hand, Shun Leanne planned to break through to 8th-level chi refining here before continuing his journey. Chapter 42. 8th level of chi training, breaking out of the wilderness. Within the cave, after several days of relentless cultivation, Shun Leanne's internal spiritual energy had reached a state of perfection. It had been nearly a year since his breakthrough to the 7th level of chi training, yet, thanks to the fortuitous encounter with the tide of spiritual energy, his elevated realm exhibited no signs of instability. Having practiced the 5 chi to the origin technique, the potency of his internal spiritual power rivaled that of seasoned practitioners who had cultivated at the 7th level for many years. Idly toying with a mediocre barrier-breaking pill, Shun Leanne opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. It was his intention to delve into alchemy once he escaped this desolate wilderness. This subpar pill was so unpalatable that even dogs would turn it down. Its inferior quality made it taste foul, and upon ingestion, it left him with a burning, stinging sensation. Soon, the medicinal power began to release within him, spreading through his meridians. Shun Leanne's mind turned inward, capturing the scattered potency of the barrier-breaking pill and drawing it into his meridians. The medicinal energy could only be maximized by flowing through the meridians and converging in the dantian to be transformed into spiritual power. At present, the intensity of Shun Leanne's consciousness had reached 70 zhang, a feat attributed to the blood refining and soul cultivating secret method. Gaining 20 zhang in a year was something he had never dared to imagine, and this was achieved while he restrained his cultivation. If he unleashed his full potential like demonic cultivators, his consciousness would soar to unimaginable heights. It was no wonder so many practitioners chose the path of demonic cultivation. The speed of advancement was astonishing compared to orthodox methods. The downside, however, was the significant aftereffects of such cultivation. Shun Leanne felt a growing addiction. Each time he refined the blood and flesh of demonic beasts, he found himself yearning to take a bite out of Dehei. Fortunately, Dehei's unappealing appearance suppressed his bloodthirsty impulses more effectively than a calm heart talisman. At the location of his heart, 6 crystalline blood droplets adhered. The demonic essence, once assimilated into his body, would not remain in that form indefinitely. After nourishing his consciousness, the essence would gradually deplete, and once it reached a certain level, the residual droplets would merge into his body, nourishing his entire flesh. Thus, as his consciousness improved, the strength of Shun Leanne's flesh also saw a partial enhancement. With the intensity of his consciousness at 70 zhang, every meridian within Shun Leanne's body resonated with the surging medicinal energy, drawing most of it toward his dantian. Boom! The overwhelming medicinal force surged into his dantian, breaking through the bottleneck of the 8th level of Qi training in merely a quarter of an hour. The assimilated medicinal energy then re-entered the meridian cycle, transforming into 5 elemental spiritual power. This process lasted for half a day, during which Shun Leanne's aura gradually settled. At this moment, he had truly succeeded in breaking through to the 8th level of Qi training. He exhaled deeply, glancing at the spots of black dirt that had seeped from his body, and with a flick of his spiritual energy, he cleansed himself thoroughly, not hurrying to rise. He began to assess how much his consciousness had increased. From the moment his consciousness began to manifest, each breakthrough marked a transcendence of the practitioner's life level, and his consciousness would naturally grow. With a thought, Shun Leanne extended his consciousness outward. 30 zhang, 50 zhang, 70 zhang, 80 zhang, 85 zhang. When his consciousness stretched to 92 zhang, he finally sensed its limit. From breaking through the 7th to the 8th level of Qi training, his consciousness had increased by 22 zhang. Shun Leanne could not ascertain the category of his consciousness growth. He would have to wait until he exited the wilderness to seek confirmation. However, Wang Xia had mentioned that among practitioners at the 9th level of Qi training, those with a consciousness of 80 or 90 zhang were scarce even within the Baishui sect. As for a consciousness of 100 zhang, that belonged to the realm of foundation establishment practitioners. The cultivation world is replete with opportunities, and there are numerous children of destiny. So it is not impossible for some fortunate individuals to possess foundation establishment level consciousness even during the Qi training period. With just 8 more zhang of consciousness strength, he would be able to preliminarily practice the soul binding seal within the blood refining and soul cultivating secret method. Did this not imply that once he broke through to the 9th level of Qi training, his consciousness strength would rival that of foundation establishment? A spark ignited in Shun Leanne's eyes. No, as long as there are demonic beasts for me to refine, I need not wait until I reach the 9th level of Qi training. After indulging in a moment of pride, Shun Leanne once again steadied his heart. He resolved to remain prudent. Before departing the wilderness, he did not intend to continue practicing the blood refining and soul cultivating secret method. The effect of the calm heart talisman had diminished significantly, and the after effects of bloodlust lingered longer after each refinement of demonic beasts. Once he exited and found higher-tier calm heart jewels or concentration fruits, he would enhance his consciousness further for greater stability. Just as cultivating talisman making and beast taming were means to the path of immortality, practicing the soul cultivation method was similarly an aid to cultivation, not a means to be enslaved by bloodlust. Even if he became a demon lord, it would be by his own volition to feast upon fellow practitioners, not through the loss of his sanity. His consciousness swept around, inspecting the nest of the black-horned ants. The horde led by Dehei had not yet returned from their scouting. Within the ant nest, the queen continued to produce black-horned ant larvae in abundance. Before departing from the market, Shun Leanne had acquired over 70 first-tier demonic beasts, all of which had been fully consumed. Of those, 29 had been used by him to practice the blood refining and soul cultivating secret method, while the remainder had been utilized to nurture the black-horned ants. Fortunately, once the black-horned ants formed a colony, they could hunt smaller demonic insects for sustenance, allowing their numbers to swell to over 700 demonic ants. Having ascended to the 8th level of Qi training, and with his consciousness reaching 90 zhang, Shun Leanne felt it was time to hasten his progress. The sooner he returned to the immortal cultivation world of the Chu Kingdom, the more secure he would feel. In the vast wilderness, among the rocky terrain and dense foliage, numerous fist-sized demonic ants emerged, constantly peeking out from various crevices. Occasionally, some would meet an unfortunate fate, disappearing without a trace. The ant species possessed a unique method of identifying routes, They left behind a distinctive scent whenever they traversed an area. The black-horned ants could discern their kin's paths based on these scents. If the scent abruptly ceased on a particular route, it indicated the potential demise of their brethren, marking the path as dangerous. Of course, to further validate the level of danger on a route where black-horned ants had perished, they would not simply abandon it. Subsequent waves of ants would continue to scout ahead. If all were lost, the vicinity would be marked as hazardous, necessitating a detour. In addition to their unique navigational abilities, the ants also possessed a keen perception of various energies in their environment. They meticulously noted the droppings and tracks left by demonic beasts along their journey. All this data was eventually compiled by Dahe and relayed to Shun Leanne, forming a map. In the forest, Shun Leanne examined the beast's skin in his hand, resembling a chaotic drawing, and compared it with the surrounding terrain as he proceeded down the path. This map was the result of Dahe leading its kin, a testament to their perilous endeavors. Do you think having 2 black eyeballs makes you capable of breathing? You can't even spot such a large demonic beast. Shun Leanne huffed, clutching Dahe, who lay panting on the cave floor. Dahe's antennae drooped, and its tusks quivered in a display of grievance. It was a creature of the skies. While they traversed the earth, what could be done? Amidst the miasma, a haunting cry echoed through the air, as the toxic clouds were stirred by the winds, revealing pairs of black and gray wings that flapped, exposing their bald, hideous heads. Deep within a 100-jong cavern, Shun Leanne activated his breath-concealing techniques and consciousness talismans, masking his presence. Though he scolded Dahe, this time, he could not lay the blame on it. Following the path that Dahe had scouted, Shun Leanne had covered nearly 2,000 li in just 5 days. Unexpectedly, during today's journey, he was detected by the corrupted bone demon eagle that emerged from the miasma. This creature is among the most formidable in the wilderness. Abundant in number and concealed within the miasma, appearing and disappearing without a trace, often hunting in groups. Unfortunately for Shun Leanne, he encountered a pack of these predators. The moment he sensed danger, he activated the ground escape talisman 5 times in quick succession, skillfully utilizing the terrain and other talismans to navigate into an underground cave. Fortunately, this cave had been previously explored and was located merely 30 miles away, allowing Shun Leanne to evade peril. The corrupted bone demon eagles circled above, their keen eyes surveying the corners of the wilderness. Shun Leanne dared not venture out, fearing a collective assault. The eagles lingered in the area for 3 days before finally vanishing back into the miasma. Dahe stealthily emerged to summon its kin, and upon regrouping, they discovered only a little over 100 remained, most having been frightened away by the demon eagles. Thankfully, the core members of the chi refining level persisted. These intelligent demon ants understood the necessity of concealment, while the newly demonized ants instinctively resorted to frantic burrowing when threatened, often losing themselves in the process. Hissing, Dahe nestled closer to Shun Leanne, murmuring softly. Shun Leanne affectionately stroked Dahe's large horn, suggesting they seek another cave to rest for a few days and find more mates to ensure the proliferation of offspring. 4 months later, on the border of the kingdom of Chu, amidst the mountainous forest, Shun Leanne stood atop a low hill, gazing at the clear sky in joyous exuberance. Almost bursting into laughter, "I have emerged," he proclaimed, having traversed countless miles through vast mountains and boundless miasma. "Do you know how many descendants Dahe has lost?" Hissing in agreement, Dahe perched on Shun Leanne's shoulder, providing a timely response. Around the hillside, nearly 100 black-horned demon ants flickered in and out of sight, their antennae swaying erratically. "Children, let us go." Resisting the urge to shout, Shun Leanne hastily descended the small hill. Chapter 43, Inventory, Calculation, and planning. In the southern border of the state of Chu lies Tianshui Fengshe, one of several market towns in the area. Behind it stands Xiongqing Yuan, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator and a wandering cultivator of humble origins. It is rare to encounter someone of his caliber in the northern regions of the wilderness, where few have achieved such heights. More importantly, he is among the few second-tier alchemists within the ranks of wandering cultivators, boasting a wide circle of friends. Within the market town of Tianshui, Shun Leanne leisurely sips wine in a private room at the Diyue Tower, observing the passing cultivators through the window. He presents as a gaunt middle-aged man. Given the proximity to the wild border, there is a significant number of wandering cultivators in the market. Through his observations of their expressions and demeanor, Shun Leanne concludes that news of the events in Yunming Fengshe has not yet spread. Otherwise, the atmosphere here would be markedly different. After downing a cup of wine, Shun Leanne shakes his head. While there are indeed many wandering cultivators in Yunming Fengshe, none can compare to him, who possesses a divine sense extending nearly 100 feet. He has dispatched over 2,000 transformed demon ants to scout the wilderness, leaving him with only 89 under Dahe's command. He has expended nearly 300 high-quality talismans, encountering numerous dangers along the way. Had he not exercised caution, he would have perished in the wilds long ago. Rather than merely stumbling upon an escape, he has forged a path with spiritual stones. From his own experience, it is evident that the 3 major sects of Chu's cultivation world are not engaging in futile efforts. Besides him, there may be other fortunate wandering cultivators emerging from the wilderness. Indeed, the founders of the 3 sects must have stumbled upon a significant opportunity deep within the mountains. The vast wilderness serves as an ideal barrier, concealing the news of this opportunity and affording them ample time for development. Yet, one wonders whether these founders can truly manage such a grand opportunity without suffering dire consequences. Shun Leanne dismisses these thoughts, recognizing that he has already made his escape. And thus, there is little point in dwelling on it. He resolves to take a few days to rest and consider his future path. With his cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi refining, he is not far from foundation establishment. Although there are a few who have ascended to foundation establishment without using the requisite elixirs, they are indeed the exception rather than the rule. For Shun Leanne, if his spiritual root attains a measurement above 90, coupled with the refinement of the 5 elemental energies, he might attempt to advance without the aid of a foundation establishment pill. Calculating from the time he escaped Yuming Fangshi, it has taken him nearly 2 years to traverse the poisonous wilderness of over 10,000 miles. As his thoughts drift, a flicker of light ignites in Shun Leanne's eyes. Shun Leanne, Qi refining 8th layer, 5 elemental roots. Fire 72, Earth 18, Metal 17, Wood 29, Water 18, Divine Sense, 92 feet, Talismancer, First Tier Upper Grade, 110. 000, Beast Tamer, First Tier Middle Grade, 11000, Insight Points, 1806, Divine Insight Points, 0, he sighs softly, reflecting on the scarce moments of tranquility during his survival in the wilderness. At times, to evade danger, he was forced to hide within underground caverns. With a restless heart, it is difficult to cultivate calmness, and as a result, acquiring insight points has proven challenging. In over a year, he has accumulated fewer points than during a stable 6-month period in Yuming Fangshi. The divine insight points are even more dismal, amounting to none. Currently, his fire elemental root measures 72, not far from 100. His next goal is to seek a stable environment to enhance his fire elemental root to at least 90. If he can accomplish these 2 objectives, he may have a considerable chance of independently breaking through to foundation establishment without the elixir. As for advancing from the 8th to the 9th layer of Qi refining, that poses no challenge for Shun Leanne. With his skills, he lacks for cultivation resources. Previously, in Yuming Fangshi, he envisioned becoming a skilled alchemist, a dream he believes will soon be realized. Once he settles down, acquiring insight points will be a matter of intellect. Not to mention alchemy, formations, and spirit plants soon, they will be within his grasp. He intends to only consume high-grade elixirs and reside in cave dwellings protected by superior formations. After satisfying his appetite, Shun Leanne departs from Diyue Tower, making his way toward the largest shop in the market town. He needs to replenish his supplies and purchase a spirit beast bag, as Dahe and the remaining members of its kin are still concealed in the wilderness. Throughout his journey across the wilds, he has depleted most of his talismans and elixirs. Surprisingly, he has only used a third of his spiritual stones, primarily to maintain the operation of the formations. Currently, in his storage bag, he possesses 2,430 spiritual stones. He has enough Thunderfire talismans, Divine Sense talismans, and Breath Concealment talismans for 2 complete arrays. With half a bottle of spirit ink remaining and only a few sheets of talisman paper left, possessing such wealth in spiritual stones would be deemed substantial for a Qi refining cultivator, especially one of his caliber. However, for Shun Leanne, acquiring elemental spirit materials and suitable magical artifacts requires a significant expenditure of spiritual stones. Due to the restrictions imposed by the Bua sect in Yuming Fangshi, he has yet to procure a suitable flying sword. Shun Leanne also considers purchasing a disguise technique and breath concealment jade talismans to aid in his cultivation of the blood transformation soul refinement method. After perusing the market, Shun Leanne steps into a shop named Bashan Pavilion. What can I assist you with, esteemed friend? A shopkeeper greets him with a smile. Upon entering, Shun Leanne quickly surveys the establishment. For shopkeepers are present, with the other 3 attending to other wandering cultivators. After his entrance, he draws the attention of other cultivators. Yet they remain cautious, merely glancing at him before averting their gazes to avoid misunderstandings. Do you have spirit beast bags? We do, please follow me. The shopkeeper leads Shun Leanne to the counter and swiftly retrieves a spirit beast bag. This is a first-tier middle-grade spirit beast bag, priced at 200 low-grade spiritual stones. Though they all serve the purpose of storing items, storage bags typically require only 3 to 5 spiritual stones. The reason for this bag's low price is due to a type of lowly gray-haired mouse, which, despite its feeble abilities, possesses at least a foot-square storage space after being emptied. Why such a low-tier mouse harbors spatial abilities remains a mystery that cultivators have pondered for years. Even the legendary ancestors of the transformation realm have investigated this phenomenon. Ultimately, the conclusion drawn is that the mysteries of the immortal path are ineffable. As a result, few delve further into the matter. Many cultivation families keep gray-haired mice to create and sell spirit beast bags. As Shun Leanne inspects the spirit beast bag, he feels somewhat disappointed. The craftsmanship is rather crude. Do you have a higher quality one? None, the shopkeeper replies, shaking his head. There are no legitimate beast-taming sects in the true cultivation world, and this spirit beast bag is one of the few that has been circulated from outside. The price has already been discounted for you. The shopkeeper smiles, explaining that the spirit beast bag has sat in the shop for years, overlooked by sect disciples and hesitated upon by wandering cultivators. Finally, today, they have a chance to turn a profit. Do you have high-grade spirit ink and talisman paper? Yes. After leaving Baoshan Pavilion, Shun Leanne strides toward the wilderness beyond the market town, determined to retrieve Dahe's offspring. During this wilderness expedition, the son of the great black beast and its progeny achieved remarkable feats. This solidified Shun Leanne's determination to enhance their training, as these charming creatures would be indispensable for safeguarding his abode and standing vigilant. This time, he managed to acquire only spirit beast bags and materials for talisman crafting. High-tier items such as the Lianqi Jade Talisman and the Qingxin Precious Jade were conspicuously absent from this place. Shun Leanne planned to rest here for a few days before departing from Tianshui Fengshe to explore other locales. As for his destination, it was not the previously intended by Shui Xiancheng, but rather the Jiucheng Xianqing. Moreover, the Jiucheng Xianqing would merely serve as a transit point. After procuring the necessary spiritual items there, he intended to leave the Chu Kingdom altogether. The opportunities within Yuming Fengshe, whether of the third or fourth tier, would inevitably disrupt the tranquility of the Chu Kingdom. Such a significant opportunity would provoke contention among the three sects, who would not feel aggrieved. The fact that it remains concealed either indicates that the opportunity has yet to be unearthed or that the three sects are currently engaged in a mutual camaraderie. Shun Leanne held little faith in this triangular relationship, finding it distinctly unstable. He wagered a bag of ancient spicy strips that the dealings among the three sects would ultimately falter. Once they clashed, could the Chu Kingdom maintain its peace? Outside Tianshui Fengshe, Shun Leanne ventured into the forest, clutching the spirit beast bag. Come forth, my little black ones. The tranquil forest echoed with rustling sounds as the earth was disturbed, revealing grotesque heads adorned with large horns. Hissing, the great black beast slithered up to Shun Leanne's shoulder, emitting a cry. The remaining black-horned demon ants congregated, and he collected them into the spirit beast bag. With a swift motion, he tossed the eager beast into the bag and headed in the direction of the market. He planned to rest for the night before proceeding to the nearest Jiucheng Xianqing. The meager resources within the small market were far too scarce to meet his cultivation needs. Furthermore, to leave the Chu Kingdom, one would require passage on a large spirit vessel, which was also unavailable in Tianshui Fengshe. In this era of cultivation, it was simply impossible to remain hidden in the mountains and fields. Without access to resources for training, one could scarcely hope to cultivate at all. Chapter 44. The Ninefold Celestial City. After a night's rest, Shun Leanne departed from the Tianshui market, donning a new visage. He transformed into a robust, yet otherwise unremarkable middle-aged man. The distance from Tianshui market to the Ninefold Celestial City spans 7,000 miles. While it seems quite far, in reality, this terrain has long been developed into familiar ground, morphing into a secular realm inhabited by mortals. Overall, the Celestial City and market are akin to a collection of celestial islands soaring amidst the mundane world. Many ancient cultivator families boast a considerable number of ordinary bloodline descendants. The journey to the Ninefold Celestial City is undoubtedly much more stable than traversing the wilderness. Secular towns and villages scatter across the land like chess pieces. Initially, Shun Leanne explored the secular counties, but soon lost interest. The spiritual energy in the mundane realm is depleted. Disregarding that, it remains a rather tranquil place. Once he gathers sufficient resources, he could retreat to the secular counties for several years of peace. However, that time has not yet come. 5 days later, Shun Leanne, unhurried on his journey, beheld a grand and imposing mountain. From the base, layers of platforms have been carved into the mountainside, resembling terraced fields from a distance. Each level is fortified with towering city walls. On the 3 lowest platforms, houses stand densely packed, ascending from the 3rd layer upwards. Each level is enveloped in resplendent hues of dawn. Such grandeur. As he gazed upon the Ninefold Celestial City from afar, Shun Leanne could not help but express his admiration. Each city layer spans at least 100 miles, extending all the way to the summit, which is shrouded in a hazy mist. Within the mist, vibrant celestial lights flicker in and out of view, evidently crafted through formations. At the mountain's base, a broad avenue teems with countless cultivators coming and going, as well as caravans transporting hefty goods. The surrounding woodlands are alive with the movements of many practitioners, some soaring on swords, riding birds, or gliding on clouds. Their various magical artifacts and flying vessels creating a dazzling spectacle. Before nearing the city, Shun Leanne observed 2 foundation establishment cultivators, enveloped in formidable spiritual energy, navigating their magical tools into the middle tier of the Celestial City. A tremendous spiritual ship thundered overhead, descending into the city. This indeed resembles a hub of celestial trading. The Yunyuan market in the wilderness is merely a diluted version curated by the Baishui sect. Noticing many individuals landing far from the Celestial City, Shun Leanne followed suit, realizing that flying too close would draw unnecessary attention. The closer he approached the city, the more he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down upon him. Since he intended to procure materials within the Celestial City, Shun Leanne had naturally prepared himself with research and contingencies. The ninefold celestial city serves as one of the two strongholds for loose cultivators among the 5 great celestial cities of the Chu Kingdom. The city master, known as Shanjinren, is a false Dan cultivator. For Foundation establishment cultivators to ascend to the Golden Dan stage, they may either condense their own Golden Dan or take the external Dan route. By refining demon pills, one can attain the false Dan realm. However, this path ultimately caps further advancement, with lifespan gains being minimal. The power of a false Dan cultivator, achieved through refining demon pills, hinges on the quality of the demon pill and their personal affinity. It is said that the mightiest of false Dan cultivators can rival those in the mid-Golden Dan stage, while the weakest may only possess half the strength of those in the early Golden Dan stage. Shanjinren is a legend within the Chu Kingdom. In Shun Leanne's words, he is akin to a minor child of destiny. Upon reaching the outer city, Shun Leanne followed the crowd to a side hall by the city gate. There are 4 types of identity tokens. The 4th tier token requires no spirit stones but permits movement and residence only within the lowest tier of the city. The 3rd tier token necessitates 3 spirit stones, granting access to the lower 3 tiers of the celestial city. The 2nd tier token requires 10 spirit stones, allowing entry to the middle 3 tiers. The 1st tier token demands 100 spirit stones, enabling access to the upper 3 tiers, specifically the 7th and 8th layers. Each token permits a stay of 1 year within the city. Gazing at the 4 types of tokens, Shun Leanne casually inquired, which layer is the Tianxia building located on? The 7th layer, came the response. Producing 100 spirit stones from his storage bag, Shun Leanne acquired a token and entered the celestial city. The moment he stepped inside, a wave of spiritual energy rippled across him, dissipating almost instantly. Within the city, flying is prohibited. Those cultivators who had soared close to the city's heights obediently descended. Senior, having just acquired your identity token, it appears to be your first visit to the ninefold celestial city. Would you like to learn about the city's special services? As Shun Leanne entered, a clever-looking cultivator approached him. Observing him closely, Shun Leanne noted that this individual was merely at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Senior, our enchanting sister possesses skills unrivaled throughout the ninefold celestial city, guaranteed to provide you with an experience of yin and yang intertwined, traversing the winding paths of pleasure. Gan Wenxiao spoke while carefully gauging Shun Leanne's reactions. If the senior does not fancy the sister, we also have celestial rabbits, each possessing spiritual roots, cultivated from a young age. Other delights are available as well, including demon beasts and even the chance to experience the bonds of life and death with a revered ancestor. Noticing Shun Leanne's intention to walk away, Gan Wenxiao hesitated. Might the senior require any purchases? I am Gan Wenxiao, having lived in the ninefold celestial city from childhood, familiar with every layer from the 9th to the 1st. It's merely 2 spirit stones for a single trip. 1 stone will suffice. Shun Leanne glanced at Gan Wenxiao, recalling that in the marketplace, it took him 2 to 3 days to earn 5 spirit stones, often without even reaching that amount. This young fellow seemed to acquire spirit stones with relative ease, and importantly, it appeared safe. With a flick of his fingers, he dropped 1 spirit stone into Gan Wenxiao's hands. Gan Wenxiao eagerly accepted the spirit stone. Thank you, senior. Please, allow me to guide you to a place to stay. The most suitable accommodations in the ninefold celestial city are located on the 4th, 6th, and 7th layers. Which layer would the senior prefer? The 6th layer. Please share insights about the ninefold celestial city. As they walked along the street, Shun Leanne surveyed his surroundings. Since it is your first visit to the ninefold celestial city, if you wish to purchase spiritual items, the most comprehensive selection is, of course, at the Tianxia building on the 7th layer, albeit the prices there are rather steep. For rare items, you might consider attending the monthly auction held here. If you have any spiritual items to sell, you can visit the Wuyo Pavilion on the 3rd layer, where even selling a top-tier Foundation establishment artifact poses no trouble. Gan Wenxiao exhibited remarkable perceptiveness, noting Shun Leanne's unchanging demeanor, and continued, you may also explore the shops of the Wang and Wu families on the 4th and 5th layers, where transactions for spiritual items are quite fair. Shun Leanne nodded. His current stock of spirit stones was dwindling. He aimed to find a place to settle, draft talismans, or attempt alchemy to replenish his resources. Lead me to a suitable dwelling. Of course. Gan Wenxiao quickened his pace, guiding Shun Leanne forward. Senior, after your arduous journey, the Tianxiang Inn on the 6th layer offers skilled celestial maidens adept in massage and acupressure. Shun Leanne cast a sidelong glance at Gan Wenxiao. Your business acumen appears quite broad. Senior, you flatter me. It's merely a means to earn a few spirit stones for cultivation. Gan Wenxiao nodded respectfully, perceiving that the elder preferred tranquility. Thus, he would escort the elder to the Tranquil Heart Pavilion. Under Gan Wenxiao's guidance, the two arrived at a vibrant courtyard adorned with blossoming flowers on the 6th level. At the entrance stood a stone tablet intricately inscribed with the words Tranquil Heart. Elder, we have arrived at the Tranquil Heart Pavilion, Gan announced. Stepping into the courtyard, they were greeted by a smooth pathway paved with precious stones. A few paces ahead stood a small pavilion where a man clad in black robes sat in contemplation. Elder Xiao, this esteemed individual wishes to rent a courtyard. Gan Wenxiao informed him. The man in the stone pavilion opened his eyes and assessed Shun Leanne. I am Xiao Huaijian. What grade of dwelling does the friend wish to rent? Grade B will suffice, Shun Leanne replied. Having been briefed by Gan Wenxiao on the options available at the Tranquil Heart Pavilion during their journey, Grade A residences are established atop a second-tier spiritual vein, suitable for foundational cultivators. Grade B residences, though somewhat distant from the second-tier vein, still possess ample spiritual energy, more than sufficient for Qi practitioners. With a monthly rent of 40 spirit stones, rentals here commence from 1 month, and early departures do not yield a refund of spirit stones. Xiao Huaijian spoke with a neutral tone, his demeanor neither warm nor cold. Shun Leanne remained unfazed, retrieving the spirit stones for payment. Finding it slightly more affordable than at Yumeng Pavilion, Xiao Huaijian clapped his hands, and shortly thereafter, a woman clad in azure linen appeared from behind the stone pavilion. Esteemed elder, please follow me. As Shun Leanne ventured into the courtyard, Gan Wenxiao bowed respectfully to Xiao Huaijian before exiting the Tranquil Heart Pavilion. The courtyard was expansive, with numerous dwellings nestled among verdant trees and blooming flowers. The azure-clad woman led into a small courtyard marked with the number 22. Standing before the courtyard, the woman produced a jade talisman, and after infusing it with spiritual energy, ripples spread across the air above the dwelling. The interior was arranged with a small gathering array. If you require anything further, you may communicate with me through the jade talisman, she said, placing it in Shun Leanne's hands before gracefully retreating from the residence. Shun Leanne surveyed the rented dwelling and nodded in satisfaction. Although the courtyard contained only one large room, it was divided into several spacious chambers, each suitable for various activities. After meticulously inspecting the corners of the room with his divine sense, Shun Leanne set up his 3 arrays within. Having completed these preparations, he finally settled down in a state of serene meditation. No cultivation today. I shall take the time to rest. As night fell, the 3 arrays operated in harmonious silence. Shun Leanne sat cross-legged on a meditation mat, and ethereal sounds resonated in the stillness. Calm the heart and mind. Comprehension Point 3. The spirit knows no external objects. Spiritual Awakening Point 1. Calm the heart and mind. Comprehension Point 2. Calm the heart and mind. Comprehension Point 1. The spirit knows no external objects. Spiritual Awakening Point 1. The spirit knows no external objects. Spiritual Awakening Point 1. Chapter 45. The Heart-Purifying Jade. There is no need to worry about the dangers lurking from the disciples of the Bihui sect in the wilderness. That night, Shun Leanne enjoyed a truly wonderful rest. After nearly 2 years of dormancy, the elusive insight points finally manifested once more. Shun Leanne, Qi Refinement Level 8, 5-element Spirit Roots, Fire 72, Earth 18, Metal 17, Wood 29. Water 18, Mental Range 92. Zhang Amulet Master, First Tier Superior, 110,000, Beast Tamer, First Tier Intermediate, 1,000, Insight Points, 1853, Divine Insight Points, 4, without delay. Shun Leanne allocated his Divine Insight Points to enhance his Fire Spirit Root, and a delightful tingling sensation surged through his dantian. Ah, how pleasurable. The sensation swiftly spread throughout his body, compelling him to recline on his back, squinting his eyes as he drifted into a state of blissful reverie. It took him a good half a day to rouse himself. The Fire Spirit Root now registered at a scale of 76. Having relished that moment, it was time to attend to serious matters. The 5-element spirit objects required spirit stones. The heart-purifying jade demanded spirit stones as well. During his time in Tinshui Market, Shun Leanne purchased 10 vials of first-tier superior spirit ink and 20 sheets of talisman paper, including the Spirit Beast pouch. He spent a total of 2,300 spirit stones. Now, he possessed less than 100 spirit stones. The reason he refrained from alchemy was primarily due to insufficient insight points. Even if he became a first-tier intermediate alchemist, the profits would not significantly exceed those of his current superior amulet mastery. It would be wiser to wait until he accumulated enough insight points to directly ascend to a first-tier superior alchemist. He had intentionally capped his beast taming at the first-tier intermediate level. As long as his skills sufficed, he prioritized necessary enhancements. In the heart of the Chu nation's cultivation world, the pest-dispersing talisman was not particularly sought after. The 3 mainstream talismans were the Thunderfire Talisman, the Divine Travel Talisman, and the Protective Talisman. Shun Leanne resolved to focus on these 3 types of talismans. Over the next 20 days, Shun Leanne remained secluded in his residence, crafting 200 sheets of talisman paper into first-tier superior talismans. He produced 100 Thunderfire Talismans, 50 Divine Travel Talismans, and 50 Protective Talismans. While he did not create any mental talismans, during his previous visit to Yumeng Market, he had discussed the types of superior talismans with Wang He, noting that mental talismans were rarely seen in the Chu nation's cultivation world. Many amulet masters had only heard of the name, but had never crafted one. After organizing the completed talismans, Shun Leanne stepped out of the Jingxin Pavilion and made his way toward the shops within the Immortal City. He did not head straight for the Tianxia Tower, a vast commercial power that had branches in every immortal city across the wilderness. Unlike other shops that gathered resources and sold diverse goods, Tianxia Tower had its own production channels and did not source low-tier resources externally. Arriving on the 5th floor, he stood outside the Wu family's Binao Pavilion. His choice of Wu's shop was made after thorough comparisons. Numerous businesses operated within the ninefold Immortal City. And aside from the 3 major sects, the Wu family held significant renown in the Chu nation, boasting a true Dan ancestor within their ranks. Such a lineage would certainly suffice to absorb the talismans he possessed. Initially, Shun Leanne considered selling his talismans separately, but soon decided that selling them all at once would be safer. After all, he did not intend to linger here for long. He would depart the Chu nation once he gathered sufficient spirit stones to acquire short-term cultivation resources. Esteemed friend, what do you require? Our store has an extensive selection of elixirs, magical tools, and talismans. A middle-aged cultivator swiftly emerged from the shop, extending an invitation to Shun Leanne. I am here to sell some talismans, Shun Leanne responded, surveying the shop's layout without pretense. Ah, so you are an amulet master. I am Wu Xiang, the proprietor of Binao Pavilion. Please, come inside. Wu Xiang led Shun Leanne into the shop and called a young cultivator to serve tea. Please have a seat. Once seated, the spiritual tea was presented, and Wu Xiang inquired, May I ask what type of talismans you wish to sell? Thunderfire talismans, Shun Leanne replied. As an amulet master, you are surely aware that the price range for first-tier superior talismans is between 30 to 40 spirit stones. The Thunderfire talisman is commonly utilized among cultivators, typically priced around 35 spirit stones in the ninefold Immortal City, with fluctuations not exceeding 2 spirit stones. Our shop can only offer 30 spirit stones for each. Shun Leanne remained silent, producing one of his handcrafted Thunderfire talismans and placing it before the proprietor. Compared to the first-tier superior pest-dispersing talisman, the production cost of the Thunderfire talisman was higher by 1 to 2 spirit stones, depending on the amulet master's habits. For Shun Leanne, the cost to create a Thunderfire talisman was 13 spirit stones, only a single stone more than the pest-dispersing talisman. Sipping his tea quietly, he awaited the proprietor's inspection. The price of talismans fluctuated according to market demand and quality. Shun Leanne held great confidence in his crafted Thunderfire talismans. This was not the Yuming market, where the Bihue sect monopolized the trade. After several moments of examination, Wu Xiang placed the Thunderfire talisman on the table. If all your Thunderfire talismans are of this quality, our shop is willing to purchase them at 32 spirit stones each. No, 33 spirit stones, Shun Leanne countered. In business, reputation is paramount. Offering high-quality resources is key to attracting cultivators. After inspecting the Thunderfire talisman, Wu Xiang immediately recognized it as a premium quality piece. Having spent many years in the ninefold Immortal City, he had never encountered a Thunderfire talisman of such caliber. How many Thunderfire talismans do you possess? Our shop will buy them all. Shun Leanne produced 100 Thunderfire talismans and casually inquired, what about the Divine Travel and Protective talismans? Wu Xiang hesitated for a moment. Yes, we will also purchase the Divine Travel and Protective talismans at 33 spirit stones each. After inspecting these talismans, Wu Xiang personally poured Shun Leanne another cup of tea. Your mastery in the art of talismans is truly remarkable, a source of great envy. I'm merely striving to earn a few spirit stones on the path of cultivation, Shun Leanne replied modestly. May I know your name, esteemed friend? Shun Leanne. Shun the amulet master. Wu Xiang cupped his hands in greeting. For your 200 first-tier superior talismans, the total price is 6,600 low-grade spirit stones. Soon, Wu Xiang placed a storage pouch before Shun Leanne. Shun Leanne nodded in acknowledgement, scanning the pouch with his mental sense. He discovered an excess of spirit stones, 7,000 in total. What is the meaning of this, shopkeeper Wu? Nothing more than a gesture of goodwill, Shun Master. As it is your first visit to Binao Pavilion, I wish to befriend you. Should you have more talismans to sell in the future, I hope you will consider returning to our establishment. As he spoke, Wu Xiang produced a communication talisman. Accepting the talisman, Shun Leanne bowed slightly. I plan to stay in the Immortal City for a while. I will reach out when the time comes. After escorting Shun Leanne out of Binao Pavilion and watching him disappear into the crowd, Wu Xiang returned inside. Little Lu, should any friends come to purchase Thunderfire or Divine Travel talismans, inform them that our shop has premium Thunderfire and Divine Travel talismans available. If they buy 10 ordinary Thunderfire or Divine Travel talismans, they will have the chance to purchase one premium version. By the way, raise the price of the premium Thunderfire and Divine Travel talismans to 37 spirit stones. Also, let our patrons know that supplies are limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. After leaving Binao Pavilion, Shun Leanne wandered through the Immortal City once more, acquiring another batch of materials for talisman crafting. The profit margins for superior talismans were indeed substantial. Of course, this was predicated on his flawless success rate. Other amulet masters often needed to light incense, bathe, and purify themselves to marginally increase their success rates before crafting. He made his way to the 7th floor of Tianxia Tower. Truly, it was deserving of its reputation as a vast commercial entity spanning multiple nations. Tianxia Tower stood at the heart of the 7th-tier city, resembling a colossal beast lying in repose, towering 200 zhang high. The massive structure rose and fell in a grandiose manner, enveloped by a vibrant array of protective formations. Before the building lies an expansive square, flanked by 2 rows of towering stone statues that guard the stone pathway leading inside. At the end of this path, Shun Leanne ascends the steps and enters the Tianxia Tower. Unlike other commercial guilds, the entrance to Tianxia Tower features a series of independent passages. A dimly lit passage indicates that no cultivators have entered, while those illuminated by spirit fire lamps signal the presence of such practitioners. Shun Leanne casually chose a shadowy passage to enter, and immediately, the spirit fire ignited, illuminating his way forward. The passage extends for about 10 zhang, culminating in a solitary stone hall where a cultivator clad in yellow robes sits behind a desk. Upon Shun Leanne's entrance, the seemingly drowsy yellow-robed cultivator opened his eyes. "I am Sundaily, the 3rd-level steward of Tianxia Tower. What does the esteemed friend require?" Shun Leanne glanced at the cultivator before him, noting his heavy aura, suggesting he was at the 9th level of chi refinement. "Do you have the clear heart jade?" Sundaily squinted, as if in recollection, and after a few breaths, his eyes reopened. Indeed, the Tianxia Tower in the Ninefold Immortal City currently possesses 3 types of clear heart jade: the wood type, earth type, and metal type. Which one does the esteemed friend seek? Chapter 46. The Mind's Reach of 100 zhang. 3 varieties of tranquil heart jade. It was indeed a pleasant surprise for Shun Leanne. The renowned Tianxia Tower truly possessed remarkable treasures. Moments later, Sundaily placed 3 jades, glimmering in hues of green, yellow, and gold, before Shun Leanne, exhibiting no concern that he might attempt to seize them. He was free to observe and select at will. Shun Leanne first picked up the jade of the wood element, feeling a gentle warmth emanate as it rested in his palm. This jade resembled a slingshot frame, crafted from a jade-like spirit wood. Upon seeing it, he realized his previous narrow-mindedness, having assumed that jades must be square and stone-like. The yellow-hued jade was the size of a fist, its surface uneven, yet it exuded a sense of weight and stability when held. The golden jade took the shape of a sword, containing a subtle brilliance that stirred his spirit. He wondered how many spirit stones these 2 jades would require. Ultimately, Shun Leanne chose the wood and earth element jades. Sundaily glanced at him and stated, "The wood element jade costs 1,400 spirit stones, while the earth element jade is priced at 1,200 spirit stones." Without hesitation, Shun Leanne produced the required spirit stones. For a second-tier low-grade magical artifact required by foundation-building cultivators, the lesser ones cost around 800 to 900 spirit stones, while superior ones could reach 1,000 to 2,000. The tranquil heart jades, falling under the category of rare treasures meant to aid cultivation, were reasonably priced. They were comparable to first-tier superior 5-element spiritual materials. Sundaily, without further ado, waved his hand, causing a series of jade boxes to land upon the table before Shun Leanne. First-tier superior fire spirit stones were priced at 320 spirit stones. First-tier superior golden sun fruits were 230 spirit stones. Baizé would cost 210 spirit stones, while spirit clam pearls were 180 spirit stones. The earth spirit sand was priced at 250 spirit stones, and the deep-sea fish tongue bone at 150 spirit stones. Shun Leanne meticulously examined each type of 5-element spiritual material. Initially, he believed that the 5 chi returning origin technique emphasized the need for cultivators to refine their 5 energies in the later stages of chi training. However, it became evident that the forebears who pioneered this method possessed profound insight. Cultivators in the early and mid stages of chi training typically lacked wealth. Only those in the later stages could amass spirit stones at a faster rate. Cultivation necessitates a gradual approach. It is not the case that refining higher-tier spiritual materials is always better. Otherwise, powerful cultivators would simply seize high-tier materials for their juniors, resulting in chaos. After careful selection, Shun Leanne chose 2 of each type, totaling 2,380 spirit stones, including the earlier purchases of the 2 jades. He had spent 7,000 spirit stones, leaving him with 2,020. He needed to retain these spirit stones to acquire materials for talisman making. Despite not planning to make further purchases, Shun Leanne remained, intending to inquire about the prices of other spiritual materials. "Do you have any disguised secret techniques?" he asked. "Indeed," Sundaily replied, producing 3 jade slips before Shun Leanne. Upon taking the slips and sensing them with his mind, he discovered they contained restrictions, allowing him only to perceive the names of the secret techniques in their initial outlines. The 3 jade slips detailed the technique's illusory body, jade face technique, and bone transformation technique. Among these, the bone transformation technique was the most advanced, capable of concealing one from a cultivator of a significant realm. Usable until the peak of foundation building, and could even thwart the probing of a false stand cultivator. Naturally, the price was equally striking, amounting to 20,000 spirit stones. The least expensive, illusory body, required 3,000 spirit stones, but its efficacy was barely superior to the disguised talisman he employed. Reluctantly, Shun Leanne had to forego this option. Subsequently, he inquired about the prices of magical artifacts and breath-concealing techniques. Half an hour later, as Shun Leanne exited Tianxia Tower, he began to formulate plans in his mind. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, he had yet to acquire a proper magical artifact. He had his eye on a second-tier sword priced at 2,003 spirit stones and a second-tier low-grade talisman array disc costing 3,000 spirit stones. Choosing these two magical artifacts was not an act of overestimating his capabilities, with the enhancement of the two tranquil heart jades. Surpassing 100 zhang in mind's reach was no longer a challenge. With a mind comparable to that of a foundation-building cultivator, he would be able to wield second-tier low-grade artifacts. As for second-tier mid-grade artifacts, he did not even entertain such thoughts. Even with a mind exceeding 100 zhang, the ability to control mid-grade artifacts remained a distant prospect. Rather than exceed his limits, it was wiser to refine artifacts appropriate to his current level. Regarding the breath-concealing technique, its price did not differ significantly from that of the superior disguise techniques. In the short term, Shun Leanne feared he would not be able to gather enough spirit stones for the purchase. After perusing the market, he acquired materials for talisman making and then returned to the Tranquil Heart Workshop. Upon returning to his residence, Shun Leanne rested for a night before embarking on his talisman-making endeavors once more. On the third day, a communication talisman gifted by Wu Xiang, the manager of Bainage Pavilion, activated. If Shen Daoyu wishes to explore the ninefold immortal city, my Wu family has a member here who can serve as your guide. Since failing to receive a message from Wang Xia in the market, Shun Leanne had ceased placing communication talismans in his storage bag. To his surprise, he had indeed received a message from someone else. Politely declining Wu Xiang's generous offer, he responded, "Very well, if Master Shen requires anything, please feel free to contact me. I, Wu, will do my utmost to assist if possible." After exchanging these words, the spiritual light of the communication talisman dimmed. Shun Leanne withdrew his gaze and resumed his talisman making. Half a month later, he successfully produced 120 high-grade Thunderfire talismans. After carefully storing the talismans, he dismantled the 3 formations he had previously arranged and set off for Bainage Pavilion. He sold the talismans for 3,900 spirit stones, with a production cost of 1,560, netting him a profit of 2,400 spirit stones. In the Immortal City, he purchased 200 talisman-making materials, spending 2,100 spirit stones. Additionally, he scattered his purchases to acquire 10 first-tier superior demonic beasts. Having completed these transactions, Shun Leanne departed from the ninefold Immortal City. Along the way, he used a disguised talisman to alter his appearance, traveling 1,000 miles away to a desolate place devoid of spiritual energy, where he released Dahe and its offspring. Before long, Dahe, accompanied by its progeny, discovered a cavern deep within the earth. Activating a ground escape talisman, Shun Leanne burrowed into the cave. As usual, he set up 3 major formations, instructing Dahe to keep watch outside. Shun Leanne sat cross-legged within the formation, retrieving the 2 tranquil heart jades, placing the slingshot-like wood element jade into his hairband, and tucking the earth element jade into his bosom. Finally, he affixed several of the previously drawn tranquil heart talismans to his head and waist. With everything in place, he vowed not to venture out until his mind's reach surpassed 100 zhang. He then produced a first-tier superior black velvet marten and eagerly caressed its silky fur. The smooth black fur soon glistened with a sanguine sheen, converging towards his palm. The crimson light coursed up his arm, enveloping his head. Buzz! The jade nestled in his hairbun radiated a vibrant azure light, deepened with a hint of green, releasing a cool and soothing aura that instantly invigorated Shun Leanne. The earth element jade at his chest emanated a heavy, verdant yellow spiritual light, instilling within him a profound sense of stability. In contrast, the spiritual light from the tranquil heart talismans was subdued beneath the overwhelming presence of the 2 jades. Indeed, 30 spirit stones were no match for 2,600. After a brief period, the black velvet marten shrank into a compact form, and a drop of crystalline blood appeared at the location of Shun Leanne's heart. A day later, after refining all the demonic beasts into his body, his mind began to manifest significant growth. His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. Yet under the suppression of the 2 jades, they remained clear and bright. 92 zhang and 1 foot. 93 zhang. 95 zhang. 99 zhang. 100 zhang. However, at this moment, the elevation of his mind did not cease. It continued to rise. Chapter 47. The Soul Binding Seal 101. 102. 103. 105. At this moment, Shun Leanne's consciousness finally ceased its expansion. The heart's position, along with the attached essence blood orb, gradually integrated into his body. With each blink, his eyes revealed a bloodshot hue. The path of demonic cultivation is indeed perilous. Even with the aid of the heart-purifying jade, one cannot entirely negate its side effects. If one's will is not resolute, it is easy to succumb to corruption and gradually descend into bloodlust. The 2 heart-purifying jades emanated a spiritual radiance, enveloping Shun Leanne in a warm and refreshing, yet profound and majestic aura, allowing him to swiftly suppress his desire for bloodshed. His consciousness had reached 105 zhang, initially comparable to the foundation establishment stage. He was still at the 8th level of qi refinement. Upon advancing to the 9th level of qi refinement, he would have another opportunity to enhance his consciousness through self-nourishment, further increasing its strength. Rising to stretch, he summoned Dehe back, inquiring about any disturbances in the vicinity during his seclusion. Hissing, Dehe gazed at the desiccated carcasses of demonic beasts piled before Shun Leanne. Raising his head to emit a gentle hiss, always thinking about food, let us discuss serious matters first. The chosen location was indeed commendable. Dehe and his progeny had guarded it for so many days without encountering a single cultivator passing by. Go, summon all your offspring. Soon, Dehe called back the scattered blackhorn demon ants, which began to gnaw on the desiccated beasts. Although Shun Leanne had extracted the essence blood from the demonic beasts, the remaining bones still held considerable value for the blackhorn demon ants. In less than half an hour, the remnants of over a dozen demonic beasts were reduced to mere bone dust under the relentless feeding of the ants. After their feast, half of the blackhorn demon ants surged with demonic energy, demonstrating a trend of enhanced strength. Observing the ants enveloped in demonic energy, Shun Leanne wore a contemplative expression. It appeared imperative to procure a spirit beast bracelet, while the spirit beast bag merely served to contain the beasts in a dormant state. The spirit beast bracelet allowed them to eat and cultivate within. Once the blackhorn demon ants completed their training, they would once again emerge from the cave to remain vigilant. Shun Leanne retrieved the blood refinement and soul transformation secret method, preparing to practice the accompanying soul attack spell, the soul binding seal. Cultivators are well aware of the potency of soul attacks, yet the techniques for soul cultivation are exceedingly rare. Accessing these arts at the chi refinement or foundation establishment levels is akin to encountering a celestial opportunity. Some cultivators resort to tedious methods, spending decades compressing and honing their consciousness into forms such as blades or axes as their means of attack. However, such rudimentary methods yield superficial results and are difficult to assess. Within the blood refinement and soul transformation secret method lay the appropriate refining techniques. Thus, Shun Leanne needed not to explore on his own. Following the paths laid by his predecessors would undoubtedly be much easier. Buzzing. After 2 days of acclimatizing to his newly heightened consciousness, Shun Leanne allocated a portion of it to begin solidifying the soul-binding seal. This technique necessitated the compression of the cultivated consciousness, gradually solidifying it into a seal form. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. Dare to slack off. Dehe, lying beneath a patch of yellow earth, suddenly jolted awake, springing out from the soil. Hissing, Dehe let out a sharp cry. Just moments ago, a flicker of purple light had erupted in its small head, vague in shape, instilling terror within. It's the master. Realizing, Dehe crouched down. Hissing softly. Before long, a flash of earthy yellow appeared as Shun Leanne emerged from the ground, swiftly grasping Dehe. Observing the trembling creature in his hand, he began to soothe it. I almost forgot how tiny your brain is. Just as my divine skill reached fruition, I nearly shattered the record for scaring my spirit beast to death in the cultivation world. Shun Leanne scratched his head in exasperation. It took a considerable time for Dehe to regain his composure, the fear evident in its dark eyes. Shun Leanne had intended to test the preliminary power of the soul-binding seal, yet Dehe proved too fragile. Had he not reined in his strength at the critical moment, Dehe would have met its end. Alas, don't be afraid. Shun Leanne gently tapped Dehe's head once more, offering comfort and placing a Huang Yadan into its mouth. Hissing, Dehe gathered the scattered blackhorn demon ants into the spirit beast bag, and Shun Leanne made his way toward the 9-tiered celestial city. Time passed, and another 20 days slipped by. Shun Leanne had been in the 9-tiered celestial city for nearly 2 months. These 2 months had been serene. Most days were spent drawing talismans by day and meditating at night, interspersed with moments of enlightenment. Life was fulfilling. Friend Shun, there will be an auction in 3 days at the 5th level of the celestial city. If you're interested, our shop can provide an entry pass. Wu Xiang, the shopkeeper of Bai Na Pavilion, sent another message. After the previous 2 transactions, both parties had established a relatively stable rapport. Shun Leanne pondered. Since it was within the celestial city, safety should not be a significant concern, and it would be advantageous to see if he could acquire useful resources. The 200 talisman papers he had purchased last time had all been crafted into talismans. He needed to sell this batch of talismans before he could gather enough spirit stones to participate in the auction. Friend Shun, inside Bai Na Hall. Upon seeing Shun Leanne's arrival, Wu Xiang hurried over, his face beaming with smiles. Although they had only transacted twice, Bai Na Pavilion's trading volume had increased by 1/3 over the past month. Everyone was drawn in by the exceptional Thunderfire and Divine Movement talismans. For cultivators, a more powerful Thunderfire talisman of the same tier could potentially help them evade disaster in battle. In comparison, spending an extra 2 spirit stones seemed negligible. Leading Shun Leanne into the quiet room at the back of the shop, Wu Xiang refrained from discussing talismans. Instead, he began. My Wu family has also gathered information on some exquisite spiritual items to appear at the auction. Wu Xiang's demeanor, whether intentional or not, put Shun Leanne at ease. In matters of trade, actions speak louder than intentions. Had Wu Xiang displayed a sour demeanor, Shun Leanne would have promptly turned away. There were plenty of shops in the celestial city. After all, before long, a jade slip appeared in Wu Xiang's hand. which he handed to Shun Leanne. Friend Shun, you may peruse to see if any items suit your needs. Shun Leanne immersed his consciousness into the jade slip, the information of various spiritual items manifesting within his perception. He examined them one by one. Second-tier low-grade weapon, flowing moonblade, forged from the bones of a colossal deep-sea whale. Second-tier low-grade talisman, fire-consuming mountain talisman. Water elemental spiritual item, deep-sea clam pearl, tranquil heart tea, blood spirit fruit. Second-tier low-grade weapon, Xian Guang water diverging plate. When Shun Leanne came across an item within the jade slip, he was momentarily taken aback. Second-tier low-grade weapon, 5 elements mountain. Wu Xiang had been observing Shun Leanne's expressions closely, and it seemed that there was indeed a spiritual item of interest. Indeed, there are items of interest. I wonder if they can be acquired. Placing the jade slip down, Shun Leanne smiled gently. May I inquire about the origins of these spiritual items, Master Wu? Wu Xiang chuckled lightly, replying, there is no need for concern, friend Shun. The auction is backed by the revered Qiu Shan, and no one dares to cause trouble. As for the spiritual items, some are provided by various families, while others are contributed by cultivators within the city. There will be no entangled issues. Take the 5 elements mountain, for instance. This weapon has gone unsold over 10 times. Alas, in the cultivation world, while there are many cultivators with complete 5 elements roots, most possess poor root quality, and few manage to reach the later stages of qi refinement, let alone foundation establishment. The 5 elements mountain was crafted by a renowned foundation building cultivator in the city, under the expertise of a master craftsman from the immortal city. Alas, fate proved to be unkind. Shortly after its completion, the cultivator met an untimely demise. Consequently, the 5 elements mountain fell into the hands of the craftsman, who, despite his efforts to sell it and recoup his investment, found himself in a state of utter frustration, unable to find a buyer. With a sigh and a shake of his head, Wu Xiang lamented the capriciousness of fate. It is said that this foundation-building cultivator hailed from the northern seas of Wanqing and practiced a unique 5-element technique that could lead one directly to the golden core stage. Possessing great fortune indeed. Chapter 48, The 5 Elements Mountain in Hand, the 5 Elements Techniques of the Golden Core Stage. Shun Leanne seized upon the crux of the words spoken by Manager Wu. He himself possessed 2 Golden Core Stage techniques of the 5 elements. When did the Golden Core level techniques of the 5 elements become so undervalued? The old demon, prior to his reincarnation, was a venerable Golden Core ancestor and thus could be expected to collect such techniques. Yet, a foundation-building rogue cultivator managed to acquire Golden Core techniques as well. Curiously, was this foundation-building cultivator with a 5-element spiritual root truly a fool, exposing the rank of his cultivation techniques? Shun Leanne did not ponder this deeply. He decided to merely listen to the tale recounted by Wu Xiang for the time being. Among the various spiritual items, he found himself particularly intrigued by the 5 elements mountain recorded within the jade slip. As for the other magical artifacts and 5 elements items, they could also be procured at Tianxia Tower. After lingering in the 100 Treasures Pavilion for a quarter of an hour, Shun Leanne exchanged the talismans he possessed for spirit stones and accepted the entrance invitation gifted by the pavilion. However, he had no intention of using this invitation. The auction in the Immortal City was held periodically, and obtaining an entrance invitation was not a challenging task. Upon leaving the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Shun Leanne directly exited the 9 Layers Immortal City, seeking a secluded spot to alter his appearance and aura. Upon re-entering the city, he deliberately purchased an identity jade talisman and checked into an inn on the 4th floor of the Immortal City. He intended to see if he could procure the 5 elements mountain at the auction. According to the cultivation method recorded in the 5 Qi Chaoyuan technique, the initial awakening of the 5 Qi would provide a boost to the cultivator's spiritual energy. Although it might not compare to the true essence of a foundation-building cultivator in the short term, it would further enhance the quality of the spiritual energy of an errant training cultivator, bringing it closer to or even surpassing true essence. This meant that once Shun Leanne consolidated the 5 Qi within him, he would possess the capability to wield foundation-building artifacts during the Qi refining stage. Coupled with the soul-binding imprint of his spiritual consciousness attack, his safety in encounters with foundation-building cultivators would also be significantly increased. Pretending to be a foundation-building cultivator was not out of the question. 3 days later, the auction at the 5th level of the Immortal City commenced as scheduled. Shun Leanne ascended from the 4th to the 5th level, arriving at a spacious celestial pavilion. Esteemed Taoist, please present your entrance invitation. A beautiful female cultivator awaited outside with a charming smile, guiding those who produced their invitations into the inner sanctum. Rest assured, our auction house fully respects the confidentiality of your identity. Shun Leanne nodded. Indeed, the grand auction house was distinct, with all participating cultivators housed in private rooms. Under the guidance of the female Taoist, Shun Leanne entered a small enclosure akin to a birdcage. Around a stone platform of over 10 zhang in size, numerous small enclosures were positioned. The enclosures were not all diminutive. They were categorized into 3 tiers. The uppermost enclosures were the largest, designated for foundation-building cultivators, while the middle tier was second in size, and it was within this tier that Shun Leanne had chosen his enclosure. peering through the small window of his enclosure. He surveyed the surroundings, noting that the auction stage was directly in his line of sight, while the other enclosures were partially obscured. He did not detect any cultivators peering in with their spiritual consciousness. It appeared that everyone had been tempered by the trials of the cultivation world. Boom. An hour later, a resounding voice quelled the clamor in the hall. A blue-robed elder appeared on the auction stage, cheerfully surveying the enclosures. Esteemed guests, the auction for this month officially begins. The auction in the 9 Layers Immortal City had long established a format, with the presiding elder being a foundation-building cultivator backed by the esteemed Shun, ensuring that the attending cultivators remained compliant. The first item for auction is a superior quality Shun Leanne shield, priced at 200 low-grade spirit stones. In the lower enclosures, cultivators began to bid in succession. Items presented at the auction were of considerable quality, and acquiring them at a reasonable price was not seen as a loss. Shun Leanne's objective was clear, the 5 Elements Mountain. After the presentation of over 20 spiritual items, the blue-robed elder produced a burst of colorful light, and a small mountain emerged, transforming into a foot-long size. The previously solemn blue-robed elder could not suppress a smile. Aha! This is the illustrious 5 Elements Mountain, the proud creation of Master Luhua. Whispers erupted within the enclosures. No one dared to speak too loudly, for this renowned artifact in the Immortal City might have been crafted by someone in the prominent upper enclosure. The blue-robed elder stifled his smile, realizing that as an auctioneer, he ought not to exhibit such mirth unless he truly could not contain it. This will not require further introduction. The starting bid is 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Within the enclosure, Shun Leanne did not rush to speak. Taoist Wenshan, I believe it would be prudent to present the next item for auction. There are many cultivators in the Immortal City who practice the 5 elements. But who among them can truly wield this artifact? Perhaps in the Wan Xingxi, there may be some who require it. But our Chu Kingdom has not produced a balanced mid-grade 5-element spiritual root in many years. I suggest you do not waste your efforts. For who has not faced a failed bid when stepping onto the auction stage? Indeed. Taoist Wenshan, you have merely faced 13 failed bids on this very artifact alone, making you the most notorious in the 9 Layers Immortal City. Oh, no, wait, my memory fails me. Counting this time, it would be the 14th, wouldn't it? The only one capable of breaking Taoist Wenshan's record is none other than Taoist Wenshan himself. In the upper enclosure, foundation-building cultivators took turns speaking, all with a teasing tone. The 5 Elements artifact required the 5 Elements spiritual energy to unleash its full potential, yet cultivators with 5 Elements roots typically had low root values. This resulted in a situation where those who desired it could not afford it, while those who could afford it had no desire for it. On the auction stage, the blue-robed elder's expression twitched, feeling increasingly disheartened. With each auction, he was subjected to mockery from a group of seasoned cultivators, holding the 5 Elements Mountain. He surveyed the enclosures once more. This artifact possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities, a rare gem. Any fellow cultivator of the 5 Elements can bid on it. You will not regret it. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. As the voice echoed, Wenshan quickly locked onto the enclosure where Shun Leanne resided. Who? Sold. Wenshan's eyes brightened, and his beard twitched. Have someone deliver the 5 Elements Mountain to this esteemed Taoist enclosure immediately, and ensure the spirit stones are counted before him. Immediately. A female cultivator soared onto the auction stage to retrieve the 5 Elements Mountain and headed towards Shun Leanne's enclosure. Within the auction hall, most cultivators were just beginning to process the event. Was the 5 Elements Mountain, which had faced a dozen failed bids, truly sold? Within the enclosures, cultivators displayed expressions of curiosity. It was rare to find cultivators with complete 5 Elements roots who could reach the foundation building stage. They had not anticipated another to emerge. Esteemed Taoist, this is the artifact 5 Elements Mountain that you bid on. Within the enclosure, Shun Leanne observed the female cultivator who was blocked at the door and had yet to enter, amusingly receiving the 5 Elements Mountain from her hands. After settling the spirit stones, he held the 5 Elements Mountain in his grasp. Simultaneously, he sensed the prying gazes directed towards him. Fortunately, everyone maintained decorum, refraining from intrusively using their spiritual consciousness to peer through the enclosure. Soon, everyone's attention shifted to the next item for auction. The small artifact felt cold in his hand, its weight substantial. As the auction was still ongoing, Shun Leanne did not take the time to examine it in depth. Instead, placing the 5 Elements Mountain into his storage bag, he refrained from bidding on any other items throughout the remainder of the auction, departing the auction hall to return to his lodgings on the 4th floor. At the inn, Shun Leanne first inspected his robe, applying a cleansing talisman to wash away his external aura. There were certain secret techniques in the cultivation world that could utilize minute particles to cling to a cultivator, rendering them undetectable. After cleansing himself, Shun Leanne settled into a meditative position, the spiritual symbols affixed to him radiating a constant aura of consciousness. Observing the 3 protective formations surrounding him, he deemed the first-tier superior formations somewhat beneath his capabilities, with his spiritual awareness akin to that of a post-foundational cultivator. He possessed the strength to command second-tier formations. Thus, it was time to upgrade his accompanying formations. Formations, magical artifacts, talisman arrays. Why didn't he spiritual stones fall from the heavens? As night fell, Shun Leanne practiced quietly while remaining vigilant, attuned to the surroundings. Calm and composed. Insight point 3, calm and composed. Insight point 1, calm and composed. Insight point 2. The night passed peacefully. The spiritual symbols attached to him detected no signs of prying eyes, and his own awareness sensed no intrusions. With this double layer of vigilance, he could finally relax slightly. It seemed that the security in the ninefold celestial city was quite commendable. In the morning, seizing the opportunity when numerous cultivators entered and exited the inn, Shun Leanne donned a fresh robe and a voluminous cloak before stepping out of the establishment. Everything required spiritual stones. The notion of spiritual stones raining from the sky was unrealistic. He needed to exert effort instead. A month later, in the Tranquil Heart Workshop, Shun Leanne, having undergone a transformation, found himself before a clean spiritual ink bottle, discarding the worn-out talisman brush to the side. After a diligent month, his profits barely reached a mere 1,000. It was indeed hard-earned money. Stowing away the completed talismans, he also tidied up the miscellaneous items in his room. This batch of talismans, once sold, would suffice for him to acquire the spiritual materials he needed. Having resided in the ninefold celestial city for over 3 months, he planned to purchase the required spiritual items and then set sail northward on a spiritual ship to seek a new place for cultivation. Chapter 49, Grand Procurement. Northward to the vast star sea, ninefold celestial city, 100 treasures hall. Wu Xiang gazed at the towering stacks of talismans laid out before him, lost in thought for quite some time. Ever since he engaged in trade with the talisman master, Shun, each visit had been marked by the sale of stacks of talismans, making his presence unique throughout the celestial city. Unable to eat? Shun Leanne gently reminded Wu Xiang as he presented 400 first-grade superior talismans, valued at over 13,000 low-grade spirit stones. Initially intending to sell them in batches, he realized that the quality of his talismans remained consistent. Regardless of how many he sold, discerning individuals could always recognize them as his handiwork. Moreover, this transaction marked his final sale in ninefold celestial city. As he had purchased his ticket days in advance, he would depart today. The quantity of talismans presented by my friend Shun has surprised me. Wu Xiang chuckled, masking his embarrassment as he began to inspect the talismans. Over the past few months, his shop's revenue had surged significantly, earning him accolades within his clan. Likewise, word had come down from the clan urging him to cultivate a good rapport with the talisman master before him. Given the quality of Shun's talismans, he was poised to become a second-grade talisman master, which would elevate his status considerably. Yet, Wu Xiang found himself at a loss. Despite his repeated attempts to befriend Shun Leanne, the results had been less than favorable. After thoroughly examining the talismans, Wu Xiang remarked, Master Shun's craftsmanship remains as exquisite as ever. The total value of these 400 talismans is 12,200 low-grade spirit stones. While waiting for someone to fetch the spirit stones, Wu Xiang invited Shun Leanne to take a seat once more. Do you have any free time lately, Master Shun? Shun Leanne nodded affirmatively. You see, an elder from my Wu family will be visiting the celestial city soon. He has heard of our collaboration and wishes to meet you as a friend. To be candid, our shop has been consistently selling premium talismans in recent months, which has drawn the attention of several other families who are inquiring about your identity and whereabouts. As Wu Xiang spoke, he attempted to gauge Shun Leanne's reaction. But Shun's demeanor remained impenetrable. My elder seeks to discuss a potential deeper collaboration regarding talisman supplies with you, Master Shun. Though I assure you that our family will not resort to coercion. After a moment's contemplation, Shun Leanne replied, perhaps next time. Upon hearing Shun's non-rejection, Wu Xiang's face brightened. He felt fortunate that he had established a good relationship with Shun from the outset, having sent him communication talismans periodically to check in, which had facilitated their subsequent transactions. If he could successfully introduce Shun to the clan elder, the credit would undoubtedly be his. Upon exiting Wu family's 100 treasures hall, Shun Leanne found his storage bag enriched with 13,200 spirit stones. Combined with his previous surplus, he now possessed a total of 15,000 spirit stones. Without lingering, he proceeded to the towering Tianxia building on the 7th floor. With a hefty sum in his possession, he felt no anxiety. The second-grade inferior fire cloud sword cost 1,700 low-grade spirit stones. The second-grade inferior talisman array plate cost 3,100. The second-grade inferior 5 elements convergence array cost 4,300. A bottle of second-grade inferior spirit ink cost 800. A second-grade inferior talisman brush cost 1,500, and 2 stacks of second-grade talisman paper cost 400. Various first-grade herbs and a map of the vast star sea amounted to 1,200 spirit stones. The total expenditure for this shopping spree reached 13,000 spirit stones, even pricier than visiting the Red Face Pavilion. However, the pricing was reasonable, considering that the sisters at Red Face Pavilion would only inflate costs unless adorned with celestial crystals. Having spent a considerable sum, Shun Leanne had acquired most of the spiritual items he initially intended to purchase, aside from a few secret techniques and a spirit beast bracelet. He did not linger and made his way to the eastern part of the seventh-floor celestial city, where a vast plaza awaited him. In the plaza, a colossal spirit ship measuring 200 zhang lay docked, with numerous cultivators queuing in anticipation. The ship bore the insignia of Tianxia Building. This establishment operated across the wasteland's various nations, controlling shipping routes between them and extending its reach into the northern vast Star Sea. The vast Star Sea, a vast expanse in the southern realm of the celestial cultivation world, is dotted with countless islands. In broader terms, the wasteland is situated within the vast Star Sea but appears relatively independent due to its immense territory and its position at the sea's edge, far from the islands. When Shun Leanne emerged from the wilderness, he had firmly resolved to head to the vast Star Sea for cultivation. His main concern was the potential repercussions of the opportunities associated with the Bai Shui 3 sects. Although the Chu Kingdom had remained tranquil in recent months, he sensed an impending storm. This was not a matter of divine insight, but rather a logical deduction based on the facts at hand. Ordinary brothers can resort to violence over inheritance. The Bai Shui 3 sects, being 3 separate lineages, now sought to unearth a common opportunity. How would the spoils be divided? It was likely that conflict would engulf the entire Chu Kingdom. Rather than wait for the flames of war to ignite, he preferred to depart early for his peace of mind. He cared little for who ultimately seized the opportunity. It would be best if none of them succeeded. Ideally, they would unearth their ancestral graves, avenging his near miss with their schemes. As for the agreement with the Wu family, he had simply stated, perhaps next time. As for when that next time would be, it was simply the next time. The spirit ship of Tianxia Building towered impressively, soaring 5 stories high, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of arrayed spiritual lights, exuding a formidable aura. At both the fore and aft of the ship were intricately carved spiritual cannons and glimmering crossbows, with cultivators clad in tight-fitting robes visible in every corner. A mere glance revealed to Shun Leanne that this vessel, transporting loose cultivators, was far sturdier than the one employed by the Bai Shui sect. All individuals queued according to their tokens, with any unruly behavior met with lethal consequences. A foundation-building cultivator flew forth from the ship, casting a dispassionate gaze upon the line of waiting cultivators. As his words fell, a colorful spiritual bridge descended from the array. Landing above the plaza, Shun Leanne retrieved a blue jade talisman from his storage bag, representing a second-class ticket, granting him access to a private cabin. Among the cultivators boarding the ship with him, only 2 others produced blue jade talismans. The rest held ordinary white jade talismans, which allowed for shared accommodations. Following the guidance, Shun Leanne arrived at his cabin within the spirit ship. He released his consciousness to inspect the room. It was quite satisfactory, clean, and devoid of any sanguine odor. The room measured several dozen square feet, furnished with a single mat and a wooden table and nothing else. Taking a seat, he produced a jade slip containing a map of the vast Star Sea. The vast Star Sea was immense, with islands numbering in the millions, many of which were inhabited solely by mortals, with few cultivators appearing, a veritable paradise for someone seeking freedom. If he grew weary of one island, he could effortlessly switch to another. At that time, he could simply choose an island, venture deep into its interior, and unless struck by divine lightning, he did not believe anyone would be able to find him. Chapter 50. The initial dawn of the 5 energies. The spiritual vessel of the Tianxia Tower traverses the desolate realms of various nations, thus it will not head north directly, but will make stops at other celestial cities along the way. Therefore, this journey will not be brief. For this reason, Shun Leanne had long been prepared. He had already procured alchemical materials at the Tianxia Tower. The journey would hardly feel solitary. Once he arrived at the Sea of 10,000 Stars, he would no longer be Shun Leanne, the talisman master, but rather Ding Xiu, the alchemist. Do you require elixirs, my friend? That will incur an additional cost. After waiting for nearly an hour, the spiritual vessel emitted a thunderous roar, and multicolored lights soared into the sky. The vessel ascended, swiftly merging into the clouds, transforming into a stream of light that weaved through the sea of clouds. Shun Leanne withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip, then descended into his storage pouch. Checking the contents within, the soul-binding seal had been initially formed, enhancing his most formidable means of attack. The 100 spirits poison had been relegated to second place, and he no longer had to poison himself before vanquishing his foes. Among the 3 magical artifacts acquired from the ninefold celestial city, the Fire Cloud Sword, the Talisman Array Disc, and the 5 Elements Mountain, only the 5 Elements Mountain could be controlled in advance. Thus, the upcoming journey would primarily involve refining the 5 elements' spiritual materials and condensing the 5 energies within his chest. With a plan set in his heart, Shun Leanne did not hastily draw upon the energies of the 5 elements, but instead calmed himself to begin his cultivation. It was not until 3 days later that he spread his palm. The refined spiritual stones transformed into powder, cascading through his fingers. During these 3 days, he sensed 6 instances of consciousness sweeping through the room. Once in the morning and once in the evening. These were not directed at the cultivators within the chamber, and the intensity of the consciousness was likely far superior to his own. As for its precise strength, Shun Leanne did not dare to peer too deeply. but he could ascertain that it was the routine patrol of foundation-building cultivators stationed aboard the vessel. The Tianxia Tower's spiritual vessel, which traverses the desolate realms, typically has 2 to 3 foundation-building cultivators aboard, with at least one being in the late stages of foundation establishment. Shun Leanne refrained from deploying his array, as this might draw the attention of the station foundation-building cultivators. He was merely a minor cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement, and it sufficed to maintain a demeanor befitting his status. In the morning, sunlight poured upon the spiritual vessel. Shun Leanne retrieved a fire spiritual stone from his storage pouch, grasping it in his palm to absorb the fire energy within. The fire spiritual stone, akin to a stone imbued with fire attributes, did not elicit much of a scorching sensation upon absorption. Rather, it merged harmoniously with his innate fire spiritual energy. According to the cultivation method of the 5 energies rising to the origin, the fire energy coalesced within his heart. Threads of crimson fire energy, upon entering Shun Leanne's body, transformed into a mass of fire clouds surrounding his heart. A fire spiritual stone, roughly the size of a fist, contained enough fire energy for him to draw upon for over half a month. Prior to this, Shun Leanne had refined numerous first-tier spiritual materials, but due to their inferior and miscellaneous quality, they had not birthed fire essence within him. At this moment, after drawing 1/3 of the energy from the fire spiritual stone, Shun Leanne turned his inner gaze upon himself, discovering that his heart was enveloped in fire clouds, swirling like red mist. Subsequently, he took out earth spirit sand from his storage pouch. These were crystalline grains, each emanating a yellow glow. The greatest characteristic of the 5 elements rising to the origin was the cyclical sequence of the 5 elements, emphasizing their mutual generation and transformation. However, to establish this cycle, the first step was to condense the 5 corresponding energies within his body. The second step was to initiate their circulation. Shun Leanne was presently navigating this path cautiously, exploring the cultivation methods bit by bit. Thus, he dared not excessively concentrate on absorbing any one element, preparing to experiment gradually. He aimed to first derive the corresponding energies of the 5 elements within his 5 organs, constructing a framework for the 5 energies rising to the origin, and then further infuse it with the power of the 5 elements. The spiritual vessel traversed mountains and cities, eventually descending into the Biyuan celestial city of the Chu kingdom. During the vessel's stop, Shun Leanne did not disembark, instead observing the Biyuan celestial city through the window. This celestial city was established upon an expansive plain, towering and grand, no less magnificent than the 9-fold celestial city. Gazing into the distance, one could see majestic mountains standing proudly amidst the earth and sky. The mountains were lush and verdant, resembling a dragon coiled upon the land, with brilliant spiritual lights soaring to the heavens. At the center, cradled by the mountains, was a vast lake of azure waters, with pavilions and towers rising and falling, showcasing the myriad splendors of the celestial sect. This was indeed the mountain gate of the Biyuan sect. Shun Leanne squinted, gazing intently at the mountain gate of the Biyuan sect while focusing on the imposing mountains behind the azure waters. It was said that the patriarch hall of the Biyuan sect lay deep within the mountains behind the azure lake, housing the remains of several generations of golden core ancestors. Regrettably, he looked left and right but could not spot any smoke rising from the ancestral tomb of the Biyuan sect. Perhaps it was merely a matter of distance, or perhaps the mountain gate's great formation concealed it from view. The Tianxia Tower's spiritual vessel lingered in the Biyuan celestial city for a day, during which some cultivators disembarked and others boarded. As the vessel surged into the sea of clouds, Shun Leanne resumed his seat, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy of the 5 elements once more. Subsequently, the Tianxia Tower's spiritual vessel journeyed northeast, passing through the Tian'ang celestial city, before crossing into the wilderness and entering the territory of the Yu kingdom. Inside the room, Shun Leanne turned his inner gaze upon himself. After over a month of cultivation, the positions of his 5 organs radiated 5 distinct colors of essence: red, green, gold, black, and yellow. These 5 luminous energies swirled like clouds around his organs, each clearly delineated, showing no inclination to merge. The root cause of this situation lay in the uneven reserves of the 5 types of spiritual energy. Fortunately, Shun Leanne's consciousness was powerful enough to make gradual adjustments. It was akin to a narrow path that had yet to be traversed, initially not very smooth. The energies he absorbed from the 5 elements' spiritual materials were similarly in their nascent stages, requiring time to harmonize. Time is inconsequential in the realm of cultivation. By the time Shun Leanne had preliminarily integrated the 5 energies within his organs, 2 months had already elapsed. Upon introspection, he saw that the 5 organs were enveloped in clouds of 5 different colors, with the edges of these colors beginning to make contact, resonating with the 5 elements' spiritual energy, which leaned more towards fire. It was no wonder that the 5 energies rising to the origin had the effect of enhancing the success rate of foundation establishment. The 5 essences residing in the 5 organs could be entirely transformed into 5-element spiritual energy, serving as a vital resource for casting spells. Furthermore, during the foundation establishment process, they could be infused into the dantian, becoming nourishing liquid true essence. However, Shun Leanne had yet to master this skill. For a cultivator, A few months was a mere blink of an eye. With a sigh, Shun Leanne stood up and approached the window, gazing out at the boundless ocean. The salty scent wafting towards him. 10 days prior, the spiritual vessel had entered the sea of 10,000 stars from the desolate realms. The vast ocean stretched endlessly before him. The monotony of the journey posed no issue for the cultivators, who mostly remained in their rooms to cultivate. After calming his emotions, Shun Leanne sat down once more, producing high-quality materials for talisman crafting, preparing to find something to occupy his time. Suddenly, as he was engrossed in drawing talismans, a jolt ran through him, and flames ignited on the talisman paper beneath his brush. He quickly stowed his items away. At that moment, the other cultivators aboard the spiritual vessel were also struck by a terrifying aura. At the horizon of the vast ocean, the sky above seemed to have ripped open, and torrents of thunder cascaded down from the fissure, drenching a massive black dragon entwined with countless bolts of lightning below. A demon king? This scene incited gasps of terror from the cultivators aboard the vessel. Encountering a demon king in the vast ocean was tantamount to a death sentence. Amidst the crackling lightning, a white-robed elder wielding a cane stood atop the writhing black dragon, surrounded by ethereal light, impervious to the onslaught of thunder. The Black Dragon! It is the Black Dragon! The ancestor of the Black Dragon from the southern cultivation realm. Salutations to the ancestor of the Black Dragon. May the ancestor enjoy eternal blessings. Living in harmony with the heavens. Various voices echoed throughout the spiritual vessel. Even from a distance, the cultivators struggled to discern the scene before them. Nevertheless, many knelt in reverence, their eyes reflecting profound respect for the high-ranking practitioners. The black serpentine dragon, seemingly unperturbed by the tempest, glided through the storm as if strolling leisurely, its claws treading upon the boundless mist, vanishing from sight with each breath. The vast ocean was left echoing with the resounding thunder. Despite the stillness that enveloped the sea, the practitioners aboard the spirit ship remained devout, their expressions a mix of awe and fervor, reminiscent of a pilgrimage. They had just encountered a genuine nascent soul ancestor, the illustrious Mo Long, a revered figure in the southern cultivation realm and the esteemed elder of the Yunchang sect. Even Shun Leanne found himself overwhelmed, instinctively bowing, unable to restrain his own demeanor. It was simply unavoidable. In a fleeting moment, a joyous voice resonated above the spirit ship, followed by a cascade of spiritual light, as spirit stones fell like rain. After being struck on the head by the stones, the cultivators finally regained their composure, hastily gathering the precious gems. May the ancestor enjoy eternal blessings, ascend to true immortality. May the ancestor's path flourish. In his chamber, Shun Leanne reached out to collect a dozen spirit stones. These were the offerings of a nascent soul master, a few pieces to absorb some of their essence. Such a casual display of generosity from the nascent soul master, who, upon receiving accolades, scattered wealth with abandon. At least tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones were cast forth. Truly, the ancestor was affluent. Ahem, may the ancestor's fortune be boundless, blessings everlasting. Following the emergence of the nascent soul master, the practitioners aboard the spirit ship could no longer contain their excitement, many pacing fervently throughout the vessel. Shun Leanne gazed towards the southern expanse of the ocean, where the thunderous sound had just faded, which lay in the direction of the southern wilderness. Could it be mere coincidence? Chapter 51. Landing in the Sea of 10,000 Stars. The nascent soul ancestor is a figure whose appearance is as elusive as a dragon's tail, even within the entirety of the southern heavens cultivation realm. On the spiritual ship, the highest-ranking cultivators were merely at the foundation establishment stage. Encountering a nascent soul ancestor amidst the vast ocean was akin to striking a stroke of luck. Hearts raced with excitement, and hands trembled incessantly. The spiritual stones and sacred artifacts in their possession felt no different from mere tokens. As one could easily envision the multitude of cultivators silently resolving to ascend to the ranks of the nascent soul ancestor. Within his chamber, Shun Leanne was also striving to calm his emotions. He had yet to behold the true form of the nascent soul master, yet the overwhelming pressure nearly crushed him. It was likely that the master was merely restraining their aura, otherwise, the path would have been fraught with sparks, reducing all living beings to mere blood mist. The nascent soul ancestor was heading south, though it may not align with his own expectations. Regardless, it mattered little. He was already amidst the Sea of 10,000 Stars, and any matters concerning the Chu Kingdom were of no consequence to him. It was better to indulge in fantasies of becoming a nascent soul ancestor himself, where he might encounter other cultivators who would bow in reverence and, in turn, he could generously distribute wealth and enjoy a sense of detachment from worldly affairs. With a contemplative sigh, Shun Leanne summoned the 5 elements mountain into existence before him. After reaching the 5th stage of Qi refinement, he could now attempt to refine this magical artifact. The process of refining a foundation establishment artifact bore little difference from that of a Qi refinement artifact. It primarily depended on the cultivator's own prowess. After scrutinizing the 5 elements mountain for a moment, Shun Leanne ultimately decided to stow it away in his storage pouch. At present, he was merely at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Should any anomalies arise during the refining process and be detected by the foundation establishment cultivators aboard the ship, it would draw unwarranted attention. He could not afford to stand out. Being able to refine a foundation establishment artifact at the 8th layer of chi refinement would likely prompt others to scrutinize him closely. Now that they had entered the maritime realm, it would not be long before they disembarked, and thus, a few days' delay was of little concern. A month into their journey across the sea, a colossal island emerged on the horizon. Shun Leanne stood by the window, gazing at this immense isle. According to the sea charts, this island was named Thousand Leaf Island, the closest isle with a large immortal city near the desolate regions. The spiritual ship would anchor here for 2 days before continuing its voyage into the deep sea. Once the spiritual ship docked outside the sea city, Shun Leanne concealed his belongings, altered his appearance, and merged into the throngs disembarking from the vessel, coming to a standstill in an open area outside the city. He surveyed his surroundings. The city was built adjacent to the dock, with numerous treasure ships and spiritual boats traversing the waters. A stark contrast to the trade activity in the Chu Kingdom. Numerous chi refinement cultivators maneuvered various sizes of spiritual vessels. The scene was indeed markedly different from that on land. Giant bone shark fins from the deep sea could be crafted into second-tier artifacts for merely 30 spiritual stones. Acquiring them was akin to a windfall. Fresh, deep-sea demon dog gallbladders guaranteed delight for 1's partner. Tricolored clam pearls, 1 spiritual stone each, were round and resplendent, and those who used them sang their praises. Before Shun Leanne even entered the city, he was met with the bustling stalls lining the roads just outside. There was no need to inquire. He could discern from mere overheard conversations that water attribute spiritual items were considerably cheaper compared to those in the Chu Kingdom. His gaze swept across the various stalls. But he held no desire to make any purchases. He possessed neither the discerning eye for bargains nor the inclination to outwit the stall owners. Instead, he preferred to seek out reputable and long-established shops for his acquisitions. After half an hour of exploring Thousand Leaf City, Shun Leanne acquired a detailed sea chart. Ultimately, he found a tavern where he ordered a couple of simple dishes. As he sipped his drink, he listened to the discussions among the passing cultivators. Thousand Leaf Island was the largest isle within 1,000 miles, surrounded by countless smaller islands. Within this region, there existed 9 foundation establishment families alongside numerous chi refinement clans, collectively forming the Thousand Leaf Island Alliance. On the surface, the strongest cultivators in this area were those at the late foundation establishment stage, of which there were only 2 or 3. Historical records indicated that in the past century, there had been only 1 skirmish among the foundation establishment families, involving 2 early-stage cultivators. There were no reports of golden core cultivators ever parading through this region. Considering these factors, Shun Leanne concluded that his current abilities allowed for a high degree of security while remaining in the Thousand Leaf Island Alliance territory. His immediate priority was to advance to the 9th layer of chi refinement in preparation for foundation establishment. In the subsequent days, Shun Leanne roamed the city further and determined that Thousand Leaf City was not conducive to his secluded cultivation. This city served as a bustling trade hub for nearby families, frequently hosting spiritual ships from merchant guilds like the Heaven's Tower, resulting in a significant flow of cultivators. He resolved to seek a more secluded island for his training, ultimately selecting the White Sand Archipelago, located 2,300 miles from Thousand Leaf Island. This archipelago consisted of over 200 islands, with scant spiritual energy, and only a few mundane towns existed there. The surrounding waters yielded little in terms of resources, resulting in minimal visitation by cultivators. Moreover, this group of islands was not situated on major trade routes, alleviating concerns about frequent ship traffic. Spiritual ships like those from Heaven's Tower were costly to operate and rarely used by families. Most preferred to establish their own fleets to transport the abundant low-tier resources produced on the islands. With his decision made, Shun Leanne did not linger in Thousand Leaf City and set off for the White Sand Archipelago. Arriving at the city's dock, he sought a passing vessel for passage. However, after inquiring around, he found himself compelled to return to Thousand Leaf City to purchase a spiritual boat, true to his chosen location for cultivation. The frequency of ships was indeed sparse, and the occasional family fleets were reluctant to take on outsiders. Originally, Shun Leanne had not intended to rush into purchasing a spiritual boat, as he felt that chi refinement cultivators wielding spiritual vessels seemed somewhat ostentatious. He was different from those companions swaying upon their boats. However, if he were to fly to the White Sand Archipelago, he ultimately decided that acquiring a spiritual boat would be prudent. A spiritual boat, equipped with core formations, could utilize spiritual stones for propulsion, allowing him to maintain peak spiritual energy. Should he attempt to fly there himself, the consumption of his own energy would be minor. But finding a suitable landing spot for timely energy recovery in the event of an attack could pose a significant risk. Within Thousand Leaf City, at the Sea Spirit Pavilion, the shopkeeper addressed him. "Friend, this flying vessel is named the Flying Fish. Its speed rivals that of a 9th layer chi refinement cultivator, priced at 1,800 spiritual stones." A long, jade-green spiritual boat caught Shun Leanne's eye. If you find that too expensive, consider this turtle shell vessel, crafted from blackwater tortoise shell, renowned for its defensive capabilities. Albeit slightly slower, priced at only 900 low-grade spiritual stones. The shopkeeper compared the two half-foot-sized vessels before Shun Leanne, but due to Shun Leanne's heavy disguise, the shopkeeper could not glean any change in his expression or receive a response. Subsequently, he produced an ugly wooden boat, riddled with cracks, from behind the counter. This Universal Sea model requires only 200 low-grade spiritual stones, highly practical, and everyone speaks well of it. Shun Leanne examined the three spiritual boats before him. The flying fish, a gleaming jade hue, shimmered with radiant spiritual light. The turtle shell vessel, dark as ink, appeared quite exquisite. The Universal Sea model looked shabby, as though it might fall apart at any moment. This was the type most chi refinement cultivators he had seen outside used. Then, Shun Leanne pointed at the flying fish and the wooden universal model. Shopkeeper, is there a model that is as shabby as this wooden one, but possesses the same quality as the flying fish? Chapter 52. Upsetting the dog food bowl. No one can feast. In Shun Leanne's perspective, the two conditions of being excellent and being flawed are not mutually exclusive. He was captivated by the speed of the flying fish, yet the vessel's ostentation was concerning. Once it ventured forth among the myriad of conventional spirit vessels, it would undoubtedly attract undue attention from fellow travelers. Being a limited edition spirit vessel, he might have only faced some ridicule from the affluent. But in the realm of cultivation, the likelihood of others aiding him would significantly increase. Although Shun Leanne was not one to shy away from trouble, he preferred to avoid entanglements. The proprietor of the Sea Spirit Pavilion momentarily paused, but being seasoned in the business realm, he quickly regained his composure. My friend, we at Sea Spirit Pavilion do not sell second-hand spirit vessels. However, you may customize your own. One day later, at a secluded rocky beach in the northeastern direction of Chinya Island, the surface of the water churned. A spirit vessel, cloaked in a faint azure glow yet marred by dark, grimy streaks, spun upon the surface. The vessel's exterior was still smeared with dried bloodstains and appeared to have cracks from a distance, adorned with low-tier fish demon scales. It resembled an old fishing boat that had endured decades of wear, looking rather shabby and far from sleek. Standing at the bow, Shun Leanne was familiarizing himself with the vessel's control methods. The flying fish spirit vessel measured 12 feet in length, featuring an inscribed power array that could be fitted with spirit stones as a power source. After a quarter of an hour of thrashing about on the water's surface, he mastered the controls and steered the vessel towards the depths of the ocean. Within the confines of Chinya Island, numerous vessels traversed the waters, each navigating carefully to avoid colliding with others. Shun Leanne piloted his vessel close to the surface, maintaining a speed comparable to ordinary spirit vessels. Once he had ventured deep enough into the sea to lose sight of Chinya City, the vessel erupted in a dazzling azure glow, propelling itself into the turbulent waters like an arrow released from a bow. Although he had made some simple modifications to its exterior, the core remained unchanged. Once it reached high speeds, the brilliance of its power core was undeniably striking. If he desired a low-profile spirit vessel, it seemed he would have to craft one himself in the future. Having distanced himself from Chinya Island and with no other vessels in sight, Shun Leanne ceased to conceal his speed, allowing the vessel to surge ahead towards the direction of the White Sand Archipelago. To the south of the Chu Kingdom, at the ruins of the Miasma Cloud Mountain, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the wilderness, silencing the chirps of insects and demons. The black ink dragon emerged intermittently from the miasma, its breathing stirring up tremendous waves of poisonous fog that crashed against the surrounding mountains and seas. Its nearly 100-foot-long body, accompanied by fierce winds and torrential rain, made the mountains crackle with sound. In the storm-ravaged forest ruins, several figures crouched at a distance, trembling with fear. The Golden Core ancestor, with an ethereal demeanor, wore a resplendent robe now stained with mud and creases, his head bowed in deference to the ink dragon. The sect leader adorned with a jade crown had a disheveled hairdo, the jade hairpin lost to the winds, and his face was smeared with mud, reflecting a woeful expression. With several more roars, the ink dragon coiled back upon a mountain peak, as the swirling miasma enveloped its form once more. The storm-battered forest gradually revealed its original state. The area surrounding Miasma Cloud Mountain had transformed into a labyrinth of ravines, with various spirit lights flickering beneath the surface. In three directions, figures sprawled in muddy ruins, appearing as humble as ordinary chi practitioners. The leader of the Green Water sect, clad in a green robe and sporting a disheveled hairdo, glared viciously at the distant figure of the golden-robed sect leader, Tianyang Jinren. As a sect leader in a golden core powerhouse, Tianyang Jinren also appeared disheveled. Faced with the wrathful gaze of the Green Water Jinren, Tianyang Jinren looked askance at the heavens, sneering repeatedly. In another direction, the leader of the quiet Bamboo Valley, Huang Jinren, bore a grim expression, as if a flood of misfortune had descended upon him. Surrounding each of the three sect leaders were one or two golden core elders, each displaying faces of rage and indignation. Yet, upon sighting the ink dragon lurking within the miasma, they could only suppress their fury, not daring to utter a word. A fourth-tier ink dragon could easily crush them. Not to mention, the dragon's master was a genuine nascent soul ancestor. Though the regions of the wild domain were distanced from the southern cultivation realm, they were ultimately part of it. The vast southern cultivation realm comprised hundreds of areas, with the wild domain, including the Star Sea, situated in the southernmost part. Within the Southern Sea domain lay a nascent soul sect, the Cloud Summit sect, which nominally presided over the various sects in the Southern Sea area. Throughout history, whenever a cultivator from the Cloud Summit sect ascended to the nascent soul stage, elders from the sects of the wild domain would attend the grand ceremony. At this moment, the ink dragon before the three sects was brought forth by a nascent soul ancestor from the Cloud Summit sect. Although the wild domain was under the jurisdiction of the Cloud Summit sect, its remoteness made it improbable for them to have learned about the ruins so quickly. The mystery of how the Cloud Summit sect became aware of the fourth-tier ancient ruins in the far-flung southern wild domain. Whenever this thought crossed the minds of Hualingzhenren, Baishuazhenren, and the Golden Core elders of their respective sects, they could not help but cast resentful glares at the Golden Core cultivators of the Tianyang sect. The malice in their eyes seemed to yearn to devour the Tianyang sect members whole. Tianyangzhenren, however, either gazed askance at the sky or returned their glances coldly, showing no signs of guilt. If there is blame, it lies with you two sects for lacking moral integrity. For centuries, the three sects had shared a bond. Yet he questioned why they could not all stand on the same starting line. Since the two sects disregarded the principles of cultivation, he would not feel remorse for his own actions, even if it was merely misfortune that prevented him from seizing the warm jade. Thus, Tianyangzhenren hastily sent a message to the Cloud Summit sect. Great Master, regarding the fourth-tier ruins, come swiftly. Of course, Tianyangzhenren was meticulous in his actions, recognizing that if he alone were to inform the Cloud Summit sect, the Tianyang sect would not fare well once they learned the specifics. Hence, he also notified the Baishui and Hualing sections. As anticipated, after a brief moment of fury, Baishuazhenren and Hualingzhenren exchanged glances, their resolve aligning in a shared decision. The upper sect has discovered traces of the fourth tier, elder ancestor of the upper sect. Our sect has uncovered relics that appear to belong to the fourth tier. Thus, the news of the three sects collaboratively uncovering the fourth tier relics reached the Cloud Above sect. After a series of twists and turns, the warm jade of Xiang was delivered into the hands of the Yuaning ancestor, and the three families returned to the same starting point once more. Chapter 53. Establishing a home and refining the Five Elements Mountain at the Miasma Cloud Mountain ruins. The three major sects' Golden Core cultivators glared at each other, occasionally casting fearful glances towards the elusive ink flood dragon veiled in the miasma, or the ruins shimmering with the light of restrictions. The true monarch of Yunshang had entered the ruins for over half a month, and to this day there was no sign of his return. The three sects remained utterly oblivious to the circumstances within. The Yuaning ancestors had taken control of the ruins, signifying that the fourth-tier opportunity was now detached from their three sections. Only Yunshang's sect had seized the greatest fortune, leaving the remnants to the other three sections. The true man of Tianyang also understood that the days ahead for Tianyang's sect in Chugwa would be tumultuous, once the true monarch of Yunshang departed. It could very well signal the onset of conflict. Yet, there was no room for regret. The die had been cast. Without the Xiang Warm Jade, the sect leaders of Baishui and Yu Huang would not experience a surge in combat strength in the short term. As long as they guarded their mountain gates, defense would not pose a significant challenge. In contrast, the two sect leaders who had benefited from the Warm Jade to enhance their Danshi quality were the greatest threat to Tianyang's sect. Moreover, residing in the Chugwa cultivation world, no sect could claim moral high ground when it came to sabotage. The preservation of sect heritage took precedence. Amidst the seemingly tranquil mountains and forests, when Baishui and Hualing's gazes met, the murderous intent in their eyes was unmistakable. Once the true monarch of Yunshang departed, they would be certain to teach Tianyang's sect a severe lesson. On the Baisha Islands, the calling prophet, Shun Leanne, was blissfully unaware that the anticipated upheaval among the three sects had already begun to unfold. He had selected a 100-mile-sized island to the south of the archipelago as his cultivation base. The island was lush with vegetation, devoid of mundane towns, and only housed temporary shelters constructed by fishermen seeking refuge from storms. At the center of the island lay undulating hills. Beneath the hillside, at a depth of 130 feet, Shun Leanne excavated a cave dwelling spanning 3 feet. He arranged 3 first-tier superior formations and partitioned rooms for talisman crafting and meditation. 20 feet below this cultivation cave lay a secondary meditation chamber, equipped with a second-tier inferior 5 elements harmonization array that he purchased in the Ninefold Celestial City. Further below, there was another hollow, home to the large black ant colony he had brought from the wilderness, which included 3 ant queens, now riding on the back of the large black ant. Mounds of dirt formed an anthill, filling the deepest hollow. The upper cave was named the Upper Stable Cave, the middle one the Lower Stable Cave, and the lowest the home of the large black ant. The 2 upper caves were embedded with talisman arrays. However, Shun Leanne had already raised the threat level to the Foundation Establishment tier. The talisman array composed of first-tier superior talismans was utterly inadequate against Foundation Establishment cultivators. Therefore, the true purpose of the talisman arrays within the cave was merely a precursor, intended to activate the 100 spirits poison he had concocted. The antidote for the 100 spirits poison was cleverly concealed within the collar of his robe, easily accessible with a flick of his tongue. Should he encounter a formidable adversary, he would not hesitate to use it. Shun Leanne deemed the likelihood of such an encounter to be low. After all, he had no intention of provoking trouble. Would he truly attract the attention of those Foundation establishment old-timers? In addition to the two upper and lower caves, he had also buried some contingency measures at various points on the island. However, the results were somewhat lacking compared to his expectations, primarily due to the inadequacy of the talismans. Sitting cross-legged in the upper stable cave, Shun Leanne laid out a talisman array disc, the 5 Elements Mountain, and second-tier inferior talisman crafting materials before him. At present, with the 5 energies beginning to converge, refining the 5 Elements Mountain to enhance his offensive capabilities was the first step. The second step was to refine the talisman array disc and attempt to inscribe second-tier inferior talismans. The array disc was akin to a gun. While the talismans were the bullets, possessing a gun without ammunition would be foolish. Unlike other first-tier talisman masters, Shun Leanne possessed ample confidence to attempt inscribing second-tier inferior talismans. He wielded the divine sense that others lacked, and could control the second-tier spiritual ink fluctuations that others could not. With a wave of his hand, he returned the talisman crafting materials to his storage pouch and grasped the 5 Elements Mountain. This artifact was undeniably tailored for cultivators attuned to the 5 elements. Fortune was indeed on his side. After adjusting his mental state, Shun Leanne slowly immersed his divine sense into the 5 Elements Mountain. A dazzling array of 5 colors illuminated his perception as the 5 Elements Mountain brimmed with the quintessence of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, intermingling in a profound symbiosis. Within the intertwining energies, a circle of multicolored halos emerged. Shun Leanne retracted his divine sense, his brow furrowing in confusion. It was known that from the first-tier artifacts, internal spiritual prohibitions began to manifest, and the greater the number of prohibitions, the higher the quality of the artifact. A first-tier artifact could possess a maximum of 9 layers of spiritual prohibitions. Exceeding this threshold would elevate it to the second-tier artifact level. Achieving 18 layers of prohibitions would classify it as a top-tier second-tier artifact, while surpassing 18 would place it within the realm of third-tier spiritual treasures. Under this universal rule, first-tier artifacts also exhibited variance. Due to the quality of the spiritual materials, first-tier inferior and medium artifacts seldom birthed spiritual prohibitions, or if they did, they were often incomplete. When it came to first-tier superior artifacts, the quality of the spiritual materials improved, allowing artifact craftsmen to more easily reconstitute the spiritual mechanisms into prohibitions. Moreover, first-tier artifacts with more than 5 prohibitions were exceedingly rare among loose cultivators, as one reason was the prohibitive cost for chi refinement cultivators. The efficacy difference between 5-layer and 3-layer artifacts was negligible, yet the former was significantly more expensive. Another reason was that many artifact craftsmen lacked the skill to condense more prohibitions from the refined spiritual materials. Artifacts produced were not valued by sects or esteemed families, relegating them to the low-end market. At this moment, Shun Leanne harbored doubts as to whether he had unwittingly purchased a subpar item. A second-tier inferior artifact should possess at least 10 prohibitions. How could there be merely one multicolored halo? 1 prohibition? That was the lowest of the low. Lacking extensive knowledge of artifact crafting, Shun Leanne pondered for a while before deciding to continue the refinement process. Some paths may appear blocked, but progress often leads to breakthroughs. Refining a second-tier artifact required a triad approach: divine sense, essence blood, and spiritual power. Artifacts refined this way would be far more fluid to control. Once again, Shun Leanne enveloped the 5 Elements Mountain with his divine sense, squeezed out a drop of essence blood, then activated the 5 energies converging technique, merging his own 5-element spiritual power with the 5 energies as he infused it into the 5 Elements Mountain. Buzz! The moment the 3 types of spiritual power merged, the 5 Elements Mountain erupted in a resplendent display of 5-colored divine light. At the apex of the mountain, a 5-colored halo coalesced, releasing a powerful suction force. Shun Leanne felt the 5 energies within his body being drawn forth, rushing into the multicolored halo. This unexpected turn startled him. He had only heard of demonic weapons draining their masters during refinement, not of ordinary artifacts doing the same. Yet now, his internal 5 energies surged forth uncontrollably. Shun Leanne understood that severing the connection at this point would result in a complete loss of progress, squandering the hard-earned 5 energies. Even if the 5 energies were drained, he would need to allow the 5 Elements Mountain to continue absorbing them while he refined the 5 elemental spiritual materials. He retrieved the remaining 5 elemental materials. But the multicolored halo on the 5 Elements Mountain showed no interest in them, only desiring the 5 energies from within him. Chapter 54. The self-metamorphosing magical artifact within the confines of the cave abode. Shun Leanne reclined, having sent the cushion beneath him flying to a distant corner. One hand grasped the 5 Elements Mountain, while his chest heaved with labored breaths. Indeed, the 5 Elements Mountain had thoroughly exhausted him. After a preliminary refinement, he surmised that this artifact was unlike any other second-tier magical tool. It was likely a self-evolving magical embryo. It required a continuous infusion of the 5 elements chi to nourish it, allowing the internal spiritual restrictions of the mountain to coalesce autonomously. However, this raised a question. Did the fire-refining master of the ninefold celestial city, the creator of this artifact, comprehend the extraordinary nature of the five elements mountain? In the realm of cultivation, most magical tools, once forged, seldom see an enhancement in quality. Only upon reaching the level of a treasured artifact, nourished by the Dan Qi of a golden core ancestor, could further improvement be possible. A magical tool with growth potential holds immeasurable value compared to its counterparts. If the fire-refining master were aware of the five elements mountain-esque peculiarities, he would never part with it for a mere 2,000 spirit stones. Why not send it to the Celestial Pavilion? Although the Celestial Pavilion rarely accepts external spiritual items, this pertains to ordinary artifacts. A magical tool capable of ascending in rank, once acquired by the pavilion, could be sold in other celestial cities. In the state of Chu, there were no foundational cultivators possessing the complete five elements. Yet, in the wasteland or the vast sea of stars, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. It defies logic that a craftsman would be oblivious to the attributes of the artifact he has forged. Yet, the fact remains that the five elements mountain was so easily placed up for auction. Shun Leanne toyed with the five elements mountain, certain that this artifact was crafted specifically for cultivators well-versed in all five elements, particularly those trained in specific five elements techniques capable of nurturing similar five elements qi. Among the techniques he practiced, only the 5 qi returning to origin technique could refine 5 elements qi, which fortuitously nourished the 5 elements mountain. This was indeed a stroke of luck. It appeared that the cultivator who commissioned the fire master to forge the 5 elements mountain had concealed some details from the craftsman. The sturdiness of the 5 elements mountain surpassed that of a typical second-tier inferior artifact, and it currently bore only one derived spiritual restriction. The accompanying magical ability of this restriction was akin to confinement, capable of suppressing an opponent's casting and movements once invoked. If the opponent were weak, they would be crushed. If strong, the effectiveness of the confinement would vary, allowing Shun Leanne to act accordingly, either piercing them with a sword or blasting them with talismans. There would always be a suitable method for any fellow cultivator. Shun Leanne contemplated that as long as he diligently nurtured the mountain with 5 elements qi, the number of restrictions within would increase, thereby enhancing the power of its magical abilities, and perhaps even birthing new spiritual restrictions. The unknown foundational cultivator had indeed crafted a fitting artifact for him after much effort. He was now quite convinced that the cultivator practiced a 5 elements technique suitable for the golden core stage. Half a month later, Shun Leanne ceased his cultivation. The 5 elements qi once again filled his internal organs, intermingling with the 5 elements spiritual power. To wield the 5 elements mountain, he required the harmonious blend of both energies. Half a day later, on a desolate nearby island by the water's edge, Shun Leanne stood amidst the crashing waves, his hands emanating a brilliant 5-colored glow, which formed a vibrant domain above him, cascading down upon the tumultuous waters before him. Under the embrace of the multicolored light, the seawater within a radius of 100 feet was swiftly expelled, revealing a substantial depression in the sandy seabed. After several consecutive displays, Shun Leanne had a clear understanding. He had merely invoked the 5 elements mountain without fully infusing it with 5 elements qi and spiritual power. Based on his current accumulation of 5 elements qi, he could only fully invoke the mountain twice. The conversion efficiency of the 5 elements spiritual object into 5 elements qi was rather slow. He had yet to achieve the rapid replenishment he could manage with refining spirit stones. This was particularly crucial during future confrontations. He could not afford to be placed in a precarious situation. With the soul confinement seal for mental attacks, the 5 elements mountain for magical assaults, and the 100 spirits poison for ambushes, Shun Leanne felt considerably more secure. Next, he would return to his tranquil cave abode to resume his cultivation. On the island, the environmental changes were hardly noticeable. A year and a half passed by. Hiss! A blackhorn demon ant, pushing aside decaying leaves, gazed longingly at a fishing boat departing from the shore as sparse raindrops fell. Having adapted to the humid coastal island over the course of a year, the blackhorn demon ant had taken root, burrowing holes throughout. Many of its smaller kin had even developed a fondness for bathing in the sea. In the region of the White Sand Islands, demonized fish were exceedingly rare, rendering the blackhorn demon ant the sovereign of the sea. Burrowing into the earth and frolicking in the water, indulging in a seafood buffet. Gurgle, gurgle. In the northern part of Anwan Island, on the designated Lookout Island, Dahe emerged from the mud, its small claws scrabbling through the sand before diving into the sea. Over the past year, it had not troubled Shun Leanne. Aside from playfully riding on the Ant Queen, it had been consuming spirit stones to enhance its strength, now having reached the 5th stage of qi refinement. Nearing the 6th stage, its army of demon ants had spread across a dozen islands nearby, with their daily tasks involving watching the skies, the sea, the islands, and the humans while adorned with dried grass. Per Shun Leanne's directives, all demon ants were to avoid contact with humans, merely lying quietly on the islands and discreetly fishing. Underwater, Dahe swiftly swam toward its master's island using its invented ant paddle. It yearned to glide rapidly across the water's surface, but that contradicted its master's orders. In adherence to the Blackhorn demon ant's operational protocols, it traversed between islands only during the night, hiding beneath the water. Encounters with fishing mortals were to be meticulously avoided. Upon returning to Anlin Island, DeHay first disciplined several Blackhorn demon ants that might harbor ambitions of usurpation. Biting into a fish it had previously caught before burrowing into the earth en route to Shun Leanne's secluded cave. According to its master's rules, it was to report on the conditions of the surrounding islands every 10 days, primarily observing whether any cultivators had passed through nearby waters. Yet, over the past year, the total number of human cultivators observed by the demon ants had not exceeded 20. These individuals appeared from the skies or surrounding waters, swiftly passing by without a second glance at the islands. Within the cave, Shun Leanne sat cross-legged on the cushion, surrounded by a circle of powdered remnants left after extracting spirit stones. His aura fluctuated slightly. A flicker of divine light ignited in his eyes as his formidable consciousness swept through the cave, extending outward until it reached a distance of 138 zhang, at which point it began to wane. With a thud, DeHay stumbled as it approached the cave. The fish it had brought as a token of affection slipping from its mouth. The master had concluded his seclusion. Chapter 55, The Ninth Layer of Qi Refining. A surge of power. Ultimately, Shun Leanne's spiritual consciousness intensity solidified at a remarkable 144 zhang, within the perceptual range of his mind. Even the minutest particles were rendered visible. This significant enhancement in spiritual consciousness was primarily due to his ascension to the ninth layer of Qi refining. During the transition from the eighth to the ninth layer, his consciousness surged by over 30 zhang. Now, at the ninth layer of Qi refining, with a spiritual consciousness of 144 zhang, he successfully achieved his modest goal set over a year and a half ago within the oceanic realm. Furthermore, owing to the heightened quality of his fire spiritual root, Shun Leanne practiced with spirit stones, scarcely relying on medicinal pills. Thus, he smoothly ascended to the ninth layer of Qi refining, showcasing the initial benefits of the superior quality of his spiritual roots. It is no wonder that large sects favor recruiting disciples with high-quality spiritual roots. The ninth layer of Qi refining stands as the final threshold before foundation establishment. Within his dantian, the 5 elemental spiritual energies intertwined, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, currently in a nebulous state. To establish a foundation, it is essential to condense this misty energy into a liquid state, which requires a substantial amount of nebulous spiritual energy for a qualitative transformation. Gradually retracting his consciousness, Shun Leanne rose to stretch his limbs. Prolonged meditation and refinement of spirit stones could become exceedingly monotonous. Russell, DeHay, his loyal companion, crawled in, emanating waves of excitement. Help yourself, he said. Each time DeHay reported on the environmental conditions, he would bring back small morsels from the sea, seemingly eager to please Shun Leanne, displaying a servile nature that he had learned from somewhere. Hiss, hiss. DeHay's two antennae swayed as he chirped about the recent happenings on nearby islands. The situation remained unchanged. 2 words encapsulated it: stability. Aside from the occasional fishermen seeking refuge from storms, no other individuals had appeared on the island. Let us go. Upon hearing the command, DeHay nimbly climbed onto Shun Leanne's shoulder, proudly lifting his head. Only he could perch there. Soon, Shun Leanne found himself on a rocky beach of the island, casually sitting down and surveying the vastness of heaven and sea. Over the past year, whenever he felt restless during his cultivation, he would retreat to this beach for a breath of fresh air. Surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, with lush vegetation and countless hidden reefs, it was a place where fishermen rarely ventured, and cultivators seldom paid attention. The sea breeze whistled, and waves crashed against the rocks as he reclined comfortably, his hands resting behind his head, eyes closed in a moment of respite. DeHay dove into the ocean, indulging in a seafood feast, sometimes graciously presenting a few fish or clams to Shun Leanne. While the days may seem dull, the tranquil environment brought him great satisfaction. With his eyes slightly closed, flashes of spiritual insight appeared. Shun Leanne, ninth layer of Qi refining, 5 elemental roots: fire 86, earth 18, metal 17, wood 29, water 18, mental awareness 144 zhang, insight points 11,621, spiritual understanding points 0. The score of his fire spiritual root had risen from 72 to 86, and his insight points had surged from less than 2,000 to nearly 12,000. This marked Shun Leanne's most significant achievement over the past year since his promotion to the ninth layer of Qi refining. Hiss, hiss. DeHay emerged from the water, presenting a gray shell as if showcasing a treasure before Shun Leanne. He casually retrieved a spirit stone, stuffing it into DeHay's mouth, habitually shaking his head. Wait until I prepare some elixirs for you. Hiss, hiss. As dusk began to descend, Shun Leanne picked up DeHay and stood, preparing to return to his cave dwelling. Having secluded himself on the island for so long, his supply of 5 elemental spiritual materials had been completely depleted. To concentrate his energy on breaking through to the ninth layer of Qi refining, he had not set foot off the island. After such a long wait, it was time for Ding Xiu to take his place. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have enough spirit stones to purchase the 5 elemental materials. After a day of rest, instructing Dehei to stand guard outside, Shun Leanne embarked on his path as an alchemist. First tier low-grade alchemist, insight points, 1,000. First tier mid-grade alchemist, insight points, 1,000. First tier high-grade alchemist, insight points, 1,000. Within the cave, Shun Leanne found himself overwhelmed with thoughts. An uncountable amount of information surged into his consciousness, resembling a luminous sphere filled with various symbols exploding in his mind. Regardless of whether he wished to embrace it or not, pills such as the Bigu pill, Yang Spirit pill, Huangya pill, and Ling Power pill flooded his thoughts. Alongside others like the Daong pill, Jin pill, and Jin Yuan pill, the Sun Yang Spirit bamboo serves as fuel, its flames gentle, while the San Yang wood ignites fiercely. The earth fire from a depth of 1,000 zhang exudes a heavy, enduring essence. The 6 Yao condensation pill technique, fire control technique. The Tianyang grass thrives atop sun-drenched mountain peaks, while the deerling flower favors shadowy, spiritual realms. Snake coiling mushroom, the Yin Yang reversal pill, the dragon and phoenix lingering pill, the joy pill. In the cave, Shun Leanne cradled his head, occasionally murmuring a word or two related to alchemy. Ah, I see. It can also be done this way. The spirit feeding pill, indeed, has suitable formulations for spiritual beasts. Having become an alchemist, it was time to integrate beast taming techniques and thoughtfully plan Dehei's progression. Having absorbed the legacies of first-tier low, mid, and high-grade alchemists, even with a mental acuity comparable to that of a foundation establishment cultivator, Shun Leanne's mind still felt muddled. Typically, cultivators wishing to genuinely practice alchemy under sects or families with established legacies would first serve as apprentices for several years, beginning with herb identification and understanding their growth habits. It is evident how vast the legacy Shun Leanne had received was, encompassing knowledge of herbs, alchemical fire, formulas, and various alchemical techniques. Moreover, there was corresponding practical experience. An overwhelming amount of knowledge about various pills inundated his mind, rendering any resistance futile. Eventually, Shun Leanne simply surrendered to the flood. Bring it on. Let it flow. This intense transfer of legacy persisted for nearly a month. At the outset, he sat in the cave, occasionally spouting a few alchemical terms. As time passed, he fell into a state of bewilderment, unconsciously muttering various phrases. Had it not been for his formidable mental acuity, he might have faced a mental breakdown. Dehei visited several times, witnessing Shun Leanne's frenzied state, trembling in fear, concerned that his master might inadvertently harm him. A month later, after enduring this state of madness, Shun Leanne finally regained some semblance of normalcy. He took out the previously prepared alchemical furnace and herbs, ready to embark on his first alchemical endeavor. Before igniting the furnace, he stepped outside to bask in the sun, calming his mind. Once he felt composed and his thoughts were no longer chaotic, he returned to the cave, inserting spirit stones beneath the copper alchemical furnace. He retrieved the spirit wood charcoal he had purchased previously and set it beneath the furnace, preparing the necessary herbs for the spirit-feeding pill on the side. With his hands forming the appropriate seals, a beam of spiritual light descended upon the furnace. Instantly, flames ignited within, scorching the inner walls. Years prior, this furnace had been utilized for concocting poisons. As an alchemist, one must possess virtue. While one could mix cornmeal into elixirs, introducing poison was utterly unacceptable. Subsequently, various herbs flew into the furnace: bloodbone grass, spirit sackfruit, and demon bone. After placing the assorted ingredients into the furnace, Shun Leanne waved his hand, covering it with a lid, while a flicker of spiritual fire ignited beneath. The entire process from adding ingredients to igniting the fire flowed seamlessly. His powerful consciousness pierced through the furnace, observing the transformation of the true spiritual herbs in the flames, and soon, the fragrance of the herbs wafted throughout the cave. Chapter 56. The alchemist Ding Xiao takes his position. The alchemical furnace blazed with fire, filling the air with the fragrance of herbs. Shun Leanne sat cross-legged beside the furnace, his consciousness keenly observing the transformation of the herbs within. As the herbs were refined into powder by the furnace's heat, he swiftly cast a series of incantations. The quality of the elixir depended on the extent to which impurities were eliminated during the refining process, as well as the degree of integration among the various herbs. As time passed, the powdered herbs began to amalgamate and emanated ethereal green and black lights. Seizing the moment, Shun Leanne continuously executed incantations, skillfully controlling the furnace's heat while simultaneously refining the elixir and concentrating its potency. The liquid within the furnace underwent constant transformation, releasing wisps of black vapor from its spout. This intricate process spanned nearly half a day, culminating in a swirling mass of dark green liquid within the furnace. Shun Leanne then commenced the final phase of solidifying the elixir. Under the enveloping guidance of his consciousness, the liquid was meticulously divided using a special technique, forming 21 nearly identical globules that began to solidify. Arise. Upon the formation of the elixirs, Shun Leanne infused his spiritual energy into the furnace, employing the furnace opening technique. The lid of the furnace, enveloped in a swirl of steam and mystical light, ascended, Inside the furnace, steam billowed, vibrant green light radiated, and the aroma of herbs wafted through the air. With a swift motion, he grasped the 21 still-warm elixirs that had emerged from the furnace. Gazing at the glistening orbs in his hands, Shun Leanne nodded in approval. 15 were of superior quality, while 6 were of medium quality. The classification of elixirs encompasses inferior, medium, superior, and Dao elixirs, with inferior elixirs being of a lower tier. Inferior elixirs can be used but exhibit diminished efficacy compared to those of standard quality, and they possess a more potent toxicity that can adversely affect one's cultivation if consumed excessively. Dao elixirs, on the other hand, are distinguished by the presence of Dao patterns on their surfaces, akin to the spiritual restrictions inherent in magical artifacts, representing an external manifestation of the heavenly principles. The quantity and quality of elixirs produced by an alchemist correlate with the quantity and grade of herbs employed. During the refining process, the alchemist allocates the liquid S share for each elixir based on the amount produced. Should one portion retain a greater essence of herbs, the resulting elixir's quality naturally improves, and vice versa. The spirit-feeding elixir crafted by Shun Leanne is merely a medium-grade elixir, yet the ability to produce superior quality is certainly remarkable. In addition to his inherited alchemical knowledge, his formidable consciousness played a significant role, making the division of elixir and solidification remarkably effortless. It is also plausible that he is innately talented in alchemy, with his abilities previously concealed. Content with his achievement in producing superior quality elixirs, he considered that Dao elixirs would materialize in due course. The price of the spirit-feeding elixir is equivalent to that of the Huanya elixir, with a market price of 5 spirit stones each. However, the elixirs available in the market are predominantly of inferior quality. A single vial may contain only 3 inferior elixirs, indicating that the sellers possess a sense of integrity. Medium-grade elixirs are rarely circulated among loose cultivators, and superior-grade elixirs are even more elusive within sects and families. Merely having access to inferior quality elixirs is deemed a boon for loose cultivators, leaving little room for discontent. Superior quality elixirs command a price increase of 20 to 30%, or even higher depending on market demand. Such elixirs are typically found at auctions or in well-established establishments, with transactions occurring among those of considerable means. Rare elixirs can see prices multiply several times over. Shun Leanne calculated that selling the 15 superior quality spirit-feeding elixirs to a larger shop could yield around 7 inferior spirit stones each, while the medium quality elixirs could be sold at 5 spirit stones each. This totals 135 spirit stones for 21 elixirs. The herbs used to produce these spirit-feeding elixirs were valued at approximately 30 spirit stones, and the entire process consumed half a day. In the same duration, he could inscribe 4 to 5 first-tier superior-grade talismans. Thus, the production of a first-tier medium-grade elixir is more lucrative than crafting first-tier superior talismans. Moving forward, he could focus on producing commonly used elixirs such as Huangya, Huiyuan, and Puzhang elixirs. These frequently utilized elixirs are in high demand and are essential for alchemists to master. For the time being, he decided to maintain the quality of his output at medium grade, occasionally mixing in inferior quality elixirs. The decision to sell superior quality elixirs would be contingent on the situation. He did not wish to draw undue attention. Quickly, Shun Leanne formulated a clear strategy in his mind. Elixirs that are widely circulated have readily available raw materials, allowing him to produce dozens in a single batch, thus facilitating volume sales. Naturally, he would reserve higher quality elixirs for personal use. Displaying them ostentatiously would be imprudent. A few here and there are acceptable, but producing an entire batch would be too conspicuous. As for other rare and versatile elixirs, gathering the necessary herbs can be relatively challenging. Many cultivators in need often gather their own herbs before hiring an alchemist. Alchemists require fees for refining, retain extra materials if successful, and bear no liability for failed attempts. It is truly a premier profession in the realm of cultivation. An alchemist with a good reputation will invariably attract a steady stream of clients seeking their services, as if spirit stones were falling from the heavens. However, Shun Leanne was not inclined to cultivate a favorable reputation. His alchemical endeavors were driven by the pursuit of spirit stones and the enhancement of his cultivation, not a desire to become a venerable master of the alchemical arts. Come, my eldest son, try the spirit-feeding elixir. With a swift motion, Shun Leanne pried open Dehe's mouth and forcibly placed a spirit-feeding elixir within. Dehe instinctively shook its head in response. Previously, Dehe had only consumed Huangya elixirs, which yielded decent results, but the spirit-feeding elixir, specifically formulated for spiritual beasts, was far more suitable for its absorption and refinement. Indeed, after consuming the elixir, Dehe soon exuded a surge of demonic energy from the cracks in its scales. Shun Leanne was generous, subsequently refining several batches of spirit-feeding elixirs. He summoned the blackhorn demon ants on the island, feeding them one elixir at a time. From this day forth, his spiritual beasts would feast on elixirs. A month later, here, try this freshly refined Puzhang elixir. Watching the azure-hued elixir in Shun Leanne's hand, Dehe retreated hesitantly, its black eyes glimmering with uncertainty. It could no longer consume any more. The taste of spirit-feeding elixirs lingered in its mouth, and the demonic energy seeping from its scales was from undigested spirit-feeding elixirs. As Dehei trembled backward, it glanced at the other blackhorn demon ants nearby. Its kin had been generously provided with ample elixirs during this period, to the point of needing to swallow elixir powder. Evidently, the effects were remarkable. Over 20 of its kin had already advanced to the mid-stage of the first tier. Stop running. Many demons outside don't even know what elixirs taste like. Your demonic power has already reached its peak. Consuming the Pujang elixir will elevate you to the late stage of chi refinement. Seeing Dehei retreat, Shun Leanne scolded playfully. In the past, he had freely supplied resources for the blackhorn demon ant's cultivation, yet due to its bloodline limitations, Dehei remained stuck at the 7th level of chi refinement. Since relying on its bloodline was unfeasible, external assistance was necessary. Come here, eat the Pujang elixir. Shun Leanne extended his hand, preparing to assist Dehei in consuming the elixir. Master, at that moment, a wave of consciousness suddenly resonated. Huh. Shun Leanne paused momentarily before quickly realizing the implication. Dehei could speak. Seeing the trepidation in Dehei's small eyes, Shun Leanne felt a surge of exasperation. Was he truly that terrifying that he scared the little ant into speaking through its consciousness? The bloodline of the blackhorn demon ant, when compared to ordinary creatures, was considerably inferior, and thus, the corresponding enhancement in intelligence was also more challenging. During this period, Shun Leanne intended to acquire some spiritual objects to assist Dehei in further awakening its spiritual intelligence. To his surprise, Dehei had already achieved some understanding, which startled him. Master. Observing Dehei, who was pitifully lowering its head, Shun Leanne gently pulled it closer and patted its 2 large horns. Sighing, he acknowledged that having embarked on the path of immortality left no room for retreat. After a moment of consolation, Shun Leanne placed a barrier-breaking pill into Dehei's mouth. Dehei's current level of spiritual intelligence was akin to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child, possessing little comprehension of cultivation, merely living day by day. In contrast, offspring of powerful bloodline beasts would awaken their spirits at birth, swiftly embarking on the path of cultivation. Creatures like Dehei, lacking ancestral bloodline heritage, would either need to fortuitously acquire suitable cultivation techniques or rely on sheer luck to activate the dormant power within their bloodline during the breakthrough process, inheriting the cultivation methods of their bloodline's origin. With a crack, the immense medicinal power of the barrier-breaking pill surged into Dehei, causing it to undergo another unexpected transformation. Releasing a dense aura of demonic energy, Shun Leanne focused his mind on Dehei's changes, shattering a healing elixir and applying it to its body. Amidst the demonic energy emanating from Dehei, traces of unrefined spirit-feeding elixir could be detected, indicating Dehei's inefficiency in refining the pill. Of course, this inefficiency could not solely be blamed on Dehei, as its bloodline and innate talent predetermined that breaking free from such constraints would require an unimaginable cost. For Dehei, each breakthrough often resulted in a physical rupture. Each rupture felt akin to a baptism for its demonic flesh and blood. With Shun Leanne's assistance, soothing the surging medicinal power with his mind, Dehei's chaotic demonic energy gradually stabilized, beginning to circulate rhythmically within its body. Its cultivation level progressed from the 6th to the 7th layer of chi refinement. However, the demonic energy surrounding Dehei did not subside. Instead, a strange blood-red aura emerged from within, enveloping its entire head. As this blood-red, hazy aura manifested, the other black-horned demonic ants in the cave trembled in fear, immediately prostrating themselves. Chapter 57. The Mountain-Moving Ant, Second Order Rune Master, Bloodline Reversion. With the beast-taming legacy, Shun Leanne discerned the cause of the changes in Dehei at a glance. Humans possess spiritual roots, while the demon race boasts bloodlines. The ability of ordinary serpents, insects, rodents, ants, and various beasts to undergo demonization and embark on the path of demon cultivation indicates that they harbor a hereditary bloodline power within. However, the majority of demon beast bloodlines, akin to the useless spiritual roots of humans, can also initiate the journey of cultivation. Henceforth, the starting point becomes the terminus. Dehei was unearthed by him from the wilds, and at that time, it had already embarked on the path of demonization. Shun Leanne withdrew his divine sense, allowing Dehei to immerse itself peacefully in the process of bloodline transformation. With his keen insight, he could discern that the bloodline reversion phenomenon in Dehei was not particularly pronounced. The fluctuations of the crimson energy were too weak. Whether he could extract something from the bloodline depended solely on Dehei's fortune. The blackhorn demon ant possessed the bloodline of the mountain-moving ant. Yet the bloodlines of demons are often a chaotic M-lang, possibly intertwined with those of other ant species. It remained uncertain which category of demon ant Dehei's bloodline awakening belonged to. Shun Leanne estimated that the probability of reverting to the mountain-moving ant bloodline was relatively higher. By the time Dehei had fully absorbed the bloodlight on its head, 3 days had elapsed. Hiss, it spoke human language. Master. After the initial small reversion, Dehei's 2 tiny claws beneath its head began transforming into pincers. It seemed that before long, those pincers would surpass the size of its head. As Shun Leanne had anticipated, Dehei had awakened the bloodline of the mountain-moving ant. Had it gleaned any additional information from the bloodline? Dehei rubbed its large pincers, declaring, "I can move mountains larger than myself." After a brief exchange, Shun Leanne confirmed that Dehei's reversion was not without effect, albeit modest. Notably, Dehei's intelligence had significantly increased. Excellent, it would be a reliable guardian henceforth. He patted Dehei's two large horns, offering himself some comfort, as long as it obeyed. What more could one desire? With the spirit-feeding elixir, the cultivation of the black-horned demon ant would progress more swiftly, and he needed to procure a spirit beast bracelet without delay. On this day, Shun Leanne refrained from alchemical endeavors. After adjusting his breath, he stood spiritedly before the stone platform, prepared to commence the drawing of a second-order low-grade rune. Over the past year, while he had devoted most of his time to cultivation, he had also attempted to draw second-order runes 4 times during moments of contemplation. Unfortunately, all ended in failure. The violent aura of demon blood in the spiritual ink erupted upon contact with the rune paper, resulting in the failure of the rune. Despite these setbacks, Shun Leanne made a significant discovery regarding the stability panel. He realized that he could indeed enhance his proficiency. The 4 failed attempts at drawing second-order low-grade runes became his invaluable experience in rune crafting. Ultimately, Shun Leanne discerned that the runes inherited through the stability panel offered no proficiency experience, irrespective of how many he drew. In contrast, as a first-order high-grade rune master crafting second-order low-grade runes without the stability panel's inheritance, he would gain experience points. Upon reflection, this notion held considerable merit. Repetitive practice of what one already knew amounted to futile effort, while the unfamiliar truly embodies learning. How enlightening! The stability panel is indeed comprehensible. Shun Leanne was drawing the Celestial Thunderfire rune, an upgraded version of the first-order high-grade Thunderfire rune. The intricacy of the spiritual patterns between the 2 runes was comparable. He could still draw the second-order runes without the stability panel's inheritance. He laid the pale blue rune paper flat on the table, picked up the rune brush, and dipped it into the red spiritual ink. The second-order spiritual ink was concocted from the blood of second-order demon beasts, blended with spiritual spring water and various herbal powders. Although the violent aura of the demon blood had been neutralized, it remained challenging for chi refinement stage cultivators to control. This complexity underscored the difficulties of drawing runes at a higher level. As the 5 elemental energies surged into his palm, he infused them into the brush, causing the spiritual ink at the brush's tip to ignite into a crimson glow. Subsequently, Shun Leanne settled down, focusing intently on the rune drawing. When the brush tip touched the rune paper, the azure rune paper radiated a luminous aura, and the spiritual ink began to trace intricate patterns. This process was slow, yet the trajectory formed by the ink was remarkably smooth. Drawing the second-order low-grade rune demanded considerable mental effort. Shun Leanne felt his arm growing stiff. Time passed gradually. As he successfully completed the final pattern with the brush, he swiftly lifted it. In an instant, the azure rune paper shimmered with blue light, rapidly outlining the drawn rune, while the crimson law patterns transformed into fiery hues, emanating a searing spiritual pressure. The second-order low-grade Celestial Thunderfire rune was completed. Moments later, the spiritual pressure on the rune paper dissipated, returning to a tranquil state. Observing the rune before him, Shun Leanne rubbed his arm that had held the brush, nodding in satisfaction. Successfully crafting the second-order low-grade rune on his 5th attempt indicated that, even without rune inheritance, he could still be recognized as a second-order rune master. Yet, he lacked various rune drawing techniques and the proficiency that comes with them. With the second-order low-grade rune, the second-order low-grade rune array disc he had previously purchased could finally unleash its true power. Thus, his 3rd method of dealing with foundation-building opponents was established. Soon after, Shun Leanne assessed his energy expenditure, noting that he had consumed just over a third of his 5 elemental energy. This meant that, theoretically, he could draw 3 second-order low-grade runes in one go. While it was said that a second-order low-grade rune possessed power comparable to an initial strike from a foundation-building cultivator, one rune alone would be insufficient to confront a true foundation-building opponent, who would not simply stand still while being bombarded by runes. The spiritual energy required to activate the rune would consume even more, necessitating the aid of the rune array disc. Sensing the subdued aura of the rune, Shun Leanne was cautious as he stored it away, wary of inadvertently triggering it. He then sat down to begin replenishing his spiritual energy. After completing his alchemical training, he found that he had nearly 9,000 comprehension points remaining, and with just 2 or 3 more months, he could amass a total of 10,000 points. Consequently, he needed to contemplate which skill to enhance with these comprehension points. Rune crafting. The successful drawing of the Celestial Thunderfire rune signified that he was already a second-order rune master without needing to accept inheritance. He merely required more techniques and experience for drawing second-order runes. Alchemy, currently at the 9th level of chi refinement. Achieving a perfect score for his fire element spiritual root before foundation building was nearly assured. When combined with the 5 elemental energies within his internal organs, the probability of advancing to foundation building without using foundation building pills would also be around 80 to 90%. Therefore, The promotion to a second-order alchemist was not an urgent matter. Beast taming, still at the mid-stage of the first order, was sufficient for managing the Blackhorn demon ant swarm. Puppetry, a skill he had longed to learn, remained untaught. Whether in rune crafting or alchemy, even upon reaching the second order, he could not brazenly carry around second-order runes or elixirs for sale, as it would attract undue attention. Knowing one's place and blending in with the masses was the true art of concealment. Of course, while he might not sell them, he could secretly use them to enhance his own strength and foundation. After much contemplation, Shun Leanne gently shook his head, realizing he was overthinking. Having just ascended to the 9th level of chi refinement, even if he aspired to foundation building next, it was not something that could be achieved in a year or two. 3 to 5 years might be the shortest timeline. His internal organs needed to cultivate more of the 5 elemental energies before he could advance to foundation building without relying on foundation building pills. After 3 to 5 years, even the minimum time would suffice for him to accumulate another 20,000 comprehension points. First, let us elevate the talismans to the second tier, lower grade. I believe that within the legacy of second-tier talismans, there will be an abundance of extraordinary symbols that can be employed to enhance one's safety. As for alchemy, the current status as a first-tier upper-grade alchemist suffices. The profits from first-tier upper-grade elixirs are not inferior to those from second-tier lower-grade talismans, providing ample resources for him to earn spirit stones for cultivation. It is time to conceal the abilities of a second-tier talisman master from the outside world. By refining elixirs to acquire spirit stones, purchasing various elemental materials to condense the primordial energies, and crafting talismans for self-defense while employing beasts for reconnaissance, he can prepare for the years ahead. Once he has accumulated enough insight points for the next milestone, he will utilize them to enhance his alchemical skills or improve his control over beasts and puppetry. Who would expect that he is merely a first-tier alchemist, yet also a second-tier talisman master? Should anyone attempt to seize his elixirs, a second-tier talisman would swiftly bring them to their demise. In the blink of an eye. 3 months passed. Within the cave dwelling, Shun Leanne, Chi Refinement Level 9, second-tier lower-grade talisman master. Shun Leanne sat cross-legged upon the mat. His mind once again connected with the stable interface, as various types of talismans, drawing experiences, and techniques surged uncontrollably into his consciousness. Chapter 58. The Secrets of the 5 Elements Mountain Artifact. Within the confines of his cave dwelling, Shun Leanne, having completed the inheritance of the second-tier talismans, opened and closed his eyes, his gaze shimmering with spiritual brilliance. The variety of second-tier talismans was vast, with a significant portion being upgrades of first-tier talismans, akin to enhanced versions of the dispelling talismans. This recent inheritance not only imparted numerous techniques and experiences for crafting talismans, but also introduced a secret art for talisman enhancement. This technique allows the crafted talismans to undergo a second nurturing process, thereby augmenting their potency. Such talismans require special materials for their creation, and an external force must be applied to arrange the talisman sequence to amplify their power, although there is a risk of failure in the process. Theoretically, if the materials are appropriate, a second-tier talisman could be elevated to a third-tier status, albeit at a significant cost in terms of both resources and effort. Blood Spirit Talisman Crafting. Shun Leanne meticulously pondered this secret art, finding it greatly intriguing. Among the talismans, there exists a particularly unique branch known as talisman treasures, which encapsulate the power of third-tier artifacts within the talisman itself. Such treasures are frequently found in the possession of families and sects with long-standing traditions. Established families and sects often possess third-tier artifacts that are highly compatible with their respective cultivation techniques, and by expending resources to imprint corresponding talisman treasures, they enable their disciples to unleash power exceeding that of comparable tier talismans. For foundational practitioners, possessing even a few third-tier talismans could grant them considerable influence among the islands of the Wands. Shun Leanne contemplated the possibility of acquiring the necessary materials, vowing to attempt the nurturing of third-tier talismans. Half a month later, a spirit ship, having undergone a second layer of spiritual enhancement, glided across the ocean's surface. Clad in a blue robe, Shun Leanne appeared somewhat gaunt as he journeyed, casting his gaze around. Having resided on the desolate island for so long, he required supplies. Otherwise, he would truly become a celestial being. The medicinal herbs he had previously purchased had all been refined into high-quality first-tier elixirs, which he intended to exchange for spirit stones on Shinya Island. In his cultivation, spirit stones always seemed insufficient, necessitating purchases for various items. The demands for 5-element spiritual materials, spirit beast bracelets, disguise techniques, breath-concealing techniques, talisman-making materials, and more escalated with his increasing power. The waves lapped gently against the ship, and as he gazed across the horizon, the sky blended seamlessly with the ocean below. Having spent considerable time in the Wands, Shun Leanne had gained some understanding of the sea. With a mere glance at the rolling waters, he could discern their depths and expanse. Clear waters indicated breadth, dark waters suggested depth, turbulent waters were scalding, and abundant waters were slippery. Observing the fish swimming beneath the surface, Shun Leanne contemplated the possibility of capturing a water-dwelling demon beast. Although He could paddle, It paled in comparison to the prowess of fish, shrimp, and turtles. With this thought taking root, he could not restrain his excitement. He resolved to search for a suitable sea beast upon his return from Qianye Island. As he neared the vicinity of Qianye Island, the number of spirit ships around him increased. Shun Leanne reduced the speed of his vessel to match that of the common spirit ships, blending in with the throng of cultivators as they soared toward the city. Meanwhile, in the True Kingdom, the nine-tiered celestial city, outside the city, cultivators meandered, and a streak of light, exuding an intimidating aura, descended near the city gate, causing bystanders to retreat in alarm. As the spiritual light dissipated, a travel-worn middle-aged cultivator emerged. Pei Huiyu surveyed his surroundings, disregarding the guards stationed at the gate, and swiftly entered the city. That was, in the vicinity of the nine-tiered celestial city, there were only a handful of foundational practitioners, and the guards at the gate exchanged astonished glances as they witnessed the figure rushing into the city. On the 6th level's western side of the celestial city stood Yin Yang Residence, renowned throughout the city. This residence was not only home to a foundational practitioner, but also to a second-tier artifact master known as Master Lu Hua. Countless wandering cultivators yearned to enter Yin Yang Residence, willing to undertake menial tasks just for the opportunity to learn the art of artifact crafting from Master Lu Hua. Guards were stationed at the entrance year-round, and many sought to apprentice under him in hopes of advancing their skills. Several artifact masters had ascended from first tier to second tier under his guidance. Master is not available today. Is that you, Senior Pei? You are not. Pei Huiyu shot a glare at the gatekeeper, a surge of spiritual energy emanating from him as he stepped into Yin Yang Residence. Inside the grand hall at the back of Yin Yang Residence, Master Lu Hua, who had been resting, was awakened by the sudden surge of energy. Pei Daoyu, it has been so long since we last met. The moment he saw the figure enter the hall, Master Lu Hua was momentarily stunned, followed by a wry smile. What in the world is happening? Master Lu Hua, I have come to collect the artifact you promised to forge for me. Pei Huiyu stated directly, without further delay. Please, take a seat, but this matter requires careful consideration. Let me explain. Pei Huiyu frowned, and the previously swirling flames in the hall stilled abruptly. What has happened to my artifact? Please, take a seat. It is this way. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from Pei Huiyu, Master Lu Hua regained his composure. It was merely a second-tier artifact. How grave can the situation be? You are saying that upon seeing I had not come for it, you auctioned off the artifact? Moments later, Pei Huiyu's cold demeanor transformed into one of murderous intent. Master, it is just an artifact. At the time, many cultivators witnessed your exchange with others, and it was rumored that you had perished outside. Thus, I saw no fault in auctioning the artifact. Master Lu Hua's expression also turned cold. As a fellow foundational practitioner and an artifact master, he was not one to be easily trifled with. This matter may have been somewhat improper on my part. I shall seek additional 5-element materials to forge a better quality artifact for you. Previously, when Pei Huiyu sought him for artifact crafting, he provided his own 5-element materials, and Master Lu Hua only charged a nominal crafting fee. Yet after the artifact was completed, Pei Huiyu vanished, and rumors of his demise outside circulated. After waiting over 2 years without any sign of Pei Huiyu, Master Lu Hua ultimately decided to auction the artifact. The entire process, from crafting to auction, spanned around 4 years, which he deemed sufficient time. Could he truly be blamed for this? Reflecting on his position as a craftsman, relying on reputation within the Celestial City, he acknowledged that the fault lay with him. Having already sold the 5-element mountain artifact, he could simply forge another to compensate Pei Huiyu. Ah! A sinister smile crept across Pei Huiyu's face, his eyes narrowing, radiating a murderous glint. Master, do not overstep your bounds. I have already promised to forge another for you. Yet you. Master Lu Hua's expression shifted in alarm as crimson flames erupted from his hands, the entire hall resonating with a thunderous roar as a fiery barrier enveloped the surroundings. Buzz! But Pei Huiyu was swifter, flicking his finger, causing a 5-colored aura to crash down upon Master Lu Hua's head. Instantaneous spellcasting. Master Lu Hua's face paled, inwardly lamenting. As an artifact master, combat was never his forte, and the 5-colored aura, imbued with a sense of destruction, abruptly interrupted his spellcasting. Pei Huiyu's figure seemed to shift like a teleportation, directly closing the distance to confront Master Lu Hua, the 5-colored ropes coiling around him like serpents, binding him tightly. Who auctioned off the 5 Elements Mountain? At the auction, regardless of identity, who was the one that acquired it? The 5-colored chains ensnared the flowing fire, while the elemental energies pierced through its body like barbed thorns, even disrupting its foundational essence. Pei Daoyu, what is your intention? Is it not forbidden to engage in combat within the Celestial City? Do you truly wish to defy the command of the esteemed ancestor Qiushan? I have already consented to forge a new artifact for you. What more do you desire? Forge anew. Pei Huiyu bellowed, waving his hand as a small copper cauldron flew into his grasp, descending upon the flowing fire's head with great force. Bang! Forge anew. Bang! I command you to forge anew. Damn it, forge anew. Crack! With each successive blow, the flowing fire's skull fractured, blood splattering onto Pei Huiyu. Pei Huiyu, do you wish for an unending vendetta with me? I am within the celestial city. Bang. What do you intend to achieve? What wrong have I committed? A fellow cultivator witnessed your battle with another practitioner, and after your prolonged absence, who would not assume you are dead? That 5-element artifact sold for 2,000 spirit stones. I shall offer you 4,000. Will that suffice? Surely it covers the cost of the 5 elemental materials you provided. 2,000 spirit stones. The previously slow-moving Pihuyu's gaze sharpened once more, a surge of murderous intent igniting within him. For an ordinary second-tier inferior artifact, 2,000 stones would suffice. However, the 5-element mountain he had crafted contained a material known as the 5-color stone, a spiritual object that had emerged from the 5-element celestial palace. Invaluable even to those of the nascent soul stage. To sell it for merely 2,000 spirit stones. This fool truly believed it was an ordinary material. Having anticipated that fleeing from Tianan to the desolate domain would yield smoother circumstances, he had not foreseen this fool would sell the 5-element mountain. Bang. 2,000 spirit stones. Bang. I offered you 2,000. Bang, bang, bang. I damn well offered you 2,000. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 59. The Sect War of the State of Chupehuyu. What on earth do you desire? The vitality of a Foundation establishment cultivator is remarkably resilient. Yet even as the remnants of Liuhua's head lay scattered, his consciousness continued to flicker. Liuhua bellowed in rage. Though a weapon refiner is often revered among peers, such esteem does not extend to encounters with lunatics. Return my 5 elements mountain. Liuhua shouted repeatedly, yearning to break free from the bonds of the multicolored ropes that ensnared him. Yet, no matter how he summoned his internal fire spirit energy, he could not escape. Instead, the ropes tightened their grip. He could only marvel at the terrifying power of Pei Huiyu. You were the one who perished outside. I have waited for you for years. Yet you failed to claim what is yours. Whom can you blame for your troubles, especially after provoking other Foundation establishment cultivators? Pei Huiyu clutched the bloody bronze cauldron. He was not particularly adept at close combat, but his temper was exceedingly high today. Which auction, and who presided over it? What do you intend to do? Feeling the murderous intent in Pei Huiyu's gaze, Liuhua was taken aback. Is this mad and truly risking everything for a mere second-tier inferior magical artifact? Speak, or else. Bang, bang, bang. Speak, speak, speak. Uft. Stop, stop. I will tell you it is. Ah, Pei Huiyu, how dare you? Uft. A scream abruptly ceased, leaving only the oppressive heat from the surrounding fiery array in the hall. Pei Huiyu rose and discarded the bronze cauldron, his cold gaze fixated on the corpse beneath him. After a brief moment of hesitation, he began to gather the items within the hall, also collecting the remains. Ultimately, he retrieved the jade talisman that controlled the grand formation within the hall. The once simmering array halted for a brief moment, yet the cultivators stationed outside, listening intently, remained unaware of the temporary cessation of the array's operation. This grand formation, a mid-level second-tier array, could fully operate to thwart and suppress late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Within the entire ninefold immortal city, few could activate this formation from the outside. The outside world remained oblivious to the events transpiring within, left awaiting the cessation of the array. Nevertheless, speculation arose that Master Liuhua had finally auctioned off the 5 Elements Mountain, which had previously failed to sell for over a dozen rounds. Unexpectedly, it had finally found a buyer, and rumors suggested that the rightful owner had returned from the dead. 15 minutes later, outside the 5-story auction house, after reorganizing himself, Pei Huiyu strode towards the auction venue. Half an hour later, a tremendous explosion erupted within the auction house, as a spiritual light of considerable size detonated, leveling the surrounding structures. Activate the grand formation, eliminate this scoundrel. Shun, the Foundation establishment cultivator presiding over the auction in the immortal city, unleashed a crimson arrow of light that soared into the sky, illuminating the ninefold immortal city. The explosion of the red arrow caused countless cultivators within the city to look up in horror. This was the signaling arrow to activate the city's protective grand formation. Throughout the years since the city's establishment, it had rarely been employed, only triggered when Foundation establishment cultivators took action within the city. Spiritual light surged upward within the immortal city, forming barriers that began to converge in the skies above. Boom! At the point where the formations converged, a bolt of lightning erupted, creating a massive lightning sphere that tore a substantial hole in the formation. The Prohibition Pearl. Witnessing this scene, Shun was momentarily stunned. How dare this rogue cause chaos in the immortal city? Pursue him! The sound of slicing through the air resonated as several streaks of light shot from various locations within the immortal city, hastening towards the newly created breach in the formation. As night fell, the pursuing Foundation establishment cultivators returned, gathering at the pinnacle of the ninefold immortal city. Here stood a colossal stone city, constructed along the cliff face, with a grand hall half embedded within the mountain. At this moment, a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators congregated outside the hall. Leading them was an imposing figure clad in resplendent robes, emanating an aura of authority and calm. Shun, have you captured him? Reporting to the elder, he escaped. This rogue possesses formidable strength, despite being only mid-Foundation establishment. His combat prowess rivals that of late-stage cultivators. When Shun bowed his head to speak, what transpired? This rogue previously commissioned the weapon refiner Liuhua. But Liuhua is already dead. The elder's voice was calm, stating that he had visited Liuhua's dwelling at Yinyang residence, only to discover the hall had been thoroughly looted. This individual first sought out Liuhua and subsequently came for you. Is such a commotion truly warranted for a mere second-tier magical artifact? Those present, all Foundation establishment cultivators, were puzzled. After all, a mere 1 or 2,000 spirit stones was insignificant in their eyes. I heard Liuhua mention that this rogue's commissioned artifact was imbued with 5 elements spiritual materials. Could it be that these materials conceal something else? However, Liuhua had immersed himself in the art of weapon refining for over a century. It is impossible that he could not discern the intricacies of the spiritual materials. When Shun furrowed his brow, the elder glanced at the assembly, noting that the city lord had been in seclusion for many years, leading some to speculate that it was time for a change of leadership in the immortal city. Now, a rogue has emerged, committing murder against a weapon refiner and fleeing the scene. This matter cannot be left unresolved. We must continue the pursuit of Pei Huiyu and issue a bounty. Any cultivator who discovers his whereabouts shall be rewarded. Elder, emissaries from the Bishui sect and Tianyang sect have come multiple times. How shall we respond? Inform them that the city lord remains in seclusion and will not interfere in the sect conflicts within the state of Chu. As long as the 3 sects refrain from engaging in battles within the city's confines, we shall not take sides. Elder, the city lord has been in seclusion for over 20 years. Now that the 3 sects in Chu are on the verge of war, should we not request the city lord's emergence to oversee the situation? As all eyes turned towards him, the leading elder too showed signs of uncertainty. Normally, a golden core cultivator in seclusion would be understandable, yet a Foundation establishment cultivator, aside from contemplating spells, cannot further their cultivation. To remain in seclusion for 20 years raises suspicions. Moreover, rumors have circulated regarding the city lord's dwindling lifespan. In an instant, the gazes of all present shifted towards the grand hall embedded within the rock face. Inside the hall was a cave dwelling carved into the mountain, where the city lord, the master Qing Shan, was currently in seclusion. City lord, we seek an audience. After a silent exchange of glances, the group approached the hall, bowing respectfully. The internal dynamics of Chu had shifted dramatically. The previously harmonious 3 major sects now showed signs of conflict. As an independent entity outside the sects, the immortal city had already felt the repercussions. At this juncture, only the city lord's presence could instill fear in the rogues and stabilize the situation. The crisis within the state of Chu demands the city lord's emergence to restore order. The group prostrated outside the hall, repeatedly imploring for his appearance. Yet, silence prevailed within the hall. Previously, even when the city lord did not emerge, he would at least respond through voice transmission. If a sect war were to erupt in Chu, the immortal city, being an independent sect, would inevitably be affected. Matters of such significance concerning the city's development and legacy should elicit a response from the city lord. Elder, amidst the continuous pleas, the hall remained silent. The onlookers turned towards the leading elder. The leading elder glanced back at the group, and after a moment of silent communication, he rose and walked towards the hall. Boom. The tightly shut doors of the hall swung open, revealing a stone cavern that delved into the mountain, illuminated by spirit fire sconces on either side, enveloped in silence. City lord, I have matters to report. Gathering his courage, the leading elder proceeded deeper into the stone cavern, reaching a location barred by a yellowish array at the very end. City lord, as the array dissipated, within the depths of the cavern, atop a lotus stone platform, sat a frail figure draped in a voluminous robe. His head hung low, devoid of vitality. City lord, the dozen figures gazing at the silhouette on the platform shuddered, their hearts consumed by a singular thought. It is over. Without the presence of a city lord, the ninefold celestial city would cease to be an autonomous force. The Bishuizong, Yuwang Valley, and Tianyang sect would easily manipulate them. Following the ensuing chaos among the 3 sects, the fate of the celestial city hangs in the balance. In the Wanqing Sea, at Xinya Island, after entering the city, Shun Leanne did not hastily sell the pills he had refined. Instead, he took his time to explore various shops within the city, purchasing a selection of herbs. Through subtle inquiries, he learned that within the domain of the Qianye Alliance, the field of alchemy was predominantly monopolized by the 2 foundational families, the Bai and Lu clans. Apart from these 2, the scattered first-tier alchemists were insignificant in influence. This was primarily due to the low cultivation levels within Qianye Island and its distance from the central waters of the Wanqing Sea, which lacked powerful alchemical or golden elixir families and sections. With no formidable adversaries from outside, the few foundational families internally had monopolized the cultivation resources in the sea region. If he wished to sell his pills in Qianye Island over the long term, he would inevitably have to confront the Bai and Lu families. Sighing lightly outside a herbal shop, Shun Leanne felt a pang of regret. He recalled the fervent resolve he once had to assist scattered cultivators in driving down the prices of pills. Now, as an alchemist himself, he was forced to face the harsh realities of the world. What can I assist you with? A woman clad in a flowing blue gown emerged from the shop with a radiant smile. Beneath her gown, her white lotus-patterned shoes glided gracefully, emanating a glimmer of ethereal light. Not only did her feet seem to blossom like lotuses, but her upper body swayed elegantly with each step, leaving Shun Leanne momentarily entranced. Chapter 60. Selling Elixirs. A new journey begins. Dear friend, what elixirs do you require? The voice, laced with a hint of flirtation, nearly led Shun Leanne to believe he had entered the wrong establishment. A quick glance at the sign confirmed it. Indeed, it was a pharmacy, not a brothel. Do you accept elixirs for sale? Noticing that Shun Leanne remained largely unfazed, Bai Wangshu raised an eyebrow, appraising Shun Leanne anew, quickly forming her judgment. Ah, so you are a master alchemist? Please, do come in. The two then entered the shop, whereby Wangshu instructed the other attendants before leading Shun Leanne up to the second floor. Might I inquire where you hail from and your esteemed name? From her storage bag, Bai Wangshu deftly retrieved some spiritual tea, skillfully brewing a steaming cup before Shun Leanne. Please, enjoy this tea. Ding Xiao, Shun Leanne replied, placing the tea cup on the table before him. A wanderer, lacking any true home. Bai Wangshu chuckled softly. No wonder you seem unfamiliar. The alchemists near Qinya Island are well known to me, and we have engaged in amicable exchanges before. It is an honor for me that you have come to my Bai family's elixir shop. This Bai stewardess was quite captivating, her every gesture exuding charm. Shun Leanne quickly discerned that she had cultivated some form of enchantment technique. May I ask what types of elixirs you intend to sell, esteemed friend? Bai Wangshu blinked her eyes at Shun Leanne, employing her thousand-faced illusion technique, which aimed to bridge the gap between them, fostering goodwill and curiosity. Utilizing this secret art, she had successfully drawn many wandering alchemists into the Bai family's fold, outmaneuvering the Lu family. Shun Leanne chose to sell his elixirs to the Bai family for this very reason, as they wielded considerable influence. The family boasted a formidable presence, with one practitioner in the late foundation establishment stage and 3 in the mid-stage, alongside 5 more in the early stage. They were the strongest family within the Qianye alliance. While the Lu family, also engaged in alchemy, had but a single mid-stage practitioner. Of course, Shun Leanne held little interest in the ongoing power struggles between the Bai and Lu families. His plan was to sell his elixirs and depart from the waters of Qianye Island. Just a single transaction before I leave. What else is there to do? He produced 2 types of elixirs, Huangya Dan and Huiyuan Dan, each contained within small vials, with the Huangya Dan infused with a moderately superior quality elixir. Upon seeing the 2 vials, Shun Leanne noticed the previously alluring woman's demeanor shifted, becoming more serious. Dear friend, please wait a moment. I must examine the elixirs. Bai Wangshu stated. The scrutiny of elixirs, which are ingested, demands far greater caution than that of talismans. She opened the vials to assess the quality of the elixirs. 99% of the Huangya Dan and Huiyuan Dan he had crafted were of inferior quality, in contrast to refining high-quality elixirs. Producing lower quality ones allowed for a greater yield from a single batch. The inferior quality spirit stones compensated for the quantity. Bai Wangshu extracted 1 elixir from each vial and summoned a small white mouse from her spirit beast pouch. The mouse promptly devoured the elixirs. It was customary in elixir shops for incoming elixirs to be verified on the spot, with the cost of the sampling borne by the shop that received the elixirs. Shun Leanne took his time, savoring the tea while observing Bai Wangshu's diligent actions. He found himself inexplicably drawn to the vast ocean outside, the waves crashing with a pristine white. The little white mouse squeaked excitedly by Bai Wangshu's ear, prompting her to brush a strand of hair from her forehead. The elixirs crafted by you pose no issues. How many do you wish to sell, dear friend? Without speaking, Shun Leanne produced a storage bag and poured its contents onto the table, a cascade of elixirs spilling forth. Without vials, though they were small, they incurred costs and required self-assembly. Shun Leanne found them cumbersome. Bai Wangshu's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before her. A significant seller indeed. The elixirs formed a small mountain on the table, easily exceeding 1,000. It was her first encounter with such an abundance being offered. Ding Xiao, you have truly surprised me. Bai Wangshu placed her fair hand upon her chest, her fingers rising and falling like peaks, waves crashing in fervor, her allure surging. As Shun Leanne stepped aside, Bai Wangshu instinctively adjusted her position to draw closer. Dear friend let S settle in spirit stones. With her charm momentarily ineffective, Bai Wangshu was taken aback but quickly regained her composure. The small white mouse landed on the table, sniffing at the elixirs. Once the mouse completed its inspection, Bai Wangshu began to count each elixir meticulously. Your alchemical skills seem quite adept, capable of producing such a quantity in one go, she remarked while counting. I have journeyed from the direction of the northern Black Whale Island, preparing to venture into the wasteland in search of a rare herb. The vast sea voyage spans years, and with no other endeavors at hand, I could only refine elixirs to earn some spirit stones for my cultivation needs. Black Whale Island, located near the heart of the 10,000 Stars Sea, is a place of thriving cultivation, guarded by Golden Core practitioners. The journey from Black Whale Island to Qianye Island, aboard a standard maritime treasure ship, could take 3 to 5 years, with stops at various islands, not to mention the possibility of storms. Ah, So you hail from Black Whale Island. That explains your grand manner. You are well versed in the world, Bai Wangshu chuckled lightly. This little charm of mine pales in comparison to your prowess. For the Huangya Dan, I shall offer you 4 spirit stones, and for the Huiyuan Dan, 8 spirit stones. As she spoke, Bai Washu observed Shun Leanne's expression closely. These elixirs were predominantly of inferior quality, with a handful of moderate quality among them. Once integrated into the shop, a bottle containing 10 elixirs could be mixed with a few inferior quality elixirs produced by the family to yield further profits. That totals 8,660 spirit stones. The primary materials for this batch of elixirs originated from the supplies Shun Leanne previously acquired in the 9-tiered Immortal City, although he had added some more ingredients subsequently. His overall expenditure did not exceed 2,000 spirit stones. Dear friend, here is a valued guest talisman from my By Family's shop. With this talisman, you will receive discounts at By Family stores across the Qianya Alliance. Bai Wangshu raised an eyebrow while presenting the talisman. If you find the journey too exhausting, our Bai family has been rooted in Qianya Island for centuries. We have specially trained exquisite maidens who can provide you with rest, even though this is our first encounter. I feel an uncanny familiarity, she added playfully. Upon my return from the wasteland, I would be keen to experience the gentleness of the Bai family maidens. Shun Leanne accepted the spirit stones and the guest talisman, clasping his hands in respectful farewell as he exited the shop. I shall await your return, dear friend. At the entrance, Bai Wangshu resembled a woman bidding farewell to her beloved, her eyes sparkling with allure, her demeanor soft and inviting. That woman, Elder Bai. A stooped old man appeared beside Bai Wangshu as Shun Leanne departed, bowing his head respectfully. Have the clansmen in the city keep a watchful eye on this Ding Xiao and observe his actions within the city. I shall arrange it promptly, the elder nodded. Should he leave the island, shall we follow to ascertain his exact whereabouts? Not for now. We only need to confirm whether he departs from Qianya City and ensure he has no dealings with the Liu family. Outside the Bai family pharmacy, Shun Leanne gradually withdrew his spiritual sense. Sighing softly, he reflected on the inevitable entanglements of conflict that followed him wherever he went. This sale of elixirs had made him realize that engaging in the large-scale sale of low-tier elixirs was somewhat imprudent. In Qianya City, his elixirs had the potential to disrupt the competition among 2 foundation establishment families over low-tier elixirs. Sometimes, smaller places could be just as troublesome. Perhaps he could consider opening a pharmacy. Selling elixirs in bulk would certainly draw attention wherever he went, and amid his musings, this thought took shape. Certainly, one must refrain from establishing a business in Chiba City, apart from a select few prominent trading houses such as the Tianxiao Pavilion. The remaining factions, the Bai and Liu families, share the spoils equally. His venture here is not to sell elixirs, but rather to provide assistance to these 2 families. The strategy involves initially courting their favor. Should that fail, he will resort to offering them a semblance of respect. This approach is one with which Shun Leanne is well acquainted. If he were to establish a presence, it would be in the Grand Daxian city, where the golden elixir cultivators preside, and a multitude of factions vie for prominence. In such a bustling metropolis, one could blend into the myriad of shops without drawing undue attention, thus avoiding becoming a conspicuous target. With the protection of the venerable golden elixir ancestors and the city's formidable defensive array, one can navigate through the strict regulations that govern such large cities. Where brawling is strictly prohibited, taxes must be duly paid, and offerings presented as required, all while striving to be a diligent merchant. After exploring the city and procuring several items infused with elemental energies along with a tome of marine spirits, Shun Leanne summoned his second-hand, film-clad spirit vessel, setting forth into the vast ocean. Farewell, Baishao Island. His journey leads him northeast to Wanshan Island, located 5,000 miles away, which serves as a transit point occasionally frequented by spirit ships. His ultimate destination is Haicheng Island. Prior to solidifying his foundation, he requires a substantial collection of elemental materials. Retreating to a desolate isle for cultivation is no longer feasible. Instead, he aims for a grand emergence as he embarks on the path of foundation establishment. Chapter 61. Artisans of the Sea. The spirit vessel glided smoothly near Qianya Island. Once it distanced itself from the island, it surged forward with remarkable speed, racing towards the northeast. On board, Shun Leanne settled into a meditative position and opened the maritime chart he had previously acquired. The vast ocean was fraught with perilous areas. A single misstep could cost one their life. The journey from Qianya Island to Wanshan Island spanned 5,000 miles of sea, a distance not considered great, as it did not traverse any dangerous waters. The spirit vessel could complete the voyage in less than 2 days at full speed. Though the sea appeared calm, it did not signify tranquility upon its surface. Just as there were those who roamed the mountains on land, a cadre of artisans traversed the boundless ocean, seeking to present their achievements to the King of Hell. Among these merchants, some were professionals, while others acted on a whim. Certain cultivators, initially set on serious endeavors, might encounter a solitary companion amidst the endless sea and, in a moment of impulsiveness, entertain thoughts of cultivation for profit and magic for wealth. The vast expanse of the ocean was indeed the finest place bestowed by the heavens for concealing one's misdeeds. Of course, given the ocean's immensity, the likelihood of encountering a fellow cultivator while navigating the deep sea was already slim, and the chance of running into a bandit was even less favorable. On board the spirit vessel, Shun Leanne suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed on the horizon, where a streak of light was rapidly approaching him. On the surface of the sea, multiple streaks of light sped forth, one ahead of the others. At the forefront, a black spirit vessel was piloted by an elderly man accompanied by two young cultivators. One male and one female. Trailing them were three additional spirit vessels, each carrying 2 or 3 cultivators. Fellow cultivator, I am from the Qianye Alliance, Wang family. The old man on the black spirit vessel, upon spotting Shun Leanne, urged his craft to close the distance. This scene darkened Shun Leanne's expression. Damn old fool. Without hesitation, he infused several spirit stones, brimming with energy, into the core of the vessel. The flying fish surged forth, radiating a brilliant azure light, shooting away like an arrow, doubling its speed. Fellow cultivator, we of the Wang family. As Shun Leanne accelerated away, the elder from the Wang family refused to relent, propelling his vessel in pursuit. Get lost, Shun Leanne retorted, sending several thunderfire talismans soaring into the air to strike behind him. The talismans detonated upon the ocean's surface, sending up great plumes of spray. The 8th elder of the Wang family had to alter course to navigate through the tumultuous waves, only to see a flicker of azure light vanish into the expanse. Aha, old Wang, even the king of heaven cannot save you now. Where will you run? Hand over the ascension token, and I shall leave you with a complete corpse. The 3 spirit vessels converged from different directions, surrounding the 3 cultivators from the Wang family. Do you truly believe the Bai family can act with impunity on Qianye Island? What nonsense are you spouting, old man? The reputation of our Hangshan bandits far surpasses that of your mere Bai family. Attack, kill them, and seize the ascension token. My Wang family shall certainly. Shun Leanne fled at full speed, soon catching sight of the undulating contours of an island emerging in the distance, prompting him to reduce the vessel's velocity. Around him, many fellow cultivators became visible. Although the bandits were audacious, they did not dare to brazenly assault legitimate settlements. Among the 9 foundational families of the Qianye Alliance, there indeed existed the Wang family, whose strength ranked mid-tier among the clans, featuring 1 mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator and 2 at the early stage. The audacity of bandits daring to target even the Wang family hinted at formidable backing. Many bandits at sea formed alliances, often targeting passing merchant convoys. Some bandits established a code of conduct, promising to release the fleet if the employer paid a toll of spirit stones. However, others operated with ruthless methods, retaliating viciously when slighted, leaving their victims in perpetual distress. To be marked by such individuals at sea could prove exceedingly troublesome. That old man sought to drag him into the fray. Truly, the older one gets, the more malevolent they become. Not only had he wasted several thunderfire talismans, but the spirit vessel was also running at full capacity, incurring maintenance costs yet to be calculated. It was surely ill-fated to embark without consulting the calendar. Wanshan Island, serving as a hub in the maritime domain, was more prosperous than Qianye Island. There were no cities upon the island. Instead, houses were constructed along the rolling hills, resembling a serpentine form from afar. Upon stepping onto Wanshan Island, Shun Leanne first inquired about the local happenings in the town. The spirit ships from the northern sea were scheduled to arrive in half a month's time. Within the town, at Yangshan residence, a small courtyard nestled against the mountains offered a lush, vibrant environment. Fellow cultivator, this is the Yuan residence. A female cultivator guided Shun Leanne to the rented courtyard. As night fell, Shun Leanne began his meditation early, refining the spirit energy within the spirit stones. To transition from the 9th level of Qi refinement to foundation establishment necessitated a qualitative change, which required an ample accumulation of spirit energy within his body. The more, the better. By the time noon approached, he finally completed his cultivation. After tidying his robes, Shun Leanne prepared to venture out to explore the shops on the island, intending to procure a few items for alchemy, talisman crafting, and elemental spirit materials. Fellow cultivator, this is a seed from the Sea King pirate, promising abundant offspring. Behold this. A 2nd-tier sea crocodile dragon egg. It guarantees the hatching of a spirit beast of pure lineage. On the streets, cultivators could be seen setting up stalls in every corner. The items on display were bewildering. The vendor selling the 2nd-tier sea crocodile dragon egg held up a mere bird egg. While not entirely outrageous, it was still an egg. Another vendor boasted about selling spirit liquid, diluting it with water and passing it off as genuine spirit liquid, which was indeed lacking in integrity. As he strolled, Shun Leanne casually observed the stalls on either side, finding the experience quite enlightening. The humble market on this small island encompassed legacies from ancient ancestors, elixirs crafted by nascent soul masters, and relics left behind by true immortals. After his leisurely perusal, Shun Leanne entered a large establishment named Shanghai Pavilion. Please hold on, the manager is currently engaged in conversation with other cultivators. Upon entering, a young and graceful woman greeted him with a respectful demeanor indicative of her profession. Shun Leanne scanned the shop and noted the significant number of patrons present. Guided by the woman, he was led to a separate chamber, where spiritual tea was soon served. Fellow cultivator, please enjoy the tea. The room was modest. Yet upon sensing it, Shun Leanne discovered it was arranged with a formation to prevent eavesdropping. Shanghai Pavilion indeed demonstrated a commitment to excellence, befitting a grand trading association spanning the myriad stars of the sea. A quarter of an hour later, a capable-looking middle-aged cultivator entered the chamber. I am Lu Jiao, the manager of Shanghai Pavilion. I apologize for your wait. May I inquire if fellow cultivator seeks spiritual items or information? Shun Leanne produced a jade slip detailing the materials he wished to procure. Lu Jiao examined the slip and remarked, we have all the materials you require in Shanghai Pavilion. As for the spirit beast wristbands, there are 3 varieties. I will prepare them shortly. Before long, Lu Jiao returned, carrying a storage bag along with several boxes. Please take a look. After placing the boxes on the table, Lu Jiao opened them one by one. Second-tier low-grade bicolored spirit beast wristband, priced at 2,100 low-grade spirit stones. Second-tier mid-grade ginseng essence spirit beast wristband, priced at 4,300 stones. This item can aid in enhancing the spirit beast's bloodline. Second-tier low-grade copper mountain wristband, priced at 1,800 stones. After introducing the spirit beast wristbands, Lu Jiao opened 2 additional jade boxes. Seeing that you require a spirit beast wristband, I must humbly recommend these 2 spirit beasts, the water-splitting golden insect, a second-tier spirit beast, and the bicolored spirit fish, a descendant of a near third-tier demon beast. Shun Leanne's gaze fell upon the bicolored spirit fish, only to furrow his brow in dismay. Insufficient funds. Chapter 62. The Legend of the 5 Elements Immortal Palace. Prior to this, Shun Leanne had been contemplating the acquisition of another mystical beast from the sea, as it would facilitate his endeavors in the vast star sea. To this end, he procured a tome detailing the marine spirits. The azure water spirit fish was indeed aligned with his desire for a second mystical creature. Within the jade box, spiritual light shimmered like a tranquil pool of water, revealing a spirit fish with shimmering azure scales, approximately half a foot in length, gliding gracefully, accompanied by 2 delicate whiskers at its chin. Rest assured, my friend, this fish possesses a pure bloodline. The mother fish that birthed it has been nurtured by my mountain and sea pavilion for many years, ensuring that subjugation will be all the more effortless. Lu Jiao hastened to assure upon noticing Shun Leanne's gaze linger on the azure water spirit fish. It requires merely 3,000 spirit stones. Shun Leanne understood that in such a grand establishment, the chances of finding a bargain were virtually non-existent. From the beast mastery inheritance he had received, he learned that most aquatic mystical beasts had low bloodlines, with few achieving the 3rd tier, and even rarer were those reaching the 4th. However, within these aquatic beings lay a trace of dragon blood, offering the potential for transformation into a dragon. The presence of dragon whiskers on this azure water spirit fish confirmed this aspect. Yet, that was the extent of it. Many mystical beasts possessed the opportunity for transformation. But how many truly succeeded in crossing the dragon gate to ascend? The mother fish that birthed this one was merely of the 3rd tier at best, making the odds of advancement to the 3rd tier quite slim. Shun Leanne's interest in this fish was not rooted in its potential for transformation, which seemed rather ethereal. Similar to Dahe, a demonized beast could command its own kin, thus enabling it to spread across the land and guard its lair. The only drawback was the price, which was somewhat steep. Withdrawing his gaze from the azure water spirit fish, Shun Leanne inquired, Manager Lu, since your esteemed pavilion is selling information, has there been any significant happenings in the cultivation world recently? Noticing Shun Leanne's attention shift, Lu Jiao unflinchingly returned the jade box to its place. I am uncertain which aspect you wish to inquire about. Different information comes at varied prices. As he spoke, Lu Jiao produced a jade slip and handed it to Shun Leanne. Upon immersing his consciousness within it, Shun Leanne was astonished by the detailed and intricate intelligence contained therein. It encompassed the entire southern cultivation realm, from which sects were recruiting disciples to the emergence of relics, as well as gossip concerning male and female nascent soul ancestors. It even included minutiae regarding material production, internal feuds within foundational families, and the rivalries among talented disciples. It was a treasure trove of information, meticulously comprehensive, even including details about the nascent soul ancestors, indicating that the force behind the mountain and sea pavilion was quite formidable. Subsequently, Shun Leanne selected a second-tier lower-grade tourmaline spirit beast bracelet, a portion of 5-element spiritual materials, and several additional jade slips of information, totaling 7,200 spirit stones. At Yashan residence, Shun Leanne set down the jade slip. From the mountain and sea pavilion, he had acquired 3 pieces of intelligence, expending over 1,000 spirit stones in total. The first piece pertained to the current state of the southern cultivation realm. This intelligence, being of general nature, was the least expensive, yet it contained a piece of information regarding the 5 Elements Immortal Palace that piqued Shun Leanne's interest. The 5 Elements Immortal Palace, he murmured softly. The matter was steeped in ancient history. During the primordial era, when spiritual energy was abundant, anyone could attain immortality, and those with superior 5 elemental roots were said to possess the essence of the Great Luo. The Great Luo, the pinnacle of immortality. was said to be more accessible to those with a complete 5-elemental root than to cultivators with other roots, hence the origin of the term. Upon his arrival in this world, Shun Leanne had sometimes pondered whether he had arrived a tad early, missing the updates in the cultivation realm. In the present era, spiritual energy had diminished further, calamities had become more frequent, and conflicts among cultivators had intensified. The state of the world had transformed. Yet certain remnants from the primordial age persisted, such as the legendary 5 Elements Immortal Palace. This fabled palace was said to manifest periodically in different locales within the current cultivation world, verified by the illustrious cultivators of the nascent soul and transformation stages. The palace was replete with countless opportunities, vast as a continent. Among its treasures lay a 5-colored celestial tree, bearing 5-colored celestial fruits that could potentially reshape one's elemental roots upon consumption. Beneath the 5-colored celestial tree rested 5-colored earth, imbued with the power to nurture myriad spirits. In the southern cultivation realm alone, there existed a prominent nascent soul sect known as the Qingshu sect, whose ancestors had once retrieved a less than optimal sample of 5-colored earth from the 5 Elements Immortal Palace. With this sample, the Qingshu sect could cultivate 1 or 2 4th-tier spiritual herbs every millennium. Additionally, within the 5-colored earth lay buried some 5-colored stones, a unique material for crafting, which could be used to forge artifacts capable of self-evolving in rank. However, these 5-colored stones could not be employed directly. They required nurturing within the dantian of a practitioner with 5 elemental roots before being utilized as crafting materials. The palace was filled with boundless opportunities. And although many restrictions had eroded over time, allowing more cultivators to enter, certain vital areas, such as the 5-colored celestial soil where the celestial tree stood, remained accessible only to those possessing all 5 elements. The cultivation realm was not devoid of 5 elemental root practitioners. Rather, it lacked those of medium and high quality. One must remain vigilant to avoid being ensnared by ancient monsters. A chill ran through Shun Leanne at the thought that the opportunities within the 5 Elements Immortal Palace were monopolized by the prominent nascent soul sects, leaving the Golden Core sects with no chance to even intervene. In a bid to secure greater prospects within the palace, various sects were fervently scouring for practitioners with medium and higher quality 5 elemental roots. Besides the nascent soul sects, numerous wandering nascent soul ancestors were also traversing the land in search of such practitioners. Some of these solitary cultivators were far more ruthless than sect members, capturing individuals and employing them under strict constraints, treating them as mere tools, discarding them once their utility had expired. Coincidentally, the 5 Elements Immortal Palace had reappeared over 50 years ago in close proximity to the southern cultivation realm, prompting a fierce conflict among the various nascent soul sections. Recently, in the southern sea region of the vast Star Sea, the sole nascent soul sect, the Yunchang sect, was poised to open its gates for the recruitment of a new wave of aspiring immortals. Any candidate possessing the Yunchang sect's ascension decree could bypass the usual assessments and directly enter the sect. Shun Leanne discarded the jade slip, summoning his artifact, the 5 Elements Mountain, and found himself beset by doubts. Could it be that 5-colored stones were infused into this? The intelligence slip indicated that 5-colored stones were indistinguishable from ordinary spiritual material mines, and it was understandable that a craftsman in such a remote place as the Chu Kingdom might fail to recognize them. After much contemplation, Shun Leanne suppressed this thought. Whether or not the 5-colored stones were present was inconsequential. After all, he would not dare to seek validation from others. He would simply assume they existed. With the Yunchang sect opening its gates, Shun Leanne sighed again. It's all over. In this lifetime, I shall remain distanced from any sect. Were anyone to discover his ability to elevate elemental roots, potentially to the level of the 5 elemental heavenly roots, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the cultivation realm, with his chances of survival plummeting. Suppressing the turmoil within, Shun Leanne retrieved the other 2 jade slips. One contained information regarding the vast Star Sea, while the other pertained to the wilderness domain. Chapter 63, The Second Spirit Beast. The disordered 5-element spiritual energy, the intelligence regarding the Wanqing Sea has greatly reassured Shun Leanne. Aside from the occasional familial conflicts, the various islands within the Wanqing Sea remain in a state of tranquility. The Black Whale Island, which he intends to visit, is governed by the Golden Core faction, the Sea Spirit sect. Black Whale Island serves as a treasure trove for the Sea Spirit sect, and to protect this bounty, they station Golden Core cultivators on the island year-round. Any factions or cultivators causing disturbances on Black Whale Island face severe repercussions. Those daring to disrupt the Sea Spirit sect's treasure trove would find their ancestral graves unearthed. Under the watchful eyes of the Sea Spirit sect, Black Whale Island has enjoyed prolonged peace, with only minor skirmishes occurring within the city. This has sparked a sense of anticipation within Shun Leanne for his journey to Black Whale Island, where he plans to establish a small shop, gradually amassing strength while awaiting the opportunity to solidify his foundation. Conversely, the intelligence from the Wild Domain has made him grateful for his swift departure. A sect war has erupted in the Wild Domain, with the Bihui sect and the Yuwang Valley joining forces to launch an attack on the Tianong sect. nearly breaching their mountain gates. Just as the sect was on the verge of collapse, an unexpected intervention occurred from the esteemed female disciples of the Yu Kingdom. Currently, the conflict among the three sects of the Chu Kingdom has escalated into a war between two major cultivation nations. As for why the ancestor of the Yunshang sect did not intervene, more detailed intelligence is yet to be gathered by the Shanghai Pavilion. Shun Leanne is not overly concerned with the subsequent developments, as long as the waters surrounding Black Whale Island remain stable. He could leisurely prepare a platter of peanuts accompanied by spiritual wine to enjoy the unfolding drama. Even if it involves the nations of the wild domain engaging in mutual destruction. Bihue spirit fish. Setting aside the intelligence, Shun Leanne's thoughts drifted to the spirit fish. Among the beast-taming techniques he inherited, there exists a secret method to awaken dragon blood. The dragon lineage, being of a higher tier, exerts a formidable pressure on lower-tier demonic beasts, making it perfect for establishing the spirit fish as the king of fish. With this thought, Shun Leanne retrieved a pill furnace. Half a month later, at the entrance of the Shanghai Pavilion, Shun Leanne strolled out and made his way towards a spirit ship anchored atop the mountain. Traveling from Wanshan Island to Black Whale Island could be accomplished aboard a treasure ship, albeit at a sluggish pace requiring no less than 3 years, with the added risk of encountering banditry along the way. However, the spirit ship offers a stark contrast, completing the journey in under 6 months. Aside from its higher cost, it has no other drawbacks. The spirit ship, measuring an impressive 300 feet, radiated a dazzling blue light, with a long queue of passengers boarding, including over 10 cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage. Shun Leanne adjusted his hat and discreetly surveyed his surroundings. Beside the Foundation establishment cultivators, several young boys and girls accompanied them. The Yunshang sect is actively recruiting disciples from the expansive mountain range, yet the number of ascension decrees issued is limited. Many aspiring candidates must undergo assessments to gain entry. To facilitate this process, the Yunshang sect has established multiple recruitment points across the Wanqing Sea, one of which is Black Whale Island. In addition to the Foundation establishment cultivators, there were also middle-aged and elderly practitioners at the 8th and 9th levels of Qi refinement, bringing along their younger apprentices as they awaited boarding. The youthful cultivators exhibited curiosity, frequently glancing around, only to be reprimanded by the older cultivators nearby. Following the flow of people, Shun Leanne boarded the spirit ship. Having sufficient spirit stones, he opted for a private room, next to which resided a Foundation establishment cultivator accompanied by 3 young apprentices. After inspecting his room, Shun Leanne settled into a meditative posture. This spirit ship, traversing the sea, surpassed even the renowned Tianxia Tower in strength, named the Haiba. Its hull was forged from third-tier spiritual materials, and with a fall-stand cultivator stationed on board. The various formations and spiritual cannons aboard were sufficient to annihilate genuine golden core cultivators. With so many families and Foundation establishment cultivators aboard, the stability of the ship was assured. Overall, Shun Leanne felt that his expenditure of spirit stones was well justified. Half a day later, the spirit ship embarked, soaring into the clouds and commencing a smooth flight. Within his room, Shun Leanne produced the spirit beast bracelet and recognized the ownership of the Bihue spirit fish he had purchased from the Shanghai Pavilion. What shall I call you? The Hey. Shall buy, little one. I spent 3,000 spirit stones on you, so I shall name you San. 3,000, perhaps. Not wishing to take the 3,000 out now, it would be inappropriate aboard the spirit ship. Once he arrives at Black Whale Island and establishes a pharmacy, securing a stable livelihood and identity, he would gradually nurture Dehei and San. After gathering his thoughts, Shun Leanne took out the 5 elements spiritual objects to continue his refinement. According to the teachings of the 5 Qi Chao Yuan Gong, it is best to condense the 5 elemental energies into a near-liquid state before attempting to solidify the foundation, as this significantly enhances the success rate. The near-liquid 5 Qi Chao Yuan can be referred to as the 5 elements Tao Foundation, which maximally assists cultivators in establishing their foundations. However, achieving this near-liquid state requires more than just 10 or 25 elements spiritual objects. The essence contained within these spiritual objects is minimal, akin to a cultivator's lifeblood. Once exhausted, only a few drops remain. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Condense. During his cultivation, Shun Leanne suddenly opened his eyes as a piece of yellowish crystal shattered into powder. Within his organs, 5 colors intertwined, beginning to merge with the 5 elements spiritual energy in his dantian. Feeling the vibrant scene within his dantian, Shun Leanne turned his introspective gaze to every corner. The spiritual root of a cultivator lies deep within, serving as a bridge to absorb the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, often elusive to explore. Yet at this moment, he sensed a hazy area within his dantian, akin to a spring's source, converging with the 5 elements spiritual energy. The condensed 5 Qi Chao Yuan also began to merge with the 5 element spiritual energy drawn into this area. However, this harmonious fusion of the 5 elements lasted but a few breaths, as the fiery red fire spiritual energy surged forth like a volcanic eruption, forcing the other 4 types of spiritual energy to the periphery. Condense. With that, Shun Leanne regained his composure and resumed the operation of the 5 Qi Chao Yuan Gong. The 5 elements spiritual energy and 5 Qi Chao Yuan energies were once again drawn from the meridians and organs, converging within the Dantian. Buzz. After gathering the 5 colors of spiritual energy within the Dantian, it endured only a few breaths before the blazing fire spiritual energy swept through, once again suppressing the other 4 types of energy. The dominance of fire spiritual energy had begun to affect the operations of the other 4 types. Breath. Upon halting his cultivation, Shun Leanne exhaled deeply. Among his 5 spiritual roots, the earth spiritual root measured at 18, the metal spiritual root at 17, the water spiritual root at 18, and the wood spiritual root at 29. These were significantly inferior to the elevated fire spiritual root. A higher spiritual energy measurement indicates a greater efficiency in refining spiritual objects. The fire spiritual root consumed over 80% of a spirit stone's energy, leaving insufficient capacity for the remaining 4 to refine even 20%. Previously, he had intended to focus on enhancing his fire spiritual root, allowing the other 4 to be raised post-foundation establishment before reaching the golden core stage. However, it now appeared that the situation was more complex than anticipated. There was an evident imbalance among the spiritual roots. The fire spiritual root had become overwhelmingly dominant, stifling the growth of the other 4 roots, thereby altering the nature of the 5-element spiritual energy, which had become fire-centric, leaving the other 4 struggling to make any contributions. The 5 Qi Chao Yuan Gong emphasizes the concurrent advancement of the 5 elements, and the 5 Qi Chao Yuan condensed prior to establishing the foundation forms the basis for the 5 elements Tao foundation to serve as a supplement during the foundation establishment. However, the current deviation in the primary cultivation of the 5-element spiritual energy has also impacted the supplementary Tao foundation. It seems necessary to appropriately enhance the measurements of the other spiritual roots. At the very least, the other 4 roots should surpass a threshold of 30. Chapter 64. Naval Battle at Black Whale Island. 3 months later, Shun Leanne leaned against the window in his room, gazing into the vast ocean below. The islands scattered across the sea appeared as a series of black dots. The spirit ship traveled northwards, making frequent stops at various island cities. Occasionally, it would encounter storms, resulting in some turbulence, but for the most part, the journey was remarkably stable. Thankfully, they were only a month away from Black Whale Island. On this particular day, while Shun Leanne was immersed in his cultivation, he was suddenly jolted awake by the clamor outside. Rising from his seat, he approached the window and looked down. The sea was engulfed in monstrous waves, spirit light splashing everywhere, and flames shooting into the sky. A fleet of over a dozen treasure ships was surrounded by hundreds of spirit boats, and cultivators from both sides were engaged in a fierce battle on the water. It was the Luo family of the Luo Shui banner. These bandit cultivators were utterly reckless, daring to attack even the Luo family's fleet from Xianshan Island. What was wrong with the Golden Core families? They were over 10,000 miles from Xianshan Island. Surely, they could seize a large bounty and swiftly retreat, leaving the Golden Core ancestors helpless. Fellow cultivators aboard the spirit ship, I am the second elder of the Luo family from Xianshan. If you assist us in repelling these bandit cultivators, our family shall owe you a favor, a voice echoed from the largest treasure ship, where a protective barrier formed by arrays was continually erupting with thunderous sounds. Each blast caused the barrier to tremble violently, threatening to collapse at any moment. The Luo elder, noticing the spirit ship overhead, immediately channeled his power and consciousness to broadcast his plea for help. Golden Core elders, in plain sight, offered to exchange family favors for assistance, which stirred a stir among many cultivators on the spirit ship. Not all of the cultivators aboard were merely there to support their family juniors in the examination. Some were genuinely tempted by the prospect of a favor from a Golden Core family, although they might not dare to make excessive demands. Proposing to marry a Luo family daughter with spiritual roots shouldn't be too far-fetched. Joining a Golden Core family was indeed an appealing option. In contrast to the overly imaginative thoughts of other cultivators, Shun Leanne's thoughts were rather straightforward. He merely wished to observe the unfolding drama. To dare to rob a Golden Core family was worthy of admiration for the dedication of the maritime artisans. They were indeed a group of individuals opposing the king of hell himself. While chi-refining cultivators could only fantasize, the Foundation establishment cultivators engaged in combat below were numerous. And a chi-refining cultivator would be courting death by intervening. As the spirit ship was about to depart, the second elder of the Luo family grew anxious. He glanced at the others on the ship and, in an instant, formed hand seals with both hands. His natal magic weapon let out a piercing cry, soaring through the air towards the spirit ship Haiba. The ship's master is present. Our Luo family's treasure ship possesses boom. As Shun Leanne watched the spectacle, he sensed the spirit ship tremble mid-air, its entire body enveloped in radiant celestial light. The spirit cannons at the bow and stern suddenly illuminated, and a formidable aura surged forth, indicating that the spirit cannons were charging. Fellow cultivators, I am the ascending sea true person. I have just received a distress signal from the Luo family. As a member of the Wands, it is our duty to combat bandit cultivators. An aged and resonant voice echoed throughout the spirit ship. Shun Leanne leaned out of the window, intrigued by the operation of the spirit cannons. The golden core true person was indeed formidable. Just moments ago, he had intended to distance himself from the matter, but in the blink of an eye, he was ready to purge the evil. What a divine transaction. Boom. The spirit ship erupted with resounding blasts, and beams of spirit light rained down onto the sea. The colossal warship shifted several dozen yards in the air under the recoil of the spirit cannons. From a distance, one could see explosions of flames erupting on the surface of the water, obliterating the bandit cultivators attacking the Luo family into nothingness. The third-tier spirit ship displayed its might from above, akin to a massacre. The bandit cultivators on the sea could only lament their misfortune, wishing they had been born with 2 extra legs, as they scattered in terror. Leaning against the window, Shun Leanne witnessed the annihilation of the bandits firsthand. One Foundation establishment bandit failed to evade the onslaught of the spirit cannon. Even Foundation establishment cultivators could not afford to be complacent. The spirit ship hovered in midair as the second elder of the Luo family, accompanied by a petite woman, ascended. The woman appeared emaciated, her long dress ill-fitting. Her complexion pale, yet her eyes shimmered with multicolored light. Shortly after the Luo elder and the woman entered the spirit ship, the aged voice resonated once more. Fellow cultivators, anyone possessing 5 elements spiritual materials may come to the top deck to engage and trade with me. I offer 30% above market price for your 5 elements spiritual materials. The elder's voice echoed once again, reaching the ears of the cultivators aboard the ship. Shun Leanne furrowed his brow. He still had 4 pieces of 5 elements spiritual materials on him. The practice of refining spiritual materials of the same kind to enhance and augment spiritual power was common among cultivators. Certain cultivation techniques even required various spiritual materials as catalysts during the process. This was why Shun Leanne felt confident enough to refine 5 elements spiritual materials aboard the spirit ship. Naturally, he did not bring out all 5 types. Only 2 or 3 for the refinement. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Shun Leanne stepped out of his room and ascended to the highest deck. The spirit ship was manned by a false core true person, and he could not guarantee that the true person's consciousness was not surveying the entire ship. Though it was acceptable not to contribute, the false core true person would not fuss over a mere chi refining cultivator. Still, he felt it prudent to follow the crowd. On the deck, the ascending sea true person and the Luo elder sat cross-legged, and the entering cultivators bowed deeply to the ascending sea true person, presenting their 5 elements spiritual materials. Shun Leanne imitated the actions of the previous cultivators, bowing respectfully to the ascending sea true person before producing 2 pieces of 5 elements spiritual materials. The true person's words were indeed persuasive. The 2 upper-grade first-tier 5 elements spiritual materials, originally worth 500 low-grade spirit stones, were exchanged for 650 low-grade spirit stones. The Luo family cultivator was rather curious. Her eyes were indeed multicolored. Was it a special ability, or was she a spiritual body? It seemed she possessed a 5-element spiritual root and was likely heading to Black Whale Island for the Yunshang sect's examination. It was puzzling why she was aboard a slower treasure ship. Are you seeking death? Uttering nonsense? What delightful weather today. How blue it is. By the way, do you know the content of this Yunshang sect examination? If only I had the ascending immortal order, I could directly join a major Yuaning sect. Before returning to his room, Shun Leanne visited the bow deck, where numerous cultivators were gathered, engaging in conversation. After casually listening to some news, he returned to his room. The remainder of the journey proceeded without incident, and after more than 2 months, the spirit ship Haiba arrived at Black Whale Island. Finally, they had arrived. Shun Leanne stepped out of his room and gazed at the immense island in the distance. Black Whale Island was vast, with cities built on its eastern side, surrounded by endless wilderness and forests. It was said that deep within the island lay many mortal towns, protected by the Sea Spirit sect, which prohibited cultivators from disturbing the lives of ordinary people. The name Black Whale Island originated from a past beast tide led by a peak 3rd-tier black whale. The city was constructed upon a stretch of black rocks, resembling a colossal beast lying in the sea when viewed from afar. The outer dock extended for miles, with masts towering like trees and ships bustling to and fro. Cultivators traversed the surface of the sea in abundance. Faintly, one could see the grand city atop the black rocks, shimmering with blue radiance. As the spirit ship decelerated and descended, the massive city expanded in Shun Leanne's view. The entire city spanned at least several hundred miles, more than double the size of the previous Jiuxiao Immortal City combined. The rocky beach he had seen from afar was more aptly referred to as the Rocky Mountain Range. In the presence of the grand city, even the Rocky Mountains became mere embellishments. Indeed, the central region of the 10,000 Stars Sea is truly magnificent. Gazing upon the grandiose and imposing city, one cannot help but feel that it was high time to visit this place. The very atmosphere instills a sense of tranquility. Black Whale Island boasts a favorable geographical location and abundant resources, where the materials necessary for foundation establishment and cultivation are readily accessible. Preparing for foundation establishment here is an excellent choice. As for the decision to depart or remain after establishing the foundation, that will depend on the specific circumstances. Naturally, should any unforeseen events arise, Shun Leanne would undoubtedly make a hasty exit, relocating to another site for his foundation establishment. It is hardly coincidental that Black Whale Island has enjoyed peace for several centuries. With a gentle tap of his lips, Shun Leanne dispelled any unwelcome thoughts that surfaced in his mind. After all, his lips had not been consecrated, and he must refrain from uttering baseless words. A quarter of an hour later, the spirit ship anchored at the platform outside the Grand City. Fellow cultivators, we have arrived at Black Whale Island. Chapter 65. Temporary settlement. Descending from the spiritual vessel, Shun Leanne arrived at the gates of Haging City. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him, momentarily stalling the flow of his spiritual energy. This formidable pressure emanated from the third-tier Oversea Leviathan formation surrounding the city. Renowned for its superior craftsmanship, this formation, presided over by a late-stage Golden Core cultivator and supported by several early-stage Golden Core practitioners, could withstand a strike from a nascent soul cultivator. The reason the Sea Spirit sect could steadfastly guard this treasure trove was largely due to this formation. Having come to Haging Island, Shun Leanne had thoroughly familiarized himself with the locale. It was said that the city's grand formation was intricately connected to the underwater currents, allowing it to operate continuously while consuming minimal spirit stones. To breach such a formidable array, mere singular tactics would prove ineffective. A coordinated effort from multiple Golden Core cultivators, along with various array-breaking tools, would be required. Gazing at the city walls adorned with a myriad of flickering runes, Shun Leanne couldn't help but sigh. I have arrived too late. Following other cultivators, he approached a side hall outside the city to pay his spirit stones and obtain an identity token. The fee was modest. For merely 10 spirit stones, one could reside in the city for an entire year. Upon entering the city, the pressure intensified slightly, causing Shun Leanne to feel his footsteps grow heavier. This was the anti-flight array, preventing even Foundation establishment cultivators from taking to the skies. The city was thriving, so much so that upon raising his gaze, he noticed a Foundation establishment elder passing by. The Yunshang sect had established a disciple assessment point here, attracting numerous families from the surrounding waters. Haging City, in these days, was bustling with even greater vibrancy than before. A grand thoroughfare, wide enough to accommodate 100 feet, led straight into the heart of the city. Towering edifices flanked the streets, creating a magnificent skyline. Cultivators filled the thoroughfare, each with their unique demeanor, whether fearsome or timid. Yet all appeared remarkably earnest. I have indeed arrived too late, Shun Leanne mused, reveling in the orderliness of the place, which he found most appealing. Friend, come and enjoy. Nearing the city gates, he noticed a pink-hued building adorned with vibrant flowers and rolling peaks. Our fairy sister is the most caring. She will cherish you dearly, holding you in her heart, cradling you in her mouth, and sitting upon your face. As Shun Leanne stood by the city gates, taking in the surroundings, a small servant with a tuft of hair at the corner of his mouth approached him, bowing. Friend. Snapping back to reality, Shun Leanne quickly sidestepped. The large city was indeed brimming with warmth and enthusiasm. The servant, unfazed, turned to pursue his next target. Upon arriving in Haging City, Shun Leanne naturally needed to first grasp the situation before proceeding with his subsequent actions. He decided on Highway Tower, in a corner of the third-floor hall. He ordered a simple meal of 4 dishes and a pot of wine. What a pity, he lamented. I am not a 5-element root cultivator. Otherwise, I too could join in the excitement. Even if I cannot become a formal disciple, becoming a stone nurturer in a nascent soul sect would suffice. Dream on. Do you think being a stone nurturer is easy? Don't endanger your life in the process. Are we not living well enough now? Work tirelessly without earning a single Foundation establishment pill. It's better to take a chance at a nascent soul sect. Who knows? Perhaps one might obtain a Foundation establishment pill and become a great Foundation establishment cultivator, making being a stone nurturer worthwhile. Shun Leanne paused with his cup at his lips, listening intently. Haven't you heard? In the southern cultivation world, Ancestor Xiang was gravely injured in battle and vanished, while several of his stone nurturers fled with the colorful stones. That's old news. I heard Ancestor Xiang was both righteous and wicked, lacking decorum, which led to his being besieged for the colorful stones he possessed. How strange. Where did those stone nurturers flee to? I heard they headed southward. Ancestor Xiang is gravely injured and fled far. But he still has Golden Core disciples who will undoubtedly pursue the stone nurturers. I think you've had too much to drink to be joking about the matter of a nascent soul ancestor. Truly reckless. The tales of Ancestor Xiang were notorious. He was known for his ruthlessness, leaving nothing but bones in his wake. The so-called stone nurturers were cultivators tasked with nurturing the colorful stones mined from the 5 elements celestial palace, requiring a full set of 5-element roots to harness their energy effectively. While the Yunshang sect was recruiting disciples, they also sought out loose cultivators with 5-element roots, relaxing their standards a bit. Even those with inferior 5-element roots could gain entry after passing certain tests. These individuals, not accepted as disciples of the sect, were referred to as stone nurturers. However, to attract loose cultivators, the sect periodically released a foundation establishment pill for stone nurturers to compete for. Unfortunately, the probability of foundation establishment for those with inferior 5-element roots was already low, and the risk of damaging their dantian during the nurturing process further diminished their chances. It was unknown to other sects, but in the years the Yunchang sect had existed, no stone nurturer had ever successfully achieved foundation establishment. In contrast, some loose cultivators and ancestral figures from demonic sects had far greater means and efficiency. The righteous sects were reluctant to utilize mid-grade 5-element roots, while the demonic sects had no qualms about employing them. Those of superior 5-element roots, once discovered, would be exploited without hesitation. Shun Leanne shivered slightly. He realized he must exercise utmost caution to avoid falling prey to the old demons, lest they force stones into his dantian. While caution was essential, he could not afford to be so timid as to remain inactive. In this era, the depletion of spiritual energy was detrimental to all cultivators, regardless of their roots. For the sects and their ancestors, the colorful stones were merely a facet of their cultivation journey. Nevertheless, it must be noted, the lightest command from a nascent soul ancestor, heard by the ears of golden core and foundation establishment cultivators below, bore the weight of a mountain. This world was indeed challenging. In the days that followed, Shun Leanne engaged in no other business but indulged in the city's various taverns, enjoying food and drink while listening to the exchanges among the local cultivators. His inquiries yielded substantial rewards. The most significant revelation was the vibrancy of the entertainment industry within the city. Currently, the most bustling affair was the Yunchang sect's recruitment of disciples. The influx of cultivators participating in assessments had driven up the prices of accommodations throughout the city. Within Heijing City, the main thoroughfare formed a grand shape, with powerful families, sects, and merchant guilds establishing their shops along its sides. The western and northern parts served as lodging areas, boasting numerous high-end caves and manors. The southern and eastern sections comprised markets and mixed residential areas, where shops along the streets often included small courtyards behind them, attracting many cultivators to dwell and practice. Having neither the money nor the courage to compete with the prominent families on the main thoroughfare, Shun Leanne set his sights on the southern part of the city. Beyond the two main roads, countless alleys and streets offered ample opportunities. Shops selling pills, talismans, rice, robes, artifacts, miscellaneous goods, coffins, and water were plentiful. These establishments could be rented directly from the Sea Spirit Sect's Bureau of Affairs or acquired from fellow cultivators who wished to relinquish their stalls. Subsequently completing the necessary paperwork at the Bureau, Shun Leanne did not rush to the Bureau of Affairs. Instead, he circled the southern part of the city twice, ultimately selecting a street with decent foot traffic and vacant shops. This would become his haven, where he would continue to cultivate until he achieved foundation establishment. Hongfu Street. Standing at the street corner, gazing at the sign, Shun Leanne nodded approvingly. Hongfu Qitian, he mused. This street corner is excellent. With those 4 characters, stability is assured. The Sea Spirit Sect's centuries-old reputation must certainly honor its ancestors. Chapter 66. The Tranquil Heart Pill Shop. Half a day later, the shop at number 12 Hongfu Street, along with the 50-zhang courtyard behind it, was rented by Shun Leanne. The storefront, facing south, spanned 2 stories and measured 5 zhang in width. Inside, remnants of the previous owner's dilapidated belongings littered the space, left over from a rice-selling business. During the rental process, Shun Leanne discreetly offered a few spirit stones to the steward of the Shima Hall. Learning that the rice merchant had gone out for supplies and the remaining family members had returned home. Senior, shall we craft a sign? I am Lu Hia, the manager from the sign-making shop in the southern part of the city. As Shun Leanne opened the shop door, a keen-eyed young cultivator entered amidst a cloud of dust. We create the signs for many shops in Heijing City, using high-quality spirit wood, intricately carved and gilded. Behind Lu Hia, several timid young cultivators lingered at the entrance, hesitant to enter. Seeing Shun Leanne glance their way, one brave young cultivator stammered, Senior, what business do you intend to pursue? We could assist with errands. Lu Hia reassured Shun, Fear not. These individuals are descendants of cultivators who grew up near Heijing City. They merely wish to see if there are opportunities for work within your shop. Yes, Lu Hia speaks true. We are diligent workers, willing to earn our keep, they implored. Shun Leanne discerned that these young cultivators were merely in their teens, most at the first level of qi refinement, with some still in the qi induction stage. Yet their faces bore the marks of hardship. According to the city's regulations, cultivators engaged in business were exempt from the annual 10 spirit stone entry fee. Those working within shops were also granted this exemption. Shun Leanne soon returned his gaze to Lu Hia, initially intending to craft a sign himself using his talismans. But he had not anticipated the existence of specialized sign-making services. It appeared that cultivators at the lower echelon each had their own struggles, all striving to survive. I plan to open a pill shop, he declared. Ah, so you're a pill master. Lu Hia responded, his expression growing solemn. The young cultivators outside shifted their demeanor, some bowing to Shun Leanne before retreating a few steps. They had assumed the shop was a place for simple errands, but realizing it was a pill master's establishment, They felt out of their league. A single pill could be worth 2 months of their labor. Some lingered at the entrance, heads bowed, lost in thought. Shun Leanne observed the scene with a sense of familiarity, recalling his own past. Even a pill master emerging from humble beginnings was revered by many lower-tier cultivators. To serve under a pill master and learn a craft offered hope for transcending social strata, even if one could not master pill refining. Understanding the properties of numerous pills could lead to opportunities in renting spirit fields or managing medicinal gardens for powerful families. Remaining in the shop to assist, even as a laborer, was a desirable path. Compensation? What compensation? Learning a trade without fee is a privilege. Any master who charges is lacking in integrity. Just a sign that reads Tranquil Heart Pill Shop crafted from high-quality camphor wood will suffice. Shun Leanne instructed Luha, newly arrived in Heijing City. He welcomed this business proposal, as it would not cost too many spirit stones. Rest assured, esteemed pill master, I shall work through the night and deliver the sign within 2 days. Luha inquired about the deposit. Shun Leanne retrieved 5 spirit stones from his storage bag. That is more than sufficient. Camphor wood does not warrant such a price, Luha remarked, visibly cautious upon learning of Shun Leanne's status as a pill master. Ultimately, he accepted 2 spirit stones from Shun Leanne. As Luha departed, 2 individuals remained outside, hesitant to enter or speak. Senior, we can help you tidy up, the leader said, casting a timid glance at the shop. Seeing Shun Leanne's acquiescence, he beckoned the others inside to begin cleaning. They worked with purpose. One swept the room while another hurried to the courtyard to fetch water, clean furniture, and even brought Shun Leanne a large armchair. By evening, the shop was immaculate, dusted with fresh water. Shun Leanne had intended to prepare talismans, but was pleasantly surprised by the assistance. The rice barrels were discarded, and a counter was established, partitioned by screens to create a layout of a storefront with a private area behind it. After the work was completed, the 2 young cultivators bowed silently and exited the shop. How much hardship they must have endured, Shun Leanne mused, surveying the establishment. Opening a shop was a means of establishing himself. His primary aim was to use this place as a foundation for his cultivation. In truth, he would need to find someone to help, for he could not devote all his attention to the shop. As for the type of help he sought, he preferred the more reserved, lively individuals would not suffice. A day later, the shop sign arrived, Tranquil Heart Pill Shop. It was hung outside, and the neighboring shopkeepers came to greet Shun Leanne. In the vicinity of Hongfu Street, he was the sole pill shop among 5 rice shops, with over 20 other establishments. There was no grand opening ceremony. Once the sign was hung, Shun Leanne considered the shop operational. He placed the teapot inside and reclined in the armchair. As the day passed, he incurred a day's rent. The following day followed suit, incurring more losses. However, the 2 young cultivators who had previously worked for him returned, wishing to know if there were tasks available. Shun Leanne squinted at them, not engaging, and they quietly tidied the interior and departed once more. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since the opening of the Tranquil Heart Pill Shop. Divine insight, 1 point. Calm and composed, 1 point. Divine insight, 1 point. On the 2nd floor of the Tranquil Heart Pill Shop, Shun Leanne sat in meditation, faint echoes resonating in his mind. Morning dawned, the sun rising slowly. Shun Leanne gradually awakened, his eyes opening to reveal a glimmer of spiritual light. Shun Leanne, Chi Refinement Level 9, 5 Element Roots, Fire 86, Earth 18, Metal 17, Wood 29. Water 18, Insight Points, 2012, Divine Insight Points, 2. Having settled in Heijing City for a month, he finally received the awaited Divine Insight Points. The city's security was exemplary. The Great Formation was active day and night, with cultivators patrolling continuously. Aside from the slightly high taxes, there were no issues. Following prior disturbances with fire spiritual energy, Shun Leanne contemplated enhancing the other elemental roots. After careful consideration, he allocated the Divine Insight Points to the Earth attribute. Fire and Earth nurture one another. He was curious to see what changes might occur. A tingling sensation arose in his dantian, prompting Shun Leanne to recline comfortably, closing his eyes to savor the feeling. So pleasant within his dantian, the red fire spiritual energy oscillated, invoking a yellow light from the earth, creating a resonance between fire and earth. In that moment, even the refined energies of the 5 organs were stirred. The 5-element mountain within his dantian began to hum in response. Shun Leanne abruptly sat up, his palm open to reveal the 5-element mountain nestled within his hand. To his astonishment, he sensed a wave of spiritual energy emanating from within the depths of the 5-elements mountain. Chapter 67, The Art of Transforming Countless Faces. Main Quest, Foundation Establishment. The magical tools of cultivators possess a certain spirit. If they lack this, they are merely worthless scraps of metal. The spirit of ordinary magical tools originates from the refined materials used in their creation. During the forging process, the artificer melds the spirits of various materials into a singular essence. Once these spirits coalesce, they manifest directly as spiritual prohibitions. However, this spirit is a lifeless one, devoid of any life fluctuations, and it does not increase. It merely fades gradually after suffering significant damage. Shun Leanne also sensed that the spirit emanated from the five-colored ring, akin to the burgeoning of intelligence, as if it were on the cusp of awakening consciousness. Yet, at present, he could only perceive a faint vitality. Attempts to communicate with the spirit through his divine sense resulted in no connection to the same frequency. Clearly, the spirit was in its nascent stage, requiring additional time for maturation. Could it truly be on the verge of giving birth to a spirit of the tool? Even the treasured artifacts wielded by Golden Core ancestors fail to generate such spirits. However, it is said that some high-tier spiritual treasures can give rise to tool spirits, which subsequently autonomously developed the Tongbao Sutra, a technique that enables the spirit to control the treasure's core essence, thereby allowing the wielder to maximize its potential. This implies that without the Tongbao Sutra, outsiders would be unable to unleash the true power of such treasures. At this moment, Shun Leanne grew increasingly convinced that his five elements mountain had indeed been infused with the essence of the five-colored stone. He recalled the various rumors he had heard. The stone cultivators under the Yuan-Ing ancestor had gone missing, suspected of fleeing south, while he himself was retreating north. Yet, one must wonder, if the Yuan-Ing ancestors' stone cultivators were escaping south, shouldn't they share the same instinct for survival as he did? Back in the ninefold immortal city, he had inadvertently revealed his cultivation of the Golden Core Level 5 Elements technique, making his identity widely known. This contradiction perplexed him. Shun Leanne meticulously examined the fluctuations of spiritual energy within him. He had just witnessed a 2-point increase in his Earth spiritual root, triggering a dual resonance of his internal 5 elements energy in the chi of the morning yuan. Was this increase due to the enhancement of his Earth spiritual root? Or was it merely a coincidence coinciding with the nascent spirit's emergence? The unexpected nature of this spiritual fluctuation caught him off guard. Regardless, he resolved to use the 5 elements mountain sparingly in the future, and if it were to be utilized, he would do so discreetly, leaving no trace behind. Shun Leanne stored the 5 elements mountain away, recognizing that its spirit could not be communicated with at present. He would need to wait for another moment of divine insight for further confirmation. After tidying himself, he retracted the second-tier formation array set up in his room and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he surveyed the shop, which was cleaner than his storage bag, and gently shook his head. It seemed he truly needed to hire someone to manage the shop. Today, he intended to venture out to sell some elixirs and procure various spiritual items. It seemed rather humorous that he, the proprietor of an elixir shop, had to sneak out to sell goods. Shun Leanne, however, could not contain his impatience. He sought to acquire a facial transformation technique, for he could not possibly affix talismans to his face daily. That would be akin to the ancestral patriarch of the Ren family being buried upright. Within the city of Black Whale, numerous large merchant associations provided ample choices. Over the course of the next month, Shun Leanne sold talismans and elixirs in batches at several major shops. The low-grade spiritual stones amassed amounted to 25,000. This transformation technique truly proved exceptional, justifying its value of 23,000. In the second floor of the Tranquil Heart elixir shop, enveloped by a second-tier formation, Shun Leanne gazed at the reflection of a fair visage in the water wave technique, nodding in satisfaction. He then applied a touch of the technique to his face. As his features shifted, his appearance subtly transformed into that of an unremarkable countenance, neither overly pale nor dark, lacking any distinctive moles or birthmarks. This secret art, acquired from the Shanghai pavilion in town, allowed him to mold his face at will while also altering his physique and skin tone. Even those at the false core stage would find it challenging to discern his true appearance. Of course, encountering a golden core cultivator would depend on fortune. This technique was far superior to talismans. The secret method would establish a certain operating route within his body, requiring a modest expenditure of spiritual energy for maintenance, which posed no issue for Shun Leanne. At last, he could stabilize his face and physique. Finally, Shun Leanne crafted a visage that blended seamlessly with the common populace. Welcome to the Tranquil Heart elixir shop. What type of elixir do you require, my friend? With a fixed appearance, he could now proceed with his cultivation in an orderly manner. Main quest: elevate spiritual energy to the 9th level of Qi training. Further enhance the scales of the wood, metal, water, and earth spiritual roots, thereby solidifying the foundation of the 5 elements path as a supplement for foundation establishment. Prepare for foundation establishment by seeking a suitable location. Side quests: raise the level of beast taming, collect spiritual items, and conduct the initial artificial activation of Dehe and Sanxian's bloodlines. Clarify the internal spirit of the 5 elements mountain. Gather various information regarding the 5 elements spiritual roots and stone cultivators. Explore the vicinity of Black Whale Island for potential alternative residences, allowing Dehe to build a nest in advance. To be continued. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The Tranquil Heart elixir shop found its rhythm, attracting returning customers. One morning, after completing his cultivation, Shun Leanne descended from the 2nd floor. The shop door was already open, revealing a slender young girl in her teens diligently cleaning with a feather duster. Upon seeing Shun Leanne, she bowed respectfully. This girl was the same tomboyish figure from before, named Luo Fei, accompanied by her brother Luo Yang. Their parents, both casual cultivators in Black Whale City, had perished years ago. Both siblings possessed spiritual roots, albeit of the inferior variety, rendering them barely able to survive in Black Whale City. Half a month prior, Shun Leanne had taken in the two siblings. It was no longer feasible to run the shop without help, as he needed to dedicate time to cultivation, alchemy, and occasionally venture out, rather than viewing them as employees. It was more accurate to say that the siblings had earned their place in the shop over the past 4 to 5 months. On occasions when Shun Leanne had not opened the door, the siblings had already tidied the area outside the shop. Choosing whom to hire was inconsequential. Shun Leanne welcomed the siblings into his shop. Naturally, he had employed a heart query talisman, an upper-tier first-grade talisman, on them. And these two Qi training stage cultivators promptly divulged their entire family history. They also expressed a desire to learn useful skills alongside the alchemist. As for any ulterior motives the siblings might harbor, Shun Leanne was unperturbed. He could easily draw another heart query talisman if necessary. As the shopkeeper, it was entirely reasonable to periodically check in on the thoughts of his employees. Should any inappropriate thoughts arise, it would be a simple matter to store them in a spatial bag and dispose of them at sea. Before long, Luo Yang returned from outside. "Senior, I have brought you freshly steamed spiritual meat buns from the street corner." He placed the items before Shun Leanne. Also, while purchasing the buns, "I heard that the Yunshang sect has established a new testing platform. Any cultivator who has not reached foundation establishment can attempt the assessment. And those who pass may have the opportunity to join the Yunshang sect." Luo Yang, his head bowed, conveyed the tidings he had overheard. Knowing that Shun Leanne enjoyed gossip, he made it a daily task to report back with the latest news from the street corner. After listening to the news, Shun Leanne waved his hand, prompting Luo Yang to assist Luo Fei in tidying the shop. The siblings worked diligently. Their intentions clear. They wished to learn something valuable under Shun Leanne's guidance. However, they did not dare to voice their requests. They merely hoped to impress Shun Leanne with their efforts, hoping he might bestow upon them some knowledge or skill. In Black Whale City, shops abounded, whether for forging, alchemy, or talisman crafting. Learning a trade typically required years of honest labor. Teaching the two siblings something is of little consequence to Shun Leanne. Merely imparting some knowledge about the growth habits of low-grade herbs would suffice for them to study for half a year. However, it is imperative to observe their subsequent conduct, primarily ensuring they do not cause trouble. At the very least, during his stay in Black Whale City, they must behave themselves. This esteemed elder requests your presence. Once the area was tidied up, Luo Yang ventured outside to attract customers. This was entirely unnecessary for Shun Leanne to instruct. The young lad possessed keen insight and was industrious in his endeavors. Upon hearing sounds from outside, Shun Leanne rose from his seat. Although he was merely passing time, he still needed to seize opportunities for profit, did he not? Under Luo Yang's guidance, a young man clad in resplendent robes entered. "Esteemed elder, this is our manager and alchemist. Please, esteemed friend, take a seat." Shun Leanne stood behind the counter and performed a respectful gesture, inexplicably sensing a resemblance between his own demeanor and that of Wang Xia. It turned out to be the alchemist himself. The young cultivator, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, also courteously returned the gesture. "May I inquire, esteemed alchemist, do you possess knowledge of the 5 elements harmonizing pill?" The 5 elements harmonizing pill. While others may be unaware, Shun Leanne was well informed. This particular pill is exceedingly rare, primarily due to its infrequent application. Its principal function is to regulate the meridians of cultivators with 5 spiritual roots. When such cultivators engage in practices, seclude themselves, or duel, they may inadvertently cause disruptions or retrogressions within their internal meridians, necessitating the use of the 5 elements harmonizing pill for rectification. The issue of meridian disturbances can vary greatly. Even without the use of medicinal pills, one might spend time self-correcting. However, the need for the harmonizing pill indicates a more serious problem. The visitor's arrival at his shop suggests that the injured cultivator was also at the Qi refinement stage. Just as Shun Leanne pondered whether to decline, footsteps echoed from outside once more. "Senior brother, how did it go?" "We inquired at other alchemy shops on the street, but found no leads." A man and a woman entered. "The 5 elements harmonizing pill is exceedingly rare. Black Whale City likely does not possess it. In my opinion, we can only return to the sect with junior sister Luo." Observing the newcomers, Shun Leanne displayed a hint of regret and offered a respectful gesture. "I apologize. My cultivation path is unorthodox, and I have truly not heard of the 5 elements harmonizing pill." Chapter 68, The Second-Order Demonic Beast. Peihuiyu heads north. The price of a first-order premium 5 elements regulation pill is merely 200 to 300 low-grade spiritual stones. Even if it were to be sold at double the rarity, it would not exceed 1,000 spiritual stones. For the sake of 1,000 spiritual stones, Shun Leanne rejected the offer without a second thought. The individuals in the city were frantically searching through various pill shops, a clear indication of desperation. "Go ahead with your business." Shun Leanne waved his hand, urging Luo Yang to continue his work, while he returned to his recliner. If his conjectures were correct, The junior sister Luo mentioned by the trio was likely someone from the Luo family he encountered en route. Given the attention from the false pill master, he chose not to flaunt his own abilities. He was not in need of a mere 1,000 spiritual stones. Before establishing his foundation, he aimed to avoid unnecessary distractions and complications that could impede his progress. As noon approached, cultivators began to trickle into the shop to purchase pills. By evening, Shun Leanne stepped outside. After nearly half a year in Black Whale City, he had successfully integrated himself into the Alliance of Shopkeepers, a name he had coined himself. Initially, this alliance was merely a gathering of shopkeepers who exchanged information privately. Eventually, it evolved into a regular meeting for trade and communication. Not every shopkeeper could participate. At the very least, one needed to be at the late stage of chi refinement. Manager Ding. Shun Leanne encountered a plump shopkeeper exiting his store just as he stepped out. Manager Lin. The shopkeeper who sold talismans hailing from a foundational family in the Black Whale Island region. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two exited onto Hongfu Street. The gathering of shopkeepers was a legitimate affair, held at the highway restaurant located on another street. By the time Shun Leanne and Lin arrived, numerous shopkeepers were already present, engaged in casual conversations. The information shared among the shopkeepers was remarkably well informed. Daoist Ding, have you landed any significant deals today? Shun Leanne's identity as a pill master had been public knowledge since his arrival in Black Whale City, where he had operated his pill shop for nearly half a year. The sign of his shop, Jingxin Pill Store, prominently displayed on Hongfu Street, indicated his presence. Although there were no rivals on Hongfu Street, there were 4 or 5 other pill shops on the surrounding streets. Competitors were often adversaries, and while they did not openly express animosity, playful jibes were commonplace. The speaker, named Wang Qian, was a first-order premium pill master, though it was said he rarely produced first-order premium pills, largely dependent on luck. Aside from family-run pill shops, most pill masters in Black Whale City operated at the mid-tier of the first order, producing pills of rather low quality, with few capable of crafting those of intermediate quality. Such pill masters were not valued in sects, but at least they earned some spiritual stones from casual cultivators. Nevertheless, they had managed to rise above the lowest tier of the cultivation world. Indeed, there are significant deals, but alas, my skills are lacking and I cannot produce them. Shun Leanne replied with a smile. The 5 elements regulation pill is exceedingly rare, not only in Black Whale City, but even in the Southern Heaven cultivation realm. It is hard to come by. I've heard that the Yunshang sect has recently accepted a female disciple who activated a peculiar constitution, developing multicolored spiritual pupils. However, due to her spiritual body, her spiritual power is in disarray. It was hoped she would connect with the prestigious sect, but it seems she cannot even craft the necessary pills. Dream not, the 5 elements regulation pill is merely a first-order pill. I doubt its efficacy. If it fails to deliver, the Golden Core ancestor may lay the blame squarely on us. This recruitment by the Yunshang sect in Black Whale City has been significantly more extensive than in previous years, with a notably larger number of 5-element root cultivators being drawn from the casual cultivator pool. Shun Leanne found a seat, engaging in idle chatter while discreetly absorbing the surrounding discussions. After half an hour, the hall of the restaurant was filled with over 100 attendees. The gathering began with exchanges before transitioning into the barter session. The rules of the barter session were simple. Participants took turns to speak, either offering items for sale or expressing their needs. Those interested could seek out their targets for transactions. However, the currency of trade was not solely spiritual stones. It depended on the desires of the item's owner. Allow me to set the stage, began an elderly cultivator who was the manager of Highway Restaurant. I possess a second-order demonic beast, the golden sword-scale fish. I have no particular requirements for spiritual items, spiritual stones, pills, talismans, or magical artifacts. The highest bidder wins. As the highway manager made his announcement, the other shopkeepers began to rise in succession. Last month, I fortuitously acquired a water-based cultivation method that enables one to reach the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. I seek to exchange it for an earth-based cultivation method. I have a second-order water-scale rhinoceros demon core. I wish to trade it for a second-order low-grade vitality pill, Xianling Jade Essence, in exchange for a water-element spiritual fruit. I seek to purchase a first-order premium blood spiritual fruit. Listening to the various spiritual items being offered, Shun Leanne found several that piqued his interest, such as the demon cores, demonic beasts, foundation establishment pill auxiliary materials, and the Xianling Jade Essence, which was a primary ingredient for crafting nurturing talismans. When it was his turn to speak, he stood up to express his desire to procure a soil dragon pulse fruit, a type of earth attribute spiritual fruit beneficial for assisting Dehei in advancing his bloodline. Once everyone had shared their offers, the shopkeepers began to interact amongst themselves. Shun Leanne approached the highway manager, whose conditions appeared to be the most lenient. The second-order demonic beast held considerable significance for him. The demon core could be utilized for pill refining, and the demon blood could be used to concoct spiritual ink. Even if he did not employ it for any other purpose, it could still enhance his spiritual consciousness. The transaction for the second-order golden sword scale fish proceeded without incident. as Shun Leanne exchanged it directly for spiritual stones. This type of demonic fish was not particularly formidable. Several practitioners at the 9th level of Qi refinement could coordinate effectively to defeat it, though encountering it in the vast ocean was challenging. Acquiring the demonic fish was straightforward. Yet the subsequent transaction for the Xianling jade essence proved less so, as the seller stubbornly clung to the price of the water element spiritual fruit. In frustration, Shun Leanne redirected his focus towards the Foundation Establishment pill auxiliary materials. However, this particular individual attempted to extort him, demanding 3,000 spiritual stones for what was merely a type of auxiliary medicine. Shun Leanne promptly turned on his heel and walked away, sensing the untrustworthiness of the seller. The Foundation Establishment pill, regarded as one of the most unique pills in the cultivation world, is classified as a second-order low-grade pill. Yet its price far exceeds many third-order pills. It could be said that the inventor of the Foundation Establishment pill is revered as a true immortal in the hearts of all cultivators. In ancient times, the Foundation Establishment pill did not exist. Back then, anyone could establish their foundation. However, as time progressed, the process became increasingly arduous until the emergence of the Foundation Establishment pill, allowing more human cultivators to achieve foundation establishment. The formula for the Foundation Establishment pill is not a secret in the cultivation world and has been widely disseminated, yet few pill masters possess the ability to refine it. Many seasoned second-order pill masters can concoct various second-order pills, yet they often ruin their cauldrons in the process of attempting to refine the Foundation Establishment pill. Today, the Foundation Establishment pill formula, having evolved through years of development and transmission, has branched into two main categories. The first category utilizes the heavenly spirit fruit, Yusui mushroom, and purple sunflower as the primary ingredients, supplemented by 33 auxiliary materials, including the golden essence ginseng. The second category employs a second-order special type of demon core as the primary ingredient, combined with over 30 auxiliary materials. The term special type demon core refers to those with mild, pure attributes, devoid of excessive violent energy. Additionally, many sects with alchemical heritage have made slight adjustments to the formula, each constituting a unique secret specific to their sect. In summary, the materials required for refining Foundation Establishment pills are not particularly high in grade. However, several primary ingredients are exceedingly rare and challenging to cultivate artificially, a feat only major sects and prominent families can accomplish. Occasionally, cultivators discover these ingredients in the wilderness or secret realms, leading to fierce competition among various factions. This scarcity has caused the prices of herbs related to Foundation Establishment pills to soar dramatically, distinguishing them from other herbs of the same grade. Additionally, there is a rumor that regardless of an alchemist's grade, they can produce no more than 3 Foundation Establishment pills per furnace. After the entire trading conference, Shun Leanne acquired a second-grade demonic fish, yet he found no companions who possessed the desired earth dragon vein fruit. Nevertheless, this was a commendable harvest, as second-grade demonic beasts are not commonly encountered. Early the next morning, Shun Leanne left behind a storage bag for the Luo siblings, containing several pills intended for sale. He then departed from Blackwhale City. Upon exiting the city, instead of heading directly into the sea, he ventured into a nearby forest, where he transformed his appearance before piloting a versatile spirit vessel out into the open. This vessel was a recent purchase, a common model, and one could find numerous identical ones just outside Blackwhale City. After navigating 300 miles away and ensuring the sea was clear of others, he released the flying fish and sped away. Haichung Island lies 1,300 miles from Blackwhale Island, where the southern plains host a mortal city under the jurisdiction of the Sea Spirit sect. The island is also home to mid-stage Qi refining cultivators stationed by the sect. After circling Haichung Island thrice, Shun Leanne took advantage of the cover of night to slip into the forest from the northern edge of the island. Master. Deep within the lush jungle, Dehei emerged upon sensing Shun Leanne's presence. Master, this island is unsuitable. Many cultivators pass through, and some train here. Leading Shun Leanne, Dehei led him to several excavated caves on the island. Some had collapsed, while others remained intact, easily revealing the duration of their establishment. I nearly got discovered and constructed the ant nest 300 zhang underground, choosing a forsaken cave to settle in. Shun Leanne unfurled a map and marked Haichung Island with a strike. Initially, he believed that the presence of Sea Spirit sect cultivators would allow him to operate incognito while transforming this place into a temporary residence. However, he found that he was not the only one with such intentions. I am not alone on this path. After a night of rest, he and Dehei departed Haichung Island at dawn. Their next destination was Black Rock Island, far to the south of Blackwhale Island. A fleet of 3 treasure ships was navigating the waters. The central ship was grand, and within one of its chambers, surrounded by breath-concealing talismans to contain the room's aura, Pei Huiyu sat cross-legged on a mat. His aura surged, interweaving 5 colors of spiritual power, coalescing into a small, multicolored sphere at the position of his dantian. As this sphere emerged, spiritual energy began to converge towards his dantian, and his complexion turned unnaturally pale. Condense. With a sudden burst, a quarter of an hour later, The multicolored sphere surged forth from Pei Huiyu's mouth, accompanied by a trace of blood. He swiftly retrieved a jade vial, pouring the pill into his mouth. While he grasped the multicolored sphere in his hand, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Chapter 69, The Initial Formation of the Soul-Binding Seal in the Room. Pei Huiyu carefully placed the colorful orbs into a jade box and sealed it with talismans. With a gentle pat on his storage pouch, a blood-scented jade box appeared in his hand. Upon opening it, he found blood-red pills emanating a violent demonic aura. He took one pill and chewed vigorously. His gaze fixated on the newly sealed jade box. Its potential to locate the Five Elements Mountain was now his only hope. Even if it meant searching for a needle in the ocean, he was determined to retrieve the cultivator who had taken the Five Elements Mountain. Since heading north from the wasteland, he had expended his vital energy and mana to refine the Five Elements Dao seed at each location he visited. However, this method incurred a significant loss to his foundational Dao, necessitating a recovery period of at least 6 months despite his preparations with various elixirs. Prolonged use of this technique would be unsustainable, even for a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator like him. Yet, he had no alternative. The Five Elements Dao seed was an inherent ability of the Five Elements essence cultivation method he practiced. All connections stem from the five-color stone, which the ancestor Xiang discovered in the mundane world and bestowed upon him, allowing him to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage and become one of the nurturers of the five-color stone. After nurturing the stone in his dantian for decades, he had developed a faint resonance with it. Once activated, the Five Elements Dao seed could potentially sense the whereabouts of the Five Elements Mountain within a 1,000-mile radius. However, the Dao seed had a limited lifespan, lasting no more than 6 months, compelling Pei Huiyu to refine a new seed periodically and rest for half a year afterward. He had been tracing the route from the wasteland, stopping at prosperous islands to investigate. His method, albeit somewhat clumsy, was his only recourse. Black Rock Island. Bloop. Bloop. Zaya Shankian blew bubbles on the water's surface, its agile tail splashing the sea. Soon, a swarm of fish, shrimp, and crabs surfaced. Dahe, perched on Shun Leanne's shoulder, brightened at the sight of the self-service seafood. With a swift leap, he dove into the water, brandishing his large pincers. Zaya Shankian, not only smarter but also quicker than Dahe, swiftly slapped Dahe on the head as he splashed into the water. Shun Leanne paid no heed to the frolicking spirit beasts. Instead, he examined the sea chart. During his 6-month stay in Black Whale City, he had identified 13 strategic locations for hiding and breaking through to Foundation establishment. He had also learned that high-level caves within Black Whale City were available for cultivators seeking to establish their foundations, eliminating the need to search outside the city. Through extensive inquiries, he discovered that over the centuries, several hundred cultivators had chosen to establish their foundations within the city. The success rate remained unclear, likely not high. But this was attributed to the cultivators themselves rather than the Sea Spirit sect. All evidence indicated that establishing a foundation in Black Whale City was relatively stable. As long as one could afford the spirit stones, there were abundant spiritual caves with celestial maidens personally inviting occupancy. Black Rock Island appeared promising, with its landscape dotted with black sea fir trees and undulating mountains stretching for 300 miles. Although the spiritual energy was insufficient for foundation establishment, it served well as a hideout. Bloop. Zaya Shankian emerged from the water, currently at the 3rd layer of chi refinement, sufficiently intelligent but unable to communicate telepathically yet. After a moment of focused eye contact with Zaya Shankian, Shun Leanne also jumped into the deep water. Underwater, Zaya Shankian swiftly dove down, entering a chaotic pile of black rocks. Deep within the rubble lay a dark water cave. Navigating through the winding passageways, they eventually reached a spacious underwater area, where Zaya Shankian led Shun Leanne upstream. Splash. Shun Leanne's consciousness had already been released, revealing a cave above the water's surface, adorned with a dimly glowing, broken formation. Inside the cave lay the remains of a cultivator. Casting Dahe into the cave, no counterattack from the formation occurred. After sensing that Dahe had scoured the cave without detecting any fluctuations in consciousness, Shun Leanne emerged from the water. The cave spanned 100 feet, with the entrance only a few feet wide. Upon inspection, Shun Leanne determined this cave was likely situated within Black Rock Island, approximately 500 feet below the surface. The reason the river had not flooded the cave was due to the formation's influence. After examining the remains with disappointment, finding they belonged to a chi refinement novice, not a foundation establishment cultivator, he noted deep sword scars on the back that had penetrated to the front chest. Scattered vials of medicine suggested the cultivator had sought refuge here to heal, but alas, succumbed to their injuries. With a flick of his finger, a fireball descended, reducing the remains to ashes. This location was promising and could be modified into a backup cave. After examining the formation on the water's surface, he discovered it had depleted its spirit stones, but was otherwise intact. After replenishing the spirit stones, a white mist enveloped the surface, revealing a concealment and hiding formation of decent quality. After establishing a second-tier Hunyuan formation, Shun Leanne produced his talismans. During his time in Black Whale City, he had not been idle. Aside from cultivating, he had also focused on alchemy and talisman crafting. Black Whale City truly lived up to its reputation as a grand city, making it much easier to acquire second-tier materials. Consequently, he had amassed over 50 various second-tier talismans, encompassing categories such as attack, escape, invisibility, consciousness, traps, concealment, and poison. After reworking the previously crafted 100 Spirits Poison with spiritual ink, Shun Leanne produced his unique second-tier inferior 100 Spirits Poison talisman. Additionally, the 100 Spirits Poison had been further enhanced with some toxins purchased in Black Whale City. Due to the considerable depth from the surface, he released Dahe, allowing it to lead its kin to the island to nest and breed ordinary, non-demonic black-horned ants. Demonic black-horned ants would be easily detected by cultivators, while ordinary ones would go unnoticed. Using these ant nests as nodes, Shun Leanne constructed a route leading directly from the cave to the surface of Black Rock Island without surfacing. When the time came, he could simply use the Earth Escape Talisman to traverse directly to the island above. After completing all this, he finally retrieved the second-tier demon fish obtained from the trading fair. Casting a glance at Dahe and Xiashankian, who were eagerly watching from the water's surface, Shun Leanne concluded that nurturing spirit beasts could wait. Enhancing his own consciousness was paramount. He filled both spirit beasts with spirit nourishment pills, allowing them to play as he turned his attention to the golden sword-scale fish. As Shun Leanne's aura shifted, Dahe, submerged in the water, sensed the change, quickly clashing its pincers together and rushing towards Xiashankian with a flurry of excited hisses. Master is going to eat you. Loop. Xiashankian blew bubbles, its eyes wide with innocence. The second-tier golden sword-scale fish measured 5 feet in length, its demonic aura initially not very intense. However, when Shun Leanne's hand landed on the demon fish, a surge of potent demonic energy surged through him, causing his internal spiritual energy to ripple. After stabilizing his spiritual power, he activated the blood refinement and soul transformation secret technique to begin absorbing the fleshly essence of the demon fish. The overwhelming scent of blood enveloped his hand, rapidly spreading throughout his body. In no time, Shun Leanne's eyes turned blood red. His surroundings shimmered with spiritual light as 5 distinct chi purifying gemstones glowed, enveloping him. During his time in Black Whale City, he had successfully gathered all 5 gemstones representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As the potent blood essence coursed through him, the first drop of refined blood began to manifest at the location of his heart. Although this demon beast had only recently entered the second tier, its blood vitality had already undergone a qualitative transformation compared to its first tier. This sentiment resonated deeply with Shun Leanne. After refining for half an hour, he paused momentarily, his eyes glinting a blood-red hue. The lurking Dahe, startled, vanished in an instant. After a full day of rest, suppressing his bloodthirsty urges, Shun Leanne resumed his refining process. It was precisely due to this sanguine essence that he refrained from taking action within Black Whale City, lest he inadvertently attract attention. Thus, a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Seated cross-legged within the cavern, a fearsome apparition began to manifest through his consciousness. This demon, with its azure visage and menacing fangs, wielded a trident, appearing as ethereal as smoke, easily dispersed by a mere breath of wind. The soul-capturing seal could devour the souls and memories of cultivators. A gleam of brilliance shone in Shun Leanne's eyes, through the profound techniques of soul cultivation. He could derive the image of a purple-robed demon as his consciousness strengthened. To his surprise, with a mere reach of 190 zhang, he had initially conjured the demon's figure, without allowing his fellow cultivators to test its soul-searching capabilities. With a gentle flick of his hand, a green light shimmered upon the water's surface, and Sanqian fell into Shun Leanne's grasp. Coincidentally, Dahe returned, its large, dark eyes gleaming ominously. Hissing, Shun Leanne casually tossed Sanqian back into the water, deciding it best not to overexert the weak soul, as Dahe also could not withstand much strain. The 3,000 spirit stones were not simply blown in by the wind. Dahe, too, was a worthy ally. He shattered the remaining demon fish into chunks, offering portions to Dahe and Sanqian, who both emitted whimpering sounds as they voraciously devoured their meal. Gently rubbing his head, Shun Leanne felt the need to allow some time for reflection before continuing to refine the flesh of the demon beasts. He hadn't anticipated such a remarkable effect from a second-tier demon beast. Previously, refining numerous first-tier beasts had yielded far lesser results. Yet he had surged forth by over 40 zhang in consciousness. After 3 days of recuperation, Shun Leanne left Dahe and Sanqian behind as he returned to Black Whale Island. Having been away for more than a month, he mused that the storekeeper had been somewhat remiss in his duties. Within Black Whale City, the life of a storekeeper was tedious and monotonous. In the blink of an eye, Shun Leanne had settled into a stable existence for 2.5 years. Black Whale City was, indeed, exceedingly tranquil. Chapter 70. The Fire Spiritual Root Achieves Perfection. The Heavenly Transformation Fire Technique. In the early morning, Shun Leanne awoke in a room encircled by rays, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Shun Leanne, Chi Refinement Level 9, 5 Elements Spiritual Roots, Fire 86, Earth 31, Metal 31, Wood 31. Water 31, Mental Consciousness, 227 zhang Comprehension Points, 15,789 spiritual insight points. 14. A smile unconsciously graced his lips as he rose and stretched lazily. Blackwell City was indeed a splendid place. Over the course of nearly 3 years spent here, he had accumulated over 50 spiritual insight points. The 4 types of spiritual roots had also been elevated to the mid-quality level. Alongside this, he had amassed a considerable number of comprehension points. Life was becoming increasingly promising. In addition to steadily accumulating 2 types of points, Shun Leanne's Dantian was already brimming with the 5 elemental spiritual energy. The enhancement of the 4 spiritual roots had finally tempered the dominance of the fire spiritual root, although it still fell short, allowing the 5 elemental energies to shimmer with a myriad of colors instead of being solely crimson. A full Dantian of spiritual energy signified that a cultivator had attained the peak of Qi refinement level 9. Within his internal organs, the 5 energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth coalesced, each occupying its respective organ, complementing one another and forming a foundational force of the 5 elements. It could be said that Shun Leanne was now entirely capable of attempting to establish his foundation, though he had not prepared any foundation-building pills. The resources and 5 elemental spiritual materials he had procured over the past 2.5 years were sufficient to purchase one. It was not that he lacked the desire to prepare a foundation-building pill as a backup. A quality foundation-building pill had only appeared in Blackwell City once during these 2 years, and he had missed the auction while out training in the soul transformation technique. He had no interest in the inferior quality foundation-building pills either. As for gathering spiritual herbs for refinement, he had collected over a dozen auxiliary herbs, but had yet to encounter any of the 3 primary herbs. The Sea Spirit sect maintained strict control over the primary herbs, and any foundation-building pill ingredients that fell into circulation were promptly retrieved by the sect. At present, the only thing delaying his foundation establishment was the quality of his spiritual roots. After stretching his body, Shun Leanne did not hastily invest his spiritual insight points into his spiritual roots, but rather descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. The shop on the first floor had already opened. Luo Yang was sweeping the street outside, while Luo Fei busied herself inside the shop. Over the past 3 years, the two had undergone several tests of the heart-seeking talisman, gaining a portion of knowledge regarding the traits of herbs. I will venture out to search for 2 types of herbs and expect to return in 10 days to half a month. You two take good care of the shop. Handing a storage bag to Luo Fei, Shun Leanne calmly exited the shop. The 2 early-stage Qi refinement cultivators in Blackwell City were quite safe. As for any pill robbers, there had indeed been some in the past. However, the Sea Spirit sect was reliable. Anyone who dared to act maliciously within their domain would meet a most unfortunate end. Over time, no one dared to try again. As he left Blackwell City, Shun Leanne made his way toward the hidden location on Black Rock Island. In the realm of cultivation, a spiritual root with a scale exceeding 60 was deemed a high-quality root, while those surpassing 90 were considered top-notch. Within the sect, even ancestors would emerge to personally accept disciples. Yet, in all his years in the cultivation world, he had never heard of a perfected spiritual root. Perhaps it was his limited strength that prevented him from discovering such news, or perhaps it had been deliberately concealed. However, cultivation was a path of seeking, and every path had its flaws. Spiritual roots were no exception. Fearing that his actions might attract unwanted attention, Shun Leanne opted to remain discreet. Black Rock Island, and its subterranean caverns, had been entirely transformed by him into a secure retreat. The second-tier Xian Mountain Wui water array was established within the cave, supported by the surrounding mountains and waters, and further concealed by second-tier concealment talismans to mask his aura. Watch over the surroundings. He sent out Dehei and Sanqian, both of whom had improved significantly over the past 2 years. Dehei had advanced to Qi refinement level 8, while Sanqian had reached Qi refinement level 6. Once everything was arranged, Shun Leanne sat cross-legged to regulate his breath, directing his spiritual insight points towards the fire spiritual root. Fire spiritual root, 99. A tingling sensation surged within his Dantian, the 5-colored spiritual energy responding to his call, quickly enveloping his entire being, causing the 5 energies to begin circulating. The 2 distinct yet complementary energies formed a cycle within his body, converging at the Dantian. As the energies merged, Shun Leanne felt his Dantian swell. He had refined an abundance of spiritual materials over the past 2 years, leading to a saturation of spiritual energy and the primordial mist within him. While they could coexist separately without issue, their fusion created an overwhelming presence, causing a congestion of energy that sought transformation. As the scale of his spiritual root rose, the 5 elements mountain once again soared from his Dantian, manifesting a 5-colored halo that radiated a surge of spiritual fluctuations. With the increasing scale of his spiritual root, the affinity of the spiritual energy within the halo grew stronger, allowing him to control it with greater ease. Rather than attributing the spiritual energy's affinity to the 5 elements mountain, Shun Leanne leaned more towards the connection between the 5-colored stone and the spiritual root. The higher the scale of the 5-element spiritual root, the greater the affinity with the 5-colored stone, which in turn nourished the 5 elements mountain, nurturing its spiritual essence and gradually transforming it into a spirit tool. The tingling sensation persisted for half a day, after which Shun Leanne re-entered his meditative state, calming the fluctuations of the 5 elemental spiritual energy and the primordial 5 energies within him. Just a bit more, with a flick of his consciousness. He allocated his spiritual insight points to the fire spiritual root. Fire spiritual root, 100. Suddenly, Shun Leanne's body trembled. Within his dantian, a profound wave of energy emanated. A boundless flame surged forth, instantly enveloping Shun Leanne entirely, causing his pupils to turn crimson. Caught off guard by this sudden change, he was engulfed by the flames. As his eyes opened and closed, he beheld fire, an endless expanse of flames. The dancing inferno scorched the heavens and the earth, reducing all to nothingness. The magnificent fire enveloped the entirety of the realm, yet Shun Leanne could only perceive a minuscule portion. Even within that limited space, his consciousness was drained, plunging him into a state of unconsciousness. Master! Master! The abrupt turn of events did not escape the notice of Sanqian and Dehei, who sprang forth from the earth and water. Shun Leanne remained in a deep slumber for over half a month. Master! Master! In the depths of his stupor, Shun Leanne faintly heard calls, which roused him from his silence. He felt an overwhelming fatigue, the flow of spiritual energy within him sluggish. Spiritual root? After a moment's hesitation, Shun Leanne quickly recalled everything. He had brought his fire spiritual root to perfection, only to be confronted by an infinite sea of flames. The grandeur of that scene had drained his consciousness. Shun Leanne, Chi Refinement Level 9, 5 Elements Spiritual Roots, Fire 100, Earth 31, Metal 31, Wood 31. Water 31, Fire Technique, Heavenly Transformation Fire Domain, Shun Leanne paused, perplexed. What was happening? Why had a fire technique appeared? This was beyond his comprehension. Contemplating the matter, he realized that the root of it all lay within the fire spiritual root. How did a cultivator's spiritual root come into being? It seemed that no one in the cultivation world had ever truly delved into this question. After all, possessing a spiritual root was sufficient to embark on the path of immortality. The higher the quality of the spiritual root, the easier the cultivation process. Among those with high-quality spiritual roots, those with a scale reaching 90 faced almost no bottlenecks in forming their golden core. Spiritual roots resembled a certificate of entry. Cultivators with high scales were akin to holders of VIP tickets, able to take shortcuts. However, once they ascended to the golden core stage, the significance of the spiritual root diminished considerably. In the realm of cultivation, it is commonly understood that the advancement from golden elixir to nascent soul is significantly influenced by karma. As for the transformation into the divine transformation stage, it is said to be exceedingly rare, remaining an enigma to the lower-tier practitioners. Could it be that the domain of flames is the very birthplace of spiritual roots? Chapter 71. The east wind has arrived. Preparing for foundation establishment after a brief period, Shun Leanne shook his head in frustration, realizing that he was at a loss. This was indeed a formidable challenge for a mere 9th-layer Qi practitioner. Even if his speculation were correct, it would only be relevant once he had established himself as a sect leader. This conjecture would have to remain on hold for now. In the Tianyin fire domain, Shun Leanne summoned his spiritual energy, and the fire element within his 5 elemental powers, which was originally a fiery red, now shimmered with a golden hue, transforming its essence. It became more intense, emanating a destructive aura. This was likely the qualitative change that occurred upon reaching the perfection of his fire spiritual root. After a few days of recuperation, Shun Leanne departed from the tranquil cave and found himself on a desolate island. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a first-tier spell, the Fire Spirit Technique. This common fire spell in the realm of cultivation could yield fireballs or various fiery forms when executed by a 9th-layer Qi practitioner. As he unleashed it, a firebird entwined with golden flames emerged, its presence transcending the original nature of a 9th-layer spell. Boom! The firebird descended, incinerating everything within a 50 zhang radius into a mass of blackened earth and crystal-like fragments, with energy splattering over 100 zhang away. Shun Leanne glanced at his hands, and then at the ground, casually tossing out a second-tier low-grade Tiangang Thunderfire Talisman. The talisman erupted with a thunderous roar, and fierce flames surged forth, enveloping a nearby area of over 10 zhang. Once more, Shun Leanne executed the Fire Spirit Technique. The firebird soared into the sky, its golden flames overwhelming the fiery onslaught released by the talisman, effortlessly tearing apart the pressure exerted by the thunder fire. The first-tier spell, augmented by the Divine Fire Technique, achieved the might of a Foundation Establishment level attack. Subsequently, Shun Leanne retrieved several Tiangang Thunderfire Talismans and activated them simultaneously. Boom! The firebird, adorned with a cascade of golden and crimson flames, descended, obliterating the thunderfire attacks from the 5 talismans into remnants of dissipated energy. Upon sensing the dwindling spiritual energy within him, he noted it had fallen below 1/10 of its capacity. Staring blankly at the flickering flames, he smirked, acknowledging his mastery of the 5 elements. The power of the Tiangang Thunderfire Talisman lay between the 1st and 3rd layers of Foundation Establishment. with the variance and potency stemming from the differing spiritual inks used in their creation. The second-tier spiritual ink required the blood of second-tier demonic beasts as its primary ingredient. And the strength of these beasts, along with the intricacies of the crafting process, dictated the talisman's effectiveness. Regardless of the specifics, Shun Leanne concluded that the first-tier spell, empowered by the Tianyin fire domain, could rival the strength of a third-layer foundation establishment. It seemed imperative to delve deeper into this divine art in the future. Not wishing to dwell on his triumph for too long, Shun Leanne produced a magical artifact to begin clearing the debris in the area, swiftly gathering it into his storage bag before making his exit. As he traversed the ocean, he released the gathered crystal remnants in batches into the sea. Having accomplished this, he set his course back to Blackwhale City. Upon returning to the quiet Heart Pill shop, he took a day to recuperate, allowing his tumultuous emotions to settle. In retrospect, he found the emergence of the Tianyin fire domain technique to be less remarkable than he had initially thought. The perfection of a spiritual root could be seen as a return to its origins, though he could not yet comprehend the vision of endless flames he had encountered. It would indeed be abnormal if such a technique lacked substantial power. In fact, he felt the power was still somewhat lacking. Had he known better, he would have remained conscious to observe more of the fire domain's phenomena. Perhaps a deeper exploration of that fiery realm would further enhance the technique's potency. Pondering these thoughts, Shun Leanne formulated a hypothesis. However, he had no means to re-enter that scene. After 3 years in Blackwhale City, his initial objectives reached a critical juncture. His fire spiritual root had achieved perfection, while the other 4 roots had ascended to the mid-grade category. His 9th layer chi cultivation had also reached completion, and the 5 elemental energies had coalesced into a foundation for the way. The east wind had arrived, and the time for foundation establishment was at hand. In the days that followed, Shun Leanne practiced diligently each morning, refined pills in the afternoon, and rested at night. Occasionally, he ventured out to procure spiritual materials. To an observer, he appeared unchanged. This routine continued for 2 months until he entrusted the shop to the Luo siblings and made his way to the northern sector of Blackwhale City. The northern sector, a residential area, boasted numerous inns and upscale caves built into the mountains. After careful consideration, Shun Leanne resolved to establish his foundation within the city. The reason was simple. The city was fortified by a grand array, ensuring stability. A foundation advancement would have little to no impact on the Sea Spirit sect, which was indifferent to such matters. The northern district was noticeably superior to the others, with exquisite pavilions dotting the landscape, nestled among undulating hills and vibrant springs. The concentration of spiritual energy surpassing that of other districts. Shun Leanne had conducted thorough investigations, discovering that the finest spiritual estate in the northern sector was known as Blackwhale Blessed Ground, situated atop a second-tier spiritual vein. Residents here were either foundation cultivators or affluent clan practitioners. Many 9th layer chi practitioners had previously invested substantial sums to establish their foundations in this location. Taking advantage of the spiritual vein's benefits, Blackwhale Blessed Ground was nestled among several small mountains at the center of the northern sector, with waterfalls cascading from the peaks, creating an ethereal mist that resembled a celestial landscape. At the foot of the mountains lay a sapphire lake, with pavilions resembling boats standing elegantly by the water's edge. Inside one of the pavilions, a young practitioner clad in the Sea Spirit sect's attire sat cross-legged. Upon sensing movement, he lazily opened his eyes. "Which tier of accommodation do you wish to rent, friend?" Without inquiring about Shun Leanne's name, Chiwakan directly posed the question. Blackwhale Blessed Ground offered 2 tiers of accommodations, 24 high-grade caves, all situated on a second-tier spiritual vein, and 108 lower-grade caves, built on the periphery of the spiritual vein. Chiwakan refrained from elaborating. In his view, any practitioner visiting this place would already be familiar with its details. It would be absurd to provide such information to a disciple of the esteemed Sea Spirit sect. Since you have the audacity to come here, you must intend to rent a cave. As for those who come without the intention to rent, well, it would be quite amusing to see the consequences for a mere loose cultivator trying to play games with a disciple of the Sea Spirit sect. High-grade caves. Shun Leanne paid little heed to Chiwakan's sour demeanor. After all, their paths would not cross again. He wished him a lifetime of perpetual frowning. Renting here requires a 1-month commitment, and no refunds will be issued for early departures. Chiwakan cast a glance at Shun Leanne and continued. The monthly rent is 600 spiritual stones, and additional fees apply for facilities such as the gathering array within the cave. 9th layer chi practitioners who rented high-grade caves were mostly attempting to forcibly establish their foundations, and such practitioners were abundant in Blackwhale City. The profits of Blackwhale Blessed Ground primarily stemmed from these practitioners' spiritual stones. By the way, we also offer a notification service for family members, priced at 100 spiritual stones within Blackwhale City, and varying rates outside the city based on distance. Shun Leanne's lips twitched. The service was indeed thoughtful. They even provided a means to send a farewell letter. Practitioners attempting to establish their foundations often faced high risks, with failure leading to dire consequences. He dismissed the idea. Chiwakan nodded, clearly noting Shun Leanne's solitary demeanor. He proceeded to recite the standard offerings. We also provide a service for gathering remains, executed by female practitioners in the later stages of Qi cultivation. The scenic beauty of the South Mountain overlooking the sea is exquisite, and the terrain is favorable. Should you wish for such services, additional spiritual stones will be required. Clearing his throat, Shun Leanne felt a flicker of irritation. May you forever wear that frown. For a mere 500 spiritual stones, you can enjoy the subsequent services. Qi Wenkin continued, unfazed by Shun Leanne's changing expressions, methodically completing his recitation. This was a mandated process for sect tasks. Shun Leanne discerned that the curses directed at him were not personal, rather, they were indiscriminately cast upon any cultivator attempting to establish their foundation in this place. This was emblematic of the sect's culture. The Sea Spirit sect, truly remarkable. After reciting the established protocols, Qi Wenkin extended his hand, and a scroll unfurled before Shun Leanne. This scroll contained a virtual map, detailing the locations of various caves. Those illuminated in black indicated occupied dwellings, while the green ones signified uninhabited spaces, available for selection by fellow cultivators. Upon glancing at the map, Shun Leanne noted that half of the 24 caves were already occupied. This one would suffice. Ultimately, he chose a residence near a mountain hollow, relatively secluded, surrounded by uninhabited caves. Meanwhile, in the western district of Black Whale City, Pei Huiyu, clad in an oversized robe and sporting a round visage, ambled along the street with his hands tucked into his sleeves. Between his hands lay the essence of the 5 elements, nurtured by their respective spiritual energies. He moved with the slow gait of an elderly man, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Pei Huiyu, however, paid them no mind. He had already ascertained that the 5 Elements Mountain was situated within Blackwell City, yet its presence fluctuated, eluding precise localization. Nonetheless, he was convinced that only a foundation-establishing cultivator could master the 5 Elements Mountain. Over the past few days, he had discreetly scrutinized numerous foundation cultivators within the city. As long as this individual remained in Blackwell City, he was certain he would unearth them. Chapter 72, Foundation Establishment. In the secluded realm of the Black Whale, within a high-level cave dwelling nestled in a mountain hollow, the cave spans 100 zhang in size. Encased within is a gathering formation that isolates breath and energy. Upon entering the cave, Shun Leanne activated all pre-existing formations and also meticulously arranged his own 5 elements Hunyuan array. After an extensive setup, a small portion of the day had passed. Gently brushing his hand over the spirit beast bracelet, Dehe leapt forth. Master, there exists a contract between us. Should you perish, I too cannot survive. Do you understand? Dehe nodded in comprehension. Shun Leanne affectionately patted Dehe's head and then produced a second-tier Tian Gang Leihua talisman, affixing it onto Dehe's body one by one. Master, I am afraid. Fear not. Should something occur, it will be over in a flash. It won't hurt at all. Would I deceive you? Just don't clash your fangs together, all right? This is merely a precaution in case. In case someone intrudes upon our cave. You shall unleash the talismans. With a forlorn expression, Dehe nestled in a corner of the cave, its dark eyes glimmering incessantly. Shun Leanne settled in the center of the cave, beside the aura spring, directing his consciousness into his storage bag to review the resources he had accumulated over the past 3 years. He possessed a second-tier inferior talisman array disc, embedded with 72 second-tier talismans. Additionally, during his inheritance as a second-tier inferior talisman master, he acquired a set of Tiangang Disha Lei Hua sequence talisman formations. This array comprises 108 second-tier inferior talismans, and if activated with sufficient vigor, its might could rival that of the late stages of foundation establishment. In truth, there was also a set of 99 Heavenly Thunder talisman array, requiring only 81 talismans, whose power surpassed that of the Tiangang Disha. However, the true liquid of Heavenly Thunder required for crafting talismans was exceedingly rare. Shun Leanne pondered the situation and realized that even if he had the true liquid, the explosive nature of the thunder would likely be beyond his control if he did not advance to foundation establishment. His offensive capabilities were merely a contingency plan. The remaining items were resources for cultivation. In a moment of thought, several jade bottles and boxes emerged from his storage bracelet, 8 treasures vitality pills, spirit liquid for concentration, chi recovery pills, awakening tea, and 3 treasures pulse protecting pills. Though lacking foundation establishment pills, he had adequately prepared in all other aspects. If his fire spiritual root were to reach perfection yet he failed to autonomously establish his foundation while cultivating the golden core technique, then he would have wasted his efforts in cultivation. Perhaps it would be better to venture into the mortal realm, marry 3,000 wives, and establish a family, allowing for a direct transition into family cultivation. Nevertheless, Shun Leanne had still prepared 3 treasures pulse protecting pills. Such pills were rare, and he had not heard of them in the alchemy circles of Black Whale City. He had unearthed them from the alchemical recipes within his inheritance. This pill is an upgraded version of the pulse-protecting pills available in the market, designed to safeguard against foundation establishment failures, granting cultivators another opportunity for foundation establishment after recuperation. As the gathering formation within the cave was activated, A dense, mist-like aura enveloped Shun Leanne, swirling with every breath he took. Not rushing into closed-door cultivation, he utilized the alchemical furnace as a kettle to brew tea, steeping the awakening tea. Over the course of half a month, he consumed 8 treasures vitality pills daily. In truth, his spiritual power had already reached the peak of chi refinement over the past 2 years, leaving no room for further progress. This regimen was intended to adjust his vitality and spirit. One day, as he sat cross-legged, Shun Leanne suddenly opened his eyes wide. It was time to establish his foundation. For cultivators, foundation establishment involves 2 critical checkpoints: consciousness and spiritual power. The spiritual power of a foundation establishment cultivator is liquid in form, requiring the compression and transformation of gaseous energy into liquid to form the Dantian sea. The consciousness aspect involves expanding the mind to create a sea of consciousness, akin to the Dantian sea, serving as a reservoir for mental energy. The significance of foundation establishment, often regarded as a major transition, is closely tied to the creation of this sea of consciousness. Chi refinement cultivators lack a supportive anchor for their consciousness, making progress below 100 zhang relatively slow. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, the emergence of a sea of consciousness reveals myriad mysteries, becoming a reservoir for mental accumulation. It is said that only those with a consciousness of 100 zhang can truly reach the level required to establish a sea of consciousness. This can prove challenging for many chi refinement cultivators. Should one falter during the foundation establishment breakthrough, if their spiritual power fails to exceed the 100 zhang threshold, their attempt will end in failure. For Shun Leanne, these 2 aspects pose no difficulty. With the support of the 5 elements vital energy, he possessed ample resources to facilitate the qualitative transformation of his spiritual power. His consciousness was already nearing 230 zhang, while surpassing the chi refinement level and rivaling some early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Adjusting his cross-legged posture, Shun Leanne released his spiritual power. The 5 elements spiritual energy, previously restrained within him, surged violently upon liberation. Shun Leanne turned his internal gaze inward, commencing the operation of his technique, channeling the 5 elements spiritual power circulating between his Dantian and acupoints toward the Dantian. A vast amount of spiritual power gathered in the Dantian, causing it to tremble. The 5 elements spiritual energy collided within, impacting every corner of the Dantian. Shun Leanne's expression grew solemn as he began to guide the turbulent gaseous spiritual energy within the Dantian toward liquefaction. With guidance established, the first droplet of liquid spiritual energy emerged within the Dantian. This promising beginning propelled him to continually direct the energy from his meridians into the Dantian, facilitating the transformation of gaseous energy into liquid. As time progressed, a portion of the liquefied spiritual energy within the Dantian, under the guidance of the technique, began to circulate through the meridians. Having previously only traversed gaseous spiritual energy, the initial influx of liquid spiritual energy posed a challenge for the meridians. The liquid energy was more volatile, relentlessly striking against the meridians, causing a stinging sensation throughout his body. In this process, the meridians, subjected to repeated washes by the liquid spiritual energy, began to solidify further. The first barrier of foundation establishment, concerning spiritual power, unfolds in this manner. A moment's inattention could lead to ruptured meridians. If at any point the spiritual power becomes insufficient to complete the meridian cycle, and the energy cannot return to the Dantian, the prospect of establishing a Dantian sea would become mere words. Sensing that most of the gaseous spiritual energy within the Dantian had liquefied, yet the liquid spiritual energy circulating in the other end of the meridian had yet to reach the Dantian to complete the initial cycle, Shun Leanne promptly summoned the 5 elements vital energy. Boom! The 5 elements vital energy, coiled within his organs, surged into the Dantian like 5 great torrents, completely filling the void. An unending influx of liquid spiritual energy flowed into the meridians. Soon, the liquid spiritual energy from the other end of the meridian, having completed a full circulation, returned to the Dantian, establishing a complete cycle within his body. The Dantian remained filled with the energy derived from the 5 elements vital energy, continually liquefying into liquid spiritual power, gradually forming a small lake of liquid spiritual energy, which became the core of the Dantian sea. Boom! Within the cave, the gathering formation coalesced the spiritual energy into a vortex several zhang in size, pouring into Shun Leanne's body, replenishing the spiritual power diminished during his advancement. Meanwhile, as the spiritual energy circulated, it began to cleanse every inch of his being, flushing out impurities from his pores. Half a day later, the atmosphere within the cave settled. Another day passed. Sitting upon the mat, Shun Leanne felt a gentle tremor throughout his body, waves of vitality and spirit converging to meld into the power of consciousness, gathering within his mind. After half a day, a glimmer of divine light shone forth from his brow. The compressed essence of thought expands outward, transforming into a space no larger than a square inch, giving rise to a gentle flow of divine consciousness, pure as celestial nectar, and faintly golden like creamy liquid. In an instant, waves stir within this compact sea of thought, rippling outward like gentle undulations. 200 feet, 300 feet, 400 feet. Chapter 73, A Surge in Strength, Huayu's confusion. The moment the sea of consciousness took form, Shun Leanne's spirit erupted from his body, rapidly expanding outward. Outside the cave, the mountains and vegetation fell within his perception. The profound vibrations within his flesh resonated with his internal organs, transforming into a surge of spiritual energy that flooded into the sea of consciousness, elevating its strength to an impressive 610 zhang before returning to tranquility. Seated in the cave, Shun Leanne quietly savored the intricacies of his breakthrough. 2 days later, his entire aura had undergone a remarkable transformation. Transitioning from chi refinement to foundation establishment marked a metamorphosis in his life rank, with his lifespan soaring to 200 years. This threshold signified that, barring any fatal tribulations, a foundation establishment cultivator could easily live beyond 2 centuries, with the potential for further longevity should their power continue to grow. At this moment, Shun Leanne exuded an unbroken aura of spiritual energy, emanating a pressure derived from his life rank. This was precisely why foundation establishment cultivators surpassed those in the chi refinement stage. The difference in life level alone was sufficient to illustrate their superiority. Upon introspection, he discovered that within his dantian, the spiritual energy had coalesced into a small lake, with each strand of energy being several times more potent than during his chi refinement phase. As he perceived his sea of consciousness, an area no larger than a palm revealed an extraordinary depth, with the accumulated spiritual energy far more robust and dense than during his chi refinement stage. Having previously acquired some scattered notes in Heijing City, Shun Leanne found descriptions of foundation establishment cultivators that, while possibly inaccurate, could serve as a reference. Generally, the strength of the sea of consciousness for those who consumed foundation establishment pills depended on the extent to which their physical bodies nourished their spiritual energy during the breakthrough. Typically, the enhancement ranged between 100 to 200 zhang. However, certain cultivators, due to age or physical decline, struggled to break through, barely opening their sea of consciousness, and thus their spiritual energy remained limited, often just above 100 zhang. Such circumstances were not uncommon among cultivators. In the vast world of cultivation, the singular aspiration of countless practitioners was to become formidable foundation establishment cultivators, with little room for other ambitions. For many, simply achieving foundation establishment was sufficient, and they would be content even with diminished spiritual energy. Yet, despite the seemingly modest increase, the existence of the sea of consciousness conferred a substantial enhancement in the density of spiritual energy, far surpassing that of chi refinement cultivators, which was one reason they could easily overpower their counterparts. During his breakthrough, not only did his flesh resonate, but the internal organs he had refined with numerous spiritual materials also contributed to the amplification of his spiritual energy. The transition from chi refinement to foundation establishment represented a significant breakthrough in realms, leading to a heightened increase in spiritual energy. Future minor breakthroughs within the foundation establishment stage would yield diminished increments, with substantial growth returning only upon reaching the golden core stage. With a spiritual energy intensity of 600 zhang, Shun Leanne stood shoulder to shoulder with cultivators at the 4th and 5th levels of foundation establishment. Despite having only just attained the 1st level, after successfully advancing in foundation establishment, he took no immediate rush to leave. Upon activating the 5 chi returning to origin technique, a faint golden flame flickered to life at his fingertips, coalescing into a diminutive firebird. Though small, it was far more lifelike than when he had previously unleashed the fire spirit technique. Shun Leanne acutely sensed that the pressure from the pale golden flame had significantly increased, with its offensive capability surpassing that of a 4th-level foundation establishment cultivator. The exact measure of its strength would require a worthy companion for testing. With his fire spirit root perfected, he had comprehended the heavenly flame domain technique. Next, he aimed to perfect the other 4 elemental roots, theoretically tracing back to their origins and observing corresponding phenomena. He resolved not to faint so quickly next time, intending to prepare adequately and observe more keenly. Internally inspecting himself, he noted that the 5 chi he had previously consolidated in his internal organs had all returned to his dantian, becoming the nourishment for his spiritual energy. The 5 chi returning to origin technique belonged to the golden core stage, assisting not only in foundation establishment, but also providing a slight probability for golden core formation. Having refined various second-tier elemental materials during the chi refinement stage, he could similarly refine higher-tier materials during the foundation establishment stage. However, the higher-tier materials would yield a purer essence, transforming into true elemental liquid, thereby enhancing the probability of golden core formation by an additional 10%. For Shun Leanne, this justified the expenditure of substantial spirit stones to acquire elemental materials. After his promotion to foundation establishment, the previously purchased fire cloud sword finally found its purpose. Although it was merely a low-grade second-tier sword, Shun Leanne, being adept in the 5 elemental techniques, wielded it with ease. It also served to display his identity as a fire spirit root cultivator, concealing the fact that he was a cultivator of all 5 elemental roots. Throughout his cultivation journey, He had engaged in very few battles, and should the time come to wield the spiritual sword in earnest, it would signify that he had exhausted his backup options and faced dire circumstances. The Fire Cloud sword contained 11 spiritual restrictions, along with a spiritual technique that unleashed the Fire Cloud sword chi. After several days, he successfully refined the Fire Cloud sword. Shun Leanne chose not to bring out the Five Elements Mountain, knowing that this was the territory of the Sea Spirit sect. It was best to reconsecrate the artifact within his own cave. As he finally paused his busy activities, Dehe, carrying the Tian Gang Thunderfire talisman, approached him with a pitiful shake of his talisman. Master, have you forgotten something? Realizing his oversight, Shun Leanne picked up Dehe and removed the talisman, compensating him with several spirit nourishment pills. Your contributions have been noted. Once I gather the spirit herbs in a few days, I shall take you to meet your great-grandmother. Hoping to inherit more of the bloodline's power, though he spoke with assurance, Dehe couldn't shake the feeling that his master's words held a hint of ambiguity. After storing the Thunderfire talisman, Shun Leanne retrieved an alchemical furnace to boil water and brew tea. With foundation establishment achieved, and even ahead of schedule, he felt secure in Blackwhale City and the Sea Spirit sect, allowing him to linger for a while longer. Following his advancement, the spells he had practiced during the chi refinement stage felt somewhat inadequate. Relying solely on talismanic techniques proved too simplistic. He needed to elevate his own spellcasting as well. Additionally, acquiring a defensive artifact became increasingly essential. Moreover, with his heightened spiritual energy, he could now confidently arrange the previously daunting 9-9 Thunder Talisman array. In Blackwell City, within the Four Seas blessed land of the North District, a second-tier cave residence. Where could it be? A suppressed voice echoed within the cave. The jade box containing the 5 elements Dao seed was crushed to powder by the overwhelming spiritual energy. Within the array-covered cave, an intense aura surged. Pei Huiyu returned to his original visage, his eyes filled with ferocity, the earlier excitement of discovering the 5 elements mountain long gone. He had distinctly sensed its presence in Blackwhale City, yet it remained elusive. Was it possible that this individual didn't need to engage in a duel, nor refine artifacts, hiding the 5 elements mountain like a thief? Where are you? His large hand crushed the 5 elements Dao seed in his palm, the seed bursting like a fleeting illusion. Another 5 elements Dao seed had been depleted. Was it possible they had left Blackwhale City? Damn it! His aura flared even more, repeatedly slamming against the furnishings within the cave, resonating with explosive force as the array rumbled incessantly. Ignoring the tearing of his ropes, Pei Huiyu continued to batter the array. After a long while, enveloped in the array's spiritual light, he murmured, "Clear mind like water, pure heart like clear water." Calm and undisturbed, suddenly, he jolted upright, surveying the shattered decorations within the cave, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. With a deep breath, Pei Huiyu sat back down, introspecting every corner of his being. Previously, in the 9-tiered Immortal City, he had mercilessly killed the Flowing Fire Refiner, even brazenly storming the 9 Heavens Immortal City. It was only upon his hasty retreat that he realized the gravity of his actions. He had once not been so impulsive and volatile. It is uncertain when I began to lose control over my own heart. Moreover, the frequency of this brutal emotion has been increasing. Yet, after numerous physical examinations, I have found no discernible abnormalities. To be a formidable foundation-building practitioner unable to govern one's own heart would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule, yet this is my reality. Could it be that Xiang? The mere thought of that nascent soul ancestor sends chills down Pei Huiyu's spine. However, why would a nascent soul ancestor resort to such petty means to cast spells upon him? A mere thought could obliterate him. I shall attempt once more. Steeling himself, Pei Huiyu calms his tumultuous emotions and once again channels his energy, beginning to refine a new 5 elements Dao seed. Chapter 74, 40,000 Spirit Stones. A wonderful place in Blackwhale City. A month and a half later, having resided comfortably in the Blackwhale blessed land, Shun Leanne finally organized his belongings and departed from his cave dwelling. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he was greeted by a familiar melody. Following the sound, he beheld a magnificent hall standing at the mountain's base. The plaque above the hall, inscribed with the ancient characters Ascension Hall, gleamed brilliantly. The familiar melody emanated from within this hall, where the square outside was filled with paper effigies of Taoist youths and celestial palaces. And he could see a dozen figures inside, puffing their cheeks to play the swana. After a quick glance, Shun Leanne's perception grasped the situation. During his foundation establishment, there had been fellow practitioners in the Blackwhale blessed land doing the same. Unfortunately, one such practitioner had met an untimely demise within the cave. The Sea Spirit sect, leveraging the geographical advantages of Blackwhale City, had deepened its service reforms to provide comprehensive care for cultivators who failed in their foundation establishment attempts. As long as there were sufficient spirit stones, those who could not establish their foundation in life could receive assistance in their ascension after death. It appeared that this unfortunate fellow practitioner had held some status and wealth in life, as many cultivators had come to pay their respects in the hall, including several at the 9th level of chi refinement. These cultivators bore solemn expressions, their faces tinged with a hint of sorrow and bewilderment. Gazing at the coffin within the hall felt like looking at his own future, having just succeeded in foundation establishment. Encountering a fellow practitioner who had similarly succumbed to the process left Shun Leanne sighing softly, pondering how to break this omen. As he prepared to leave the hall, a cultivator who had just exited after paying respects paused in surprise before bowing from a distance of several dozen feet. Shun Leanne quickly realized that he was now a great cultivator of foundation establishment. Even though he had stabilized his realm and concealed his aura, he had not entirely mastered it. Those at the 9th level of chi refinement nearby could still faintly sense it. It was somewhat conspicuous. This was the first time he had been bowed to, and it left Shun Leanne feeling a bit uneasy. Upon returning to his tranquil elixir shop, he found the Luo siblings managing the store, one attending to the shop, while the other welcomed customers in the street. Shopkeeper, Luo Fei emerged from behind the counter, respectfully bowing. The siblings had handled themselves with considerable discretion over the years, and even though Shun Leanne had imparted some knowledge of herbs, they only dared to address him as the shopkeeper, fully aware of the importance of teacher-student relationships in the cultivation world. Fearing they might provoke Shun Leanne and be cast out. "How has the shop been during this period?" Shun Leanne inquired. "The yellow bud pills and return essence pills you reserved have sold over half. We've sold 4 breakthrough pills and 1 purple sun pill. Additionally," Luo Fei continued, handing a storage bag to Shun Leanne, her cheeks slightly flushed. "The joy pills have sold out." Shun Leanne's consciousness swept through the storage bag, revealing not only a few remaining pills, but also an impressive total of 2,450 spirit stones, selling nearly 2,500 spirit stones in just over a month, even with the shop tucked away in a narrow alley, showcased the prosperity of Black Whale City. Each time he ventured out, he made sure to stock up on yellow bud pills and other commonly used elixirs, as well as a few breakthrough and nurturing pills. As for the joy pills, they were certified by the enchanting sisters of the Red-Faced Pavilion, and many upright cultivators secretly purchased them. As the name suggests, consuming a joy pill brings delight during conversations with the enchanting sisters. Cultivation can be exhausting, so it is only natural to seek moments of joy. The cost of a joy pill was comparable to that of a yellow bud pill, yet its price was 4 times higher, sold at 20 spirit stones each. Initially, Shun Leanne had no intention of selling such pills, but reflecting on his inability to lower the prices for his fellow practitioners' families left him feeling guilty. If he could not provide joy to his fellow cultivators, what meaning did it hold to be a pill master? Furthermore, those who frequently bought joy pills were not likely to pursue serious cultivation. Purchasing cultivation pills would be a waste of spirit stones. He felt no guilt in earning their spirit stones. Shun Leanne had also contemplated introducing upgraded versions of the Yin-Yang Reversal Pill and the Dragon and Phoenix Harmony Pill. But after much thought, he deemed them too conspicuous and their prices too steep, unsuitable for the majority of practitioners seeking joy. The monthly revenue was substantial, with joy pills contributing nearly a quarter of it, and this trend was on the rise, largely thanks to the vibrant entertainment scene in Black Whale City. On the second floor, pouring out the spirit stones from the storage bag and gazing at the sparkling pile, Shun Leanne sighed. Earning spirit stones was not something to be ashamed of. Could he be blamed? He practiced alchemy to earn spirit stones. Who would want to be a legitimate alchemist? Yet, practitioners tended to prefer the easier routes. If he did not sell joy pills, others would. Since he introduced joy pills, the monthly revenue from elixirs had hovered around 2,000 spirit stones. After deducting costs and purchasing other materials, he had accumulated nearly 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. With stability and a loyal clientele, particularly those seeking indulgence, Shun Leanne found little desire to leave Black Whale City. He considered launching an upgraded version of the Dragon and Phoenix Harmony Pill, targeting the practitioners at the 9th level of chi refinement. The cultivation world was filled with practitioners at that level who had lost the dream of foundation establishment, many content to lead a leisurely life. And these individuals often possessed ample spirit stones. "I'm a legitimate alchemist," Shun Leanne mused, rubbing his forehead as he gazed at the spirit stones before him, sighing gently. Was there anything disreputable about any of these spirit stones? After securing the spirit stones in his storage bag, Shun Leanne sat cross-legged. Shun Leanne, Foundation Establishment Level 1, 5 Elements Spiritual Roots, Fire 100, Earth 31, Metal 31, Wood 31. Water 31, Fire Technique, Heavenly Flame Domain, Mental Projection, 610 feet, Alchemist, First Tier High Grade, 110,000, Cannot be surpassed, Symbol Master, Second Tier Low Grade, 120,000, Cannot be surpassed. Beast Tamer, First Tier Medium Grade, 13,000, Cannot be surpassed, Insight Points, 16,521, Mental Enlightenment Points, 0, for a typical Foundation Establishment cultivator. Breaking through a level in 5 to 10 years is considered rapid. Some even achieve it in 3 to 5 years, while many others may take over a decade without a breakthrough. Upon reaching the Foundation Establishment stage, Shun Leanne found himself with ample time to enhance his various skills. Currently, he was contemplating which skills to invest his insight points in next. Elevating his alchemy to the 2nd tier would aid in crafting elixirs for cultivation and yield more spirit stones. He also needed to enhance his beast taming skills. As the strength of his companions, Dehei and San Qian, appeared insufficient to effectively safeguard his home after his foundation establishment. However, Shun Leanne was also eager to pursue skills in formations and puppetry. In the cultivation world, puppeteers have two main paths. One involves using the bodies of demonic beasts as materials, implanting puppet restrictions within them to create puppet beasts. The tier of the puppet depends on the tier of the demonic beast, and the puppeteer must expend considerable effort during the crafting process. Otherwise, the puppet S tier may decline. For instance, a late-stage second-tier demonic beast, upon successful crafting, may become a low-grade second-tier puppet, only capable of exhibiting the combat power of first or second-level foundation establishment. The second path involves crafting composite puppets from various materials, which incorporates some aspects of weapon refinement. For example, using primarily low-grade third-tier materials combined with multiple second-tier and more first-tier materials, one could create a medium-grade third-tier puppet, whose combat prowess rivals that of mid-stage Golden Core practitioners. From the very beginning, Shun Leanne had been eager to delve into puppetry, allowing him to delegate tedious tasks rather than performing them himself. Renowned puppeteers in the cultivation world have left behind numerous legends, with accomplished puppeteers commanding dozens or even hundreds of puppets, capable of effortlessly annihilating entire sections. Additionally, mastering formations is of great necessity. In the future chaos of the cultivation world, being a formation master would allow him to deploy formations tailored to the environment. For now, he should focus on enhancing his alchemy skills. After much contemplation, Shun Leanne ultimately resolved to first enhance his alchemical skills, whether it be puppetry or array formations. The acquisition of such a plethora of materials necessitated a more lucrative method than the earnings from first-tier elixirs. Not to mention, as an alchemist, it would be a considerable failure to be unable to even consume second-tier potions. Furthermore, remaining in Black Whale City offered a considerable degree of stability. By immersing himself in puppetry and array techniques within the city for a few years, he could surely gain sufficient insights. In the following days, Shun Leanne crafted several potions, including the Joyous Elixir, which he entrusted to Luo Fei for sale. He then departed from Black Whale City, setting his sights on Black Rock Island, where he intended to refine the Five Elements Mountain anew. Chapter 75. The frustration of Pei Huiyu. Outside Black Whale Island, an expanse of boundless ocean lay before him, devoid of any other cultivators. Shun Leanne, steering the flying fish spirit vessel, summoned it into his storage pouch with a flicker of spiritual light, then took to the skies. As a foundation establishment cultivator, he no longer required the aid of magical tools to soar through the air. He glided above the water, adjusting his altitude and speed with finesse. He could fly now. Admittedly, he had little experience with flight and had seldom operated magical artifacts, primarily to avoid drawing attention. After a brief flight, he released the flying fish vessel again. Next time, he would procure a vessel of superior grade to avoid it becoming obsolete too quickly. The speed of the flying fish vessel was akin to that of a 9th-layer chi refinement cultivator wielding a flying sword. Yet Shun Leanne had now established his foundation, rendering this equipment somewhat inadequate. He had exchanged a collection of spirit stones to acquire it. Upon reaching Black Rock Island, he sensed San Qian emerging from the depths of the rocky waters. To evade detection by other cultivators, it had concealed itself in the deep waters for cultivation, adorned with a storage pouch containing spirit-feeding pills. After sending San Qian back into the water, Shun Leanne inspected the black horn ant nest, finding no issues. Before entering the tranquil cave within, the Five Elements Mountain shimmered with a spectrum of spiritual light in his hand. This artifact had significantly increased in sentience under his nurturing, multiplying several times since its inception, and the internal multicolored halos were beginning to hint at a second manifestation. This was also the reason he refrained from displaying it in Black Whale City. Although the likelihood of being noticed by Golden Core cultivators was minimal, there was still a chance. The keen perception and broad knowledge of Golden Core cultivators could easily detect anomalies in the artifact's spiritual fluctuations, prompting their interest. Even those not possessing 5 elemental roots could still wield a fully equipped artifact, albeit with slightly diminished power. Moreover, the myriad of nascent soul ancestors in the cultivation realm coveted the 5-color stone. Were they all cultivators of 5 elemental roots? Typically, nascent soul ancestors achieved their status with high-quality single or dual elemental roots. So why did they also value the 5-color stone? Shun Leanne surmised that the nascent soul ancestors possessed alternative methods to refine artifacts from the 5-color stone, aligning them with their own cultivation paths. This could explain the large-scale recruitment of stone nurturers by sections. The 5-elemental spiritual energy surged from his dantian, infusing into the 5 Elements Mountain. When he prepared to establish his foundation, he had intentionally enhanced the other 4 elemental roots, as the dominance of his fire root had overshadowed them. However, after ascending to foundation establishment and witnessing the endless fire domain, his fire energy surged once more, relegating the other 4 energies to a subordinate status. As he attuned to the rhythm of the 5 elemental halos within the 5 Elements Mountain, his consciousness melded with it. How could it be missing? How could it be missing? How could it be missing? As evening approached, Pei Huiyu circled Black Whale City, inching closer to the treasure ship docked at the outer pier. His eyes burned with suppressed fury and frustration. After a prolonged search within the city, he had expanded his search radius. Yet, despite scouring every nook and cranny of Blackwell City multiple times, he could not pinpoint the exact location. The fluctuations of the 5 Elements mountain flickered like a fleeting bloom, vanishing as quickly as they appeared. The person he sought was as elusive as an eel. Clearly within the city yet impossible to locate. What good was a concealed artifact? What purpose did it serve? To be used as a firewood stick? He had sensed it. As time passed, Pei Huiyu's anger morphed into a deep-seated resentment, intensifying his desire to tear apart the person who had taken the 5 Elements mountain. Had they already left Blackwell City? His eyes gleamed with a predatory intensity as he scrutinized the treasure ship at the dock. Impossible. They must still be in Blackwell City. After years of relentless searching, Pei Huiyu's gaze reflected a manic obsession. Blackwell Island, situated at the heart of the 10,000 Stars Sea, was frequented by countless treasure ships and spirit vessels. This was vastly different from his pursuit from the desolate regions to the north. From here, travel to any island in all directions was effortless. If the cultivator holding the 5 Elements mountain had departed, he would have no means to track their whereabouts, plunging him once again into a sea of futility. Cursed. Cursed. They must still be here. They must. Pei Huiyu muttered, continuously refining the 5 Elements Dao seed, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. Even with pills and beast blood essence for replenishment, the continuous drain on his essence without proper recovery had already begun to affect his foundation. What are you looking at? Scram. As Pei Huiyu slowly approached a treasure ship bearing the Su family banner, a voice from aboard barked at him. A young cultivator clad in a resplendent robe casually cursed before retreating into the ship. To mask the aura of the 5 Elements Dao seed, Pei Huiyu had deliberately donned a loose black robe, cloaking himself in its folds, resembling a beggar or wandering cultivator. As for his aura, he had practiced a method to conceal his foundation establishment presence, making him appear less formidable. He had journeyed northward, not without adversaries. Although the old ancestor Xiang had vanished, his golden core disciple, Qing Yinjinren, still remained. Pei Huiyu's countenance darkened as he assessed the ship's banner, his gaze sharpening. The pills he had consumed during this journey were of considerable value. Where would he acquire more spirit stones? If fate had brought him an unwitting target, he would not hesitate to claim it. Outside Blackwell Island, the tattered treasure ship adorned with the Su family banner lay half submerged in the sea. Its deck strewn with corpses, the surrounding waters stained crimson. Who are you? When has the Su family offended you? Su Tingue, the third elder of the Su family, was pallid, his robe scorched and blood seeping from his lips due to the backlash of spiritual energy. He had been thoroughly outmatched in this encounter. He had no idea when such a formidable cultivator had set their sights on him. The family treasure ship had come to Blackwell City to sell the spiritual rice, herbs, and ores accumulated over the years. To this end, the ship had been equipped with a second-tier superior formation, yet the adversary wielded a forbidden-breaking pearl. This made him suspect that the attack was specifically directed at the Su family. Should he lose this cargo, it would spell trouble for the family's operations. I have sent a signal to the family elders. A Su family elder at the 8th layer of foundation establishment is nearby. With a cold smile, Pei Huiyu said nothing, lifting his hands as 5-colored spiritual light burst forth from his palms, transforming into 5 radiant halos descending upon Su Tingue. This was merely the first strike. A hand, vibrant with multicolored brilliance, but edged in fiery red, descended upon Su Tingue. Sensing the impending threat, Su Tingue unleashed several second-tier talismans, summoning monstrous waves that coalesced into sea beasts, charging toward Pei Huiyu as he attempted to flee. Yet beneath the 5-colored hand, the sea beasts conjured by the talismans dissipated within mere moments. Boom. Realizing the talismans were ineffective, Su Tingue sought to summon a protective artifact. But the 5-colored halo had already descended, obstructing his spiritual energy. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the 5 elements fire palm struck down, engulfing Su Tingue. I have signaled the Su family. Su Tingue's voice was hoarse and desperate, yet the only response was the overwhelming might of the 5 elemental spiritual energy. Crack. The protective spell surrounding him shattered, and he was consumed by the 5 elemental energy, leaving only a pile of bones to plummet into the depths. Pei Huiyu, with a wave of his hand, collected the remains, soaring onto the treasure ship, his expression devoid of emotion as he surveyed his spoils. Such scenes have long become a common occurrence. The expenditure of spirit stones along the journey is invariably derived from the offerings of cultivators. The Su family found themselves fortuitously positioned, standing upon the elevated treasure ship, enveloped by the scent of blood. Pei Huiyu's aura grew increasingly ferocious, with veins of crimson gradually manifesting in his eyes. He struggled desperately to regain a semblance of clarity, only to be submerged once more by his own savagery. A tranquil heart resembles clear water. Undisturbed, it remains serene. Ah! A howl erupted from his throat as he pressed his hands against his head. Who dares to show themselves? His divine consciousness swept across his entire being, yet the elemental energies within him began to surge violently, spells erupting from his hands to strike the surrounding sea. No matter how thoroughly he examined his body, he could not discern any anomaly. Nevertheless, Pei Huiyu was convinced that something was amiss. Otherwise, he would not be in such a state. Boom. With the onslaught of elemental spells, the treasure ship soon plunged into the depths of the ocean. This particular maritime expanse was deliberately chosen for his intervention, with few cultivators traversing its waters. Earlier, while engaged in combat, a few cultivators had passed by, but upon witnessing the confrontation, they fled with remarkable swiftness. A tranquil heart resembles clear water. Undisturbed, it remains serene. After a series of spellcasting to vent his frustrations, accompanied by the incessant recitation of the calming incantation, the bloodshot hue in Pei Huiyu's eyes dimmed somewhat. Yet the savage aura still lingered. Where could it be? The resentment coalesced in his gaze. The animosity towards the individual who had seized the Five Elements mountain reaching its zenith. Had it not been for this person, he would have long since concealed himself with the Five Elements mountain and would not be enduring such an uncontrollable state. At that moment, as Pei Huiyu probed the vast accumulation of spirit stones within his storage bracelet, his eyes suddenly froze in astonishment. He swiftly extracted the Five Elements Dao seed. The five-colored spiritual light shimmered brilliantly, emanating radiant glimmers. A resonant hum echoed. In an instant, Pei Huiyu's eyes sparkled. The Five Elements Dao seed had responded. He had found it. He had found it. Chapter 76. Deal with him. Blackrock Island. With a splash, Sanqian leapt from the pond. Bubbles stirring the white mist conjured by the formation, beckoning Shun Leanne. Engaged in the refinement of the Five Elements mountain, Shun Leanne paused, his brows furrowing. Someone was approaching. Sanqian's message hinted at the arrival of a formidable cultivator on Blackrock Island. A Foundation establishment cultivator? With a swift motion, Shun Leanne withdrew the Five Elements mountain into his dantian, refraining from any hasty actions. Although Blackrock Island lacked abundant spiritual energy and was not situated on the main shipping route outside Black Whale Island, it had not been free from the passage of cultivators in the past. Caution was warranted, yet one must not succumb to fear. What if a cultivator merely passed through? Over the years, numerous cultivators had traversed this area, but encountering a Foundation establishment cultivator was indeed unprecedented. Nevertheless, it was not unusual for a Foundation establishment cultivator to visit Blackrock Island. Within a 300-mile radius of Black Whale Island, the landscape was rugged, with dark forests standing tall. Over the years, every corner of the island had become infested with black horn ant nests, surveilling every inch of the territory. Amidst the rustling of withered leaves and scattered stones, ordinary black horn ants scuttled about, foraging for sustenance. Shun Leanne had intentionally refrained from allowing these ants to undergo demonization. To cultivators, non-demonized insects held no value. At most, they provided fleeting amusement, as one could easily dispatch a horde of black horn ants with a simple spell. If someone were to scour the mountains and uproot every nest beneath the earth, it would merely be a form of entertainment. Shun Leanne would gladly refer to such a person as a friend with an excess of free time. On the summit of a small mountain in the southeastern part of Blackrock Island, Pei Huiyu, clad in a flowing black robe, cradled the Five Elements Dao seed in his hands. Excitement radiating from his countenance. Fortune favored him. As long as he could reclaim the Five Elements mountain, there would be opportunities to re-enter the Five Elements immortal palace and seize the grand chance of ascension. This information had serendipitously reached him from the ancient Xiang. In the realm of cultivation, who did not aspire to become an immortal ancestor? However, Pei Huiyu's expression froze. The fluctuations of the Five Elements Dao seed ceased, and the aura of the Five Elements mountain vanished once more. Surveying the surrounding mountains and sea, Pei Huiyu ascended into the air. This island was the only refuge within a 1,000-mile radius. The disturbances from the Five Elements Dao seed were most pronounced in this vicinity, confirming that the individual was nearby. The disappearance of the aura suggested that the Five Elements mountain had been concealed within someone's body, shrouded by spiritual energy. Pei Huiyu traversed the mountains, his consciousness sweeping across the island, inspecting every nook and cranny. Countless nests of black horn ants embedded within the crevices of the mountains, buried beneath the earth, and hidden among the flora registered within his perception. He paid them no heed, for black horn ants were far too common in the wilderness, without natural enemies. They proliferated rapidly. Within the tranquil cavern, Shun Leanne frowned. The arrival of the cultivator was not a mere happenstance. They were actively searching for something on the island. However, Blackrock Island was exceedingly barren, devoid of anything of value beyond stones and worthless black trees. What could one possibly seek here to warrant the involvement of a Foundation establishment cultivator? After much contemplation, the only item of significant worth on the island was himself. Could it be a robbery? This thought compelled him to reflect on whether he had grown too complacent over the past 3 years, inadvertently attracting attention to his wealth. The alchemist Ding from the Calm Heart Dan workshop had gained a modicum of fame in the southern region of Blackwell City. He had long ceased large-scale sales of elixirs, opting instead for a more measured approach. Among the many cultivators in Blackwell City, he was hardly remarkable. Yet, having neglected to act during his chi refinement stage, it seemed rather odd for a robber to target him only now that he had reached Foundation establishment. Allowing Big Black to continue discreetly overseeing the black horn ants, Shun Leanne remained unperturbed. He had meticulously prepared this stable cavern for many years. Buried 500 feet beneath the earth, shielded by formations and talismans, Even a 7th-layer foundation establishment cultivator would struggle to detect him. For now, he would observe the intentions of the visitor. Uncertainty made it impossible for Shun Leanne to continue his practice, prompting him to organize his equipment. He retrieved the talisman array and talismans, preparing to counter the opponent's attack in the initial exchange if a confrontation ensued. Should the adversary prove formidable, he was ready to make a swift escape. With a thunderous roar, the spiritual energy of the 5 elements reverberated across the island, manifesting as a surging force that struck the mountains, dislodging rocks and turning a small peak into a barren expanse. The unleashed energy obliterated a nearby black horn ant nest, rendering it to nothingness. Pei Huiyu exuded a frenzied aura as he soared through the air, relentlessly bombarding the mountains. Come out. I know you are here. Hand over the 5 elements mountain. The 5 elements mountain. As Shun Leanne pondered the identity of the potential robber, he was taken aback by the shouted demand. This revelation was utterly unexpected. He had not considered this possibility at all. Good news, he was not being robbed. Bad news, the original owner of the 5 elements mountain had arrived. Now it was clear that the newcomer was seeking him out. Wasn't this person supposed to be dead? He recalled the rumors surrounding this individual in the 9-tiered immortal city, which had been rather boastful, indicating that many were aware of his cultivation of golden core level techniques. At the time, Shun Leanne had felt that this individual had met with a deserved end. Apparently, he had not perished and had tracked him down, furrowing his brow. Shun Leanne wondered how this person had discovered his whereabouts. His first instinct urged him to vacate the area. It was prudent to act decisively and flee. After all, the distance from the wilderness to Black Whale Island spanned more than 100,000 miles. To pinpoint the location of his hiding place from such a distance was no small feat. What kind of divine ability was this? After re-evaluating the items in his possession, Shun Leanne steadied his mind. If such divine powers existed, he would have been unearthed from his secure cavern long ago. Rather than facing the mountains in a fit of rage, the cavern lay over 500 feet below the surface. A 7th-layer foundation establishment cultivator could nearly breach the obscuring formations. The fact that he had yet to locate the cavern and was indiscriminately unleashing his wrath upon the island suggested that this person's strength was unlikely to exceed the 7th layer of foundation establishment. Moreover, it seemed this individual was somewhat deranged, exhibiting signs of a troubled mental state. After much reflection, Shun Leanne reached a resolution. Deal with him. The treasure that was the 5 Elements Mountain would not be relinquished easily. It was not something to be casually acquired. The fact that he had pursued him from the wilderness indicated that he was privy to the secrets within the 5 Elements Mountain. This person was also a 5-element root cultivator, posing a potential threat. Remaining under constant scrutiny and allowing him to pursue him across vast distances would only invite further danger in the future. With this thought in mind, Shun Leanne rose to action. Deal with him. Indeed. Come out. Pei Huiyu's large hand, wreathed in flames, struck downwards, his eyes once again tinged with blood. The 5 Elements Mountain lay near at hand, and he had forgotten to suppress his madness. As his gaze swept across the distance, he suddenly spotted a figure standing atop a mountain peak near the shoreline. On that summit, Shun Leanne stood with his hands clasped behind his back, assessing Pei Huiyu. In his left hand, he held the talisman array, while his right grasped a talisman. He was adorned with upgraded 2nd-tier Spirit Sense talisman, with upgraded 10,000-mile talisman affixed to his feet, legs, and waist. You finally dare to show yourself, Pei Huiyu exclaimed, his gaze locking onto Shun Leanne as he stepped forward, traversing the air towards him. Hand over the 5 Elements Mountain. As he approached within 450 feet, Shun Leanne sensed the fluctuations of the Spirit Sense talisman being swept over. Preliminary assessment. Spirit Sense approximately 450 feet. Mental energy unstable. State, deranged. Aura unstable. Secondary confirmation of mental issues. Comprehensive assessment. Realm between 4th to 5th layers of foundation establishment. Thoughts raced through Shun Leanne's mind, and the likelihood of defeating his opponent surged to 80%. Meanwhile, in the waters surrounding Black Whale Island, schools of fish and shrimp frolicked upon the surface. 3,000. Shimmering with emerald scales, plunged into the depths, her demonic energy swelling. Her gills produced bubbles the size of 3 feet. Suddenly, a towering column of water erupted from beneath the surface, lifting her form high into the air. With a roar, the sound of her gills echoed like a fierce wind, resonating across the sea. Hearing the commotion on the surface, Shun Leanne felt a surge of reassurance. I can preliminarily confirm that there are no allies of this person in the vicinity. Hand over the 5-element mountain. Pei Huiyu summoned the 5-element spiritual energy, which slithered between his 10 fingers like serpents, forming a radiant halo aimed at Shun Leanne. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yet, Shun Leanne's movements were swifter. Upon receiving 3000's message, he flicked his sleeve, releasing a stream of light. The talisman array. 72 talismanic energies intertwined, with wind, thunder, and fire merging in a rotating dance, enveloping Pei Huiyu. Crash. In response to the assault of the talisman array, Pei Huiyu transformed the radiant halo into a 5-element fire palm, colliding with the domain created by the talismans. Immediately, he revealed 2 black forbidden-breaking pearls with a flick of his hand, hurling them forward. Crack. Observing this scene, Shun Leanne cursed under his breath. These foundation building types have endless tricks. The talisman sequence combined with the talisman array had some connection to formations, while the forbidden breaking pearls were specifically designed to counteract restrictive formations. Boom. As Pei Huiyu tore through the energy of the talisman attack, his hand glimmered with 5-element spiritual light, intertwining to form a halo. 5-element severance. This was one of his most adept spells, capable of restraining and suppressing an opponent's spiritual energy. Shun Leanne quickly executed a series of incantations. The talisman array spun rapidly, with spiritual light merging into 9 talismans radiating with hues of 9 colors. These 9 talismans did not unleash significant power. Instead, they melted in midair, their vibrant colors fading into dust, which coalesced into a misty dragon. In an instant, it surged through the breach created by the forbidden breaking pearls, flooding Pei Huiyu with a torrent of vapor. Chapter 77, The Battle of Spirit Stones. Cough, cough. The toxic powder struck Pei Huiyu unexpectedly, causing his 5 elements forbidden spell to falter and dissipate in the air. Shun Leanne swiftly executed a series of incantations, activating the residual energies of the Tiangang Thunderfire Talismans and Windfire Talismans on the array plate, reconstituting a domain of wind, thunder, and fire. Yet, Pei Huiyu produced 2 more forbidden breaker pearls from his grasp. Boom. The 2 pearls erupted with dazzling energy, tearing a gaping chasm in the wind-thunder-fire domain. Taking advantage of the opening, Pei Huiyu charged through the rift, a hand enveloped in blazing red fire soaring towards Shun Leanne. It was indeed a fortuitous moment for Pei Huiyu. Shun Leanne had just completed his foundation establishment, with spells still at the first tier. His most formidable offensive method, the talisman sequence, paled in comparison to the forbidden breaker pearls in Pei Huiyu's possession. The offensive techniques from the Qi refining stage were wholly inadequate against the foundation establishment. As the 5 elements fire palm approached, Shun Leanne summoned a fiery bird, flames ascending from his palm. The golden red firebird spread its wings and collided with the 5 elements fire palm. Sizzling. An unexpected, piercing sound erupted as the 5 elements fire palm, under the impact of the firebird, was subdued, its crimson flames extinguished as if encountering a nemesis. The primary offensive force of the 5 elements fire palm, reliant on fire, exploded into a burst of colorful spiritual light upon the firebird's assault. The still flapping firebird surged toward Pei Huiyu. Pei Huiyu's eyes widened with suspicion. What kind of fire technique was this? It could even counter his own fire spells. His hands moved swiftly, weaving a spell with his fingers, as 5-colored spiritual energy intertwined like serpents, forming a magical cage to entrap the firebird. Yet, at the moment of the firebird's explosion, the crimson gold flames overwhelmed the 5-colored magical cage, dimming the fire spiritual energy within, leading to a rupture of the 5 elements in the air. Once again, the spell was countered, and Pei Huiyu felt a surge of alarm. From their first clash, Shun Leanne discerned that Pei Huiyu's combat experience far surpassed his own. With a flick of his sleeve, he summoned 108 talismans from his storage bracelet. However, recalling the forbidden breaker pearls, he hesitated, ultimately refraining from casting the talismans. Not only was Pei Huiyu richly experienced in battle, but he had also managed to suppress the poison for a considerable duration, all while wielding items that countered talisman sequences. Without depleting the forbidden breaker pearls, even activating the Tiangang and Dezhao Thunderfire talisman array would yield minimal results. The likelihood of vanquishing his opponent was diminishing. Buzz. In the next moment, Shun Leanne activated 6,000-mile divine movement talisman spells with a thought, propelling himself to escape rapidly. Pei Huiyu, momentarily taken aback by the sudden retreat of his opponent, channeled his spiritual energy in pursuit. A mere first-layer foundation establishment cultivator possessed such a plethora of talismans, and his fire techniques were exceedingly peculiar, even capable of repressing Pei Huiyu's fire spiritual energy. Truly, it was a fortuitous encounter, justifying his long chase. He cultivated the 5 elements, with his fire spiritual root slightly more prominent than the other 4. Could it be that heaven, having observed his diligent efforts for years, was compensating him? A technique that could suppress fire spiritual energy was certainly no ordinary affair. With the support of the 6,000-mile divine movement talisman, Shun Leanne felt buoyant, widening the distance to 600 zhang, then 500, 450, 400, and finally settling around 450 zhang. After several tests, he confirmed the strength of Pei Huiyu's spiritual sense and devised a strategy. Upon reconfirming the opponent's spiritual sense at 450 zhang, he realized he could use the soul-binding seal. However, Shun Leanne was not in haste. He sought greater gains. Besides its offensive capabilities, the soul-binding seal could also delve into memories. As his adversary sustained more injuries, their spiritual sense would weaken further, allowing him to glean more memories. He needed to uncover the truth about the 5 Elements Mountain, having been pursued across tens of thousands of miles to Black Whale Island. The realization of such a predicament sent shivers down his spine. What if others were lurking in the shadows? If they drew near undetected, he could be caught off guard. Otherwise, he might have preferred to retreat to Black Whale City for safety. His own security compelled him to act. Boom. Pei Huiyu continued his assault. Yet Shun Leanne's spiritual sense surpassed his by a quarter, enabling him to evade the attacks preemptively. After 2 successive strikes, Pei Huiyu ceased his onslaught. Realizing that the more he cast spells, the more uncontrollable the poison became within him. Noticing Pei Huiyu's pause, Shun Leanne reflected on the resilience of this adversary against toxins. Soaring over a mountain peak, Shun Leanne dove into a valley. Pei Huiyu followed closely. Shun Leanne halted in the center of the valley. Turning to face Pei Huiyu as he entered the area, fingers forming incantations. 5 elements harmonious formation, activate. 5 colored spiritual light surged into the sky within the valley. Enveloping a radius of 300 zhong, strands of colorful light intertwined, flowing like shooting stars within the formation. Go. Under Shun Leanne's control, the 5 colored spiritual light transformed into orbs, hurtling towards Pei Huiyu. Second tier low-grade formation? Pei Huiyu's spiritual light flickered as he produced 2 more forbidden breaker pearls. Shun Leanne was momentarily stunned. Indeed, there were more forbidden breaker pearls. Each one cost over 1,000 spirit stones, and he unleashed 2 at once. Damn. It seemed he had encountered a formidable adversary today. The 2 forbidden breaker pearls spun and detonated in midair, unleashing waves of black spiritual energy that tore a gaping hole spanning over 10 zhong in the 5-colored spiritual light. Pei Huiyu surged through the rift. The formation's purpose was to ensnare and annihilate, but if it could not even trap a person, it was rendered ineffective. Shun Leanne wasted no time. Slapping another set of 1,000-mile divine movement talisman spells onto himself, whooshing out of the valley. As Pei Huiyu, emerging from the formation, prepared to strike, he watched Shun Leanne, adorned in flickering spiritual light, dart away, his expression one of astonishment. More talismans. Each talisman was worth at least 100 spirit stones, and here was a whole stack. Damn. No wonder he had managed to seize control of the 5 Elements Mountain. At that moment, Pei Huiyu coughed violently. A trickle of foul blood at the corner of his mouth, his ears ringing. With the continuous exertion of spiritual energy, the poison had flared up. The blood vessels in his eyes turned crimson, and the circulating 5 elements spiritual energy within him became tumultuous. Ah, 5 Elements Mountain. With a furious roar, a fierce glint erupted from his blood-red eyes, and the surging 5 elements spiritual energy managed to once again suppress the poison. Die. In midair, Shun Leanne did not turn back, yet he sensed the changes within Pei Huiyu, heightening his frenzy. An uncontrollable aura emanated from him. He unleashed a Tiangang Thunderfire Talisman, further provoking Pei Huiyu to accelerate the poison's assault on his heart. For cultivators at the 4th or 5th layer of Foundation establishment, the 100 spirits poison was somewhat insufficient, but it was adequate as support. As the Thunderfire approached, Pei Huiyu did not flinch, shattering the lightning and flames with a wave of his hand. Have the courage not to flee. His voice, hoarse and beastly, echoed, I am at the 1st layer of Foundation establishment. Come down, and it will be a fight to the death. With his hands weaving 5 colored strands, Pei Huiyu conjured a 5 elements forbidden light ring, directing it towards Shun Leanne. Die. Having regained his rhythm in battle, Shun Leanne turned to counter, launching another Tiangang Thunderfire Talisman to intercept the incoming light ring. This peculiar 5-colored light ring caused Shun Leanne's internal 5 elements spiritual energy to stagnate from a distance, even affecting his divine movement talisman. It was a technique truly suited for ambush, especially one with 5 elements attributes. Coincidentally, he had yet to acquire 2nd-tier spells since his Foundation establishment. Boom. As it became increasingly ineffective, the influence of the poison within him grew stronger. The 5 elements spiritual energy surged from Pei Huiyu, coiling and solidifying into a 5-colored serpent-like form. The 5 elements serpent. The vibrant serpent transformed into a colossal form, soaring through the air towards Shun Leanne. As he beheld the magnificent 5-colored serpent stirring the heavens, a glimmer of realization illuminated Shun Leanne's expression. Such a remarkable spell. Indeed, a truly remarkable spell. He did not engage directly. Instead, he affixed several long-distance travel talismans upon himself. His previously diminished speed surged once more, and with each display of this powerful magic, the toxic energy within him was unleashed at an accelerated pace. Suddenly, with a cough, Pei Huiyu could no longer endure, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Ah! Having traversed the southern celestial realm to the desolate domain, a journey nearing 100,000 miles, and having vanquished numerous Foundation establishment practitioners, he had never before encountered such a frustrating contest of spells. 2nd tier, middle grade, 5 elements reversal formation, activate. As Pei Huiyu began to descend, Shun Leanne unleashed a flurry of formation flags from his hands. The 1st tier, upper grade formation he had procured from Yunming Market was now in play. With the flags swirling about, Pei Huiyu instinctively brushed his waist, revealing a broken prohibition pearl in his grasp. However, sensing the aura of the formation, he realized something was amiss. No. This is a 1st-tier formation. Do you not possess any broken prohibition pearls? In mid-air, Shun Leanne observed Pei Huiyu brandishing only a single broken prohibition pearl. And with a flick of his wrist, his sleeve danced. I do possess them. In that instant, 108 2nd-tier talismans surged forth in a dazzling display. Heavenly Tidal and Earthly Fiery Thunder Series Talisman Formation, arise. Moreover, Pei Huiyu was taken aback. How could a mere Foundation establishment practitioner, even if a talisman master, accumulate such an abundance of second-tier talismans? Do they not require spirit stones for cultivation? A terrifying aura swiftly enveloped the surrounding mountains and fields, as the overwhelming force of the gathered talismans created a magnificent display of thunder and fire, forming a dual-layered rotating formation that ensnared Pei Huiyu within its grasp. Chapter 78. The Borrowed Soul Goo Insect. Unforeseen events. 108 talismans interconnected, with thunder and fire in harmonious balance, guided by the winds. A radiant blaze of thunder engulfed the realm, seemingly bent on annihilating the entire wilderness. Enveloped by the talismans, Pei Huiyu unleashed the last of his forbidden-breaking pearls. Among the suspended talismans, 2 were activated, racing towards the pearl, only to quickly lose their potency. Boom. The remaining talismans arranged themselves in a sequence of 36 above and 70 below, rotating and descending upon Pei Huiyu with oppressive force. 5 elements sword go. As the talismans descended, Pei Huiyu strained to channel the 5 elements' spiritual energy, summoning a 3-foot sword of 5 colors. The 5 elements sword erupted with brilliant multicolored light, cleaving downwards towards the talisman array. Boom. Within the lower layer of the talisman array, over 10 talismans soared forth, intercepting the radiant energy of the 5 elements sword. Go. Shun Leanne formed hand seals, activating the remaining talismans, continuously shrinking their encompassing range. Vast torrents of thunder and fire surged forth, propelled by the howling winds, aiming to obliterate Pei Huiyu. Boom. Facing such an onslaught, Pei Huiyu summoned the 5 elements sword for protection, yet could no longer withstand the relentless wave of thunder and fire. The overwhelming energy crashed upon him like a roaring tide. Clang. The 5 elements sword was sent flying after fending off the thunder and fire, and a descending bolt of lightning struck Pei Huiyu directly. Crack. The 5-colored protective barrier surrounding him shattered. Gasp. Pei Huiyu finally faltered. Not only did the wounds on his chest split further, but he also coughed up copious amounts of foul blood, the effects of the 100 spirits poison manifesting in his weakened state. Just as Shun Leanne prepared to strike again and employ the soul-binding seal, Pei Huiyu, plummeting, let out a furious howl. Come forth. A blood-red light flickered, revealing a 5-inch insect silhouette above Pei Huiyu's head. The Borrowed Soul Goo Insect. Shun Leanne instantly recognized the type of insect. This man has been cursed. The insect, resembling a cocoon, swiftly split open, revealing a 3-inch illusory figure. Damn, there is someone behind this. Pei Huiyu roared in anger upon sensing the 3-inch figure sprouting from his head. Xiang's direct disciple, Qing Yunjinren. He had initially suspected that Xiang had placed a restriction upon him, only to discover it was Xiang's disciple instead. However, at this moment, the distinction between Xiang and Qing Yunjinren had lost much of its significance. No wonder he could not control himself, frequently exhibiting symptoms of madness. How could he not be affected with such a presence lurking in his sea of consciousness? Suspended in mid-air, Shun Leanne executed his spells, commanding the talismans to relentlessly bombard Pei Huiyu. Whether he had been cursed or mutated, he would die today. Within the records of beast taming passed down through generations, there existed a fragment pertaining to the insect before him. This insect, known as the Borrowed Soul Insect, could conceal itself within a person's sea of consciousness. And when the host fell into a state of dormancy, even if the cultivator delved into their own sea of consciousness, they would be oblivious to the insect's presence. As a tool for subjugation, the Borrowed Soul Insect was favored by cultivators, especially those adept in insect refinement, who would go to great lengths to capture it. In the hands of such practitioners, through extreme and sinister methods, a portion of the cultivator's consciousness could be merged with the Borrowed Soul Insect, allowing it to infiltrate the consciousness of other cultivators. Gradually, it would blend with the host's sea of consciousness, insidiously influencing their mindset and habits. Ultimately, if the cursed cultivator sustained severe injuries and approached death, the Borrowed Soul Goo Insect would seize the opportunity to take control of the cursed cultivator's body. This insect, while enigmatic, bore significant flaws, namely its lack of independent offensive power. The 3-inch figure was evidently the one who had refined this goo insect. Boom. The talismans erupted in brilliance, their combined forces of wind, fire, and thunder continually encroaching upon the area. Pei Huiyu stuffed a pill into his mouth. Yet the terrifying assault arising from the nearly 100 talismans was overwhelming. Already injured, he was relentlessly struck by the torrents of thunder and fire. The 3-inch figure atop his head swayed incessantly. Shun Leanne's consciousness spread forth, preparing to employ the soul-binding seal to capture Pei Huiyu's memories at the moment of the final thunderous strike. Being pursued for tens of thousands of miles by a Foundation establishment cultivator had already left him somewhat astonished. He never anticipated that a Foundation establishment cultivator would also come with a 3-inch figure. It was evident that the 3-inch figure was acquainted with him. The 3-inch figure's consciousness swept across the surrounding chaos of wind, thunder, and fire, emanating a slightly delayed wave of consciousness. Release your sea of consciousness, or you shall find no place to rest. Then let us perish together. Pei Huiyu was struck once more, bloodied and battered, yet his eyes appeared remarkably clear. Haha. No wonder I managed to escape unscathed. It turns out you were behind the scenes. Yin Qingyun, you truly are a ruthless character. You desire the five elements mountain, do you not? It lies in the hands of that person outside. Go and take it. Just like Xiang. You are nothing but a cowardly wretch, trembling and hiding all this time. You seek death. Pei Huiyu. The 3-inch figure cursed furiously yet was powerless to act. The soul energy carried by the insect was limited. It could only seize control of the body, but could not act independently. So you too fear that the old dog Xiang is still alive, hence wishing to use my hand to refine the 5-color stone into a magical artifact. Pei Huiyu laughed bitterly, drenched in blood, charging towards the descending thunder and fire. What he initially believed to be a great opportunity turned out to be nothing but a pawn in the grand scheme. The terrifying might of the talisman array proved overwhelming. He barely managed to withstand a few strikes before reaching the end of his rope. Severely injured and cursed with the soul insect, Pei Huiyu suddenly lost the will to resist. What was refined by predecessors will be harvested by successors, and there are successors to come after. Haha. Yin Qingyin, you too. Haha. I shall await you both below. Feeling Pei Huiyu's intent to perish alongside the descending thunder, the 3-inch figure surged with dark energy, diving into Pei Huiyu's sea of consciousness. The opportunity was at hand, fleeting and ephemeral. Its true intention was to use Pei Huiyu's hand to forge the 5-color stone into a magical artifact. The cunning and treacherous Xiang had faked his death multiple times. To securely obtain the magical artifact forged from the 5-color stone, one could only take an alternative route. Once Pei Huiyu had completed the artifact, as he neared death from the assault, the figure could seize his body and retreat deep into the mountains to hide. When the time was right, confirming Xiang's demise, he could employ another cultivated borrowed soul goo insect to locate his hiding place and subsequently acquire the 5 elements artifact. The plan appeared sound, yet Pei Huiyu found himself in an absolute deadlock, ensnared by hundreds of talismans without a means of escape. Boom. The multitude of talismans engulfed Pei Huiyu. At the same moment, ripples emanated from Shun Leanne's sea of consciousness, a grotesque and pale violet specter flickering into existence. Boom. Pei Huiyu's form was struck by boundless thunder and fire, spiritual energy piercing through his body, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Within his sea of consciousness, the ghastly specter surged forth, crashing into the crumbling sea of consciousness, voraciously devouring the energy within. The specter, with its long, clawed hands, crushed the struggling fat white insect within the sea, swallowing it whole. The borrowed soul goo insect attempted to resist but was brutally suppressed by the specter, instantly reduced to fragments within the demonic form. Amidst the thunderous roars, the exploding thunder and fire devastated the surrounding wilderness, and within the dissipating flames, the mangled remains of Pei Huiyu fell to the ground. Chapter 79. Aftermath and Consequences. In midair, Shun Leanne's body swayed slightly. Within the sea of his consciousness, the pale purple specter re-emerged, once again plunging into the fallen bones to inspect them thoroughly. With a wave of his hand, a swarm of demonized black-horned ants scuttled from afar, rummaging through the shattered remains and absconding with the storage rings and bracelets. Buzzing, Shun Leanne produced a Tianshi Thunderfire talisman, smashing it down, igniting the remnants into flames. Tilting his head for a moment, he deemed it insufficiently thorough. He quickly performed a hand gesture, summoning a golden-red firebird that cried out as it dove into the raging fire. The remnants blazed with golden-red flames, swiftly reducing them to a mound of ash and gray. A group of black-horned ants scurried back up, immediately beginning to consume the still-warm ashes. Shun Leanne did not pause in his actions. Several talismans emitting a dark light appeared in his hand, which he activated and sent towards the location where he had previously employed the fire spirit technique. These were the Bihai Jingtao talismans. Upon activation, they transformed into colossal serpentine water snakes, sweeping through the ruins of their recent battle. As water clashed with fire, stones erupted chaotically in the mountains. The water roared as if boiling, dramatically altering the landscape of the earlier battleground. This clash of techniques and talismans, with both sides wielding spiritual stones as if to hammer down their will upon the world, was fraught with unexpected twists and turns. After hastily wrapping up the aftermath, he made his way towards the outer reaches of Black Rock Island. Just as Shun Leanne departed, a resounding crash echoed from underground. The previously concealed stable cave collapsed with a thunderous roar, burying massive stones in dirt. The once secure cave, stable for 3 years, vanished beneath the earth. Outside the island, emerging from the water were 3,000 items, and Shun Leanne hastily headed towards Blackwell City. He had several caves outside the city, yet in comparison, the fortified Blackwell City, guarded by Golden Core practitioners and formations, proved far safer. At Blackwell City, within the tranquil spirit pill shop, Shun Leanne breathed a sigh of relief after consuming a first-tier recovery pill. Thankfully, things had not turned out as dire as he had feared. In the end, the soul-binding seal had performed remarkably, capturing not only a wealth of Pei Huiyu's memories, but also a significant portion of the consciousness within the soul-borrowing goo. From the retrieved memories, he learned that the opposing cultivator was named Pei Huiyu, a stone cultivator under the command of the ancestor Xiang. The one who had administered the soul-borrowing goo was Bian Qingyun, a disciple of ancestor Xiang. Although Bian Qingyun was a Golden Core true person, the capacity of the soul-borrowing goo was inherently limited, accommodating a consciousness not much stronger than that of Pei Huiyu. who was at the 5th layer of foundation establishment. After being severely wounded, Pei Huiyu and the goo were both affected. Moreover, once a cultivator's consciousness merges with the goo, communicating with the main body requires a special method. And proximity is essential for such contact. Thus, the communication between the severed consciousness and the main body was severed. This implies that while Bian Qingyuan might sense the goo's demise, he remained oblivious to the specifics of the situation. Among the severed consciousness, there were fragments of Bian Qingyuan's own memories, which Shun Leanne also managed to capture. The adage "the actions of the past resonate in the present" rang true in this instance. Lost in thought, Shun Leanne repeated Pei Huiyu's words, snapping back to reality with a bitter smile. He had initially thought himself fortunate, only to discover the magnitude of the oversight, spanning from foundation establishment to golden core, and then to nascent soul. What a predicament! It was no wonder that shortly after completing his foundation establishment, he encountered the ascension rite, which seemed to have foreshadowed his fate. That unfortunate cultivator, who had failed to establish his foundation, bore a considerable grudge. Had he not prepared for contingencies, he might have been ensnared in the ascension himself. The preparations, however, were still insufficient. Unexpected scenarios had not been accounted for. This was a lesson to remember. In the future, he must prepare at least 10 sets of talismans. Reflecting on the shortcomings of this battle, Shun Leanne recognized that it was his first encounter with foundation establishment cultivators. Having just ascended to that level, he was still mentally anchored in the chi refinement stage. He had gained insight into the means of foundation establishment practitioners, as well as their considerable financial resources. The primary issue was that he had not adequately prepared for a comprehensive defense or offensive strategy. Subsequently, he spent the better part of the day organizing the chaotic fragments of memories retrieved through the soul-binding seal. However, the pieces were too fragmented and disjointed. Many lacked coherence. He sifted through the useful ones and gleaned a general understanding of the events leading up to the current situation. The origins of this affair traced back to the 5 Elements Immortal Palace. The emergence of the 5 Elements Immortal Palace was preceded by omens, where a mirage-like scene would reflect the impending arrival, drawing in the spiritual energy of the world. This process required at least a century, allowing numerous nascent soul-level forces to prepare, even from considerable distances. Decades ago, the entrance to the 5 Elements Immortal Palace manifested near the southern sea region of the southern cultivation realm, prompting many nascent soul forces to enter the palace in search of opportunities. Naturally, Ancestor Xiang also ventured inside. Having anticipated the appearance of the palace and capturing many 5 spiritual root cultivators from both the mundane and cultivation realms, Pei Huiyu being one of them. Moreover, Pei Huiyu possessed a mid-grade 5 spiritual root, with his fire root even falling into the high-grade category. Among the 5 spiritual root cultivators captured by Ancestor Xiang, Pei Huiyu and 2 others, under the careful nurturing of a nascent soul ancestor, ascended to the foundation establishment stage. They were brought into the Immortal Palace during its opening and managed to survive by unearthing the 5-color stone from the 5-colored soil. The reason Pei Huiyu possessed so many forbidden breaking pearls was that Ancestor Xiang had entrusted him with them for breaking the palace's restrictions. Within the 5 Elements Immortal Palace, Pei Huiyu consumed 3rd-tier and even 2nd-tier upper and mid-grade forbidden breaking pearls. The remaining 2nd-tier lower-grade pearls had mostly been depleted in battles over the years, leading to a critical shortage during pivotal moments. Ancestor Xiang was a figure of both righteousness and wickedness, rarely doing good deeds but often engaging in nefarious activities. After acquiring the 5-color stone from the Immortal Palace, he attracted the attention of his old adversaries. Following a fierce battle, Ancestor Xiang vanished, with rumors suggesting he had gone into hiding to recuperate. However, he had anticipated such a turn of events and had arranged for his disciples to hide Pei Huiyu and others in a remote cultivation location. Yet, no matter how secluded the place, the clash between nascent soul ancestors would inevitably spread like wildfire. Upon hearing of Ancestor Xiang's serious injuries and escape, Pei Huiyu, as a stone cultivator, began to harbor ulterior motives. He believed himself fortunate to have escaped and had traveled all the way from the southern cultivation realm to the wilderness domain. Little did he know that everything was part of Bian Qingyun's scheme. His consciousness had long been infiltrated by the soul-borrowing goo. It was no wonder that the earlier rumors in the Ninefold Immortal City regarding Golden Core techniques were orchestrated by the goo's subtle manipulations. Bian Qingyun aimed to exploit the greed of foundation establishment cultivators to cripple Pei Huiyu, thereby gaining control through the goo. However, Pei Huiyu's luck had saved him from falling into Bian Qingyun's trap. In this encounter, after being poisoned and severely injured, Pei Huiyu's consciousness was finally triggered from within the goo. Yet, he had not anticipated that Shun Leanne would seize the initiative, enveloping Pei Huiyu in a tempest of wind, fire, and thunder. Moreover, as he had previously surmised, the various attributes of the 5-color stone could indeed be refined using secret techniques, aligning them with a cultivator's spiritual root attributes, thus presenting opportunities for ascension. From Pei Huiyu's memories, Shun Leanne also unearthed further details regarding the 5-color stone, a life-bound magical artifact crafted primarily from the 5-color stone, once refined by a cultivator. could allow entry into a celestial palace through a void region during a subsequent visit to the Five Elements Immortal Palace. It was rumored that within lay the opportunities for attaining immortality. Moreover, a treasured artifact endowed with growth attributes possesses immense allure for cultivators. A third-tier magical weapon and a fourth-tier spiritual treasure, upon reaching the fifth tier, ascends to the status of a sentient spiritual treasure, wielding formidable power. For certain sects, it is conceivable that through the continual refinement by generations of nascent soul ancestors, they may eventually give birth to a sentient spiritual treasure, thereby achieving a monumental leap in their sect status. Shun Leanne felt a twinge of frustration. From whence do such legends arise? Might there not be more stable endeavors to foster prosperity within the cultivation world? The legends of ascension, combined with growth attribute treasures, prove exceedingly unfriendly to him. A nascent cultivator with a complete 5-element root, possessing a 5-colored stone as the primary material for his magical artifact, who has only just laid the foundation of his cultivation. Chapter 80. Beyond Imagination's harvest. In a quaint shop on the second floor, a storage ring and 2 storage bracelets lay before Shun Leanne. As he probed one of the marked storage bracelets with his consciousness, he was immediately taken aback by the glimmering treasures piled within. Spiritual stones, an abundance of them. Having spent 3 years in Black Whale City accumulating nearly 40,000 low-grade spiritual stones, he now beheld over 37,000 stones within this bracelet alone. It was evident that a life of diligent toil over 3 years paled in comparison to the swift gains of a life of crime. No wonder the sea of bandits burgeoned with so many cultivators. They formed various factions, for the allure of quick wealth was undeniable. Yet, the Grim Reaper's toll was equally swift. Aside from the 37,000 stones, the bracelet contained a collection of spiritual herbs, seeds, planting tools, and nutrient solutions. It appeared that Pei Huiyu had plundered some unfortunate soul's possessions. Shun Leanne picked up the other storage bracelet, and as his consciousness delved inside, he was met with a chilling aura. An overwhelming sin of blood assailed him. With a start, he withdrew his consciousness and pinched his nose. This bracelet held 4 skeletal remains, exuding a potent stench of blood, marred by numerous wounds inflicted by elemental spiritual forces. Judging by the aura, all 4 had once been Foundation Establishment cultivators. Alongside the remains were broken artifacts, formations, pills, spiritual boats, ores, jade slips, and scrolls, most stained with blood, some dried and blackened, others still glistening crimson and fresh. Next, Shun Leanne's consciousness settled on the final storage ring. Within, he discovered an array of ordinary storage bags, 200 to 300 in total. There were dozens of medicinal vials and jade boxes, along with 36 formation discs, suggesting a complete set of formations. Over 4,000 spiritual stones were also present. Opening one jade box released a wave of intense, brutal blood odor. It contained blood pills. Unable to resist, he bared his teeth, contemplating tasting one. Upon inspection, he realized these blood pills were crafted from the essence of second-tier demonic beasts, suitable for his cultivation of the blood refinement soul transformation secret art. Closing the box, he retrieved a jade vial, finding most of them empty, save for 2 containing chi replenishing elixirs. These second-tier pills, valued at over 1,000 spiritual stones each, were rare. In addition to these items, the storage ring held several jade slips detailing Pei Huiyu's cultivation techniques and associated spells. Shun Leanne meticulously examined each slip. Among them was the technique 5 Elements Essence Tao Sutra, along with spells such as 5 Elements Forbidden, 5 Elements Fire Palm, and 5 Elements Serpent Spirit Law. Furthermore, there were secret arts like Extinguish Spirit Conceal Soul Method, a breath concealing technique, Bone Shift Shadow Method, a disguise technique, and Thousand Seeking Spirit Law, a specialized spirit-seeking secret art. Indeed, the 5 Elements Essence Tao Sutra was a technique of the Golden Core level. However, the ancestor Xiang had only bestowed the first 2 layers to Pei Huiyu, limiting his cultivation to the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Pei Huiyu's relentless pursuit across hundreds of thousands of miles was fueled by the 5 Elements Essence Tao Sutra, which allowed him to cultivate the 5 Elements Tao seed at the cost of his foundational stability, gradually sensing Shun Leanne's whereabouts. As Shun Leanne sifted through Pei Huiyu's fragmented memories, he could not help but admire the latter's tenacity and ruthlessness, employing such self-destructive yet effective methods to track him down. More alarmingly, Pei Huiyu had arrived in Black Whale City much earlier than anticipated. Shun Leanne felt a surge of relief, had he frequently showcased the 5 Elements Mountain. Encountering Pei Huiyu during his chi refinement stage would have drastically increased his chances of demise. Pei Huiyu's stubbornness was evident. Despite fruitless searches throughout Black Whale City, he remained fixated on the location. The fragmented memories were chaotic, compounded by the soul-binding imprint's consumption, compelling Shun Leanne to meticulously cross-reference the items before him. Some details aligned, while others remained elusive due to memory gaps. It appeared Pei Huiyu had engaged in a risky venture, leading him to Black Rock Island just as he was refining the 5 Elements Mountain. From the fragmented recollections, Shun Leanne learned that the source of the spiritual stones was a heist involving the Su family's treasure ship. Among the 4 Foundation Establishment corpses, 2 belonged to the Su family, a clan with 6 Foundation Establishment cultivators, one of whom was at the 8th level. The two Sioux elders had come to Black Whale City with their kin to sell the spiritual rice they had painstakingly accumulated over the years. The catalyst for their downfall was one of their members, who, in a fit of bravado, insulted Pei Huiyu while he sought to track Shun Leanne. Frustrated by his inability to locate the Five Elements Mountain, Pei Huiyu seized the opportunity to overturn the Sioux family ship, fortuitously close to Black Rock Island. Upon grasping this information, Shun Leanne sighed softly. Indeed, no amount of scheming could rival the whims of fate. He had believed that refining the Five Elements Mountain within the city would draw the attention of Golden Core cultivators, prompting his retreat to Black Rock Island. Little did he know that the Sioux family's insolent scion would become the unwitting catalyst for his predicament. As he systematically examined the contents of the storage bags, Shun Leanne categorized the items. These belonged to Qi refinement stage cultivators, their quality modest and scattered. The stable internal space of the storage ring could accommodate the chaos of ordinary storage bags. After dispatching these individuals, Pei Huiyu had stored their bags within the ring. Upon tallying his findings, Shun Leanne was astonished by the unexpected bounty. The 4 preserved Foundation establishment corpses could fetch over 10,000 spiritual stones if sold to the right underground factions, although parting with them would prove challenging. Additionally, he uncovered numerous ordinary identity jade tokens, which he incinerated with his golden red flames. 10 second-tier low-grade artifacts, varying in condition, could collectively yield over 10,000 spiritual stones even at a discounted price. 3 second-tier mid-grade artifacts would similarly command a comparable sum. 3 spiritual boats alone were valued at no less than 10,000 spiritual stones. The collection of Foundation establishment level cultivation techniques and spells numbered 3 and 11 respectively. And even excluding the 4 complete sets of techniques and spells, the remainder would still be worth at least 17 to 18,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Moreover, there were 7 special secret arts, 6 at the Foundation establishment level and 1 at the Qi refinement level, adding up to a value of several tens of thousands of low-grade spiritual stones. Over 50 second-tier ores and 15 second-tier spiritual herbs were also found, alongside a modest assortment of second-tier pills totaling 7 bottles and 18 pieces. The 2 boxes of blood pills, derived from second-tier demonic beasts, contained 68 pieces. There were 4 formations, both intact and damaged, in total. The 273 storage bags could yield over 1,000 spiritual stones. The remaining items, first-tier ores, pills, artifacts, spiritual rice seeds, and various Qi refinement spells formed a small mountain, which Shun Leanne did not scrutinize closely, estimating their worth at least 6 to 7,000 low-grade spiritual stones. In total, the spiritual stones amassed from all storage items amounted to 54,673 pieces. Altogether, the harvest approached 400,000 low-grade spiritual stones, a fortune rivaling that of a golden core cultivator. Such a remarkable bounty rendered the discarded talismans inconsequential. Settling onto a meditation mat, Shun Leanne exhaled deeply. While the gains were substantial, the challenge